Summary. After receiving his terminal illness diagnosis, Chu Xun could finally let go of everything. The most important thing in life is, after all, one's own happiness. Dumping a jerk, getting back at his asshole colleagues, firing his dumbass boss, staying in a luxurious house, enjoying a feast, and betting a young, energetic, and handsome guy. Chu Xun very coolly did what he didn't dare to do in the past. All his savings were spent, and as he laid down waiting for his death, the doctor apologetically told him, "I'm so sorry, we misdiagnosed you." Chu Xun felt faint. He did another checkup and thought, he did feel unwell recently, though? The doctor looked grim. Chu Xun's heart skipped a beat. Don't tell me it wasn't a misdiagnosis after all. Am I sick? Doctor, you do not have a terminal illness, but you are? You are pregnant. Chu Xun. He's a guy? And later, the child's father, that young, energetic, and handsome man, who also happened to be a 26-year-old billionaire, Lin Yanchen, appeared and handed out a marriage certificate already signed by him. I'll take responsibility. Let's get married. Chu Xun only now realized that his 30 years late love life, like blooming blossoms, was flooding in. Chapter 1. December 24th, Tuesday. Sunny. High temperature 7, low temperature 3, light breeze. Good weather, for now. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Chu Xun was buying breakfast at the breakfast shop. A few students were laughing and playing around. Their school uniforms were dragging, and they wore no scarves. Their young faces were shining. Chu Xun was really envious. This Sunday was his 30th birthday. So many years had passed without him noticing. He was no longer young. He wore warm underwear under his suit and a thick cashmere jacket outside, yet he still felt cold. He wrapped his neck tightly with a scarf, like a noose. He bought breakfast and went to Ji Tianzi's house to serve him the breakfast he had ordered. Ji Tianzi showed his displeasure. I wanted beef filling. This is pork. Why did you buy it wrong? Then he added, you smell of greasy meat. It stinks. Stay away from me. Although he complained, he still ate and said, where's the PowerPoint I need today? What's the matter with you? It's not done yet. Chu Xun nodded, exhausted. It's done. I'll walk you through it. You need to be familiar with it so you can present it at the meeting. As he spoke, Chu Xun's mind wandered. Lately, his thoughts had been drifting. He remembered the students he saw that morning. He couldn't recall their faces clearly. In his mind, their faces seemed to have been erased and replaced with his own face from his youth. He remembered falling in love with Ji Tianzi when he was 16, still in high school. Since then, he had bought breakfast for Ji Tianzi regardless of rain or shine. Everyone said he was young Master Ji's little errand boy. He never minded. He simply liked Ji Tianzi with a humble devotion. Back then, Ji Tianzi would throw an arm around his shoulder and say, little Sun, you're my good brother, right? He would be entranced, blushing and nodding. More than 10 years had passed, and they were still best friends. He was terrified that if he confessed, he couldn't even remain friends with Ji Tianzi. He was terrified he'd have to watch Ji Tianzi change girlfriends one after another and bless him with a smile every time. Before Ji Tianzi left, he told him, get off work early today and help me clean the room. You said you had something to do last week, so the laundry hasn't been done. The floors need to be cleaned too. Chu Xun hesitated. I have something to tell you. It's my birthday this weekend. The atmosphere turned strange. Ji Tianzi didn't look back and deliberately changed the subject. I have to go. If there's anything, we'll talk when I get back tonight. It didn't sound like he was talking to a friend. It sounded more like he was addressing a servant. Chu Xun didn't answer, and Ji Tianzi didn't notice. After all, he was giving an order, not making a request. Chu Xun was obedient. Whatever was said, Chu Xun would do. Their company didn't celebrate Western festivals and had no holiday on Christmas Eve. Chu Xun had taken leave yesterday, and he was swamped with work. So he arrived at the company 25 minutes early. After graduating from university, he had worked in this company for 7 years. He was smart and diligent, but he was good at keeping his head down. Stable and steady, he advanced a level every 2 or 3 years. The previous general manager admired him greatly, but it kept him from being promoted to headquarters. Everyone was surprised. Was Chu Xun going to be the new leader of the branch company? Unexpectedly, a rich second-generation heir appeared out of nowhere and took over above him. That person was Zhuang Hanxue, the youngest son of the headquarters general manager. He was only 22 years old this year, fresh out of university. So, Chu Xun became the deputy. But he wasn't angry. He was already used to it. Besides, his old boss had deliberately kept him here so he could build a good relationship with the young master. Unfortunately, this young master didn't live up to his name. He was ignorant and incompetent. Not only was he late and left early, sometimes he would spend the whole day drinking and wouldn't even show up at the company. Subordinates follow the example of their superiors. The company's atmosphere deteriorated. Chu Xun tried hard to keep things under control, but he could barely maintain it. He taught the young master wholeheartedly, but the young master remained annoyed. Zhuang Hanxue spoke eloquently. I have money to spend even if I don't work. Why should I live so hard? Chu Xun was speechless. He asked around and learned that Zhuang Hanxue had been naughty since childhood. He'd previously seen that Zhuang Hanxue had an impressive resume, graduating from a prestigious school, more educated than him. The Zhuang family had 3 children. He was the youngest, with older brothers and sisters, all elites. He was the only one who could use a violin to beat the teacher out of the house. His university diploma was obtained by his father donating a building to the school. The past 6 months had been exhausting. He was absent for just 1 day, and the company fell into chaos. He heard the young master hadn't even shown up yesterday. Chu Xun checked all the work done the day before. The new young employee had made a mistake that almost caused a disaster. Fortunately, Chu Xun caught it and called him to the office to criticize him. Chu Xun looked feminine. His skin was pale and fine, the corners of his eyes upturned. He wore thin metal glasses and had a cold temperament. He thought he hadn't said anything too harsh, but he scared the boy to the brink of tears. Chu Xun didn't soften. He wanted the boy to learn from this and not make mistakes in the future. It was for his own good. At noon, the employees went to lunch. Chu Xun was still working overtime, deciding to finish the task at hand before leaving. He had already decided to resign and wanted to clear his work early so the company wouldn't be too chaotic when he left. His phone rang. Someone sent him a message. Chu Xun picked it up and saw a line. That sissy is really making a fuss over nothing. So narrow-minded. Won't let go of a small mistake. Acts like he can't show off his power unless he does this. He only glimpsed it for a moment before the message was retracted, as if nothing had happened. Chu Xun felt a little sad. Sigh, though it wasn't the first time he'd been cursed behind his back. In the afternoon, Zhuang Hanxue shuffled into the company late. Seeing Chu Xun, he felt a twinge of guilt. Chu Xun used to call and urge him to come to work. Whether he was actually working or not, he should at least sit properly in the CEO's chair. He had gone dancing at a nightclub yesterday and was hungover. He only woke at noon and ate lunch. Remembering Chu Xun would be at work today, he forced himself to come. He felt he was giving Chu Xun face. He was afraid Chu Xun would pull a long face and nag at him to improve and study. Even his parents didn't demand that. Chu Xun was truly asking for trouble. Chu Xun didn't scold him. Zhuang Hanxue grew anxious. Why would he scold him? Chu Xun suddenly felt deflated. The young master probably cursed him behind his back too. His kindness had been fed to the dogs. Zhuang Hanxue saw that Chu Xun was absorbed in his work, taking an inch and wanting a mile. He secretly pushed the simple task of approval and stamping onto Chu Xun. A mountain of documents was moved onto Chu Xun's desk. Chu Xun looked at him coldly. Zhuang Hanxue pressed his forehead and feigned illness. I drank too much last night, and my head is killing me. This year, you came to work even when you were sick. You deserve encouragement. Help me do half, just half. Otherwise, I'm afraid I can't finish, or 1/3. Chu Xun said, Do you think you're haggling at a vegetable market? Still bargaining. Zhuang Hanxue was sweet and shameless. I'm useless. I still need Brother Chu to help me. Chu Xun suddenly felt exhausted. He had too much work and finished too late. It was already too late to go to Ji Tianzi's house. Ji Tianzi berated him with a cold face. Are you that busy? If you couldn't make it on time, you should have told me sooner. You made me wait. What's wrong with you lately? Daydreaming again. You weren't even on time this morning. That PowerPoint wasn't good enough. I lost to the colleague I hate today. I'm talking to you. Are you listening? Chu Xun. Chu Xun used to ask him why he didn't just order takeout since he was too lazy to cook. Why not hire a cleaner if he hated housework? Ji Tianzi would say, Takeout isn't as good as your cooking. I'm sick of it. Hourly cleaners are never thorough. I can't find a good one. They're not as good as you. Xiao Chu, you treat me the best. It was as if he was indispensable in Ji Tianzi's life. Chu Xun had rushed to his house without eating dinner. He was already dizzy with exhaustion and hunger. And now he was being scolded. Staring at Ji Tianzi's ugly expression, hearing his scolding, Chu Xun suddenly let out a laugh as he recalled the troubles he'd faced at the company today. He realized just how pathetic he had been. It was so ridiculous. Ji Tianzi frowned. "What are you laughing at?" Chu Xun said. "I'm laughing at myself. I've been at your beck and call for so many years. I've only just woken up." Ji Tianzi was a little flustered. "Chu Xun, what are you saying?" Chu Xun was too tired. He didn't even want to speak anymore. He turned to leave. Ji Tianzi pulled him back. "What do you mean? Don't throw a tantrum like a child at your age." Chu Xun shook off his hand. "What I mean is, please find yourself another follower from now on. I want to live my own life." Chu Xun turned halfway. It was dark behind him, and there was no one. He gave a self-deprecating laugh. He had spoken harshly, yet a part of him had still wanted to give Ji Tianzi one last chance. Ji Tianzi didn't care about him. He had used the name of a close friend to keep him around all these years, only because Chu Xun was obedient and worked for free. Chu Xun was driving. He felt unwell and stopped the car by the roadside. He leaned on the steering wheel and pulled a thin piece of paper from his pocket. It was the diagnosis he'd received at the hospital yesterday. He had wanted to take it out and show Ji Tianzi, but he never found the right moment. Now he no longer needed to. The doctor told him he had a terminal illness. He only had half a year left to live. With focused treatment and luck, he might make it another year and a half. Chu Xun clenched the paper that sentenced him to death. His nails cut through the paper and pierced his palm. It hurt so much, he suddenly laughed. Even if he died, the earth would keep turning. There were millions like him in the world. His death would be no great loss. He wanted to tell Ji Tianzi, but Ji Tianzi didn't even know he'd gone to the hospital. He had tried to tell him several times, but Ji Tianzi never paid him any attention. He had wanted to set the company's affairs in order before leaving, but his subordinates cursed him behind his back. His boss used every chance to slack off. Was he really necessary? Even if he were gone, the company wouldn't collapse overnight. As for his parents, they had already cut ties with him because he came out of the closet. They hadn't returned home in 5 years. He had been too self-absorbed, thinking too highly of himself. No one in the world cared whether he lived or died. For the past 29 years, he had lived like a fool in a daze. Now that he was about to die, he finally thought of living for himself. Chapter 2. Chu Xun called Zhuang Hanxue early in the morning the next day. "Please come to the office on time today." Zhuang Hanxue yawned and answered casually, but he was still late by an hour. As soon as he sat down, Chu Xun came in looking for him. Zhuang Hanxue thought he was about to be scolded, so he immediately put on a cheeky grin and tried to get away with it. Chu Xun didn't say a word, simply and solemnly handed over a neatly folded letter. Zhuang Hanxue didn't know what was going on. He took the letter and opened it. At the top of the page were 5 shocking words: letter of resignation. He couldn't smile anymore. He was so scared he nearly jumped out of his seat. Zhuang Hanxue obviously did not agree. "Brother Chu, don't scare me," Chu Xun said firmly. "I'm serious." Zhuang Hanxue and Chu Xun had been together for more than half a year, and he understood Chu Xun's character. He was hardworking and serious, a man from a different mold, who never joked about something like resigning. Chu Xun also said, "I don't want to work today. Please give me your answer today." "Thank you," Zhuang Hanxue said in disbelief. "You can get your year-end bonus next month. Don't you want it? If you resign so suddenly, you won't even get your severance pay." Chu Xun said numbly, "I don't want it. Money couldn't buy a life." Zhuang Hanxue was confused. "It's so sudden. Even if I find someone to replace you, it will take at least a month." Chu Xun, "Why can't you do it yourself?" Zhuang Hanxue was depressed and distressed. "I'm ignorant and incompetent. I can't do it." Seeing him like this only annoyed Chu Xun. He offered some advice and said with a touch of sarcasm, "Xiao Zhuang, you're not stupid. You just don't like to put in any effort. You're willing to listen to me occasionally. You can learn something in one go. You shouldn't look down on yourself. You're very smart." Zhuang Hanxue was stunned. Chu Xun added, "I'm being nosy. There are plenty of people willing to run errands for you." Zhuang Hanxue. Chu Xun abandoned the mess and ran away. This was the first time in his life he had been so irresponsible. He came from a middle-class family, neither rich nor poor. He was a boy, and his parents had taught him that life was tough, that he had to be hard-working and independent. Before he was even 10 years old, he dared to take the bus to and from school by himself. His calligraphy was good, and he never slacked on his homework. His teacher said it was rare to see such a well-behaved child. When he was in school, he was either the class monitor or on the study committee. Chu Xun remembered when he was 24, his parents had frequently arranged blind dates for him. He didn't want to lie to girls, so he found all kinds of excuses and finally confessed that he was gay. Then, a family war broke out. His mother said, "I once boasted to others that you've been obedient since you were young and never had a rebellious period. Turns out yours was just late." Chu Xun felt that he hadn't been in his rebellious phase back then. He felt that he was in his rebellious phase now. Since he was going to die, then he might as well take down a few rules with him. Why should he be gentle, benevolent, and tolerant of others? Chu Xun remembered a joke he once saw. The employee asked the boss why he wouldn't raise his salary. The boss said, "You can't be so greedy. Are you only working for money? You have to think about your dreams." The employee replied, "My dream is not to work." Suddenly, Chu Xun felt that he could understand Zhuang Hanxue. He had worked hard for so many years, and the savings he had scraped together weren't even enough to buy the watch on Zhuang Hanxue's wrist. He had been so arrogant, looking down on Zhuang Hanxue. What right did he have to teach Zhuang Hanxue a lesson? Chu Xun slapped the resignation letter on Zhuang Hanxue's desk and walked out. He went to his office to tidy up his things. He didn't care whether Zhuang Hanxue agreed or not. In any case, he quit. Chu Xun casually found a cardboard box and put his personal belongings inside. He only filled half the box before carrying it out of his office. The cubicle office fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. The employees all stood together and looked at him with a mix of respect and shock. Chu Xun was surprised and halted for half a step. His most favored subordinate in the company, a girl named Duan Xiaojun, stopped him and said with tears in her eyes, "Master, why are you suddenly leaving?" Chu Xun didn't want to tell anyone it was because he had a terminal illness. He hated being pitted. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a gentler tone. "You have to be more careful from now on. If I'm not around, there'll be no one to help you dodge the drinks. You're so beautiful. You have to learn to pretend to be polite to bad people. You have to protect yourself, especially that boss Wang. You'd rather offend him outright than go to his social events. He's an old bastard." Duan Xiaojun had been his little disciple for 3 years. She trusted him completely. She wore an expression that said, "Even if you're changing jobs, can you take me with you?" She was Chu Xun's most loyal subordinate. Zhuang Hanxue stood to the side, looking at him like a dejected puppy. Chu Xun pushed Duan Xiaojun in front of Zhuang Hanxue and said, "Boss, if I'm not around, you can let Xiaojun take my place. She's very capable. You have to help her handle the alcohol." Duan Xiaojun was scared and didn't dare say a word. Chu Xun called out another name. "And that Mao Junjie over there." A guy stood up, assuming Chu Xun was about to praise him. Chu Xun said, "He has made mistakes in his work time and time again. He didn't change even after repeated warnings. He even cursed me behind my back. He's far too careless. It's best to fire him as soon as possible." Chu Xun continued, sarcastically, "Even if his father is an old employee, you shouldn't let this kind of person come in through the back door. The other young people will follow suit, and it will lead the entire company astray." Zhuang Hanxue was extremely embarrassed. He wasn't entirely sure who was being scolded anymore. He, too, relied on his father. Mao Junjie's face flushed red, then turned white. Chu Xun twisted the knife and added, "Didn't you say behind my back that I'm narrow-minded?" "You were right." Chu Xun wanted to laugh. No wonder there were so many impolite people in the world. Scolding others was really a lot of fun. Ha ha ha. In the past, he would have had to worry about his old colleagues' feelings and the young people's self-esteem. He had to care about this and that, to the point it made him sick. What's wrong with bullying the young? Bullying the young is fun. Besides, it wasn't only Duan Xiaojun. There were other employees in the company who liked him, young people who didn't want him to leave. Chu Xun felt very proud. It turned out that he wasn't a failure as a person. Chu Xun was very excited now. He had thought about it the whole night and counted his savings 3 times. Other than the 15-year mortgage on his house, he still had more than 1 million in cash. He was very thrifty. His savings existed because he had wanted to build a life with Ji Tianze. Neither of them had children, so for the sake of their retirement, he had to work hard and save up. That money wasn't enough to treat his illness. He would still have to sell his house and drain every last bit of savings. His chances of survival were still vanishingly small. Was there any meaning to that? Chu Xun felt it was meaningless. Chu Xun had watched a movie again last night. The main character, dying of a terminal illness, had said, "If you want to pee, don't be modest. If you're hard, do it quickly. Fart carefully." His words were crude, but the truth was not. Chu Xun now felt the same. Come on, he was so tired. At this age, what had he gotten? If he asked himself, before he died, whether he had lived a happy life, could he say that he'd been happy? No, he was not happy. He was going to find happiness now. Chu Xun went straight to the bank on his way home. He had made the appointment yesterday. He withdrew 300,000 yuan in cash and filled a small bag with it. Why did he take it out? To take it out and count it for fun. After he packed his luggage, he would set off tomorrow. He would go wherever he wanted to play. He was going to have a big feast tonight. Before Chu Xun left the house, someone came looking for him. It was Zhuang Hanxue. He came up to Chu Xun and begged, "Brother Chu Xun, it's my fault for not recognizing your kindness. I made you so angry that you resigned. I sincerely apologize to you. I won't be late ever again. I will study hard. I still need you to teach me. You're truly good to me. The company can't do without you." Chu Xun closed the door with a cold face. Zhuang Hanxue tried to squeeze through the gap. "Brother, let's talk nicely." Zhuang Hanxue was tall and strong. He loved to play tennis and was full of strength. Chu Xun couldn't beat him in a contest of force. He squeezed his way through the door. Chu Xun stared at him, panting. "What does it have to do with me? Why should I care? If the company goes bankrupt, it has nothing to do with me." Zhuang Hanxue was stunned. "You're swearing." Chu Xun snorted. "Don't you do it every day?" Zhuang Hanxue said matter-of-factly. "I'm a little bastard. I can say it, but how can you? You're ruining my image by swearing." Chu Xun was amused. "What image do I have?" Zhuang Hanxue flattered him. "You're a living bodhisattva in my heart. A savior who has done great deeds. Really, brother, I can't do without you." Chu Xun laughed. "I've worked for so many years. I've learned one truth." Zhuang Hanxue listened carefully. "What is it?" Chu Xun. "There is no job that's irreplaceable. The boss wants you to stay because you're the cheapest among the suitable candidates." Zhuang Hanxue. Zhuang Hanxue acted like the rascal who had refused to study and driven his teachers to despair as a student. He refused to leave, no matter what, determined to pester Chu Xun until he agreed to return to the company. He promised all sorts of benefits and asked, "Why did you resign?" Then I'll give you more money. 200,000 a year. How about 300,000? For 100,000, I'll give you my Mercedes-Benz." While the two of them were pushing and pulling, another man joined the farce. Ji Tianzi stood in the doorway, his face dark, a gift box in his hand. He was trembling with anger. "Good, very good. Chu Xun, here I am, still reflecting on what I did wrong. And all along, you found yourself a new lover." Chapter 3. In a trance, Chu Xun seemed to see Ji Tianzi from 10 years ago, when he was still a teenager. Back then, he would always stand at the door and say, "Little Sun, let's go home." Chu Xun thought of the high school students he had seen the day before. Those carefree teenagers, as white and clean as the first snow. Perhaps he used to be like that too, holding his heart out in front of Ji Tianzi, only to have it trampled on until it became filthy. Even if it were trampled on a few more times, it couldn't be more embarrassing. And Ji Tianzi had changed too. He had become sophisticated and shrewd. His face was repulsive now. Chu Xun was at a loss. Had he truly loved this person before? This selfish, petty man? He had loved him so much that he gave up 10 years of his youth without any regrets and asked for nothing in return? Was there really such a stupid person in the world? Zhuang Hanxue had actually heard a little about Chu Xun's private life. There were plenty of rumors, and none of them were pleasant. How could a man in his late 20s have a private life that clean? Never touched women? Even female colleagues were indifferent to his advances? They were all men. How could such a person exist? If he wasn't impotent, then he was gay. A light suddenly went on in Zhuang Hanxue's mind. He quickly let go of Chu Xun's hand. Playboy though he was, he had no desire to be the third party in a gay couple. He repeatedly denied everything. "Sir, you've misunderstood. I'm just Chu Xun's boss. He suddenly wants to resign, and I'm beside myself, so I came to beg him to stay." Chu Xun found it ridiculous. Why would Zhuang Hanxue talk to Ji Tianzi like that? as if he were his boyfriend. Chu Xun came back to his senses and looked at Zhuang Hanxue. What are you trying to explain to him for? It was only then that Ji Tianze realized he had misunderstood Chu Xun. He said awkwardly, "Can't you speak properly? It's my fault for getting the wrong idea. If you'd just communicate better, I wouldn't make mistakes." Chu Xun looked at him coldly. "Even if I really fell in love with someone else, what does it have to do with you? We were just friends in the past, and now we're not even that. What right do you have to control me?" Ji Tianze was struck by Chu Xun's words. He had long grown accustomed to Chu Xun's docility. Now, this Chu Xun seemed possessed by a stranger, covered in sharp thorns. Touch him, and your hand would bleed. In this world, between two people, one is always strong and the other weak. Since Chu Xun was being so tough, Ji Tianze softened. "I'm just trying to be kind. Do you have to be like this? I came here to apologize. Who told you to get involved with someone else?" It wasn't that he didn't know Chu Xun liked him, but he was a straight man. How could he accept Chu Xun? And yet, he couldn't accept the idea of Chu Xun liking someone else. This was the most absurd of all. Chu Xun was suddenly enraged. "Being kind? When have you ever been truly worried about me? And now you're saying this to me." He hadn't been feeling well for a day or two. Ji Tianze had never cared. He had gone to the hospital for checkups several times, and Ji Tianze never once noticed. He thought Chu Xun was just working overtime and complained that he had no time for chores. And he still had the nerve to claim he was worried. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Chu Xun had never been this angry with him. It really seemed like he wanted to break things off completely. Ji Tianze said, "So I came looking for you, didn't I? I'm apologizing to you. Isn't that enough?" Chu Xun thought that if Ji Tianze had given in like this yesterday, he might have turned back. Chu Xun took a step back. It's too late. Ji Tianze was deeply frustrated. What did Chu Xun want from him? He had taken the initiative to apologize. In the past, whenever there were conflicts, Chu Xun would forgive him the moment he gave in just a little. Why wasn't it working now? Why? He had thought Chu Xun was in the palm of his hand, completely under his control. Why had he suddenly turned rebellious? In a moment of desperation, Ji Tianze blurted out, "So you don't like me anymore?" Chu Xun sneered. "So you knew I used to like you? I thought you were going to pretend until the day you died." Ji Tianze truly didn't understand. "What are you so angry about? Wasn't everything the same as usual yesterday? You're getting angry at me for no reason." He grew a little angry as he spoke. He didn't want to be at a disadvantage, to be manipulated by Chu Xun. "I wasn't pretending. I just never brought it up. And besides, I never asked you to like me. You liked me of your own free will, and then you suddenly stopped. Now you're blaming me for not liking you back. You like me on your own. I never forced you." Every word cut deep. Yes, it's all my fault." Chu Xun laughed. "It's all my fault. You did nothing wrong. Please leave my house and never come back." Ji Tianze didn't want to cut ties with Chu Xun, but he couldn't bring himself to bow his head. It had always been Chu Xun trying to please him. He didn't know how to please Chu Xun. He had been angry the whole day. Today, he went to buy a gift. After wandering around the mall, he couldn't even remember what Chu Xun liked. Still, he guessed that Chu Xun would like whatever he gave him. Chu Xun looked at him. His heart was calm. He didn't feel much resentment. He only felt irritation. In the face of life and death, what were love and hatred? He had spent half his life on Ji Tianze. Was he going to keep going? To him, Ji Tianze was like a stock with no returns. He should have cut his losses long ago. But he had invested too much too early, always hesitating, trapped. In the end, he had suffered a devastating loss. Chu Xun shooed him away. "Why aren't you leaving?" Ji Tianze was upset and at a loss for how to handle him. "How did you become like this?" Chu Xun was cold and heartless. "I haven't changed. This is exactly who I am. I was just pretending in front of you. Take your trash with you and don't ever appear in front of me again." Ji Tianze was so angry he laughed. Fine. Remember those words." Chu Xun said. "I'll remember them clearly." It was a fierce battle, and both sides were wounded. Chu Xun gripped the door, panting. He felt a dull pain in his chest and lower abdomen. After a while, he heard a crunching sound. Chu Xun turned around and saw Zhuang Hanxue still sitting on the sofa, eating pastries from the box on the coffee table. Half the box was already gone. Chu Xun was stunned. "You're still here?" He had been so focused on arguing with Ji Tianze that he'd completely forgotten there was someone else. Zhuang Hanxue smiled and brushed the pastry crumbs from his hands, a little embarrassed. My mouth is dry. Do you have any juice? Please pour me a glass. Coconut milk would be even better. Chu Xun. Chu Xun. Get out. Zhuang Hanxue hugged the sofa tightly and said directly, Brother Chu, I'll keep your secret. Chu Xun pushed his glasses up. Are you threatening me? Zhuang Hanxue shook his head vigorously. I wouldn't dare. If you're willing to come back to the company, I'll introduce you to a good boyfriend. Chu Xun was so angry he had to laugh. Oh, you can get out too. Zhuang Hanxue continued, utterly shameless. It's no problem. I'll come see you again tomorrow. Chu Xun sneered. Do you think I'll fall for that and open the door for you again? They started to scuffle all over again. Zhuang Hanxue begged. Brother Chu, you have to give me a reason. Otherwise, I'll never give up. Chu Xun couldn't stop him. He let go of his hand and said furiously, Because I'm dying. Are you satisfied with that reason? Zhuang Hanxue was stunned. What do you mean? Chu Xun's face was icy. He drew a deep breath and lowered his voice. Every word was clear, his tone indifferent, as if he were speaking about someone else. Exactly what I said. I have a terminal illness. The doctor told me I only have half a year left. The room instantly fell into a deathly silence. A gust of wind blew in, and the curtain fluttered. Zhuang Hanxue stood there for a long while. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, then stopped. I'm sorry. Can you get lost now? Chu Xun closed his eyes and drew another deep breath, reining in his temper. You forced me to say it. I hate it when people look at me like that. Zhuang Hanxue was flooded with mixed emotions. He finally got up to leave. He stopped at the door. I'll find you a doctor. You can come back to the company after you're cured. Chu Xun couldn't contain himself any longer. He grabbed a piece of fruit from the table and hurled it at him. You are so annoying. Zhuang Hanxue flinched. Okay, I'm going. Another apple flew. Chu Xun scolded him fiercely. Don't tell anyone. Zhuang Hanxue muttered as he disappeared. You don't look like a dying man. Chu Xun felt unwell. This stale apartment made him feel suffocated. It was like a nailed-shut coffin. He couldn't stay here a moment longer. Chu Xun went online and booked a presidential suite at a 5-star hotel. He left early the next morning. Before he left, he snapped his SIM card in half and replaced it with an anonymous one. Chu Xun arrived at the hotel at noon. He wanted to enjoy himself, but he had no idea where to start. He had lived an honest, upright life for 29 years. He had never once indulged in pleasure. He didn't even know how to have fun. Chu Xun held his breath. It was just having fun. How hard could it be? He thought it over. The biggest regret of his life was that he had lived like a monk. He was still a virgin at this age. He didn't want to die an old virgin. He had been in the secular world for so many years. Even if he hadn't done it, he had certainly seen it. Chu Xun dialed a number. He had been to this city before and knew someone in the pimping business. Chu Xun placed his order. I want a handsome guy. He has to be young and handsome. Under 25 years old. He'd better be good in bed. Price is not an issue. The other party received the deposit. He'll arrive tonight. What room are you in? Chu Xun said. 2509. The lights were lit. A silver-black motorcycle shot down the street like a bolt of lightning and finally came to a stop in front of the hotel. The rider's long legs touched the ground. He steadied the bike and removed his helmet, revealing a strikingly handsome face. The valet hurried forward. He tossed the keys and helmet to the valet and told him to park the bike, then strode away, his expression cold. He looked about 25 years old. As a man, he had just shed his naivety but wasn't yet overly mature. He still had a clean, youthful look about him. He wore a leather jacket, jeans, sneakers, and black leather gloves. His clothes looked rebellious, but he didn't dye his hair or wear any earrings. Like a wild, untamed lone wolf, devoid of any pretense. He went to the counter and got his room key. 2506. On the 25th floor. He didn't go upstairs right away. Instead, he went to a nearby bar for a drink. He only returned to the hotel when he felt the alcohol rushing to his head. He found the room, but for some reason, he couldn't get the door open. His head was a little muddled from the alcohol. He knocked. Someone opened the door. A man stood at the threshold. When he saw him, he seemed a little nervous. He reached out and pulled him inside. Chu Xun's hand was shaking. He laughed at himself for being such a coward. Steadying himself, he said, "Come in." Chapter 4. This was the first time in Chu Xun's life that he had bought sex. He had never even been with a man before. Chu Xun grew up in a family that was practically feudal. His parents maintained a stiff, formal distance with each other. He had never once seen them openly express affection. At school, the teachers were too embarrassed to teach proper health class and just made the students study on their own. Chu Xun was also a bit self-righteous. When the boys in his class tried to show him porn, he looked down on them and refused, convinced it would dirty his eyes just to watch. Looking back now, he realized he must have been deeply influenced by his family. That was why he'd been such an insufferable little moralist as a child. Later, when Chu Xun realized his sexual orientation was different from the other boys, he was deeply ashamed and inferior. In the past, he had hated the messy gay scene and craved a purely platonic relationship. Now, he laughed at his former moralistic self. He was about to lose his life. What was the point of clinging to his moral integrity now? He had been branded as gay for nothing and had even come out to his family. Yet he had never actually slept with a man. What kind of gay was he? That was true. But when it came down to it, Chu Xun still didn't know what to do. He felt utterly debauched, yet also pathetically stupid. He didn't even know how to hire a prostitute. Chu Xun studied the young man. His appearance was exactly to his taste. Tall, with a narrow waist and long legs, broad shoulders, and a thick back. And his face was good-looking too. Thick eyebrows, large eyes, a high nose bridge. An unruly air lingered between his brows. Cold, cool, and clean. It was just, he didn't look like a prostitute. What a fine young man. Not a trace of sleaze on him. Chu Xun silently praised him. No wonder he was the local star. He was nothing like the boys he'd seen before. One night was worth 15,000 yuan. The young man was obediently pulled to the bedside by Chu Xun. Chu Xun wanted to push him onto the bed, but after so many years of restraint, he couldn't let go all at once. He asked softly, First, take a bath. The young man was stunned for a moment. Then, as if realizing something, he gently twisted his wrist free. His slender fingers wrapped around Chu Xun's, rubbing his palm. He took half a step closer until they were almost touching. The scent of his body mingled with a faint trace of alcohol. Chu Xun could smell the young man's breath. Chu Xun couldn't help blushing. He saw the young man's amber eyes light up slightly. The handsome young man lowered his head. Chu Xun thought he was about to be kissed, blushing deeper, and told himself not to flinch. But the young man's lips only brushed past his cheek without kissing him. He laughed softly in Chu Xun's ear and said, Okay, I'll shower first. The young man seemed to find something amusing. His earlier sullenness was swept away, replaced by a burst of energy. Chu Xun didn't know what he was laughing at, but he was so handsome and charming that it made his cheeks burn and his mouth go dry. The young man took the initiative and pulled him into the bathroom. Chu Xun was bewildered. What are you doing? He turned on the shower and the bathtub faucet. Standing in the rising steam, he deftly took off his shirt, revealing his muscular body. Let me show you if my figure is good enough. Are you satisfied? Was he giving a stripping performance? Chu Xun's heart raced. He had always been conservative and old-fashioned, and didn't dare to look. But he also felt the businessman's instinct. He had to get his money's worth. Only by looking more would the high price be justified. What a waste it would be otherwise. The young man's body was even more worth seeing than his face. Not an ounce of fat on him. Broad shoulders, thick, strong arms, and 8-pack abs, neatly defined and firm. Chu Xun loathed himself even as he stared intently. The young man took off his belt, his jeans now hanging loosely at his hips. He asked, Do you want me to keep going? Chu Xun's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed. Yes. But the young man suddenly reached out, pulled Chu Xun over, and shoved him under the shower. Startled, Chu Xun was instantly drenched. His shirt was soaked, though a white singlet still clung underneath. His glasses were wet too. The young man removed his glasses and tossed them accurately into the sink. Chu Xun's hair and face were dripping wet. Without his glasses, he looked dazed, water droplets clinging to his eyelashes. The young man pushed his wet hair back, revealing his whole face. He paused for a moment, staring at him intently, then said softly, You look good without your glasses. Chu Xun felt utterly useless. He was the client, and older, yet this young man was leading him by the nose. TSK, professionals really were something else. A little annoyed, he said, You really know how to sweet talk. The young man grabbed his hand and said, I can tell at a glance you're wondering if I have what it takes. If you want to know, come see for yourself. It was a happy and chaotic night. Chu Xun didn't bother counting how many times they did it in the end. He was so exhausted he fell into a deep sleep. Chu Xun didn't know that, after he fell asleep, someone knocked on the door. The young man got up, put on a bathrobe, and answered the door. He was actually completely sober. He saw a man standing outside. He checked the room number again, 2509. Oh, he had walked into the wrong room. The man looked at him and asked, Are you Mr. Chu? He glanced at the unfamiliar man, handed him the key card for room 2506, and said indifferently, You've got the wrong room. Go to this one and stay the night. Someone will pay you the rest. He returned to the room. Chu Xun was still sleeping. Fine beads of sweat dotted his temples. A few strands of hair stuck to his skin. He gently climbed into bed and gathered Chu Xun into his arms. After a while, he too fell asleep. It had been a long time since he could sleep so peacefully. The next morning, Chu Xun woke up first. He had expected the young man to be gone. He hadn't imagined that after holding him all night, he would wake up in a warm embrace. A little moved, he didn't disturb him. The young man woke up a while later. Still drowsy, he looked at him and dazedly touched Chu Xun's head, even kissing his forehead. Chu Xun blushed. He had been so wild last night, but this morning he was so gentle. No wonder this boy was number one. It wasn't just his face and body. Blushing, Chu Xun asked, I haven't asked your name yet. The young man looked at him with a you finally remembered to ask expression and smiled. My surname is Lin, full name Lin Yanchen. Yan as in flames, Chun as in dust. Lin Yanchen. Lin Yanchen? If it's as light as dust, why not burn it to ashes? Did people really name themselves that? It had to be a fake name, Chu Xun thought. So Chu Xun said, My surname is Chu, my name is Sun. Chu Xun. Chu Xun lifted his face from his embrace and gently patted his cheeks. You did well last night. I quite like you. Lin Yanchen had never been patted on the face like that. He froze, frowning. As soon as the words were out, Chu Xun suddenly slipped out of his arms. Lin Yanchen instinctively reached out and grabbed him, asking anxiously, Where are you going? Chu Xun said, Nowhere. Wait for me. Lin Yanchen hesitated, then let go. Chu Xun picked up Lin Yanchen's t-shirt from the floor and slipped it on. It was a little big, just barely covering his rear. He went to the wardrobe, pulled out a bag, and returned to the bed. Lin Yanchen had sat up by now. Chu Xun stood at the foot of the bed, opened the bag, and poured out all the cash. He said generously, There's 300,000 here. That's all the money I have on me. I'll buy you to keep me company for a month. How about it? More than enough, right? Lin Yanchen was stunned. Then he laughed from the bottom of his heart. You're buying me? Ha ha ha, you like me that much? Buying me? Me. Chu Xun retorted. Is there a third person in this room? Who else would it be, if not you? Lin Yanchen looked at him with burning eyes. Ignoring the money scattered on the bed, he pulled Chu Xun down, rolled on top of him, and kissed him. He savored the name he was hearing for the first time. Chu Xun, your name is really beautiful. He smiled. I think I might have fallen in love with you at first sight. Chu Xun didn't believe him, but his face still heated up. He felt that he and this little wolf dog were a pair of scoundrels perfectly matched. Their bodies were very compatible, though maybe that was just because he'd never slept with another man to compare. He raised his arm and wrapped it around Lin Yanchen's neck, muttering, Are you this smooth with everyone? Chapter 5. If the heavens want people to die, they must first make them crazy. Chu Xun felt that he had to go crazy before he was willing to die. He washed up and changed his clothes. He looked at himself in the mirror and saw that his face was glowing. Even though he was about to die, he felt as if he had been reborn. Last night had truly been a taste of heaven. Chu Xun had seen so many people come and go in his life, but he had never met such a captivating boy as Shaolin. Shaolin was so perfectly suited to be his lover. He was young, handsome, humorous, and witty. Just talking with him made him feel happy. Chu Xun knew he wasn't simply infatuated with the boy. Admittedly, Shaolin had a great body and excellent professional skills. But what truly fascinated him was the life he had always yearned for, but never dared to try. It was his own disdain for rules that he was finally casting aside. Chu Xun dressed in a hurry. He had brought his old clothes with him, all shirts and suits. He buttoned them all the way to the top of his collar and put on a tie. Dressed like that, with his glasses on, Chu Xun looked the very picture of noble restraint. Lin Yanchen had also changed into clean clothes. He had asked his assistant to bring them. When the assistant found this room, he thought he had remembered the room number wrong. Chu Xun thought it was room service. He was still dressed casually, jeans and a black t-shirt with some manga print Chu Xun couldn't make sense of, along with his leather jacket and gloves. Lin Yanchen sat on the edge of the bed like a big golden retriever. He asked excitedly, "Where are we going?" Chu Xun was at a loss. He asked him, "Oh, do you offer a high-end escort service?" Xiao Lin was a professional. He should know more than him. Chu Xun handed Xiao Lin a card and said, "There's 500,000 yuan here. You can arrange everything. Just let me have fun. I'll cover all your expenses." Who would have thought he was the kind of person who used to wait until 8 in the evening to buy groceries, just to save a few cents? Lin Yanchen looked at the card and raised his eyebrows. He took it and asked, "You trust me that much? Aren't you afraid I'll run off with the money?" Chu Xun thought fearlessly that he was dying anyway. It could hardly get worse than this. He smiled and said, "I'm not afraid. I also have 200,000. I want to go skydiving. Do you know where I can do that?" He just wanted to stake everything on one single throw of madness before he died. Lin Yanchen smiled. He held Chu Xun's hand and said excitedly, "All right, I know exactly where to play. I'll take you." They checked out and left. Chu Xun had originally planned to drive, but when he saw Lin Yanchen holding a very handsome helmet, he suddenly grew curious. "You rode a motorcycle here?" Chu Xun had never ridden a motorcycle before and had always been afraid of the danger. But now he was eager to try. "Take me." Then he saw Lin Yanchen's motorcycle. Chu Xun didn't know much about motorcycles, but he fell in love at first sight. Even someone who knew nothing about them could tell Lin Yanchen's bike was extraordinary. It looked like something out of a science fiction novel, silver, blue, and black, with sleek, flowing lines. A motorcycle was a man's romance. Chu Xun's eyes lit up. Lin Yanchen stepped forward and sat on the bike. Chu Xun tried to be polite. Lin Yanchen saw Chu Xun gazing at him with sparkling eyes, and his vanity swelled to its absolute peak. It wasn't that he'd never been looked at with admiration before, but Chu Xun was the only one who made him feel something different. Chu Xun asked him excitedly, "Can I touch it?" Lin Yanchen smiled. "You can touch me as much as you want, too." Chu Xun ignored his cheeky remark and reverently touched the motorcycle. "This looks really expensive. I'd guess at least 200,000 or 300,000, right?" Indeed, this was a top brand. The escort business must be incredibly profitable. Not only that, this was a custom-made motorcycle crafted by a master builder from the Confederate States of America. Every year, the company produced only 10 to 20 bikes. He had spent $5 million and waited 2 years to get this machine. There was only one like it in the world. Lin Yanchen treasured it deeply. When his friends asked to borrow it, he wouldn't even let them touch it. He asked, his voice slightly dry, "Want to go for a ride?" Chu Xun nodded eagerly. "Absolutely." Lin Yanchen didn't object. "I'll go get you a helmet." Chu Xun felt rebellious. "I don't want a helmet. Just take me for a ride right now." Lin Yanchen smiled and shook his head. He placed his own helmet on Chu Xun's head. "Then I'll let you wear mine." Chu Xun held the helmet, stunned. No one had ever been this considerate toward him before. "Then, let's find you another helmet." Lin Yanchen walked away and made a phone call. Soon, someone delivered a motorcycle helmet. Chu Xun said, "That fast?" Lin Yanchen bragged without blushing. "Of course. I'm a professional escort." The motorcycle had no back seat. Chu Xun sat in front. Lin Yanchen stretched out his arms and wrapped them around him. Because he was riding alone, he had to lean forward slightly. The space was narrow, so his back pressed against Xiao Lin's chest. Lin Yanchen asked him, "Are you ready?" Chu Xun, "Let's go. Take me." Lin Yanchen started the engine. It roared like a horn, loud and clear, deeply satisfying to the ear. The winter wind was still a little cold. Chu Xun wore a helmet, but the chill still slipped in through the gaps in his clothes. It was clearly freezing, yet he felt his blood boiling. Lin Yanchen drove very fast. Chu Xun didn't know how many kilometers per hour, but aside from the highway, he had never ridden in anything this fast. And a car was encased in steel, while a motorcycle left you completely exposed to the air. It felt like walking on the edge of death. Lin Yanchen kept overtaking. It was too thrilling. His heart was beating so fast it felt like it would jump out of his throat. Chu Xun realized he wasn't afraid. What was there to be afraid of? He was going to die anyway. If something happened, it was just a matter of time. Lin Yanchen left the city and drove into more deserted suburbs. Lush forests lined both sides of the road. Chu Xun cheered foolishly. As he shouted, he let go and yelled with all his might. Ah! Ha 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 ha! Chu Xun felt so happy. It was as if he had thrown all his cowardice and grievances far behind him. The wind roared loudly, even through his helmet. Lin Yanchen shouted over it. Are you happy? Chu Xun shouted back. Happy. They finally arrived at their destination. It looked like some kind of base. After getting off the motorcycle, Chu Xun said to Lin Yanchen, even though I'm thrilled, it's not good to speed. If the traffic police catch us, they'll deduct points. Lin Yanchen was amused by him. We didn't speed. I'm very obedient. Chu Xun asked, puzzled. You didn't speed? Lin Yanchen said. Really, I didn't. Riding a motorcycle just feels more exciting at the same speed. A small plane was already waiting for them. Chu Xun? Lin Yanchen took his hand and walked over. You said you wanted to go skydiving. I've already arranged it. Chu Xun was surprised and praised him. So fast. You really are a professional. Lin Yanchen said modestly. You're too kind. They put on professional skydiving suits and goggles. Because Chu Xun was nearsighted, they made prescription lenses for him on the spot. Chu Xun sighed. With enough money, you could truly buy anything. Chu Xun had never skydived before. Lin Yanchen would fly with him. They were going to jump together. The two of them were strapped together with metal buckles. Lin Yanchen would be in charge of steering. Chu Xun was in front again. They sat in the cabin. Once they reached the right altitude, Chu Xun sat on Lin Yanchen's lap. Lin Yanchen wrapped his arms around his waist and held his hand. He rested his chin on Chu Xun's shoulder and breathed into his ear. Your heart is beating so fast. The plane took off. They reached the drop zone. The cabin door opened. Chu Xun looked down. It was so high it made him dizzy. He couldn't help being afraid. His legs trembled. Lin Yanchen held his hand and said, if you're scared, we don't have to jump. Chu Xun gritted his teeth. Jump. You have to hold on to me tight. Lin Yanchen hugged him close and kissed his cheek. Okay. Chu Xun turned to look at him. Why did he suddenly kiss me? Just as he was about to ask, Lin Yanchen wrapped his arms tightly around him and jumped. He was completely caught off guard. Chu Xun screamed. The wind sliced like a blade. They clung to each other and plummeted. Lin Yanchen laughed and shouted, I'm holding on to you. Chu Xun shouted back, don't just hold me. Open the parachute. Lin Yanchen. Ha ha ha. Chapter 6. After playing crazily for 2 days, he was exhausted. After parachuting back, Chu Xun fell asleep immediately. He slept until dawn. Chu Xun had not slept so well for many years. Humans were really strange creatures. When he was young, he was carefree and could fall asleep early. However, he loved to stay up late and waste his youth. Later, as he grew older, the hardships of the world piled up in his heart. He was so worried that he could not sleep even if he wanted to. Heavy work, hopeless unrequited love, separated parents, and a lonely life left him tired and drowsy, yet he could not fall asleep. He had to go to the doctor regularly to ask for tranquilizers. The doctor said that his illness was related to his irregular sleep schedule and his depressed mood. How could a person not fall sick after being unhappy for so many years? Now that he was going to die, he had thought it through and slept well. Maybe he also had to thank Shaolin for being a good bolster. Chu Xun had a cold body. Even during the hottest days of summer, his hands and feet were cold. In winter, he was very cold. He hugged Lin Yanchen's body, which was full of warmth. It was like a furnace for him to draw heat from. Yesterday, he did not have the energy to play around. Chu Xun went to bed early. When he woke up today, he found his hand in Lin Yanchen's arms. Chu Xun lay quietly and looked at Lin Yanchen's sleeping face. This boy was rebellious when he was awake, but he was much gentler when he was asleep. He looked really young. His facial features were striking. His eyelashes were thick and dark. His skin was smooth and full of collagen. He was really cute. Chu Xun looked at him for a while. He didn't realize he was so obsessed with looks. He felt a sense of superiority in his heart. He could actually sleep with such a young and handsome boy. How glorious. Chu Xun did not want to wake him. He wanted to quietly pull his hand out of Lin Yanchen's arms. As soon as he moved, Lin Yanchen woke up. Lin Yanchen was still sleepy. He took his phone and looked at the time. It was almost 10 o'clock. He muttered, "So early." He reached out and hugged Chu Xun, still drowsy. "Can you sleep for a while more? Is it still early?" Chu Xun smiled, speechless. He patted his head and said, "Let me go. I'll cook for you." Lin Yanchen rubbed against his chest for a while before reluctantly letting go. Chu Xun put on his clothes, rolled up his sleeves, and went to cook. Lin Yanchen had arranged for him to rent a seaside villa. It was fully equipped. He rummaged through the fridge and found that there weren't enough ingredients. There were only flour and eggs. He mixed the batter and made an omelet. Breakfast and lunch blurred together. Lin Yanchen struggled to get up from the bed. His upper body was bare, and his feet were bare. Only his jeans were hanging around his waist, and his belt was not tied properly. If an ugly man dressed like this, it would be called sloppy. Because he had a good face and a good figure, he looked beautifully disheveled and wild this way. He was still half asleep. He hugged Chu Xun's waist from behind and pressed his face against Chu Xun's hair. "Where do you want to go today? You didn't even get close to me yesterday. Are you well rested today?" Chu Xun blushed. "Was this an invitation?" He said, "I'm not going anywhere today. Hey, take your hand away. Don't touch me. After breakfast, accompany me to the market. I want to buy some ingredients to cook." Lin Yanchen was a little disappointed and dismissive. "Why go through so much trouble? I'll call. The high-end escort service also has this service. Tell me what you want to buy. Someone will buy it and send it over." Chu Xun shook his head. "That's not good. It's more fun to buy it yourself." Lin Yanchen readily agreed. "Then I'll accompany you." Chu Xun looked at him and nodded. "Of course you have to accompany me. I'm spending so much money. You have to help me carry the shopping cart." Lin Yanchen said, "I'm 15,000 a night, but you're only spending 300,000 a month on me. Do you think I'm bad at math?" Chu Xun said frankly, "That's why I'm letting you rest. You work 5 days a week, with 2 days off, for 4 weeks. Isn't it exactly 300,000? Look, I'm a rare good boss. How many bosses ensure you take breaks on time and never work overtime?" Lin Yanchen laughed and kissed him on the cheek. "You're really interesting. But I'd rather you be a bad boss and make me work overtime every night." After the meal, Chu Xun asked around and took him to the local market. Lin Yanchen had never been to such a chaotic place. The stench was overwhelming. The place was narrow and crowded. The cement floor was so dirty there was nowhere to stand. He could only follow Chu Xun closely. Chu Xun went to the butcher's shop to buy meat. Bloody meat lay on the chopping board, and the boss waved a fly swatter. Chu Xun was familiar with the routine. "Is it fresh?" the boss said. "It was just slaughtered this morning. Look at the meat." Chu Xun bought 3 beef ribs and some vegetables. After that, he went to the supermarket to buy flour, butter, vanilla, seasoning, and cream. Lin Yanchen pushed the cart and asked, "Why don't you buy meat from the supermarket? The meat there looks so much cleaner." Chu Xun looked at him with disdain. "You don't cook. The meat in the supermarket has no soul." Lin Yanchen laughed. "Ha ha ha ha." Looking at the ingredients Chu Xun bought, Lin Yanchen guessed, "You want to make pastries?" Chu Xun nodded. As they walked, Lin Yanchen suddenly said, "My mother loved to make pastries. She was very good at it. I liked her apple pie the most." Chu Xun said, "I knew it. Only a good mother can raise a son who doesn't cook. My mother doesn't cook at home. The kitchen is my father's territory. Ever since I was young, I thought the kitchen was too dangerous for women to enter." Lin Yanchen laughed, then stopped laughing. He sighed and said, "My mother passed away when I was 8. After that, no one made apple pie for me." Chu Xun was speechless. He didn't know if it was a real story or if it was made up to coax him. Look, what a cunning boy. He appeared unrestrained and wild, but occasionally revealed a bit of vulnerability and loneliness. "Good boy." Chu Xun raised his hand and patted his head. He added a bag of candied apples to the basket. "I'll make it for you, but it's definitely not as good as your mother's." After they bought the ingredients, they went back to cook. Chu Xun didn't bother to carry a thing. He made Xiao Lin carry everything himself. Then he cooked in the kitchen. At first, he instructed Xiao Lin to help prepare the ingredients. Xiao Lin was very serious. However, Chu Xun soon realized that he wasn't lying. He was indeed hopeless at cooking. It was as if he had never been in a kitchen in his life. So, Chu Xun chased him away. Go away, go away. Don't cause trouble." Xiao Lin didn't leave. He circled around him like a puppy. "Teach me." Chu Xun's heart softened when he saw his bright eyes. He let him stay and taught him step by step. Both of them wore aprons, and their hands were covered in flour. They had fun playing around all afternoon. In the evening, the dishes filled the small square table. This was the first time in his life that Lin Yanchen had cooked with his own hands. He remembered that when he was 5 or 6 years old, his mother made apple pie. He ran to her and asked to help. His mother didn't scold him. She let him wash the apples. He stepped on a stool and barely reached the sink. After washing the apples, his sleeves were wet. His collar and face were splashed from his efforts. His mother gently wiped his face, patted his head, and praised him for being a good boy. Lin Yanchen and Chu Xun bragged to each other. "I'm really something. Half the credit for this table is mine." Chu Xun didn't tease him. He cut the apple pie and gave him a piece. "Try it." Lin Yanchen took a bite. The sweetness overflowed from the tip of his heart. He felt truly at ease with Chu Xun. Chu Xun's dishes were all to his taste. Chu Xun asked him, "Is it delicious?" Lin Yanchen smiled brightly. "It's delicious." Chu Xun was infected by his smile. He smiled softly and said, "I only want you to do one thing tonight." Lin Yanchen's thoughts immediately went somewhere impure. "What?" Chu Xun smiled and said, "You have to seriously pretend to be my lover and wish me a happy birthday." If there was no miracle, this would be the last birthday of his life. He was still satisfied and had a good time. Chapter 7. A certain foreign politician, after being blackmailed by a cactus for sex, once said, "Who would truly love a man like me? I can only hope to buy love with money." Chu Xun felt the same way. At this point, it was good enough just to buy a fake love with money. He had no more time. People had to learn to be content. Chu Xun remembered that on this day last year, he had asked Ji Tianzi out for a meal. He didn't want anything else. He just wanted Ji Tianzi to accompany him for an hour as a friend and give him a smile. Ji Tianzi never showed up. When Chu Xun called to ask, Ji Tianzi said casually, "I accidentally forgot. Sorry, my girlfriend wants me to go shopping with her. Let's meet another day." Chu Xun said, "Today is my birthday." Ji Tianzi said, "I'll give you a gift. At your age, why are you still like a child, caring so much about your birthday?" Yes, no one cared about his birthday, so he shouldn't care about it himself. Otherwise, he would seem unreasonable. This time, Xiao Lin didn't show his professional smile. Instead, he said apologetically, "Today is your birthday?" "Yes." Before he could say anything more, Chu Xun smiled and stopped him. Hey, today is my big day. I don't want to hear apologies. I want to hear congratulations." A smile appeared on Lin Yanchen's face. "What gift do you want?" He had asked female companions before and would give them perfume, jewelry, and beautiful clothes. They had to be the latest season and expensive. "You are the birthday gift I bought for myself. It was the first time in my life I spent so much money on my birthday." Chu Xun looked at him and shook his head. He lowered his head to eat the cake and commented, "The cream is a little too thick." Lin Yanchen suddenly understood why he had been so captivated from the very beginning. Chu Xun was similar to him. He was lonely and needed someone to stay by his side. After his mother passed away, his father was busy with work. Although he never forgot his birthday, he couldn't make it back in time to be with him. He compensated him with a sum of money and allowed him to buy any gift he liked. When he was still a child, his birthday mattered more than the sky. After being disappointed too many times, he no longer looked forward to it. He could even be praised as sensible. Lin Yanchen asked, "Then I'll call you a Sun from now on." Just as Chu Xun lifted his head, a soft kiss landed on his lips. He saw Xiao Lin's burning gaze and heard him say, "A Sun, happy birthday." Chu Xun blushed. This kid's acting skills were really something. By the time they noticed, snow had already blanketed the treetops. Chu Xun stood by the floor-to-ceiling window and gazed into the distance from the warm room. It was truly a cold winter outside. The doorbell rang. Xiao Lin went to open the door. After a while, he returned to his side with a box of roses. Chu Xun laughed at him. How old-fashioned. But it was the first time he had received such an old-fashioned gift. He reflected on himself and said, "I never understood why people give flowers. They wither sooner or later. You give them to someone, and no matter how much care you put in, you still end up watching them rot before throwing them in the trash." Lin Yanchen passed the box to him and said, "They won't wither. These are everlasting flowers." Chu Xun took a closer look. They really were everlasting flowers. Awkward. Lin Yanchen kissed him on the lips. "Sometimes your mouth is really bad." Chu Xun followed his own rules and said with a straight face, "I like sleeping with you. but I don't like you kissing me. In the future, without my permission, you're not allowed to kiss me." After saying that, he walked away. Lin Yanchen felt distressed. He had never met such a strange person. If you think he's loose, he turns abstinent. If you think he's passionate, he turns cold. If you think he's frank, he immediately runs away. He was neither close nor distant, making it impossible to grasp him. Lin Yanchen's personality was focused and stubborn. When he was studying, he could be obsessed with solving a difficult problem for weeks. When he was working, he could push a project for days and nights without sleep. He was now intensely interested in Chu Xun. He wanted to understand this person. Lin Yanchen eagerly chased after him and said pitifully, "I just wanted you to praise me. You said I'm not allowed to kiss you, so I'll try my best to resist. It's just that I think you're so cute, I can't help it." Chu Xun was embarrassed and his face flushed. He was not at an age where he could be called cute. He stared at Lin Yanchen. "Today is my 30th birthday." Lin Yanchen was shocked. Genuinely shocked. "I thought you were 25 or 26 at most." Chu Xun asked, "How old are you this year?" Lin Yanchen thought about it and said hesitantly, 27. Chu Xun was even more shocked than him. He was that old. He was the one getting played. Chu Xun felt he was at a disadvantage. He was actually a little angry and said, "What did you say? 20-something? 21 or 27? I specifically told that person I wanted a young boy." Lin Yanchen was dumbfounded and panicked. He hadn't expected to be rejected. He had deliberately faked an older age to seem closer to Chu Xun, but now Chu Xun had turned hostile and was demanding a refund. He hurriedly confessed, "I'm actually 25, really. You can check my ID." He looked at the birth year and saw he hadn't turned 25 yet, still 24 and a half. Only then did Chu Xun's anger subside, and he was reluctantly satisfied. That was more like it. Lin Yanchen was quite frustrated. He had assumed Chu Xun blushed from time to time because he liked him. He hadn't expected him to be so cold and heartless. He truly could not figure out this strange person. Chu Xun ran off to play video games, and Lin Yanchen played with him. Chu Xun looked gentle, but he was fiercely aggressive in games. He specialized in close combat and dared to charge headfirst into an entire team. He kept shouting, follow me, run faster." Lin Yanchen followed him cautiously and secretly sniped from afar. His marksmanship was amazing. He called from behind, "Sun, don't run so fast. There's someone over there. Aya, you're down. Stay there and don't move. I'll save you." Together, they were an unbeatable pair. Chu Xun felt his luck was truly good. Before he knew it, he had played until midnight and had to go to bed. Lin Yanchen looked resentfully at his back and sighed. It seemed Chu Xun was not going to get close to him tonight. He washed up and went to bed. He turned off the lights. Lin Yanchen smelled the sweet fragrance of the fruity shower gel on Chu Xun's body, drawing closer and closer. His lips were suddenly kissed. He heard Chu Xun say, "Let's have a round before we go to sleep. You have to perform well." Lin Yanchen asked him, "Didn't you say we aren't allowed to kiss?" Chu Xun said shamelessly, "That means you can't kiss me without my permission. But I can kiss you." Lin Yanchen. Chu Xun was truly the most difficult puzzle he had ever encountered. Lin Yanchen asked, "Then do you agree now?" "Sun, my good Sun." Lin Yanchen's voice was so gentle and affectionate that Chu Xun really couldn't resist. He said reservedly, "All right then, I'll agree for now." Before he finished speaking, Lin Yanchen wrapped him in his arms and kissed his cheeks. He kissed him wildly, like a big dog licking his face. Lin Yanchen kissed him more than 10 times before he finally stopped. Chu Xun was stunned by the barrage. He pushed his head away. "What are you doing? You finally agreed. I have to kiss you enough." Lin Yanchen chuckled. "The next time I want to kiss you, I'll ask you again." Chu Xun. This time was different from the last. Last time, it had been novel and exciting. This time, there was a trace of tenderness in it. Lin Yanchen was much gentler. Chu Xun said to him, "Shaolin, kiss me." His voice was very soft and a little hoarse. It was overflowing with loneliness, and it suddenly tugged at Lin Yanchen's heartstrings. Chu Xun wanted to draw warmth from him, to fill the hole in his heart gnawed away by loneliness. Some moments are felt, not spoken. Ji Tianzhou waited at home for a long time, but Chu Xun still didn't come to him first. He remembered what Chu Xun had said on Tuesday. He had mentioned he had something to tell him about his birthday this weekend. Chu Xun most likely wanted to confess, so he had avoided it and deliberately changed the subject. He had been doing this for more than 10 years. He hadn't expected Chu Xun to be this angry this time. He thought he should celebrate Chu Xun's birthday properly and give him a gift. Chu Xun would forgive him. He sent message after message to Chu Xun, but Chu Xun ignored them all. Not even the read receipts showed. Ji Tianze had to go to Chu Xun's house, but he still didn't see him. He asked the neighbors, and they said Chu Xun had gone out the day before yesterday and hadn't come home for 2 days. Where had Chu Xun gone? Who else could he ask? Ji Tianze was at a loss. Did Chu Xun have other friends? He could only go to the company to ask. Zhuang Hanxue told him the truth. Chu Xun has resigned. I don't know where he went. You're his friend, and I'm his superior. If you don't know, how would I know? Ji Tianze was stunned. Resigned? Chu Xun resigned? When? Zhuang Hanxue was equally stunned. Didn't I already say it once? That day, I went to Chu Xun's place to beg him not to resign. Don't you remember? Ji Tianze froze for a moment. He thought back, and he seemed to recall hearing those words. He had been too angry that day, and he was too anxious now. He couldn't remember clearly what he'd heard. He mumbled. Why did Chu Xun resign? What? Zhuang Hanxue remembered Chu Xun's fierce glare. Don't tell anyone. Zhuang Hanxue paused and said, I don't know. Even if you ask me, I still want to ask someone else. He added, if you want to look for him, you should ask his parents. He had never done anything right in his life. Chu Xun had treated him so well. This was his last request, and he had to carry it out. He had to be a man of his word. Ji Tianze was discouraged. He didn't have any way to contact Chu Xun's parents. Even if he did, he knew Chu Xun had cut ties with his parents years ago. He knew everything. Chu Xun liked him. He had chosen the same university, followed him to this city, and had come out to his parents. But was he to blame for all of it? He hadn't forced Chu Xun to like him, and he hadn't forced Chu Xun to be selfless. Chu Xun had been willing. He just hadn't refused. Chu Xun had given him too much pressure. He was still hesitating, and Chu Xun had already dared to come out to his parents. He was a straight man, and the only son in his family. He was still wrestling with whether he should be with Chu Xun. Could two men really spend their lives together? Ji Tianze had thought Chu Xun would just stand there, waiting for him. He hadn't expected him to leave. Now he looked back, but he didn't even know where to begin searching. Ji Tianze felt Chu Xun was truly cruel. He had let him grow accustomed to having him in his life, and then he had left. After so many years, only Chu Xun had loved him the most. Chu Xun was good in every way, except his gender was wrong. If Chu Xun were a girl, he would have accepted his confession long ago. They would already be married, and their children might even be school age. Ji Tianze panicked. He thought helplessly that when he found Chu Xun, he would agree to be with him. Chapter 8. Chu Xun decided where to go. During lunch, he said to Lin Yanchen, I want to go to the casino. Lin Yanchen asked, Go to the casino to play? Then, maybe you don't have enough money. Chu Xun had 200,000 yuan on hand. Added to his 500,000, that made 700,000 yuan. But if he threw that into the ocean of money that was a casino, it wouldn't even make a splash. He'd have to talk some sense into this fool. If he wanted to have fun, he could go elsewhere for excitement. He'd heard plenty of stories about wealthy people walking into a casino and getting stripped bare, losing their entire family fortune. Chu Xun shook his head and said, There's a singer I like performing there. I want to go to the concert. I was too busy with work before. I've wanted to go for a long time. All right. Lin Yanchen finally remembered to ask, You don't work? Chu Xun said frankly, I resigned. I'm unemployed now. So, can I hire you to play with me for a whole month? He added, It's good not to work. Lin Yanchen smiled and agreed. Yeah, I also like not to work. He had just gotten rid of his own job too. Chu Xun raised his eyes and looked at him. Aren't you working right now? Don't you like me? Lin Yanchen froze. He realized he had made a mistake and hurriedly said, No, I meant I'm not working an office job. Chu Xun was surprised. You used to have a proper job? Lin Yanchen answered, half truth and half lie. I worked for 3 years. My father messed things up and I lost my job. I was out of work and homeless. Chu Xun remembered that Xiao Lin had also said he lost his mother when he was 8. Xiao Lin was so pitiful. He lost his mother, and his father caused him to lose a good job. His father probably wasn't a good man. At such a young age, he had to sell his body to make a living. It was truly a tragedy. Then he remembered that this boy was City X's number one. He remembered that he gave him 300,000 yuan a month. He remembered that he had a very expensive motorcycle. As for himself, his salary wasn't even 15,000 a day, and his life was about to end. I'm still more poor and miserable, Chu Xun thought impartially. But somehow, this made Xiao Lin seem even cuter. Chu Xun concluded, "Give me your ID. I'll book the plane tickets." Xiao Lin handed it over obediently. Chu Xun saw his ID photo and clicked his tongue. "TSK, how is this fair? You look this handsome even in your ID photo. Did you bribe the photographer?" Lin Yanchen smiled. "Why don't you show me yours too?" "No." Chu Xun hid his own ID. His was an ugly picture. Lin Yanchen didn't push and asked instead, "Where do you want to go today?" Chu Xun said, "I've booked a Michelin restaurant. Later, we'll have a big meal. After that, we'll catch a new movie." Lin Yanchen asked, "Do you want me to take you there on the motorcycle?" Chu Xun rejected the idea. "It's too cold. Let's drive." But his car was still back at the hotel. Sigh. Last time, he praised me for being handsome on a motorcycle. This person is truly fickle, Lin Yanchen thought, then said, "Then I'll drive, or rent a car?" Chu Xun grew a little excited. "Okay, rent a luxury car." He didn't have the money to buy one, but couldn't he rent one for a couple of days to satisfy his craving? Lin Yanchen asked him, "I'll arrange it. What car do you want? BMW? Mercedes-Benz? Porsche? Rolls-Royce?" It was like ordering from a buffet. Chu Xun said, "Rolls-Royce." He drove a 400,000 yuan car, which was still acceptable. If there was even one extra zero, let alone two, behind the price of a car, even without a terminal illness, he probably couldn't afford one in his lifetime. But renting one for a day? He could still manage that. Lin Yanchen immediately agreed. "All right, wait a moment." After waiting less than an hour, the Rolls-Royce pulled up at the door. There was even a chauffeur. Chu Xun got in and praised Lin Yanchen for the umpteenth time. "You really have so many connections," he whispered. "How much does it cost to rent it for a day?" "What cost?" It was his own car. Lin Yanchen thought for a moment and casually said, 8,000 a day? That price was pretty good. Chu Xun remembered that in the city where he lived, renting a luxury car worth tens of millions cost at least 10,000 a day. He said, "Shaolin, look, you're renting for more than 10,000 a day. You're even more expensive than a Rolls-Royce." Lin Yanchen laughed. "Ha ha ha ha. Well then, you should ride me more. I won't waste your money." Chu Xun's face flushed. He was speechless. This brat's mouth was so dirty. He really never learned anything good. Chu Xun had once been a dignified vice president. It wasn't that he'd never been to a high-class restaurant, but he only went when absolutely necessary. His job title sounded impressive, but in reality, his salary still couldn't keep up with the skyrocketing property prices. He was diligent and thrifty. To save money for his retirement, he never dared to be extravagant. Every dish was expensive. They were arranged on large, beautiful ceramic plates, exquisitely presented, and finished in a single bite. Lin Yanchen said, "I don't think it's as good as your cooking." Chu Xun didn't believe him. He shook his head and said, "You don't have to flatter me. I'm just an amateur. How can I compare to a professional chef?" Lin Yanchen said, "It's not the same. The food you cook has the feeling of home." Chu Xun thought for a moment and asked, "Are you trying to sweet-talk me into cooking for you tomorrow?" Lin Yanchen's eyes lit up. "You're willing?" Chu Xun said, "It depends on my mood tomorrow." After they finished enjoying the candlelit dinner, Chu Xun suddenly felt it was all a bit meaningless. No matter whether one was rich or poor, whether they ate delicacies or simple meals, in the end they only ate to fill their stomachs. The cinema wasn't far. They just had to cross a street to get there. With so many people out at night, it was better to walk than drive. The two of them walked together through the bustling crowd. Lin Yanchen secretly held Chu Xun's hand. Chu Xun didn't pull away, only looked up at him. "What are you doing?" Lin Yanchen had a good excuse ready. "I'm your boyfriend. What's wrong with holding hands?" Sigh. What he said made sense. He had bought Xiao Lin to be his boyfriend, and Xiao Lin was doing his job well. He shouldn't criticize him. They really walked down the street hand in hand, just like lovers. The weather was cold. Xiao Lin tucked their joined hands into his pocket. Chu Xun was embarrassed, lowering his head as if afraid of being discovered. Lin Yanchen caught sight of his earlobes, red as jade, and felt this person was impossibly cute and interesting. They had already seen each other completely naked, And Chu Xun hadn't been shy at all. Yet now, just holding hands on the street, Chu Xun's face was actually red. Chu Xun spotted a milk tea shop and pulled Xiaolin toward it. Let's grab 2 hot drinks before we go up. Lin Yanchen held his hand and refused to let go. A few young girls waiting for their milk tea glanced sideways, stealing looks at them and whispering to each other. Chu Xun caught bits and pieces of their conversation. That tall guy is so handsome. They're holding hands. Wow, are they, Though there was no malice in the domestic environment, homosexuality was like some exotic species, always drawing attention and murmurs, which made him deeply uncomfortable. They watched a Hollywood popcorn movie, a visual feast. No need to use their brains or emotions, just 2 hours of effortless entertainment. The plot was cliché. A useless man living a muddled life accidentally gains a superpower and transforms into a hero, striding down the great path of vanquishing evil and upholding justice. It was fairly enjoyable. Movies were the spiritual graffiti of the poor. Chu Xun remembered there was another movie about a dying man captured for experiments who gained superpowers and became a superhero. He was truly envious. He didn't need any special abilities. He would be satisfied just to have his illness cured. During his company's annual health check, the doctor had said there might be a problem. He'd taken leave for a detailed follow-up. The results weren't good. He hadn't given up. On Monday, he took another leave to visit a different hospital, see a specialist, and undergo every test imaginable. Confirmed. Research said that after receiving a terminal diagnosis, a person goes through 5 stages: denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. Chu Xun knew he was still stuck in denial. He pretended nothing had happened, since there were no obvious symptoms. Lin Yanchen was also thoroughly enjoying himself. He was even more excited than Chu Xun, explaining the movie to him in a low voice as it played. He spoke clearly and logically, like a seasoned otaku. Chu Xun remembered he'd been wearing a comic character t-shirt when he first showed up the other day. Chu Xun pinched his thigh. Be quiet. You're disturbing the people next to us. Lin Yanchen was embarrassed. He didn't know what was wrong with him. He just couldn't control himself. He wanted to show off in front of Chu Xun, and this just happened to be his area of expertise. He really was a comic and gaming otaku. After his mother passed away, his father was busy with work. What else could a child do besides play games and read comics? As long as his grades didn't slip, his father didn't care how he played. Lin Yanchen apologized quietly. I'm sorry. Chu Xun said gently. It's okay. As long as you're happy. He was spending money to buy happiness. The best thing about Xiaolin was that he was always joyful when they were together. And that made him happy too. As they walked out of the theater, his phone vibrated. Chu Xun looked at the message. The plane tickets hadn't been booked. The charge had been refunded. He checked other times. All the tickets were sold out. It was near the Spring Festival, and travel was jammed. Chu Xun said to Xiaolin, helpless. I came up with this idea on the spot. I can't get a ticket to America. Lin Yanchen said. Then let me arrange it. Give me your ID. Xiaolin had been astonishingly resourceful over the past few days. Chu Xun was skeptical. You can pull a seat out of thin air? Lin Yanchen said, with exaggerated flair. More than that. I can pull an entire airplane out of thin air for you. Of course, Chu Xun didn't believe him. He laughed and said, all right, I'll wait for you to conjure up an airplane. The Rolls-Royce was waiting for them on the street. Lin Yanchen eagerly opened the door like a coachman and said, Mr. Chu, please get in. Mind the roof. Chu Xun was amused and climbed in. Lin Yanchen got in as well. Chu Xun said, all right, you can tell me about the movie now. Lin Yanchen talked animatedly the entire ride. Chu Xun wasn't really interested in the movie itself. He just liked listening to young people talk about youthful things. It made him feel younger too. When they were nearly back to the villa, Chu Xun whispered to him, tell the driver I want to renew the lease for another night. Have him drive the car away tomorrow morning. As if their hearts were perfectly linked, Lin Yanchen instantly understood and was deeply moved. Okay. Chapter 9. Last night in the car, Chu Xun went overboard and fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, it was already afternoon. He learned from the painful experience and deeply reflected on himself. He had to control himself in the coming days. Otherwise, he would die at the hands of the little wolf dog before his illness even had a chance to act up. There was a knife hanging over the character for lust. Chu Xun got out of bed at 2 in the afternoon. He washed himself clean and dressed neatly. When he came out, he found that Xiao Lin was still lazing around in bed. He lifted the blanket and patted his butt. Lin Yanchen kept his eyes tightly shut and made a sound from his throat. He hugged the pillow tightly. He was quite cute, Chu Xun thought. Lin Yanchen sat up blankly and yawned. He reached out to pull Chu Xun closer. He was quite strong, and Chu Xun almost fell. Xiao Lin looked up like a puppy and tugged at him coquettishly. "Kiss me." Chu Xun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He covered Xiao Lin's mouth. "Kiss you? Go brush your teeth first." Lin Yanchen kissed his palm. Chu Xun let go of him. Lin Yanchen was still very sleepy. His hair was like a chicken's nest, and a silly smile spread across his face. He was truly carefree. Chu Xun felt that his heart was lit up by that smile. Lin Yanchen obediently went to take a bath. He came out dripping wet with only a bath towel wrapped around his waist. He looked at Chu Xun eagerly and said, so earnestly, "Can you dry my hair?" He looked just like a shameless young boyfriend. Chu Xun couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. However, he thought about it. He was here to enjoy exactly this kind of love game. He agreed awkwardly. "All right, sit down." He took a dry towel and dried Xiao Lin's hair. After drying it, he said, "Are you the reincarnation of a hedgehog? Your hair is so stiff. It's prickly." Lin Yanchen talked back to him. "Your hair is very soft. The hair elsewhere is soft too. It's very nice to touch." Chu Xun's face turned so red that even he felt helpless. He flew into a rage out of humiliation. "Can you speak a little more civilly?" Lin Yanchen said confidently. "What's wrong with what I said? Which of my words wasn't civilized? Given our current relationship, we should speak more intimately." Chu Xun asked. "What exactly is our relationship?" Lin Yanchen said. "I know your depths, you know my strengths and weaknesses. What's there to be shy about?" Chu Xun glared at him and scolded him. "You really sound like you grew up abroad. You dare to say anything." Coincidentally, Chu Xun was right. Lin Yanchen did grow up overseas, and his startup company was also established overseas. In fact, it was doing quite well. However, because it was in a different field and country from Chu Xun had no way of knowing. Lin Yanchen told him the truth and applauded him. You guessed it. Chu Xun didn't believe this oily brat's nonsense. If any of that were true, why would he be reduced to selling his body? Lin Yanchen asked him, "Can I kiss you? If you stare at me like that, I'll want to kiss you again." Chu Xun pressed down on his big head. "No, your hair isn't dry yet." Lin Yanchen said, "Hair has nothing to do with kissing." Accompanied by the sound of the hairdryer, Lin Yanchen spoke reasonably. "Sometimes I feel like you're very conservative. But if you really were, I wouldn't be here right now. I think you like me. Otherwise, why would a charming person like you spend money looking for me when you could just go to a bar and bring a few handsome guys home? In any case, I think I quite like you." At least physically, he liked him very much. He really thought so highly of him. Chu Xun was too embarrassed to admit that he hadn't had any suitors in his 30 years. He had been someone's spare tire for more than a decade. He felt that he should be more open. Xiao Lin's approach wasn't wrong. If someone didn't enjoy happiness when they were young and beautiful, wouldn't they regret it when they were old like him? He was determined to change this mindset, but sometimes he was still influenced by his old ways of thinking. Chu Xun roughly dried Lin Yanchen's hair and suddenly lowered his head to kiss him. Lin Yanchen was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted. He rushed forward and hugged him, kissing his lips, cheeks, and nose. He kissed him randomly, without any sexual feeling. The sweetness poured out like an overturned honey pot. Chu Xun was stunned by his barrage of kisses. His face was covered in saliva. "Why do you like kissing like this so much?" Lin Yanchen smiled and said, "I like kissing like this." Chu Xun patted his head and asked, "Are you really a little puppy?" "No, a big dog." Lin Yanchen held both of his hands and smiled, his eyes curving. He tilted his head and said, "Woof, woof." Chu Xun couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha ha." After laughing, he said, Okay, let's stop playing now. Hurry up and put on your clothes." Lin Yanchen said, "You dried my hair, so I want to repay you." Repay him? What did that mean? Chu Xun wanted to protect his waist. He really needed to abstain for a couple of days. His backside couldn't take any more. He asked with lingering fear, "What is it? Tell me first." Lin Yanchen looked like he wanted to give him a surprise. "I'll take you there after I change." Lin Yanchen changed into casual clothes. He held Chu Xun's hand and happily went out. There was another luxury car waiting for them outside. Chu Xun asked, "You rented the car in advance?" Lin Yanchen nodded. "Yes. Actually, another car had simply come out of the garage. They went straight to the airport." Chu Xun asked him, "Don't keep me in suspense. Why are you taking me to the airport?" Lin Yanchen revealed the answer. "You said you wanted to go to Las Vegas. I'm taking you there right now." Chu Xun was stunned for a moment. He was a little angry and a little amused. "You booked the plane ticket? What's there to keep in suspense? Why didn't you say so sooner? We didn't even bring any luggage." Lin Yanchen said, "Isn't it fine as long as you bring all your documents and money? I hate lugging around a big suitcase when I go out to have fun." Chu Xun was actually struck by his fallacious reasoning. What he said really did make sense. Fine, fine. He would just treat it as if he had stuffed his past self into an old suitcase and left it in the old place. He would only take his new self and go to a new place with this brand new, young, and handsome boy. They would be free and happy. Lin Yanchen added, I just happened to contact a private jet that was scheduled to fly to Las Vegas today. We can hitch a ride at a cheaper price. So lucky? Chu Xun was quite happy. He was about to die, but his luck seemed to be getting better. It didn't need to be a great plane. He just wanted to reach his destination a few days earlier. He didn't have that much time left in his life to wait around. He walked through the special passage and boarded the private jet. The interior of the private jet was dazzling. Chu Xun was shocked. "How did you manage to contact them?" Lin Yanchen coaxed him. "I have a lot of connections, and we got lucky." Chu Xun was puzzled. Shaolin was a little too resourceful. But then again, he was about to die. Why should he care so much? It was his good fortune that Shaolin could take him to see things he had never seen before. It was his first time on a private jet. He sat down carefully, afraid of dirtying the place. Lin Yanchen pulled him up. "Why are you sitting here? I'll show you the other rooms." Chu Xun asked excitedly. "Can I see them?" Lin Yanchen said. Of course. This was his own plane. Why couldn't he? The interior of the plane was like a small apartment. There was a living room, a bedroom, and a bathroom. Everything was available. The decoration was luxurious and the furnishings were expensive. Chu Xun's eyes widened, and he asked, Can I take a look at the cockpit? Just one look. I promise I'll watch from a distance. I won't disturb the plane's normal operations." Lin Yanchen actually wanted to agree directly. However, that would expose his authority. He pretended to ask the service staff and then told Chu Xun that he could. Chu Xun was led to the cockpit excitedly. He looked in through the door. The pilot was a man in his 30s. His face wasn't as handsome as Shaolin's, but he was wearing a uniform and headset. His back was straight and his gaze was firm. He had a unique charm of his own. Chu Xun's eyes lit up. He accidentally blurted out, "So handsome." Lin Yanchen hadn't expected this development. His heart skipped a beat. He half-hugged Chu Xun and pulled him away. "You've seen it. You can't look anymore. We can't disturb their work. Let's head back." "Okay." Chu Xun agreed, but his eyes were reluctant to leave. He looked back wistfully. Lin Yanchen instantly regretted it. He had dug a hole for himself. Chu Xun was led back to the bedroom. There was a big bed. Lin Yanchen hugged him from behind and kissed the back of his neck. "The flight will take more than 10 hours. Why don't we sleep for a while?" Chapter 10. Chu Xun sometimes felt that Shaolin was 18 or 19 years old, not in his 20s. Otherwise, why would he be so energetic? He was like a high school boy with a head full of dirty thoughts. He both loved and feared this. He liked the feeling of being young and lively like Shaolin, who seemed to need him with all his heart. But time was unforgiving, and his aging body simply could not keep up with the relentless pace of a young man. He didn't want to go along with Lin Yanchen. It should be Lin Yanchen going along with him. After all, he was the one paying. Chu Xun pretended not to understand his implications. "The flight is so tiring. I need to sleep to recharge for the upcoming trip." Lin Yanchen was quite disappointed. He had thought Chu Xun would be just as interested as he was. Wasn't it Chu Xun who had suggested playing around in the car last night? Wouldn't it be even more fun on the plane? Why was Chu Xun so indifferent? Lin Yanchen watched Chu Xun take off his coat and shoes, lie down on the bed, and pull the blanket over himself. He was silent for a moment, then quietly approached, only to find that Chu Xun was truly sleeping peacefully. Was he serious? Lin Yanchen was completely convinced. Still, he wasn't so impatient as to make a move on a sleeping person. It was best when both were willing. The turbulence and the high cabin pressure made for a restless sleep. Chu Xun had a dream. It was said that dreaming was a sign of shallow sleep, so the more one slept, the more tired one became. He dreamed of his younger self, racking his brain to write a love letter to Ji Tianzi. He wanted to pour out his heart, but no matter how he wrote, he was dissatisfied. He was so anxious he was sweating. Finally, he crafted a carefully worded confession, though he no longer remembered the exact words. He only remembered slipping it into the inner pocket of his clothes, close to his heart, to keep it warm before giving it to Ji Tianzi. After reading it, Ji Tianzi laughed at him. Chu Xun, I treated you as a friend, and you've been looking at me with filthy eyes? I never expected you to be such a disgusting, perverted monster. Suddenly, vague figures with blurry faces appeared all around him. They laughed and echoed his words. How disgusting. I never knew Chu Xun was that kind of person. I heard Manager Chu is gay. Is he trying to hit on me? I'd better be careful. He's gay? His private life must be a complete mess. Maybe he has an STD. Ha ha ha. Maybe he has a terminal illness because his private life is so messy. Chu Xun couldn't defend himself. He just wanted to run all the way home and find a place to hide. But his father wouldn't allow it. You bastard. You have no morals. It would be better if you died out there. Even if you die, don't expect to rest in our ancestral grave. How could I have given birth to such an unfilial thing? You've made me lose all face. Chu Xun was chased away. The world was so vast, yet there was no place for him to stand. He was he. Why? Had he done something wrong? Just because he was born a man and naturally liked men, did he have to suffer and die a miserable death for it? Suddenly, someone grabbed his hand and called his name. Xun. Xun. Chu Xun finally woke. He opened his eyes, and Lin Yanqian's face came into view, a little blurry. He realized his face was covered in tears. Lin Yanqian held Chu Xun's hand tightly, pressing it to his own cheek to warm Chu Xun's cold palm. You were having a nightmare. You were crying without making a sound, just silent tears. That's when I saw your pillow was soaked. He was careful, not daring to ask what Chu Xun had dreamed of. He was afraid of touching a sore spot. It was the first time in his life that watching someone cry had made his heart ache. Chu Xun looked so fragile, so helpless. Chu Xun sat up. The nightmare had drained him. He said, Shaolin, hold me. Lin Yanqian wrapped his arms around him. Lin Yanqian's broad, warm chest seemed to give Chu Xun a place to belong, allowing his fluttering heart to finally settle. At least in this moment, there was someone willing to hold him. He said nothing, just quietly stayed in Lin Yanqian's embrace. Lin Yanqian stroked his back as if coaxing a baby. Chu Xun's breathing gradually steadied. He felt cold all over and then realized it was from cold sweat. He said, Don't hold me. I'm all sweaty and dirty. Lin Yanqian didn't want to let go. It's not dirty. Shaolin truly fulfilled his duty as a lover. At first, Chu Xun felt comforted. But thinking it over, he only felt more alone. No matter how real the performance, it wasn't real. He had bought it with money. No one in this world truly loved him. He had seen people spend fortunes on youthful bodies, only to become utterly trapped, begging their hired lovers to stay so they could keep playing roles in a make-believe romance. They must have met a professional like Shaolin. Fortunately, he already had one foot in the grave and could keep his head clear. Otherwise, he might have ended up squandering everything just to please a lover. Chu Xun gently patted his shoulder. Let me change my clothes. They're soaked. I'll catch a cold if I keep wearing them. Only then did Lin Yanqian release him, though his eyes remained full of worry. He almost looked sincere. Chu Xun took off his shirt. Under that gaze, he suddenly felt as if he'd fallen under a spell. He blurted out, Let's do it. Shaolin's scorching body pressed against him immediately, and his own cold form seemed to embrace it of its own accord. Lin Yanqian whispered in his ear, You're really thin. Did you not eat well before? Of course not. He had been swamped with work, under tremendous pressure. Sometimes he had no time to eat. Other times, he was forced to stomach greasy banquet food and alcohol, only to throw it all up in the bathroom at home. He had his pride. No matter what, he wouldn't let himself go and turn into a balding, pot-bellied old man. Better to be thin than fat. Lin Yanqian didn't speak. He just held him, gently stroking the nape of his neck and his back. After a long while, Lin Yanqian asked hesitantly, Can I ask? I really want to ask, but I'm not sure if I have the right. What was so sad in your dream? Maybe You could tell me about it. Chu Xun felt deeply embarrassed. He was already this old, yet he had been crying like a child. Ever since he was young, his father had taught him that a man must not cry easily. If he cried, his parents would look at him with disappointment. They would tell him to stop crying, but they wouldn't step forward to comfort him. If he was hurt, he had to pick himself up. It might have been better if Lin Yanchen hadn't asked. Once he did, Chu Xun suddenly cried even harder. Chu Xun never cried in front of people he knew. Perhaps because Xiao Lin was still half a stranger, it wasn't so shameful to cry in front of him. He let it all out in one breath. Lin Yanchen was at a loss. Other than offering his embrace, he didn't know what else to do. After crying for a while, Chu Xun said, "I broke with my parents, because I like men. We haven't seen each other for 5 years." Lin Yanchen's heart flooded with pity. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Naturally. My mother passed away when I was young. My father and I fought. Our relationship was terrible. We didn't see each other for 3 years. Comforting another's misfortune by revealing your own. These two pitiful souls, meeting by chance, sympathizing with each other." Chu Xun sighed. He wanted to bring up Ji Tianze, but for some reason, he couldn't say it in front of Lin Yanchen. Sigh. Every family has its own troubles. Lin Yanchen slowly came back to his senses. Chu Xun had said he broke with his parents because of a man. It definitely wasn't just because of his orientation. Who was that man? What was their relationship? He couldn't bear to think about it in detail. Just the thought made Lin Yanchen feel a tightness in his chest, deeply oppressive. Chapter 11. After flying for about 14 hours, the plane finally landed safely at McAllen Airport. They had left at dusk and arrived in the afternoon. Lin Yanchen said to Chu Xun, "We're not just traveling 1,000 miles in a day. We're traveling 10,000 miles in a day." The distance between City X and Las Vegas was more than 10,000 miles. However, Chu Xun was still lost. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Are you telling me the literal truth, or are you making a dirty joke?" Lin Yanchen laughed so hard he nearly fell. "You're so cute." Chu Xun, "I really don't understand young people. Always laughing foolishly." They checked into a hotel first. Naturally, it had to be a luxurious hotel. Chu Xun planned to enjoy himself here without making any fixed plans. After having fun, he would think about where to go next. After crying on the plane for so long, Chu Xun had released all the sadness he had suppressed for so many years. His state of mind shifted again. Before, he had felt that even with a terminal illness, he shouldn't cry. It was ugly and unfitting for a man. Now, he felt that belief had been a reflection of his old trapped self. It had been so unnatural. Why should he have to endure it? If he was happy, he would laugh. If he was sad, he would cry. If he was angry, he would yell. If he felt desire, he would get a room and take off his pants. It was that simple. After crying, Chu Xun felt refreshed. He even slept well. When he got off the plane, he was full of energy, revived on the spot. This unpredictable behavior left Lin Yanchen confused all over again. Back then, Chu Xun had been exhausted and fallen asleep immediately after crying. Worried he might have nightmares again, Lin Yanchen hadn't slept, staying by his side to keep watch. Now, he was the one who felt drained. They tidied up, had a buffet in the hotel, and then prepared to watch a performance. On the way, Chu Xun said, "I didn't leave home before I went to university. When I was a student, my parents strictly forbade me from chasing celebrities. They said it was unorthodox. Back then, I still listened to tapes. The internet wasn't really developed yet." Lin Yanchen asked, "What kind of celebrities do you like?" "The celebrities I like and the ones you know are definitely from different eras. I used to really like Michael Jackson." Chu Xun said nostalgically, "I even bought a DVD to watch. When my dad saw the dance in Dangerous, he was so furious he broke the DVD in half right in front of me. He scolded me and cut off my allowance for 6 months. I didn't even have money to buy a pen at school. I don't really mind losing the pocket money, but I still get a little angry thinking about how he destroyed that disc. I had asked a friend to buy the original disc from overseas. How much could it sell for now?" It was a tragic story, but the way Chu Xun told it made people laugh. Strange. Lin Yanchen felt that Chu Xun was sometimes a little stingy and money-grubbing. Yet now he was throwing money around so freely. It was truly contradictory. Lin Yanchen said excitedly, "I've learned MJ's dance moves before. I didn't expect you to like this style." Chu Xun asked, "Then what did you think I liked?" Lin Yanchen muttered, Oh, I remember the first time I saw you. You were dressed in a neat suit with a vest under your shirt. You were dressed so conservatively, I thought. I thought you were the type who didn't chase after celebrities. If you had to like music, I figured you'd listen to classical. Chu Xun waved his hand and stated solemnly. No, I do like classical music too. Really, I like it best when I can't sleep. I'll get drowsy after listening for 3 to 5 minutes. It's especially good for napping. Lin Yanchen. Ha 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 ha. After laughing, Lin Yanchen sighed along with him. I learned how to dance before. I even formed a band once. When I was young, I was especially rebellious. I dyed my hair every color: red, orange, yellow, green. Chu Xun didn't know where to start laughing. How old was Lin Yanchen? What did he mean when he was young? He even formed a band. But not wanting to spoil the fun, he generously praised him. Yes, you even formed a band. That's amazing. You're so handsome. You should be in the entertainment industry. You ought to be under the crazy flash of cameras with thousands of girls cheering below the stage. Only then would you not waste the beauty God gave you. Lin Yanchen's face didn't even turn red. He swore solemnly, yet said lightly, I won't hide it from you. When I was 16, there really was a talent scout who wanted to sign me to be a star. He said I had the potential to be huge. Chu Xun played along perfectly. He put on a surprised expression and asked, Oh, then why didn't young Master Lin become a big star? Lin Yanchen snorted and said, I wasn't interested. Chu Xun couldn't hold it in anymore. He burst out laughing. This little brat said it, as if it were all true. Lin Yanchen pretended to be hurt and said, You're still laughing at me. You don't believe me. I didn't lie to you. My words are true. I'm sincere with you. What he said really was true. When he was 15 or 16, at the peak of his rebellion, he'd been dragged by a few buddies to mess around in a band for fun. He was addicted for 2 years and even spent his own money making CDs. But he just wandered in the underground scene and never made much of a name for himself. One of his buddies, whose family fortunes had declined, actually went into the entertainment industry and was doing quite well now. As for himself, he genuinely wasn't interested. 2 years ago, he dug out the photos from that time. They were too horrible to look at. He truly looked neither human nor ghost. He had no idea what had been wrong with him back then. Chu Xun laughed and scolded. Only a ghost would believe you. Lin Yanchen made himself sound so pitiful. Where would a struggling escort suddenly get the money to learn music and dance? A band? That was something only people with money to burn could afford. The performances at the casino were top tier. Celine Dion, Britney, Mariah Carey, Jennifer Lopez took turns singing. Though they were all veteran singers, they were exactly what Chu Xun, at his age, liked. He had never had time to follow the younger generation. It was his first time watching a live performance. His aging face was flushed with excitement, though he was still a little reserved. He was too embarrassed to cheer wildly, but he clenched his fists whenever he felt thrilled. Chu Xun wasn't satisfied when it ended. As they left, he said to Shaolin, Watching a live show is really nothing like watching a video. I was always too busy before, never had time to go to a concert. The two of them talked and laughed. It was 11 o'clock at night. Logically, they should go back and rest, adjust to the time difference. Chu Xun coughed lightly and said, I still have somewhere else to go and play. Lin Yanchen asked, Where are you going? Chu Xun said mysteriously, Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. You'll know when we get there. He had already looked up the guide online and knew where he wanted to go, but it was actually his first time here. After wandering around for an hour, he finally found the place. Before they even entered, they could hear the pulsing dance music. Lin Yanchen asked, What kind of performance are we watching? A bar. Chu Xun looked serious and coughed lightly again. You'll find out soon. He pushed the door open. The noise instantly burst out from the room. The dance floor was like a sardine can, packed with bodies shoulder to shoulder. Colorful lights spun wildly, and the noise was deafening. The air was thick with the smell of cigarettes and perfume. It was strange, whether because the heater was blasting or there were simply too many people, the room was as warm as summer. On stage, a few young and beautiful white men appeared. They all had long legs and shapely backsides. Just as they arrived, a new performance was about to begin. The lights went dark, then blazed back to life, focused on the T-shaped stage. A few men in suits stood in a row on stage. The music started, and they danced in perfect unison, though some of the moves were a little too suggestive. A song and dance performance? Hadn't they just seen one? Lin Yanchen didn't react at first. Then, as the handsome guy on stage danced, his jacket vanished. Then another piece of clothing disappeared. Soon, only a fake shirt collar and tie remained on his upper body, revealing his muscular arms and chest. Lin Yanchen finally understood. Damn, a male striptease. Lin Yanchen snapped out of his daze and whipped his head around to look at Chu Xun beside him. This was unbelievable. Chu Xun's eyes were sparkling as he stared at the gorgeous men on stage. He still wore a somewhat shy expression, as if a friend had dragged him here against his will and he'd stumbled into the wrong place, leaving him no choice but to watch and be utterly captivated by the spectacular performance. Lin Yanchen finally realized that Chu Xun wasn't just a little perverted, he was secretly wild. He hadn't seen through him easily at all. After the performance, the dancers were left wearing only tight briefs. The audience screamed and frantically stuffed cash into their waistbands, taking full advantage while they were at it. Lin Yanchen was alarmed. He watched in horror as Chu Xun actually pulled out a damned wad of cash, clearly itching to join in. He was scared out of his wits. He quickly grabbed Chu Xun's hand and said, "If you want to touch, touch me. Am I not enough for you to touch? My body isn't any worse than theirs." Those words carried an indescribable sourness. Chu Xun actually didn't register what Lin Yanchen was saying, but because he'd been stopped for a moment, he missed the perfect chance to stuff the bills. His impulsive urge faded. It really was a shameful thing. Those little handsome guys had already passed him and were far away. He was truly too embarrassed to chase after them and grope them. Lin Yanchen heaved a sigh of relief. After the dancers on stage finished their routine, the host picked an audience member for an interactive segment. He announced, "It's that Asian gentleman wearing the vine-colored jacket." Why did it sound like he was talking about him? Chu Xun looked left and right. A handsome Caucasian man jumped off the stage and took his hand. He said with exaggerated affection, "Sir, it's you." It really was him. Chu Xun was flattered. Without a word, he went along eagerly, without a shred of hesitation. Lin Yanchen. Chapter 12. Chu Xun was overjoyed. This trip was so fucking worth it. What did it feel like to be surrounded by a group of hot, handsome guys flirting with him? He was so happy that he was about to ascend to the heavens. Who would have thought that he would be so lucky? Still, he managed to appear extremely shy. In fact, the host had deliberately selected such audience members, Asian, male, or looking shy. Such audience members always gave the most entertaining reactions. Chu Xun was fair and delicate. His cheeks were flushed, but his enunciation was still clear, and he answered the host's questions in fluent English. The host asked him to play a little game. He had to use his mouth to put a condom on a banana. A real banana, the kind you eat. The audience cheered. Could this Asian man who looked like he had walked into the wrong place actually do it? Lin Yanchen's face was really fucking green. Others probably thought that Chu Xun was shy, but he could tell that Chu Xun couldn't be more excited. Lin Yanchen wanted to go on stage and pull Chu Xun down, but it was too crowded. He could only watch as Chu Xun nodded shyly and took the props. Lin Yanchen even saw him tear open the packaging with his teeth. Chu Xun was about to bend down when Lin Yanchen finally climbed onto the stage. The crowd was so noisy that Chu Xun didn't notice him coming up from behind. Lin Yanchen saw the back of his head and reached out to grab Chu Xun's collar, pulling him out from the middle of the handsome guys. Like the wind, he ran away with him. The audience erupted in an uproar. Lin Yanchen was too strong, so Chu Xun couldn't break free. Chu Xun was dragged all the way to the street. Chu Xun was still buzzing with excitement. He shook off his hand and said, "What are you doing?" "I was having fun. I didn't even get a picture with them." Lin Yanchen was still panting and asked, "What kind of picture?" Chu Xun rubbed his wrist and blurted out, "The kind where you sit on their lap and take a photo." Lin Yanchen was so angry that he laughed. "Are you that insatiable? Am I not enough to satisfy you? You still have the energy for more? How many more people do you want to play with? I'm not going along with that kind of thing. If you want someone else, go find someone else." Chu Xun glared at him. "How can you say that?" Lin Yanchen was truly furious. It was the first time Chu Xun had seen Shaolin angry. It was strange. He had thought Shaolin was always calm and composed despite his age. He never expected him to get this flustered and exasperated. He was acting just like a real boyfriend who had been cuckolded and was burning with jealousy. Chu Xun felt inexplicably guilty. He obediently allowed Lin Yanchen to drag him back to the hotel. As they walked, Chu Xun teased him. You look like you're jealous. Are you really that dedicated? Such a pity. My photo is gone. This poked right at Lin Yanchen's sore spot. A group photo? You still want a group photo? You really want a picture with those ugly guys? Aren't I more handsome? Chu Xun was dumbfounded. Fortunately, he wasn't angry. Instead, he was a little happy. Before he died, he could still enjoy watching a handsome young man fight for his affection. Chu Xun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If I say he's more handsome, will you immediately go on strike? Lin Yanchen said resolutely. Yes. Lin Yanchen was obviously furious, but Chu Xun wanted to laugh. He held back his laughter and hurriedly smoothed Xiao Lin's hair. All right. You're more handsome. I just thought it was fun, nothing else. I only like Xiao Lin, okay? Don't be angry. I'm sorry, Lin Yanchen said sourly. You clearly couldn't take your eyes off them. Chu Xun played the art critic and said righteously. Cough. That's because their performance was wonderful. Weren't their dance moves worth admiring? Lin Yanchen didn't believe Chu Xun anymore. What frustrated him most was that he thought he had Chu Xun completely infatuated with him. But then a young, handsome guy came along and easily seduced Chu Xun's attention. Logically, since Chu Xun was giving him a way out, Lin Yanchen should take it. But he was so angry he lost his head. I think you wanted to sleep with him. Who said otherwise? He really was quite interested in that blonde-haired, blue-eyed, handsome guy. But Chu Xun only entertained the thought in his heart, mainly because he was poor. He only had enough money to buy Xiao Lin. He didn't have the money to buy another handsome guy. Besides, he couldn't do threesomes, foursomes, or any of that. He still had limits. Chu Xun coaxed him. No, really. Caucasians, they have a heavy body odor and too much body hair. I don't like them. And even though their little brothers might be thick, they're still soft. They're definitely not as hard as you. Your size is already very impressive. Lin Yanchen's anger subsided a little, but he still couldn't calm down. You're really such a pervert. Chu Xun didn't blush, but he wasn't about to be shamed either. He retorted, You still have the face to call me that. You little pervert. He thought about those handsome Caucasian guys' big chest muscles and still felt it was a pity. He really had wanted to touch them. He definitely couldn't let Xiao Lin know about this. However, Lin Yanchen could tell with one look that his heart was still wandering. He had been pulled out of the club, but his mind was still hung up on those dancers. Lin Yanchen was genuinely upset. What was going on? He felt sad when Chu Xun was sad, and happy when Chu Xun was happy. In his life, no one had ever tugged at his heart like this, but it seemed like Chu Xun didn't care about him at all. Lin Yanchen said, I'm really angry. Don't try to brush it off. Chu Xun didn't understand. I already apologized to you. Lin Yanchen, your apology isn't sincere. You're still thinking about them. I'm right by your side, and you still ran over to see them. Am I not as charming as they are? Chu Xun couldn't accept this. To put it bluntly, their relationship was a transaction of money and goods. Xiao Lin had been so understanding before. Chu Xun had given him more than a few steps back, but instead of taking the hint, Xiao Lin was pushing even further. A little teasing in moderation was fun. Too much just ruined the mood. The atmosphere suddenly went cold. Chu Xun said, Have you said enough? You're ruining the mood. I didn't do anything. I was just watching a dance. Lin Yanchen said coldly. You told me to take being your boyfriend seriously, and now you're blaming me for taking it too seriously? Who can watch their lover flirt with someone else and remain indifferent? I don't believe there's a saint like that in this world. They nearly parted on bad terms. The two of them returned to the hotel, not saying a word on the way. Xiao Lin didn't stick to him like a big dog wagging its tail. Chu Xun thought of something. He once knew someone with a dog at home, docile and obedient. Later, that person brought home a small puppy, and the big dog became very angry. Not long after, it ran away from home and never came back. Thinking about it made him feel sad. It was probably Xiao Lin's earnestness that made him so endearing. Chu Xun reflected on himself. It was wrong of him to be so obsessed with other handsome guys right in front of Xiao Lin. He shouldn't have brought Xiao Lin with him. Next time, he'd just sneak in and look by himself. Lin Yanchen already wanted to reconcile with Chu Xun, but he didn't know how to say it. After he calmed down, he thought it through. If Chu Xun had other intentions, he wouldn't have brought him along. He really had just wanted to watch the dance. It wasn't Chu Xun's fault he was chosen. It was all that blonde pretty boy's fault. He must have seen that Chu Xun looked easy to bully. Back at the hotel, Lin Yanchen said stiffly, "Then, have a good rest. I'll sleep. I won't be angry with you tomorrow morning. And you're not allowed to mention those people in front of me, especially that blonde guy. I think he was the most shameless." Chu Xun saw that he wanted to make up, but was just being awkward. It was too cute. His anger instantly vanished and he walked over. Lin Yanchen turned his face away. Chu Xun quickly kissed his cheek and took his hand. He asked gently and carefully, "Then, my Shaolin, are you willing to sleep with me tonight?" Lin Yanchen wrapped his arms around his waist and buried his face in his neck. He said in a muffled voice, "Was I very fierce when I was angry? Did I scare you? I know I was too fierce, but I just couldn't help it." Chu Xun's heart was about to melt. How could there be such an adorable person in the world? He said, "It's my fault. I made you angry. I'll apologize to you properly. Didn't you want me to give you that? Do you still want it now?" Lin Yanchen's mind was struck as if by a sudden clap of thunder. All his anger was blown away. He suppressed his ecstasy and asked, "Really? You're willing?" Chu Xun said, "I'm willing, but you have to shave your hair first." Where exactly was the knife going? Lin Yanchen hesitated for a moment, but the temptation was far too great. He hesitated for a long time before gritting his teeth and saying, "Okay." Chapter 13. An angry little lover was really scary. Lin Yanchen was a man of his word. He said he would make Chu Xun unable to get out of bed, and Chu Xun was so tired he spent the whole day in the hotel bed, sucking yang to replenish his yang. He was almost sucked completely dry by this brat. "My butt hurts, sigh?" Chu Xun thought to himself in annoyance. After venting, the little rascal became much more obedient. He specially went to buy medicine for Chu Xun. He even massaged his waist. Shaolin now felt guilty. "Sun, are you angry with me?" Chu Xun was actually very happy. However, he wanted to tease Lin Yanchen and pretended to be angry. Lin Yanchen thought to himself that it was good Chu Xun couldn't go out. This way, he could stay with him, and Chu Xun would have no chance to see other handsome guys. But Chu Xun was ignoring him, and that still made him a little flustered. Chu Xun saw that he looked like a puppy that had done something wrong and laughed. He touched Lin Yanchen's hair. "No, I'm not angry with you. It's just that my waist and butt hurt. You used too much strength. My waist was almost broken. I nearly sprained it." Lin Yanchen said, "Your muscles are a little stiff." He had sat in an office all day until he was 30 years old. He didn't even practice yoga. How could his body not be stiff? Chu Xun said, "Oh, so you're disdainful of me now?" Lin Yanchen hurriedly said, No, I like a little resistance." Chu Xun truly couldn't go out. His body couldn't handle doing anything fun with the little handsome guy. The two of them chatted in the room, watched TV, and played games. Chu Xun chatted with him. "I remember when I saw your information. It said you graduated from a prestigious university. I heard that in your industry, credentials matter. Those with high qualifications earn high pay. It's not easy these days. No matter what you do, you need good qualifications to earn more. You have to study hard." I lost my train of thought. What was I going to ask? I remember now. I want to ask which university you graduated from. Lin Yanchen didn't lie. He told him the truth. He gave him the name of his alma mater and said generously that he had graduated with first-class honors. When Chu Xun heard the name of the school, he was so shocked he almost jumped up. "Are you kidding me? You graduated from Y University, and you've been reduced to..." Halfway through his sentence, he felt his words were too harsh and swallowed them back. Lin Yanchen didn't mind and said, "I didn't lie to you. You can check on the official website. My name is there." There was a computer in the hotel. Lin Yanchen pulled it up for him. Chu Xun looked it over several times. Could it be someone with the same name? Lin Yanchen shook his head and said, "No, it's me. Same person." Chu Xun suddenly felt the money was very well spent. No wonder he was so expensive. But how did Xiao Lin end up like this? Wasn't it too tragic? Chu Xun asked tactfully. "With an education like yours, how could you?" Lin Yanchen answered without thinking. "Because I'm lazy and hate to work." Chu Xun knew he was talking nonsense. He said seriously, "I don't think you're that kind of person." At the very least, Xiao Lin had been able to arrange so many trips in such a short time and pull every kind of connection. He was very capable. Lin Yanchen stopped joking. He had a stubborn and rebellious personality. For years now, he had been fighting with his father. Whatever his father wanted him to do, He wanted the opposite. His father wanted him to enter the family business after university, but he refused. He ran off to join a group of friends to build a startup and did well. At first, his father did nothing, and Lin Yanchen thought his father either didn't care or approved. But just when he was proudest of his success, his father suddenly made a move and crushed him. He was beaten down badly. He struggled bitterly for half a year to no avail. The small business he had worked so hard to build was finished, bought out by his father's large corporation. In truth, he had also received a large sum of money from selling the company. At the time, he figured he'd end up with nothing if it just went bankrupt anyway, so he might as well facilitate the acquisition and squeeze some money out of his father. But in the end, he felt like he was still just dancing in his father's palm. He thought he was so impressive, but in the eyes of others, he was just a wet-behind-the-ears brat. Lin Yanchen suddenly grew dispirited. He felt he had no face to see his old friends. He avoided everyone and ran back to China to clear his head. He indulged in eating, drinking, and playing. Thinking of this, Lin Yanchen felt dejected. Don't air your dirty laundry in public. Chu Xun nodded. All right then. Lin Yanchen threw himself on the bed and hugged his waist. I'm very happy though. Otherwise, I never would have met you. Listen to that. Such pleasant words. But fortunately, Chu Xun still remembered they were only together for a month. A week had already passed. Only 3 weeks remained. When the time was up, Xiao Lin would probably move on to another client and whisper the same sweet things. Lin Yanchen hadn't confided in anyone for a long time. Under Chu Xun's gentle comfort, it came spilling out. I have a bad temper. After my mother passed away, I was still young. My father was still young too. It wasn't that he didn't find other women. He brought them home, one after another. When I think of those strange women sleeping in my mother's bed, wearing my mother's dresses, I really can't accept it. He said I'm narrow-minded and jealous by nature, and that he despises me. So what? I don't like him either. He said he only loves my mother, that he should be faithful to her. How could he go and like other people? The more Lin Yanchen spoke, the angrier he became. His relationship with his father had dropped to the freezing point when he was 15 years old. He was studying at a strict boarding school, and his father's girlfriend at the time had nearly reached the final step of becoming the new mistress of the Lin family. Even the church for the wedding had been booked, but in the end, Lin Yanchen had ruined it. In the years since, even when his father had girlfriends, not one had ever gotten close to marriage again. Lin Yanchen gloated. Maybe it was because that guy was already getting on in years. What woman would still want to marry him? Chu Xun still felt a little puzzled. Wasn't Lin Yanchen's father presented as an utterly unreliable man? Why were so many women so eager to marry him? But he looked at Lin Yanchen's face and thought it over. Father and son must look alike. Xiao Lin's father must have been a handsome man when he was young. In this world, natural beauty was the rarest treasure. So, maybe it wasn't so strange that a steady stream of women fell for him. He himself was so charmed by Xiao Lin that he'd emptied his wallet. Chu Xun asked, So you do have a stepmother? Lin Yanchen said proudly, No, I refuse to call any strange woman mother. None of them ever succeeded in becoming my stepmother. Chu Xun felt like he was petting a big dog. After stroking him for a while, he said, Actually, I think if a man is truly determined to remarry, no amount of protesting from a child will stop him. Maybe Xiao Lin's father did still care about him, but his father didn't exactly sound like a good man. Maybe there was more to the story. Lin Yanchen was startled awake by Chu Xun's words. He was stunned. He thought of his friends. Some of them had fathers who cheated wildly, wives and children still at home, yet they were entirely focused on finding new lovers and divorcing to remarry. He was the only child in his family. His mother had passed away many years ago. Had it really all come down to his pranks? It wasn't as if none of those women would have been willing to pinch their noses and deal with a wicked stepson like him. But he still didn't want to think about his father. He had hated that old man for too many years. Chu Xun, thinking he was sad, comforted him. My parents didn't have much conflict. They were a model couple. The only stain in their lives was me. Lin Yanchen raised his head. How can you call yourself a stain? Chu Xun was now calm enough to say, In the place where I was born, liking men was something rebellious. I figured it out during adolescence, but never breathed a word. After working for 2 or 3 years, once my life was stable, my parents started pressuring me to find a woman, get married, have children. I really couldn't lie anymore. I couldn't bear it, so I told them I like men. Alas, I used to be their pride. Now I'm just an unfilial son. Lin Yanchen had grasped the completely wrong point. He had wanted to ask the last time, and Chu Xun had just brought it up again. He couldn't stop himself. Who was that man? Chu Xun was blank. Which man? Lin Yanchen held Chu Xun's hand and asked, his voice sour. The man you came out to your parents for. Chapter 14. Maybe it was because the atmosphere was too gentle, or maybe it was because Lin Yanchen's gaze was too sincere. Chu Xun actually told him, though he kept some details hidden. He was a friend of mine. We were high school classmates. Lin Yanchen asked. Friend? If he had been a boyfriend, there would have been no need to say they were just friends and classmates. Chu Xun missed the meaning behind his words and sighed. We're not friends anymore. I liked him, but he didn't like me back, so we couldn't even stay friends. Lin Yanchen heard him say he had liked some man, and even though he wasn't sure if it was past or present, it grated on his ears. He said, his voice gloomy, that person really has eyes but can't see. At this moment, if Chu Xun confessed that he'd never had a single suitor in his life, it would be far too humiliating, so he kept his mouth shut. Since they weren't going out, they smoked, drank, and played poker in the room. Lin Yanchen watched Chu Xun shuffle the cards with practiced ease and said in surprise, I had no idea you knew how to play. I thought you wouldn't know how. Chu Xun was unrepentant. Why wouldn't I know? I know plenty of things. Lin Yanchen quickly praised him. You're that good. How could a person survive in the working world without knowing how to play? To entertain clients, he had learned 18 different forms of social lubrication, even if he wasn't an expert at any. Chu Xun said, it's boring if we don't bet on something. How about we bet some money? Lin Yanchen said, let's not bet money. Chu Xun felt Xiao Lin really was an odd one. Usually, the pretty little companions would be scheming to squeeze every gift they could from their sugar daddies, but Xiao Lin had never once asked him for anything. He even rejected betting money. Chu Xun found it strange. Lin Yanchen looked at him with shining eyes. How about this? If you lose, I get to kiss you. If I lose, I'll let you kiss me. It sounded like a good idea, but something still felt off. Chu Xun figured he was used to saving money anyway, and having fun without spending anything was a good deal, so he agreed. Chu Xun was full of ambition. He was ready to teach Xiao Lin a lesson and show him the power of an uncle who had clawed his way up the corporate ladder. Then he lost 3 rounds in a row. Lin Yanchen won by the narrowest of margins every time. Chu Xun threw the cards onto the quilt and said angrily, You won again? Is this beginner's luck? During the first round, Lin Yanchen had asked Chu Xun to teach him what he didn't understand. Chu Xun never imagined he would win that very first round. He even pretended to be clueless and asked, Brother, did I win? Like this. Chu Xun could only let him kiss him. Lin Yanchen finally had the upper hand. He kissed Chu Xun as deeply as he wanted every time, so deep that Chu Xun could barely breathe. Before he met Xiao Lin, not only had he been a virgin, he had never even kissed anyone. Xiao Lin was so clingy. Now that they were in bed, he had gotten used to it. After being kissed twice, he just smacked his lips and felt a little sour. The kisses Lin Yanchen won tasted especially sweet. He was brimming with happiness, but it wasn't right to keep winning. Lin Yanchen restrained himself and let Chu Xun win 1 round. Lin Yanchen leaned his face closer. Kiss me. Chu Xun frowned and perfunctorily brushed his lower lip against his cheek. Lin Yanchen was far from satisfied. He knew that if Chu Xun won, this was all he would get. That was exactly why he had wanted to win. He said impatiently, You have to really kiss me. Chu Xun turned on him. You tricked me. I've thought it through carefully. You're a professional escort. How could you possibly not know how to play cards? You must have been pretending not to know. Lin Yanchen admitted it shamelessly. Who's the one who set the rule that I can only kiss you with your permission? What choice did I have but to find another way? Chu Xun kept a straight face and pretended to be angry. Lin Yanchen stared back at him pitifully. Chu Xun couldn't help but laugh. Lin Yanchen saw he wasn't truly angry. Taking an inch and wanting a mile, he asked, Now do you understand my suffering? Can you abolish that ridiculous rule? Chu Xun smiled and said, Of course not. Lin Yanchen's ears drooped like a dog's. He said, as if truly wronged, You really have a heart of stone. Chu Xun laughed. They slept until noon, and then the afternoon slipped away. In the blink of an eye, night had fallen. Chu Xun thought it over. It really was a shame to stay inside all day. He said, Get changed. Let's go out and play. Lin Yanchen said. Where are we going tonight? You have to tell me first. If you don't, I'm not going with you. Chu Xun. To the casino. Lin Yanchen. Didn't you say we weren't going to the casino? Chu Xun muttered. Well, I figure it'd be a real pity to come all this way and not experience the casino at least once. I'll exchange $5,000 for chips. I'll play a few rounds and leave after I lose. I won't linger. With your lousy gambling skills? Lin Yanchen inwardly scorned him, but he had to go along. Fine, I'll go with you. Before they entered the casino, Lin Yanchen reminded Chu Xun, full of worry. We agreed, only one round. If you don't keep your word, I'm dragging you out. Chu Xun laughed. All right. I'll listen to our Shaolin. He was here just to go a little crazy. After going crazy, he would leave. It didn't matter if he won or lost. He just wanted to feel what gambling was like before he died. If his small amount of money even counted as gambling. Chu Xun said, just one round. We'll go home after I lose. He was fully prepared to lose everything. Lin Yanchen still couldn't quite read Chu Xun's thoughts, but he couldn't just stand by and watch Chu Xun throw his money away. Then let me place the bet for you this round. Lin Yanchen had once made a point of learning gambling techniques. When he was a teenager, his father decided that since he was too playful, instead of strictly forbidding it, it was better to find someone to teach him properly. Many rich kids were stopped from playing at home, but the kids still craved it. They got addicted in secret, and in the end, their families were ruined. The teacher his father hired was a retired gambler, with only half of his 10 fingers remaining. It was a terrifying sight. The old man explained every kind of gambling technique in exhaustive detail. Lin Yanchen grew bored after learning it once, and when a classmate invited him to the casino, he was thoroughly bored. At 17 or 18, he had been fiercely proud, convinced the world revolved around him. He thought everyone else was an idiot and had no desire to play with stupid people who believed they were the reincarnation of the god of gamblers. What a pack of fools. Chu Xun eyed him from the corner of his vision. Do you think my gambling skills are that bad? Lin Yanchen froze for a moment, then forced a smile. Of course not. Chu Xun said. That's exactly what you think. No, I want to play myself. If I don't play with my own hands, it's no fun. Lin Yanchen. Chu Xun sat down at the Texas Hold'em table. He started with a lukewarm hand. He calmly pushed a stack of chips forward. Lin Yanchen remembered what the old gambler had told him. Gambling techniques were tricks, and facial expressions were chips too. If you could fool your opponent, you could win. Chu Xun's opponent actually had better cards, but he was completely deceived by Chu Xun's expressionless face. In the end, Chu Xun raked in a whole table of chips. This was a small stakes table, so the chips weren't large. $5,000 turned into $20,000, a tidy little profit. Chu Xun turned to Lin Yanchen and smiled. So this is where my moment of glory came from today. Lin Yanchen asked him, do you want to keep playing? Chu Xun was a man of his word. I said only one round. Chu Xun converted the chips he'd won into cash and took Lin Yanchen to a charity organization in Las Vegas that protected children and women. He generously donated every dollar of his winnings. The staff thanked him and wanted to write a donation certificate. When they asked for his name, Chu Xun gave Lin Yanchen's name. Lin Yanchen looked at him sideways. Chu Xun said, consider it a gift from me. Lin Yanchen accepted the thin piece of paper. It felt novel. No one had ever given him a gift like this before. He said, a little ungratefully, you just didn't want to give them your own name, did you? Chu Xun pinched his cheek. Don't be so sharp-tongued. Think about it. Someday, the children who are helped will say, thank you, Mr. Lin. Won't that make you happy? Lin Yanchen said. I didn't expect you to donate all the money just like that. Chu Xun said, as if joking. I think I might have done too much evil in my past lives, so I'm accumulating some good karma for myself. In this life, he still had the chance to do good deeds, so that his next life might be a little smoother. At the very least, safe and healthy. He wouldn't die so miserably at such an early age. He hoped that in his next life, he could have a good relationship with his parents. He hoped that in his next life, he could be honest and live the life he truly wanted. He hoped that in his next life, he could find someone he loved, and that person would just happen to love him back. Chapter 15. S-City. It had been a week since Chu Xun disappeared without a trace. Ji Tianze went from confusion to panic, and now he was nearly driven mad. He searched for Chu Xun during the day and couldn't sleep at night. Chu Xun had never been absent from his life for this long. Would Chu Xun even come back? He almost wished Chu Xun was simply determined to cut ties with him. He called Chu Xun but couldn't get through. Did he really not even leave his phone on while traveling? He was terrified that something terrible had happened to Chu Xun. He had nightmares all night long. He dreamed that Chu Xun had been hit by a car, his cold, pale body placed in a small freezer drawer in the morgue. No parents, no friends came to claim him, and he lay alone in a plastic bag. It was too pitiful. Humans were such creatures. If they didn't cherish what they had, they would only regret it once it was gone. Ji Tianze was the only child in his family. His father was a business executive. Although his mother was a housewife, she was quite well educated. He grew up in a family envied by his classmates. Most of his uncles were successful people. Only his youngest uncle was especially rebellious. That was the first time in Ji Tianze's life that he learned about homosexuality. When he was young, he would return to his hometown with his parents every spring festival to spend the new year with his grandparents. The entire family would gather together. He had a vague impression of his youngest uncle. He seemed to be a gentle, handsome young man. His youngest uncle was the baby of his generation, much younger than his father, only 10 years older than Ji Tianze himself. He remembered his youngest uncle had a gentle smile. He even gave him a box of foreign chocolates and a Transformers toy. Back then, such things were still rare treasures. It was probably the New Year's Eve when he was 10 years old. He and his friends had tired themselves out playing and went to bed early. In the middle of the night, he was awakened by a commotion outside. He ran out barefoot. The door of the old house was half open. The people inside were arguing furiously. He secretly crept closer to look. He saw his grandfather beating his youngest uncle with a cane. He could hear the horrifying sound of wood striking flesh. A huge bruise covered his uncle's cheek, and his mouth was full of blood. Grandfather cursed as he struck him. "How dare you, you animal! I might as well kill you so you don't go out and disgrace this family." Ji Tianze was terrified. He wanted to run away, but his legs were weak with fear, and he stood frozen. He was so afraid his uncle would be beaten to death. His youngest uncle knelt on the ground and raised his eyes. Like a cornered beast, he suddenly laughed and retorted sharply, "Dad, you just don't understand. It's not that I didn't learn properly. This is hereditary. The Ji family has the gene for liking men running through its blood, and it was passed on to me. In the future, I might not be the only one in the Ji family who likes men. I'm a bastard, and you're an old bastard." Grandfather grew even angrier and nearly beat him half to death. Ji Tianze saw a pool of blood and was so scared he began to cry. Then his father found him. More than 10 years had passed, but he still remembered this incident. Later, his youngest uncle left. He heard he went abroad and never came back. But whenever he thought of his youngest uncle's words, he still felt a chill of fear. His youngest uncle was a notorious negative example in the eyes of the elders. Whenever his name was mentioned, Ji Tianze's father and other uncles would curse him repeatedly, calling him disobedient to his elders, ignorant and incompetent, a lesson for the younger generation. However, they never mentioned that he was gay. Ji Tianze was the only one among the younger generation who knew, and he had never told a soul. Ji Tianze had another dream. He dreamed he finally found Chu Xun and brought him home. His youngest uncle was at the house. He and Dad were quarreling. Suddenly, his youngest uncle pointed at him and said to Dad, "Haha, big brother, see? I told you I'm not the only gay in our family. You despise me so much, but in the end, your precious son is also with a man." He clapped and laughed. Dad stared at him with hatred and disgust. Ji Tianze awoke from the nightmare, drenched in cold sweat. What should he do? What could he do? He did not want to be gay, but he truly could not let go of Chu Xun. How could Chu Xun do this? He had walked into his life without permission, treated him so well, and then run away without permission. After work, Ji Tianze went to Chu Xun's house again. The door was tightly shut, and there were no signs of anyone returning. Ji Tianze sighed. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly caught a faint, foul stench coming from inside the apartment. A sudden, horrible thought seized him. What if Chu Xun hadn't left at all? What if something had happened to him at home? Ji Tianze rushed to find the property management and told them he was Chu Xun's friend. He was terrified Chu Xun had met with an accident. The property management, equally afraid of someone dying on the premises, unlocked the door so they could check. Chu Xun's house was empty. It hadn't been cleaned for a week, and a thin layer of dust covered everything. They found the source of the stench. It wasn't a corpse, but a piece of pork that had been forgotten and left out of the fridge. They also searched his wardrobe and kitchen, but found no crime scene. Still, Ji Tianzi felt unease gnawing at him. Chu Xun was a meticulous person. If he had gone on vacation, why hadn't he tidied up? A few of his favorite pieces of clothing were still in the wardrobe. Chu Xun had left in a hurry. The property manager was already eyeing him with suspicion. He said, with stiff politeness, "Sir, since there is clearly no problem, please leave." This man was nothing but trouble. If the homeowner came back and found out, they would be the ones facing a complaint. Ji Tianzi had no choice but to go. Just before he left, his eye caught a plastic bag under the coffee table, printed with a hospital's name. Ignoring the property manager's urging, he strode to the coffee table and pulled out the contents. There was a thick stack of documents inside. CT scans, X-rays, various examination reports, and a diagnosis. The most recent report was dated last Monday. He suddenly remembered that Tuesday morning when Chu Xun had lowered his head and said to him, "I have something to tell you." Suddenly, he understood everything. Why Chu Xun's voice had sounded close to tears. Why he had spoken so many hurtful words. He sat down, covered his face, pressed his forehead into his palm, and drew a deep breath. How devastated must Chu Xun have been? Where could he be now? He must feel so terribly alone. "Sir, please leave." The property manager urged helplessly. "Sir, this is not your home. Please leave immediately." He locked the door and clocked out for the day. He went to tell the security guards not to let this lunatic into their complex again. The weather in Las Vegas was beautiful today. Though the temperature was low, the sun blazed bright. All he needed was a thin sweater and a windbreaker to stay warm. Chu Xun tilted his head up. The sky was a numb, brilliant blue. One look and his mood lifted. On the streets of this foreign country, he saw nothing but unfamiliar faces. Even when Xiao Lin insisted on holding his hand, not a single passerby found it strange or stared. Today's plan was to see a Cirque du Soleil performance. Their seats had an excellent view, though the performers looked tiny in the distance, throwing themselves through the air. One was as nimble as a little bird, flipping up and down on a gigantic, rapidly spinning wheel. It was breathtakingly thrilling and drew gasps from the crowd. The audience was on tenterhooks, terrified they might witness a fatal fall in the next second. Chu Xun was full of admiration. How much courage must that take? He sighed and said, "I'm not even that nimble on flat ground." Lin Yanchen asked, "Are you interested? I've practiced parkour before. I could take you to try it." Chu Xun quickly waved his hands. No, these old bones can't take that kind of torture. I'll just watch." Chu Xun thought for a moment and added, "You should do fewer of those dangerous activities from now on. Didn't the news say thousands of people die from parkour every year? I've seen it's popular for young people to take selfies dangling off skyscrapers or cliffs without any safety gear. So many have died. I truly don't understand. It's one thing for acrobats who are paid to do it, but why risk your life for a photo? Don't ever do anything that's stupid." Lin Yanchen said, "All right. If you don't want me to, I won't." The performance ended and the audience dispersed. They were walking together when Chu Xun suddenly remembered he had taken off his jacket and left it on his chair. He turned back to retrieve it, forgetting to tell Lin Yanchen. Lin Yanchen let go of Chu Xun's hand for just a few seconds. He turned around and found him gone. Chapter 16. Chu Xun went back to look for his things, but his coat was gone. His cell phone and cash were in his coat. He wanted to look for Xiao Lin again, but Xiao Lin was nowhere to be found. He walked around and got lost. This was one of the disadvantages of traveling as he pleased. Chu Xun used to be dismissive of this. He thought it was impractical, pretentious, and stupid. Would it be interesting to get lost on a strange street? So, if it was in the past, Chu Xun would have made a detailed plan for any trip. But now he found that as long as it was a place with people, there was nothing that couldn't be solved with money. If it couldn't be solved in a short time, he would just pay more. His trip was so comfortable. He didn't have to do anything. Xiao Lin had arranged everything. When he went out, there was a luxury car to pick him up. When he went shopping, he had Xiao Lin to carry his bags. He stayed in a high-end hotel. There was also a handsome young man to make him happy anytime and anywhere. It had only been a week, but he was almost turned into a good-for-nothing. Chu Xun looked around and couldn't find Lin Yanchen. He wanted to borrow a passerby's cell phone to make a call, but before he could, he suddenly remembered that he didn't have Xiao Lin's phone number. Awkward. He didn't have his wallet, and he didn't have Xiao Lin. He was a little flustered to be lost on the streets of a foreign country. It seemed that luck was conserved. He was too lucky a few days ago, so he was unlucky today. However, the hotel wouldn't run away. He could always find a way to go back to the hotel and meet up with Xiao Lin. It had only taken them about 10 minutes to drive here. This was the city, and the car hadn't moved fast. It shouldn't be far, maybe 3 or 4 kilometers. Maybe he didn't need to take a taxi. He could ask for directions and walk back slowly. It would take an hour or 2 at most. He was a man. How could he get lost? Even if there were bad people, like human traffickers, they wouldn't kidnap a 30-year-old uncle. Even if they wanted his organs, would his dying organs be of any use? Chu Xun thought, trying to find joy in the midst of bitterness. Chu Xun strolled along the streets. After walking for more than 10 minutes, he saw a group of people ahead. He went over to take a look. The more the merrier. Chu Xun was still in the mood to watch a show. Oh, it was a street singer performing. A young white man was sitting on the ground with a guitar in his arms. An empty guitar case was placed in front of him. This was not unusual, but he had a fat cat with him. Compared to an ordinary singer, he seemed to have suddenly become noble. The man's singing was average, but when he sang, the kitten sat next to him. It was very clever. Sometimes, it would wag its tail twice along with the song. Instantly, the two-legged beasts cried out and threw money to express their love. How interesting. Chu Xun remembered that when he was a child, his family had a big yellow cat. It was very reserved and noble. Others could not get close to it. It liked to bask in the sun in the yard and eat corn. It was a plump and lovely male cat named Mimi. But Mimi was very close to him. Every time he ran out to play, Chu Xun would call at the door and Mimi would come back. The lifespan of a cat was only a dozen years. Mimi died when he was 18. Chu Xun was very sad and did not raise a cat again. Chu Xun sighed and stopped for a while to listen to the song. The singer gently plucked the guitar strings and sang in a low voice. He was a friend of mine. Every time I think of him, I just can't keep from crying. He died on the road, running all day long. Never reaped what could have been. I never had too much money, and I was never quite satisfied. He never did wrong. 1,000 miles from home, and never harmed anyone. Every time I hear his name, Lord, I just can't keep from crying, because he was a friend of mine. The singer's voice was low and hoarse, full of sadness. How unlucky. Chu Xun closed his eyes, and the song he'd just heard by the roadside poked straight at a sore spot. He tried to hold back, but still could not stop the tears from falling. Anyway, on the streets of a foreign country, no one knew him. Why did he have to die? He never did a bad thing, never hurt anyone. He worked hard, never squandered, always restrained himself, always kept running hard on the road of life. What did he do wrong? He did not want to think about it. If it hurt, he took a painkiller and pretended that nothing happened. But that didn't mean death wouldn't come just because you turned a blind eye. What was the use of being strong? He squatted down and could not stop the tears from falling. He did not want to die at all. He wanted to live. He wanted to live. He had never encountered any good things in his life. Love, family, and career had all come to nothing. No one in the world truly loved him, but he still wanted to live. A son. Someone called him. Chu Xun didn't have the strength to turn around. Lin Yanchen finally found him and ran anxiously to his side. A son, I was worried to death. Why are you squatting here? Why aren't you wearing a jacket? Are you cold? Lin Yanchen took off his jacket and put it on Chu Xun. His body heat still clung to the fabric. Chu Xun's cold heart, drenched in despair, seemed to catch that warmth and slowly began to thaw. Lin Yanchen noticed something was wrong with Chu Xun and squatted down as well. He was shocked to find Chu Xun crying. I'm sorry. It's all my fault for not holding your hand properly and causing you to get lost. Don't cry, Sun, it's all my fault. Chu Xun laughed through his tears. You're the one crying because you're lost. Do you think I'm a child? Chu Xun sniffled and stood up. His legs were a little numb. He said to Lin Yanchen, Come here, let me hug you. Lin Yanchen immediately opened his arms and hugged him. Chu Xun embraced him. This guy was radiating heat like a furnace. He buried his face in Lin Yanchen's chest. Lin Yanchen held him tight and even remembered to wrap the jacket snugly around him. Chu Xun felt much better. Lin Yanchen was his exclusive pet. When he was sad, Hugging him made everything feel a little more bearable. Lin Yanchen said, "You're freezing. Where's your jacket?" Chu Xun said, "I left it on the seat. I went back to get it, but it was already gone. When I looked for you, you were gone too." Lin Yanchen said apologetically, "It's my fault. I'm such an idiot. I didn't notice you'd forgotten your jacket. I didn't realize you'd gone back to look for it." Chu Xun said, "I forgot to tell you. I didn't think we'd get separated. All right, let's head back. You gave me your jacket. You'll catch a cold standing in this wind." On the way back, Lin Yanchen asked him, "Sun, why were you crying?" Chu Xun thought for a moment. A few tears still lingered in the corners of his eyes. He smiled. "Forget it. Just think of it as me crying because I got lost." Lin Yanchen knew Chu Xun was hiding something from him. At first, he had naively thought Chu Xun was happy with him. But the longer they were together, the more he felt Chu Xun was carrying something heavy. Why was Chu Xun so sad? His intuition told him it wasn't just because of his parents or an old love that had let him down. Chu Xun seemed to cheer up. He turned to Lin Yanchen and said, "I want to go to the Rocky Mountains. I want to ski, skate, and head north to see the aurora. That's it for now. When I'm done playing, I'll think about what to do next. You can arrange it all." Lin Yanchen hesitated, wondering if he should ask, but he let it go. He nodded and said with a serious face, "All right, I'll definitely find a way to make you happy." How could this boy be so endearing? Chu Xun took the initiative to kiss him. "Shaolin, you're so good to me." Lin Yanchen's heart skipped a beat. He actually blushed a little. The next day, he woke up naturally. Lin Yanchen told him they would leave at 1 in the afternoon. On a whim, Chu Xun said, "Then we should have time. Come with me to a place." Lin Yanchen asked, "Where?" The striptease had taught him a deep lesson. He had to ask in advance where they were going. Chu Xun said, "Las Vegas City Hall Marriage Bureau." Chapter 17. Las Vegas City Hall Marriage Bureau. Lin Yanchen's mind went blank for a few seconds as if a bullet had hit his heart. Then, it started to heat up. Marriage bureau? Why would he go to a marriage bureau? What else could he do? That was a place for marriage. Naturally, he would go there to get married. Was this a proposal? This was a proposal, right? Wasn't this a little too fast? Lin Yanchen had heard of things like love at first sight and marriage in a flash. He always thought that it was an urban legend. It was unbelievable and funny. He didn't expect to meet it one day. He suddenly felt his mouth go dry and his heart beat like a drum. He almost didn't agree. He wanted to say something, but he accidentally bit his tongue. Chu Xun saw his expression change. Lin Yanchen seemed to have turned into a rash kid. His thoughts were written all over his face. It was too funny. "What are you thinking? I won't make things difficult for you. I'm buying escort services from you. I'm not asking you to devote your life to me. You can rest assured. I'm not marrying you." Lin Yanchen's heart fell from the clouds. His expression changed. "Then who are you marrying? There was someone else? How come he didn't know?" Chu Xun said honestly, "I'm not marrying anyone. I just remembered that same-sex marriages are allowed here. I want to get a marriage application as a souvenir." Lin Yanchen didn't feel relieved. He felt an inexplicable regret. Then, he felt that it was strange for him to think this way. Lin Yanchen said, "Oh." Chu Xun comforted him. "I'm not a difficult customer. Don't worry. I'm very reasonable. I'm not lying to you or forcing you to marry me. Relax, don't panic. I really just want to get a marriage application. If you're worried, I can go by myself. I don't want to hide it from you. Also, I'm afraid that I'll get lost again." Lin Yanchen. Chu Xun saw that he was still worried. "I didn't make it clear at first and caused you to misunderstand. I'm sorry. I'll never marry you in this life." Lin Yanchen actually felt a little upset at Chu Xun's words. Lin Yanchen asked, "Am I that unattractive? If there's a chance, will you marry me?" Chu Xun thought about it seriously and shook his head. "To be honest, I don't want to." "Why?" Lin Yanchen asked, his voice angry. Chu Xun saw him like this and felt that he was cute. He reached out and pinched his cheek. "You are very cute. Shaolin, such a cute boy like you is suitable to be a boyfriend. As a marriage partner, it will make people feel uneasy." He continued, "Shaolin, in your line of work, shouldn't the topic of marriage be taboo? You're still pressing me so hard." Lin Yanchen shut his mouth. Chu Xun saw a same-sex couple on the street yesterday. They were wearing wedding rings on their ring fingers. He was really envious. Even if no one wanted to marry him, it would be good to see the marriage application before he died. Las Vegas's marriage tourism industry was world famous. Not only could same-sex marriages be done here, but it could also be done in a day. They arrived at the City Hall Marriage Bureau. Because they didn't make an online appointment in advance, they had to line up. Fortunately, there weren't many people. Lin Yanchen was still sulking, while Chu Xun was smiling. The staff member handed the marriage application to him. Seeing the strange atmosphere between the two of them, she asked worriedly, "Are you sure you want to get married?" Chu Xun clarified, "He's not my marriage partner." Lin Yanchen turned his head and said coldly, "I'm his boyfriend." The staff member was thoroughly confused. He had brought his boyfriend along to pick up a marriage certificate, yet said the boyfriend wasn't his marriage partner. It was a baffling situation. This marriage certificate was only a thin piece of paper. It was so light in his hand that it seemed to be weightless. Chu Xun liked it very much and was touched. When he was in China, he knew gay friends who were always clamoring to get a marriage certificate abroad. In fact, everyone knew that even if they went abroad to get this certificate, it still wouldn't be recognized when they returned to China. It wouldn't be protected by the law, but they still wanted it. Ordinary couples could easily do it, but it was unattainable for them. To be able to see their names written side by side with the name of the person they loved on the marriage certificate was already very comforting. Chu Xun treasured this marriage certificate and kept it safe. He still wanted to bring it back to China to prepare for his funeral. He remembered to remind them to let this piece of paper go into the cremation machine with him. Chu Xun didn't coax Lin Yanchen. First, he didn't understand why Lin Yanchen was angry this time. Second, it all depended on his mood when it came to coaxing Xiaolin. He was willing to say a few words because he felt that it was interesting, but he really couldn't be bothered to do it now. Lin Yanchen was angry for a while and then deflated. He thought about it and realized that Chu Xun wasn't wrong. He was thinking too much and thought that his charm was boundless. Lin Yanchen looked at Chu Xun putting away the marriage application and asked, "Do you really want to get married?" Chu Xun said, "If I meet someone I love, then I'll get married. However, this matter would have to wait until the next life." They packed up their bags and set off again. They flew for 2 hours and took a 3-hour car ride after landing. It was already dusk when they arrived at the foot of the snow mountain. Although Chu Xun had already changed into a warm-down jacket, he still shivered from the cold. He hurriedly went into the hotel with Lin Yanchen and filled the bathtub with hot water to warm up his body. After taking a shower, they found that there were new things in the suite's living room. It was a complete set of ski equipment. It was brand new and unused. Xiaolin's efficiency was too high. Chu Xun said excitedly, "You've already prepared everything. It seems like you're an expert. Xiaolin, how come you know everything? With you around, it seems like there's no need to hire a ski instructor." Lin Yanchen didn't want to help Chu Xun find a ski instructor. He absolutely couldn't stand the idea. However, he was actually not good at skiing. He had played it when he was young and had almost forgotten it. In order to maintain the glorious image of Xiaolin in Chu Xun's heart, Lin Yanchen braced himself and said, "Haha, of course. Leave it to me." They were tired from the journey. Chu Xun washed up and fell asleep. Lin Yanchen's back was facing Chu Xun. He secretly took out his phone and began to search for ski tips and tricks. He studied the basics and practiced them a little in his mind. The first few times, he planned to use the excuse that he was a little rusty because he hadn't skied in a long time. Anyway, Chu Xun didn't know anything, so it shouldn't be too hard to fool him. He was like a student who was suddenly told that there was a last-minute exam tomorrow. He had to stay up late to study. He only went to bed after 3 o'clock. He was still worried about the actual battle. He comforted himself that sports were interconnected. He was good at many sports, so learning to ski shouldn't be too difficult. He went to bed late and woke up late. Chu Xun woke him up. Lin Yanchen couldn't see anything clearly yet. He yawned and said, "I'm going to wash my face and change my clothes now." Chu Xun said, "Look outside." The weather wasn't good. It was snowing heavily outside. Today's skiing plan was destined to be canceled. Good. Lin Yanchen was stunned, then overjoyed. Even if he knew he couldn't escape forever, it was good to hide for a day. He would do more research. Lin Yanchen was overjoyed, but he said hypocritically, "Ah, bad luck. What a pity. I forgot to check the weather forecast." Chu Xun said, "It's good luck. If we were a day later, we wouldn't have been able to get here and our trip would have been delayed." Although they couldn't go skiing, Chu Xun didn't want to be idle. The resort had an entertainment center with all kinds of facilities. It was snowing today, so many people came here to pass the time. Chu Xun walked around and saw an empty billiard table. He said, "Come, play billiard with me." Lin Yanchen knew how to play. He asked him, "What kind of game?" Chu Xun said, "Snooker." Lin Yanchen nodded. Lin Yanchen originally thought that Chu Xun was just playing casually. As they played, he realized that Chu Xun's billiard skills were quite good. Chu Xun was a snooker enthusiast. He liked billiards and could play the whole day by himself. Lin Yanchen stood behind Chu Xun and watched as Chu Xun bent over. His waistline sunk in, and from his hips, he drew a seductive line. He swallowed. Chapter 18. Thump, 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 thump. The billiard balls made a crisp sound when they collided, and one by one, they fell into the pockets. The difference between snooker and other billiard games was that the player had to find a way to control the direction of the white ball and create obstacles for the opponent. Even the slightest deviation had to be calculated precisely, and it was a test of patience. The next shot required concentration. Lin Yanchen liked Chu Xun's slightly furrowed brows and concentrated expression. It was incomparably sexy, but it was just entertainment. After the shot, Chu Xun would let out a sigh of relief, hold the cue stick, and chat with Lin Yanchen. Lin Yanchen was not stingy with his compliments. "You played well. I can't beat you." Chu Xun was modest. "It's just passable." He sighed. "Now that the world is integrated, it's pretty much the same everywhere. The entertainment is all the same. There's nothing new. The souvenir shop's labels are all made in China. I opened a domestic shopping website and searched cheap goods. I didn't want to be a sucker at all. All crows are black in the world. They're all there to deceive foreign tourists." Lin Yanchen said, "But if you go back empty-handed, won't you feel regretful?" Chu Xun said, "I think the only specialty of each place is the local food. It can't be assimilated into the world, so it's always different. Eating is the most important thing. This way, it's not a wasted trip. What I'm most vexed about now is that my stomach can only fit 3 meals a day. What I want to eat for breakfast, what I want to eat for dinner, and what I want to eat for dinner tomorrow morning. If this continues the next day, I'm really worried. What should we eat later?" I saw a few restaurants when I walked over, and they all looked delicious. Lin Yanchen played a shot and pulled back. Chu Xun caught the ball and was about to play when he heard Lin Yanchen say, "I'm different. Now, I'm thinking about when you'll come to me in the morning, when you'll come to me in the afternoon, when you'll come to me in the evening, and when you'll probably come to me tomorrow. The next day is still the same. I'm also very worried. The last time they had rolled in the sheets was 4 days ago." Chu Xun's hand slipped, and he hit the ball wrong. The white ball deviated from its original path and fell into the pocket with a thud. "Chu Xun, you're young, so you're not afraid of kidney deficiency, but I am." Chu Xun thought with lingering fear. Chu Xun glanced at him. "What did you just say?" "I didn't hear anything." Lin Yanchen was a shameless person. Chu Xun pretended not to hear him, but he still dared to repeat himself. "I said, you haven't slept with me for 4 days." Chu Xun clicked his tongue. "You actually said it out loud? How shameless." Lin Yanchen said confidently, "It's human nature to eat and lust. It's human nature. Why wouldn't I dare say it? I'm such a skilled and handsome guy lying next to you. But you're actually indifferent. Who would boast like that?" Chu Xun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chu Xun actually felt that the past few days when he had just bought Lin Yanchen were too promiscuous. Every day, he was either in bed or on the way to bed. He really couldn't take it anymore, so he put on the attitude of a rich man. "I'm looking for you to accompany me. Sleeping with you is included in accompanying me, but it doesn't mean accompanying me. My goal is to have you accompany me, not to play with you all day long." Lin Yanchen was visibly disappointed after his request for sex failed. He was like a dog that couldn't eat a bone. "So there's no hope for tonight?" Chu Xun said, "We're going skiing tomorrow. I need to save my energy." Lin Yanchen didn't say a word. He felt that he was starting to fall out of favor. He had never met someone like Chu Xun. He remembered the first time he met Chu Xun. Chu Xun's face was red from his teasing. Now, he was being led by the nose by Chu Xun. Chu Xun saw his dejected look and smiled. He pulled his hand and touched his palm. "Tomorrow, the snow will stop. After we finish skiing, I'll accompany my Shaolin tonight, okay?" Lin Yanchen immediately became happy. "It's a promise." But Lin Yanchen quickly remembered that he wasn't good at skiing. He was under a lot of pressure, so he secretly watched a skiing tutorial for the whole night. This time, Chu Xun was optimistic about the weather forecast. The Weather Bureau didn't make a mistake. The next day, The snow stopped and the sky cleared. They changed their clothes in the warm room. Lin Yanchen was ready. I'm ready. Chu Xun looked at him and said with a straight face. No, you missed something. Lin Yanchen thought for a long time. What is it? Chu Xun said. Come over here. Lin Yanchen obediently walked in front of him. Chu Xun said again. Lower your head. Lin Yanchen understood. Oh, you want to kiss me? Happy. Chu Xun took out a tube of facial cream and squeezed some into his palm. He rubbed it twice, opened his palm, and placed it on both sides of Lin Yanchen's face. He rubbed it in and smiled brightly. We can't let the cold wind ruin our Xiao Lin's beautiful face. Lin Yanchen's face was smeared with facial cream. Chu Xun's palm was warm, and his heart was about to be rubbed away by Chu Xun. Chu Xun finished rubbing his face and put down his hand. Huh? Did I use too much strength? Your face is so red. Lin Yanchen's face was red. He suddenly stuttered and said, No, it's not because you used too much strength. It's because you were too gentle. No one has ever been so gentle to me before. Chu Xun felt that he was so pitiful. What kind of clients had he met before? He said to him, Give me your hand. Left hand. Lin Yanchen obediently stretched out his left hand. Chu Xun helped him apply some hand ointment, put on a pair of gloves, and then switched to his right hand. He didn't need to raise his head to feel Lin Yanchen's scorching gaze. After he was done, Chu Xun suddenly leaned closer. Lin Yanchen's heart raced like a roller coaster again. However, Chu Xun just sniffed him and said, Okay, you're not a brat anymore. Lin Yanchen seemed to be shy and said, I'll apply it for you too. Chu Xun didn't show any mercy. No need. I just washed my face in the bathroom. Okay, let's go. You carry the skis. Lin Yanchen foolishly followed behind him. His heart was itching unbearably. Halfway there, he couldn't hold it in anymore. I want to kiss you. Can I? Just one kiss. Chu Xun turned around and looked up slightly at Lin Yanchen. To keep warm, Lin Yanchen wore a woolen hat with ear flaps on both sides. He looked like a dog with big floppy ears. He was also bundled up so much he looked a lot sillier. Chu Xun was actually a little puzzled. He felt that after being together for a while, Xiao Lin had clearly been so at ease in the beginning. Why did he feel that Xiao Lin seemed to be getting more and more silly by the day? He was becoming more and more like an innocent big boy. He didn't know if he was pretending or something. It was also because of this that he didn't dare to do anything recently. Lin Yanchen looked at him anxiously and expectantly. Chu Xun felt guilty under his stare. He pursed his lips and said, Okay. Lin Yanchen was carrying the skis with both hands. He didn't have free hands, so he bent over slightly. Chu Xun waited. He thought that he would definitely kiss his lips, but in the end, he only planted a kiss between his eyebrows. This was beyond his expectations. Lin Yanchen straightened up and revealed a hearty smile. We're outside. Others are watching. You'll be embarrassed. Chu Xun felt his face was a little hot. All right, we've kissed. Let's go. They were at a ski resort located in the Rocky Mountains. It was one of the most famous ski resorts in the world. They first took the cable car to the top of the mountain. When you stood at a high place and saw the vast expanse of white land, your soul seemed to be purified in an instant. It was too comfortable. Chu Xun almost sighed, and his mood became much better. Chu Xun warmed up first to avoid cramping later. Lin Yanchen hurriedly followed him. When his muscles and bones were stretched, Chu Xun glanced at Lin Yanchen beside him and said with nostalgia, I haven't skied in a long time. I'm really afraid that I'll fall. Lin Yanchen said solemnly, Don't be afraid. I'll teach you. Chu Xun put on his goggles. I'm starting. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Xun slid down with a whoosh. At first, he was a little rusty, but he soon got into the groove. He slid very smoothly and stopped at the bottom of a small slope. Lin Yanchen gritted his teeth and slid down as well. Before he slid 10 meters, he fell with a thud. Chu Xun, who was waiting for him. Chu Xun saw him stand up shakily. His limbs were stiff, and he slid down again like a fat penguin. This time, it was slightly better. Lin Yanchen slid to his side. He seemed to want to stop, but his technique was too bad. He didn't manage to stop in time and brushed past him, whistling away. He fell heroically to the ground again. Lin Yanchen collapsed into the snow. His face and ears were red as he heard Chu Xun burst into merciless laughter. Ha ha ha. Chapter 19. Chu Xun came to his side and asked with a gloating smile, Xiao Lin, did it hurt? Do you want me to help you up? Didn't you say you were going to teach me how to ski? Lin Yanchen got up from the ground himself. His body was covered in snow, and he said unhappily, "Why didn't you say that you were good at skiing?" Chu Xun was amused by his resentful eyes. "Who told you to pretend to be an expert?" Lin Yanchen said, "I didn't take the initiative. Think about it carefully. I prepared the equipment, and you mistakenly thought that I was good. Then, how could I say that I didn't know how to ski?" They were both men. Chu Xun understood. What was the most important thing for a man? It was face. Chu Xun quickly said, Okay. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Actually, I'm not very good at skiing. I just like it." Chu Xun patted the snow off his body and said, "It's okay if you don't know how to ski. I'll teach you." Lin Yanchen was coaxed by him. He was no longer angry and nodded. The positions of the two were reversed. Chu Xun pulled Lin Yanchen and let Lin Yanchen ski with him. He taught him step by step. However, Lin Yanchen was big and heavy. He couldn't really drag him. Generally speaking, a coach would have a headache when facing a student who made a fuss over nothing. However, Chu Xun's problem with teaching Lin Yanchen was completely different. Lin Yanchen didn't cry out in surprise or yell at all. He only said, "Okay," and "I understand," with a serious face. Even if he fell, he would at most groan. He didn't ask for help and didn't say that he didn't know how to ski. Chu Xun thought in hindsight, I just realized that Xiao Lin had such high self-esteem. Lin Yanchen had such a personality. His mind was filled with all kinds of technical summaries that he had stayed up late to read. He clearly remembered them all, but his body couldn't do it. This made him very depressed. He wasn't a sports idiot. Logically speaking, he should be able to learn it. He had already lost face in front of Chu Xun. He had to learn it quickly to save his face. Initial evolution. However, the more anxious he was, the worse he did it. Chu Xun suddenly. Lin Yanchen also stopped and looked at him in confusion. "What's wrong?" Chu Xun said sincerely. "Aren't you usually very talkative? Why are you suddenly so quiet to talk to me? You can ask me if there's anything you don't understand." Lin Yanchen held it in for a while and nodded. "Okay, look at your expression. You didn't listen at all." Chu Xun was helpless. He pulled Lin Yanchen's hand. "I probably know that you have a lot of baggage, but no one is omnipotent. It's already very good that you know so many things. We came out to play to have fun, not to become a professional player. I just want to see you be able to have fun like before. I know that Xiao Lin is a very strong and reliable man. However, I think that I'm still reliable. You can also try to rely on me." Lin Yanchen slowly relaxed after hearing his words. He finally began to ask questions slowly. There was a subtle feeling in his heart. It was hard to describe. It was like a small stone thrown into the water, causing gentle ripples. He had been strong and stubborn since he was young. When he was young, his mother was sick and bedridden. His father was busy with work. He insisted that a small bed be built for him in his mother's room so that he could sleep next to his mother at night. Sometimes, his mother would groan in pain in the middle of the night. He would immediately get up and wring a towel for his mother to wipe her face. His mother was in so much pain that she was delirious. She would murmur his name. Lin Yanchen was too angry. When his mother fell asleep, he called his father. "Mom misses you. Come back quickly." His father perfunctorily said, "Bow bow, be good. Dad is working now and can't go back for the time being. Dad will be home in 2 days." Every time he heard his father say that, he hated his father even more. Sometimes, his father would come back and not stay for long before leaving again. That day, his mother suddenly fell ill. The doctor saved her for 10 hours, but no miracle happened. His mother still breathed her last. He held his mother's hand and cried for 5 minutes. Only then did his father rush over, panting. He looked at this man with tears of hatred. Did his father really love his mother? If he really loved her, why didn't he stay by his mother's side when she was already like this? On the day of the funeral, his father wanted to hold his hand. He raised his head and looked at his father. Suddenly, he reached out and pushed his father without giving him any face. His father almost fell in public. It was also from then on that the relationship between the father and son began to deteriorate. They rarely saw each other, and when they did, they didn't speak much. Even if they did, it was like business. Other than their faces, it was impossible to tell that they were father and son. His father didn't please him, but he also didn't treat him badly. Whatever he wanted to learn or do, as long as he didn't break the law, he was allowed to do it. Lin Yanchen hated this old man, but he didn't degrade himself. Instead, he was determined to grow up to be a better man than his father. Sooner or later, he would win over his father and have the right to speak. He would make his father listen to him. Layer by layer, he built a hard shell on his heart. Day by day, he refined it into a hard rock. Until now, there was finally someone who gently knocked on his heart. Lin Yanchen had no choice but to put down his useless pride in front of Chu Xun. Is that so? Is that right? Chu Xun patiently said, Yes, you're doing very well. Chu Xun's voice was so pleasant that Lin Yanchen felt like the sun shining on the white snow, bright and clear. After all, he had a foundation in sports and was also very smart. He was willing to listen to instructions and let go of his nervousness. He gradually grasped the technique and his body movements became more agile. Chu Xun generously praised him. Xiao Lin is really amazing. You learn so fast. Lin Yanchen immediately raised his tail. Of course, I learn everything very quickly. Chu Xun liked his prodigious attitude. He was very happy to see his refreshing and straightforward personality. Come, let's do something more difficult. We'll hold hands and slide down this slope together. I'll carry you. Lin Yanchen held Chu Xun's hand. Okay. He entrusted himself to Chu Xun. Chu Xun, get ready, let's go. This slope was a little steep. Under the influence of gravity, the two of them quickly slid down the slope together. Chu Xun was very handy. Lin Yanchen was guided by him and gradually got into a good position. Lin Yanchen found skiing interesting. When he was sliding down, he really felt relaxed and relieved of pressure. This time, Chu Xun accidentally tripped and lost his balance. He pulled Lin Yanchen down with him. Lin Yanchen didn't let go, so the two of them fell on the ground and rolled a few times. Lin Yanchen even knew that he had to cushion them. The white snow was soft and didn't hurt. The snow and dust settled. Chu Xun fell on him and laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha. When Lin Yanchen heard him laugh, he was infected by Chu Xun's happiness and laughed as well. Chu Xun raised his head in his arms and pushed up his goggles, revealing smiling eyes. He asked him, Shaolin, are you happy? Lin Yanchen gave him a bear hug and rolled another round. He turned over and kissed Chu Xun's lips. I'm happy. Chu Xun liked this atmosphere. He wasn't shy. Instead, he reached out and circled Lin Yanchen's neck. He licked his lips and looked at him deeply. He said softly, Shaolin, kiss me again. Lin Yanchen felt that Chu Xun was becoming more and more magical. As long as Chu Xun opened his mouth, his willpower would collapse. Chapter 20. Lin Yanchen was a disobedient dog. Even though he said he would control himself, he still almost couldn't get out of bed. The next day, he didn't wake up until 10 o'clock. Shaolin pulled him back and kissed him while saying, It's so cold outside. Let's just stay here. Chu Xun thought it was funny. Young people loved to stay in bed, as if it would kill him to get up properly. It was now the 13th day since they met, and almost half of the agreed deadline had passed. This week was fine, but last week was always spent in bed. He slowly recovered from the obsession of lust. He couldn't be like this. It was too depraved. Chu Xun said, We're here to ski. Get up quickly. It's okay if you don't get up. I'll go play by myself. I saw a handsome brown-haired guy wearing a grayish-blue shirt yesterday. I want to know his name. Lin Yanchen woke up with a start. He gritted his teeth and got up. Don't even think about it. He then said, I don't remember such a person. Chu Xun said, Think about it carefully. It's too conspicuous. Lin Yanchen followed Chu Xun out angrily. Not long after, Chu Xun said, I saw him again. Lin Yanchen looked left and right. Where? He was like a blind man. He couldn't find him anywhere. Chu Xun pointed him in the direction. There. You can't even see this. Lin Yanchen finally found it. He saw a huge billboard with a man printed on it. He was agile and handsome. He revealed a mouth full of white teeth and smiled brightly. Lin Yanchen. Chu Xun's prank was successful. He smiled. Lin Yanchen felt like a fool. He was with Chu Xun all the time from morning to night. He could even clearly hear what Chu Xun said to others. How could he be so easily fooled by Chu Xun's little lie? When did he become so stupid? Lin Yanchen felt strange. He skied for 2 days. Chu Xun found that Xiao Lin was indeed very athletic. He was already quite good at it. He could skate like a professional on the beginner's snow track and scare people. They chatted during their break. Chu Xun said, It's said that the higher the latitude, the colder the place, the less talkative the people there are. Sometimes, I really want to move to a place like that. As long as I have enough food, clothing, and shelter, I can avoid contact with others. Lin Yanchen said, "Your words are so interesting. You're saying you don't want to talk to people." Chu Xun thought of himself when he had just walked out of the ivory tower and said nostalgically, "When I was young, I was clumsy and inarticulate. I had no choice but to train my eloquence." Sigh. "Actually, I don't usually like to talk, but when I'm with you, I feel like talking." "Why? Why was that? Is it because she likes me?" Lin Yanchen reasoned. "What do you mean when you were young? You're not old now. So why do you always speak in such a tone?" Because he was about to die. Chu Xun's mood was as calm as an ancient well. Chu Xun was tired from playing and rested under a tree. A ball of snow suddenly fell from a branch and hit Chu Xun's head. It didn't hurt, but he was stunned for a moment. Lin Yanchen couldn't help but laugh. He also felt that Chu Xun's silly look with snow on the tip of his nose was especially cute. He immediately took out his phone and took a photo. Click. Chu Xun came back to his senses. He shook his head and looked at Lin Yanchen. He said, "Delete the photo." Lin Yanchen didn't care. He even thought that Chu Xun was shy. He smiled and said, "The photo I took is very cute. It's not ugly." Chu Xun's eyelashes were still covered in snow. He frowned. "It's not about whether it's ugly or not. Shaolin, delete the photo." Lin Yanchen realized that Chu Xun was serious. Why? Chu Xun's eyes were a little cold. Perhaps even the snow wouldn't melt on his eyes. "I don't want to take photos. You shouldn't have taken photos without my permission." It was too sudden. A few moments ago, they were still like a pair of real lovers, playing so happily. Then, Chu Xun suddenly turned hostile. Lin Yanchen had never seen such an unpredictable person. He was sometimes far and sometimes close. He was sometimes cold and sometimes hot. He asked in confusion, "Why can't I take photos of you? I'm not taking photos on the bed. This photo looks so good." Chu Xun looked at him and said firmly, "Delete it." Even in this scene, no matter how passionately they acted as a couple, Chu Xun could still calmly recognize that they were just in a relationship of money and goods. After a month, they would separate and not see each other. It was best to leave nothing behind. Lin Yanchen didn't want to delete it. Chu Xun said, "I don't care if you take photos of the scenery. You're not allowed to take photos of me." Lin Yanchen was really angry. Why? It was too direct and unreasonable, so he didn't say anything. Chu Xun said, "No means no." Lin Yanchen couldn't figure it out. Chu Xun asked, "You're going to delete it yourself? Or do you want me to delete it?" Lin Yanchen said, "I took photos because I like you." Chu Xun tried to snatch the phone. Lin Yanchen was prepared and didn't let him. "Sun, give me a reason that I can accept." Chu Xun looked at him, frowning and pursing his lips. This was the second time he and Lin Yanchen had a conflict in the past few days. It was really annoying. He was also a little depressed, so he simply said bluntly, "I thought this should be an industry rule. You can't leave photos, don't you understand? Should I let you leave the photos and introduce the next customer to me?" These words were really heartless. It was as if he had stabbed Lin Yanchen in the chest. Lin Yanchen couldn't accept it. He remembered that at the beginning, he could joke with Chu Xun all day long about this matter. He didn't know when it started, but he didn't mention it anymore. He was the one who acted on a whim. He got into character first, but he didn't expect Chu Xun to be so clear-headed. Lin Yanchen was a little hurt. "I won't. I just want to keep the photos." Chu Xun said calmly, "Shaolin, you're strong. I can't win against you. Think about your professional ethics. I'm leaving." After saying that, Chu Xun skied away without saying a word. Lin Yanchen was stunned. After a while, he chased after him. There were fewer people on the intermediate snow path in the back of the mountain. They skied further and further away until they reached a place where there were fewer people. Lin Yanchen didn't know where he was now. He saw Chu Xun on a mountain slope just now. He chased after him, but he couldn't find Chu Xun. Lin Yanchen skied down a steep slope. Suddenly, a stranger appeared beside him. He almost collided with him, giving him a fright. 1200ksw.net. He deviated from the path and suddenly lost control of his feet. "Shaolin." Lin Yanchen finally heard Chu Xun's voice. He turned around and saw Chu Xun rushing towards him from the mountain behind him. "Stop! It's dangerous over there." Lin Yanchen shouted back, "I can't stop." Everything happened in just a few seconds. The details passed too quickly. He was a beginner, so his technique wasn't good. He panicked and deviated from the path. Chu Xun wanted to save him, but he didn't make it in time. They fell into the valley together. Many years later, Lin Yanqin remembered how Chu Xun grabbed him without hesitation. He still felt very touched. "You love me so much that you're willing to risk your life." Chu Xun said, "I didn't think too much. At that time, I thought I was going to die. I probably wanted to do something good before I died." Lin Yanqin said, "Don't be so awkward. You did it because you love me." Chu Xun said, "If you say so." Chapter 21. Chu Xun gasped. Don't move. It hurts a little." Lin Yanqin didn't dare to touch his ankle again. He asked, "Does it hurt anywhere else?" Chu Xun shook his head. "We're lucky. The snow here is thicker. I think I just sprained my ankle. Hopefully, the worst case is a fracture or fracture. What about you? Are you hurt anywhere?" When they fell together, Lin Yanqin was at the bottom. Lin Yanqin opened his arms. "My skin is rough and my flesh is thick." Chu Xun was still worried. "When we go back, we have to check if there are any internal injuries. Let's call for help." Chu Xun took out his phone and sighed. "There's no signal at all. What about yours?" Lin Yanqin took half a step back before taking out his phone. Chu Xun, I won't take it. You're so narrow-minded." Lin Yanqin showed his phone to him. The screen was covered with cracks. It was so damaged that it couldn't be turned on. "Okay, I got my retribution. Are you happy? Let's go to a place with signal and call for help." Lin Yanqin squatted down with his back facing him. "I'll carry you back." Chu Xun supported him on the shoulder and stood up. "It's okay. I can walk by myself." Chu Xun staggered a few steps. His foot hurt, and he couldn't walk. Lin Yanqin couldn't stand it anymore. He picked him up. "Why are you trying to be strong now?" Chu Xun said. "Let's carry you." Lin Yanqin carried him on his back and staggered through the snow. The thick snow prevented them from being seriously injured, but it was still difficult to walk. They didn't speak. The forest was extremely quiet. Only the squeaking of the snow could be heard as they trudged through the snow. After walking for a long time, Lin Yanqin stopped. He exhaled a mouthful of white smoke and raised his head slightly. Chu Xun asked, "Are you tired? Let's rest?" "There's still no signal." Lin Yanqin said, "It's snowing." Chu Xun raised his eyes, and the fine snow fell on his eyelashes. Lin Yanqin said, "We're probably lost." Chu Xun chuckled. "Did you only realize it now?" Lin Yanqin helplessly said, "I thought my sense of direction would be pretty good." The sky was like spilled ink, and the darkness slowly spread from the horizon. Night was coming. The snow was getting heavier and heavier, accompanied by the wind. It was getting colder. He couldn't joke anymore. Chu Xun said, "Where did you put me? Go find help yourself. I'll give you my phone." Lin Yanqin stubbornly said in a muffled voice, "No." Chu Xun sighed. "I'm responsible for you. It's all my fault for asking you to ski with me. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened." Lin Yanqin retorted, "It's my fault. I was the one who insisted on coming to the intermediate ski route." Chu Xun said, "I was the one who skied first. You chased me and went the wrong way. It's my fault." Lin Yanqin said, "I made you angry. You clearly didn't allow me to, but I still secretly took photos of you." Chu Xun said, "Even if I'm angry, I shouldn't have run so far by myself." Lin Yanqin said, "I should say that I shouldn't have chased you, but I definitely had to." Chu Xun couldn't say anything. He used the last bit of light before the sky turned dark to point in a direction to the right. "Over there, do you see it? It looks like a tree hole. Let's go take a look. We can take shelter from the wind there for the night. If it doesn't work, we can wait until dawn to leave." It was a half-dead tree. He felt much better after getting into it. Chu Xun thought of all kinds of snowy mountain accidents. Maybe he should add one more. He couldn't bear the pain. His stomach also hurt a little. He took out a box of painkillers that he carried with him and took one. Actually, it hadn't flared up recently. The doctor also said that his illness was very difficult to detect. It rarely flared up, so it was discovered so late. It only occasionally hurt. Lin Yanqin asked him, "What medicine are you taking?" Chu Xun said, "My feet hurt. I took a painkiller." Lin Yanqin didn't doubt him. He held his hand with heartache. The pain gradually subsided. Chu Xun said haggard and self-reproachfully, "You shouldn't care about me. It doesn't matter if I die. It's not worth it for you to accompany me. I'm the one who dragged you down." Lin Yanqin said, "What do you mean it doesn't matter if I die? It matters. It matters a lot. I can't leave you behind." Chu Xun scolded him. "Are you stupid? If the temperature drops again late at night, We might freeze to death. We'll die? Don't say it so easily. Maybe you'll be killed by me. Lin Yanchen was stunned by his scolding. After a while, he carefully asked, Are you going to cry? Chu Xun took a deep breath. No. Lin Yanchen, don't cry. Chu Xun, I said I'm not crying. There was silence again. The passing wind was like the mournful screams of a desperate person. It was quite terrifying and made people tremble in fear. Chu Xun didn't regret his death. He was going to die soon anyway. It might be a good thing to die in such a beautiful mountain forest. It was much better than being burned to ashes and stuffed into a crowded cement grave. But Xiao Lin didn't deserve to end up like this. If they were all unlucky this time, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace even if he died. He was really a jinx. Lin Yanchen said, Sometimes I really don't know why you're so sad. Chu Xun, if you didn't carry me on your back, you might have found help by now. Lin Yanchen, if you didn't have to come to save me, you wouldn't have fallen. Don't put all the blame on yourself. Chu Xun, actually, we should save some energy and stop arguing. Lin Yanchen, I think you should sit in my arms. We can warm each other up. Chu Xun thought about it, got up, and moved into Lin Yanchen's arms. Lin Yanchen hugged him, and both of them felt much warmer. The quarrel seemed to have melted away quietly. Lin Yanchen said gloomily, Sometimes I feel like you're very far away from me, and sometimes you're very close to me. We're already in this situation. Shouldn't we talk about the truth? Chu Xun thought about it, and didn't want to argue with him. He asked stiffly, What do you want to talk about? Lin Yanchen said, I want to know about your past relationships. Chu Xun was a little shocked. Lin Yanchen, can I? Chu Xun thought it was ridiculous. Why do you care about my past relationships in this situation? Lin Yanchen didn't give up. Tell me, we're already in this situation and you still won't tell me? Chu Xun was silent for a moment, then said in a muffled voice, I don't have a history of relationships. Lin Yanchen, you don't. Chu Xun, I don't. Lin Yanchen, didn't you mention someone before? Chu Xun held his breath. I said that I liked him, but he didn't like me. I've never liked anyone else. A good romance novel. All right, Lin Yanchen thought. But not having a history of relationships didn't mean not having sexual experiences. Chu Xun felt sad when he said this. I know I brought this upon myself. I also know that this seems narrow-minded, but I still feel resentful. He clearly knew that I liked him. He didn't reject me, but he didn't accept me either. I foolishly treated him as a friend for many years. I cooked for him, washed his clothes for him, and even came to drink with him when he broke up with his girlfriend. Lin Yanchen was jealous. Chu Xun spoke openly. He had never told anyone about this before. You asked me before why I spent money to buy you. It's because I'm a loser. If I didn't do this, I wouldn't have been able to find anyone to accompany me. No one has ever liked me. He was going to die anyway. Chu Xun was very sad, so he didn't hide it. Actually, before I met you, I was still an old virgin. Lin Yanchen. It can't be. Is this for real? But at this point, Chu Xun wouldn't lie to him, right? Lin Yanchen thought about it, and thought about it again. It was too shocking. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Chu Xun couldn't hear him reply, so he asked, You think I'm embarrassing, don't you? Lin Yanchen came back to his senses and quickly said, No, of course not. Chu Xun asked, What are you thinking about? Lin Yanchen said, I'm thinking, if only I could have met you earlier, before that person. I would have treated you very well. Sun, I like you. I really like you. Can you believe me now? Chu Xun believed him now. He had mixed feelings. He whispered, If it's just liking you, you don't have to give up your life, right? You're an idiot. I'm 6 years older than you. When I met that person, you were still in primary school. It's really funny that you met me earlier. You better not have met me. Lin Yanchen knew that he didn't mean what he said, so he hugged him tightly. I don't want to. Why do you have to say that you hurt me? If that's what you think, then when we meet in the next life, you have to compensate me for the rest of your life. Sun. Chu Xun didn't know how to answer. In this world of ice and snow, he couldn't accept Lin Yanchen's burning heart. The snow stopped at some point. They hugged each other and were about to fall asleep. Chu Xun would say a few words to him from time to time. Shaolin, wake up. You can't fall asleep. You'll freeze to death. Shouts came from outside. At first, Chu Xun thought it was the wind. He was so desperate for help that he was hallucinating. The rescue team's shouts were getting closer and clearer. Chu Xun said in surprise, Someone's coming. Lin Yanchen made a sound of agreement. He was calm. He knew that someone would come. Although his phone was broken, he still had an emergency device in his watch. It was equipped with a precise GPS location. Someone would definitely come to save them. Chapter 22. Chu Xun and Lin Yanchen were rescued. They were sent to the hospital first. The doctor was waiting in a safe and warm room. The doctor asked about their physical condition. The two of them spoke at the same time. Chu Xun said, "He's injured. Let's take a look at him." Lin Yanchen said, "His foot hurts a lot." Doctor. Chu Xun and Lin Yanchen were both stunned. They said at the same time, "I'm fine. Let's check him first." Lin Yanchen. Chu Xun turned to look at him and said unhappily, "Don't think that it's nothing. What if there's an internal injury? Let's check where it hurts." Lin Yanchen said, "I'm really fine. Your foot needs to be checked quickly." Doctor. This isn't a life and death situation. There's no need to push it. Besides, we have two doctors here. Lin Yanchen's limbs were normal. He was going to do an internal examination later. However, he felt that he was full of energy and should be fine. Chu Xun was pushed to the X-ray to see if there were any fractures in his foot. Lin Yanchen waited outside the X-ray room. An unfamiliar man approached him and said, "Mr. Lin, let's talk." They went to a secluded corner of the corridor. The man gave him a new cell phone and left. The screen of the cell phone was lit up and showed that it was in the middle of a call. Lin Yanchen seemed to understand. He picked up the phone, and before the other party could speak, he said, "Dad." Father Lin asked angrily, "What's wrong with you? You're not young anymore. Can you stop fooling around? Why did you suddenly run into the mountains and almost get killed?" Lin Yanchen hated his condescending tone. No matter what he did, this old man would criticize him. "I'm fine. I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me." Father Lin was even angrier. "You?" He had just started speaking when Lin Yanchen directly hung up on him. Chu Xun came out after the X-ray. He saw that Lin Yanchen was not in a good mood and asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Yanchen. "Nothing. It's just a call from the staff." Chu Xun remembered something. "Are they asking us for the rescue fee? Give it to me. I'll pay for it." Lin Yanchen nodded. "All right, I'll give it to you." Chu Xun only checked the orthopedics department. He did not dare to check the internal medicine department. He was afraid that once the data came out, the doctors here would know that something was wrong and expose the secret of his impending death. Fortunately, his ankle was only slightly sprained, and his bones were not damaged. He would recover after 3 to 5 days of rest, and he would be able to walk. Even so, it was enough of a headache for Chu Xun. He didn't have much time left, and he still had to spend time recovering from these superficial wounds. When it rains, it pours. Chu Xun could only admire the snowy scenery through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows in the hotel. Lin Yanchen was a part-time nurse. His luck was better than Chu Xun's, or rather, his physical fitness. Other than some bruises, he was fine. Chu Xun originally thought that it would be boring, but later on, he realized that it was also an experience. It had been many years since someone took care of him when he was sick. Before he fell out with his parents, he rarely remembered asking for their pity when he was sick. His parents wanted to cultivate his ability to live independently, so he started to live in the dormitory when he was in junior high. Every day, the dormitory supervisor would check his personal hygiene and tidy up his belongings. They never overdid it for 6 years. He had never had a serious illness. If he had a headache or fever, he would go to the pharmacy to buy some pills. He thought that if the pills did not work and his condition became serious, he would inform his parents. In the end, he would recover silently every time. Then, he would feel that it was over and there was no need for his parents to worry, so he never mentioned it again. When he was studying, Ji Tianzi accompanied him to the school's infirmary. He felt that he was cared for. After he started working, there was no one to accompany him. Adults mostly relied on themselves when they went to see a doctor. Anyway, they could sign the liability agreement by themselves. The sprained ankle this time was not a big problem. In fact, he did not need anyone else. He could take care of himself. However, this was the first time in his life that someone took care of him so attentively. When he wanted to get a glass of water, he was stopped by Shaolin. Chu Xun did not know whether to laugh or cry. "My foot is injured, not my hand." Lin Yanchen said, "You'll hurt your foot if you walk so far." Chu Xun said, "It's just 4 or 5 meters. I can walk on my own with a walking stick." Lin Yanchen was busy. He did not find it troublesome and was more than happy to help. Chu Xun felt suffocated. Lin Yanchen found a wheelchair and put warm clothes on Chu Xun. He carried him to the wheelchair and went out for a stroll. Lin Yanchen took him out of the room to get some fresh air. Chu Xun joked, "So many people are looking at you. They must be wondering where I found such a handsome and caring male caregiver." Lin Yanchen was praised by his side profile. He was quite beautiful. He was not modest at all and asked for a yard after getting an inch. "Look at that old couple over there. Don't we look like them?" There was a white-haired old couple in the distance. The old lady was sitting in a wheelchair while the husband was pushing the wheelchair. The two of them were talking and laughing. No one knew what they were talking about. Their wrinkled faces reflected their smiles. They were not ugly at all. Instead, they were radiant. They walked to a secluded area and stopped. Chu Xun quietly looked into the distance. The pure white snow, the blue sky, and the dark green snow-covered forest. Lin Yanchen looked at Chu Xun's fair face and was somewhat fascinated. In fact, among the people he had met before, Chu Xun was not particularly good-looking. He had seen many beauties of all kinds. Beauty was nothing to him. Chu Xun's nose was red from the cold wind. He looked at the scenery with a deep gaze. It was as if he was looking at the mountains and snow. It was also as if he was looking at an unreachable place. Lin Yanchen could not figure it out. Chu Xun was usually smiling, but when he was quiet and did not smile, there would be a lingering sadness around him. Lin Yanchen could not help but ask, "That day, you said that before you met me, you were a virgin." His heart had been itching for 2 days. He had wanted to ask for a long time. Chu Xun came back to his senses and immediately panicked. Before he could finish his sentence, he interrupted him. I forgot. You should forget about it too." For a man, this was a great humiliation. Nowadays, even teenage boys were ashamed to be virgins. He was already 30. Lin Yanchen. He saw Chu Xun's ears turn red. It seemed that it was true. Lin Yanchen's feelings were complicated. He didn't expect Chu Xun to have no sexual experience at his age. Moreover, he was quite passionate in bed. But now that he thought about it carefully, there were indeed some clues. It was just that he didn't notice it at the time. Then, was he not Chu Xun's first man? He felt that it was a little strange. He actually did not have such a complex. He had been in love twice before. He studied in a private school since he was young, but his sexual orientation was straight. One summer break in high school, a girl confessed to him that he was her first love. He only felt that it was troublesome. It sounded like a big responsibility, so he quickly rejected her. To his ex-girlfriend, he was not her first boyfriend. Everyone had a tacit understanding to increase their dating experience. No one was too serious, and they broke up peacefully when they were tired of it. This seemed to be frivolous, but Lin Yanchen felt that he was considered a serious and conservative person among his friends. The sons of his father's friends were all playful. He changed girlfriends every week. He did not like to interact with that group of people. But Chu Xun was a man. To be honest, it was Chu Xun's first time in bed with a man. It was also his first time in bed with a man. He had been in school for many years. It was not that he did not secretly date his classmates, but he did not realize that he was interested in men. When he met Chu Xun, he was at his lowest point. He was drunk, and his rebellious heart was burning like a raging flame. He needed to find some deviant and different stimulation to relieve his anger. He was obsessed and accidentally slept with Chu Xun. After that, he became a little addicted. He did not know that he was so lustful. Lin Yanchen could not hide his joy. He said shyly, "It's also my first time." Before he could finish, Chu Xun laughed. "First time? You're so experienced. How could it be your first time? How could it be your first time in your line of work? You used to play fight the landlord with people in bed?" 100 Alliance letter. Lin Yanchen felt wronged. "I'm not finished. I said it was my first time with a man. Oh, I used to receive female clients." Chu Xun thought. Lin Yanchen said, "I really think that you're good-looking and witty. Many people must have liked you." Chu Xun was a little angry. He asked him to stop, but he still said it? And what was this brat so happy about? He said impatiently, "You don't have to flatter me. I'm not good-looking, and I have a gloomy personality. No one has liked me." Lin Yanchen said sincerely, "You look especially good when you smile." Chu Xun said, "I don't usually like to smile." His work was so annoying. It was not enough to scold people all day. There were not many things that could make him smile. Lin Yanchen said, "You're always smiling when you're with me." Chu Xun said, "That's because you make me smile." Lin Yanchen smiled. "Do you like being with me?" Chu Xun saw his bright smile, which made people's faces burn. He said, I don't know. Don't ask me anymore. I said don't ask. If you ask again, I'll get angry. With Chu Xun's current state, did he still need more answers? Lin Yanxin's heart was full of sweetness. He could not help but kiss Chu Xun's cheek. Okay. I won't ask. I won't be angry. Chu Xun was angry. I said don't kiss me. Lin Yanxin bargained with him. I didn't leave you in the snow mountain this time. You have to give me a reward. I'm not greedy. I just want you to lift the ban on kissing, okay? Chu Xun hesitated. Lin Yanxin took another step back. I'll still ask if I kiss your lips. Can I kiss your forehead? Chu Xun blushed and nodded reluctantly. Okay. Lin Yanxin bent down in front of the wheelchair and touched his nose. Sun, I'm really happy. Can I kiss your lips to celebrate? Just one kiss. Chu Xun's face was red. He knew that this brat would take advantage of any chance he got. Lin Yanxin asked, Okay. Chu Xun could only nod. Lin Yanxin slowly approached him. First, their noses touched, and they felt each other's warm breath. They were so close that they were already entwined. Then, their lips touched. It was so gentle that it made one feel like melting. They kissed until both of their cheeks were hot. Lin Yanxin squatted down and hugged him. He called his name. Sun, I like you so much. Chu Xun did not answer. It was a sweet confession, but it made him sober. Okay. Chu Xun did not want to think too deeply about what happened when they were trapped in the snow valley. Even a husband and wife would fly away separately in a crisis. Moreover, Lin Yanxin was not his real lover. No matter how professional he was, who would sacrifice so much for someone else in a life and death situation. He now believed that Xiao Lin really liked him. But this was what made him even more distressed. Xiao Lin should not like him. He was about to die. Chu Xun patted Lin Yanxin's shoulder. When I can walk in a few days, we'll set off to see the aurora. Chapter 23. 4 days later, they arrived at Banff National Park. Although they were still in the Rocky Mountains, they had to take a big detour to get into Canada. Chu Xun planned to enjoy some beautiful scenery and head north until they arrived at Yellowknife Town. It was late winter, a good season to see the aurora. Chu Xun had never been an unreasonable person. He deeply understood that he was not the center of the world. Even if he was terminally ill, he would not have any unrealistic dreams. It was winter now, so he would go to the extreme north to see the aurora. If he had known he was going to die in spring, he would probably have gone to a warm place to see the sea of flowers. He did not have much time left. Anything was good. They took the off-road vehicle up the mountain. It was bumpy. Chu Xun hummed softly. He was a friend mine. Every time I thought of him, I just could keep from crying . He dipped the road. He just kept moving, never reaped what could sow. He never did wrong, 1,000 miles from home, and never harmed one. Lin Yanxin listened to him quietly and smiled. He was a friend mine. Is that why you want to go to Wyoming and the Rocky Mountains? The song was an episode of the movie Brokeback Mountain. The movie was set in Wyoming, but it was actually filmed in the Rocky Mountains. Chu Xun shook his head. Not specifically. It was just a coincidence. Jack and Ernest fell in love at Brokeback Mountain, but in reality, there was no such place as Brokeback Mountain. It was just an unreachable dream. Even so, he still wanted to see this unrealistic mirage. They arrived at Manglian Lake. This was a glacial lake that was so beautiful that it was printed on banknotes. It was actually not the most beautiful season, but standing by the lake and looking at the snowy scenery of the 10 peaks still made people feel relaxed and happy. Between the tranquil mountains and rivers, the soul also calmed down. Chu Xun sat by the lake and thought about his life. He had been busy for half his life. What had he done? Whether it was for society or for himself, he had achieved nothing. Chu Xun met a bearded photographer by the lake. He looked like an unevolved gorilla and casually took a photo of him. Chu Xun naturally wanted to reason with him. How could he take photos of others without permission? The photographer showed the photos he had taken and couldn't bear to delete them. He praised the composition and lighting, as well as Chu Xun's expression at that time. He said, "You have a very beautiful side profile. I like the lines of your head, neck, and shoulders. They are very elegant." He even said that he could share the photos with Chu Xun. This bearded man's mouth was quite sweet. Chu Xun politely thanked him for the compliment and then said, "Delete it." The bearded photographer had to delete the photo with a bitter face. He rarely saw people like Chu Xun. Usually, when he took a beautiful photo, The owner of the photo would be willing to let him keep the photo even if he didn't get permission in advance. The moment that gave him inspiration was fleeting. He pressed the shutter when he saw it, and still had time to ask for permission. After he got permission, the inspiration ran away. Chu Xun teased him. I heard that you've been here for a few days. Have you been secretly taking photos of others by the lake? The photographer defended himself. He said that he had been waiting by Manglian Lake for almost a week, wanting to take photos of Manglian Lake under the aurora, but he hadn't seen it. It wasn't that easy to see the aurora in Banff Park. The probability was relatively low. It was very lucky to see it once a month. Since Chu Xun was also planning to see the aurora, the photographer was very enthusiastic. He recommended 2 websites to Chu Xun to observe the solar activity and speculate when the aurora might appear in the sky over which area. This way, Chu Xun wouldn't only see a black QQ night sky during the freezing night. But he said in distress, logically speaking, the aurora should appear in the sky above Manglian Lake recently, but I haven't seen it. Chu Xun laughed. That's not accurate. Lin Yanchen saw them flirting with each other and really couldn't listen to it. But he was very polite and didn't interrupt. He just quietly separated the two of them. After a while, Chu Xun realized that something was wrong with Lin Yanchen. What's wrong? He roughly knew about the danger in the Snow Valley last time because Chu Xun still only treated him as a companion and didn't want others to know about it. He had shot himself in the foot. If he hadn't lied in the beginning, there wouldn't have been a beginning. Now, he didn't know how to confess. Chu Xun saw that he was sulking and pulled his hand. I just said a few more words to others and you're unhappy. You're really jealous. You can even be jealous of a furry gorilla. I really admire you. Lin Yanchen was quite angry when he heard the first half of the sentence. But when he heard Chu Xun call the photographer a gorilla, his anger turned into laughter. You're really rude. Chu Xun wasn't really a good person. He was used to talking to people and talking to ghosts. When he turned his head, he often made up stories about difficult business partners. It was just that he didn't dare to say these offensive words out loud. Chu Xun didn't care. I don't know him. It's also very rude of him to secretly take photos of me. In the evening, they returned to the hotel. They were woken up in the night. Chu Xun was a light sleeper and woke up first. He walked to the window and looked at the magnificent aurora lingering in the sky. Chu Xun was shocked by this indescribable light. After a while, he came back to his senses and called Lin Yanchen. Shaolin, quickly get up. They quickly changed their clothes and went out to sea with the other passengers who were woken up. The red and purple ribbons of light were like glowing veils, covering the brilliant river of stars and reflecting on the mirror-like surface of the lake. It was so beautiful that it took people's breath away. It was really cold in the middle of the night. Chu Xun raised his head and looked at it. He smiled and blew out a white mist. There were always changes in his plan. He thought that he would see the aurora somewhere else, but a few days earlier, he unexpectedly met the aurora in a more beautiful place. What a coincidence, just like his meeting with Lin Yanchen. Chu Xun was moved by the miracle. Is it very cold? Lin Yanchen said, holding Chu Xun's hand and wrapping it in his palm. I left in such a hurry that I forgot to bring my gloves. He asked again, does your foot hurt? The stone road isn't easy to walk on. I'll carry you back later. If you accidentally sprain your foot again, you'll have to go to the hospital. Chu Xun didn't refuse. He lay on his back and asked, Shaolin, what were you thinking when you carried me through the snow that day? Lin Yanchen turned his face and looked at him seriously. The expression in his eyes was brighter than the light of the stars. I've said it many times. I really like you. Do you still not believe me? Chu Xun's heart skipped a beat from his gaze. He said, I believe you. Lin Yanchen couldn't tell if he was telling the truth or not. In his life, there had never been anyone like Chu Xun who could make him hesitate with just a few words. But whether Chu Xun believed him or not, and whether Chu Xun liked him or not was another matter. siluke.com. AI. Lin Yanchen asked. Then are we still going to Yellowknife Town to see the aurora? Chu Xun said, we've already seen it here. We're not going anymore. Lin Yanchen nodded. Then I'll cancel the reservation. Where are we going next? Chu Xun hugged his neck. I can't think of anything. You decide. I'll go wherever you take me. There weren't many days left. Going back to China was fine. Lin Yanchen suddenly stopped in place. Chu Xun asked, what's wrong? Lin Yanchen said foolishly, what you're saying makes it sound like you're going to elope with me. It makes me want to kiss you. I'm going to. Chu Xun sneered. Didn't I say the same thing to you the first day we came out to play? Lin Yanchen said. That's different. Chu Xun said with disdain. Even though we're both men, you're too easy to get carried away by lust. Lin Yanchen said honestly and shamelessly. I'm not carried away by lust. It's just that when you're around, my mind is full of lust. It's so much that it's about to overflow. Chu Xun. He had never seen someone as young as Lin Yanchen who was so shameless. He really admitted defeat. Lin Yanchen suddenly thought of something and said excitedly, Sun, I'll take you to a good place. Chu Xun asked, where? Chapter 24. Lin Yanchen brought Chu Xun from Canada to England. As soon as they got off the plane, they were picked up by a luxury car. Chu Xun asked, where are we going? Lin Yanchen pulled him into the car and lied without blinking. I booked a trip to a manor. You can ride a horse, row a boat, and there's also an orchard and a rose garden. I'll take you there to play. Chu Xun said, oh. He didn't think too much about it. He thought it would be a simple and elegant wooden house with a stone stove in the house and a large yard outside with flowers that wouldn't wither in all 4 seasons. He could enjoy the natural scenery and maybe even raise a big white goose to guard the house. The car drove through a large road with tall beech trees lining both sides of the road, covering the road with dense shade. After sitting in the car for an hour and taking the plane, Chu Xun was a little tired. Finally, he saw a stone fence and a huge black carved iron gate in front of him. The car slowed down in front of the gate, and the iron gate opened. He breathed a sigh of relief. We're here. Lin Yanchen glanced at him and said, soon. We're at the gate. We'll be at the villa soon. Chu Xun, ? After the car passed through the iron gate, it drove for about 10 minutes before arriving at the villa. Men and women dressed in black and white or dark clothes stood on the steps and nodded respectfully. The leader was a white man who looked to be about 30 years old. His brown hair was neatly combed, and he had a pair of glassy blue eyes. He spoke with a standard London accent. Good afternoon, respected guest. I'm Ryan. It's an honor to serve you. Chu Xun was shocked by this and didn't dare to be rash. He didn't move forward. This was too ridiculous. No matter how powerful he was, it was impossible for him to do this. Lin Yanchen said, what are you waiting for? Follow me. Chu Xun could only follow him. Previously, he only vaguely felt that there was a mistake. Renting a small seaside villa, a branded car, and settling a hotel with a full schedule that he couldn't book a room in was all said and done. Borrowing a private jet to take a flight. Now, Lin Yanchen was still telling him that this was just a tourist project? Only a fool would believe this. He wasn't a fool. Wasn't this too much? Did he think he was retarded? Chu Xun's heart suddenly felt heavy. Shaolin might. No, he definitely wasn't a prostitute. But if he wasn't, why did he appear that day? Who on earth was Shaolin? What was his identity? Why would she do these things for him? Who on earth was Shaolin? However, Chu Xun was flustered. He thought about it, and thought about it again. He couldn't figure it out, but he didn't get angry. Forget it. He was a person who was about to die. What was the point of being so calculative? His encounter with Shaolin was like the brilliant aurora he saw at Manglian Lake. It was an unexpected encounter and a beautiful miracle that disappeared in the blink of an eye. There was no need to spoil the mood. Enjoy the moment, be happy, and then die. Wasn't that the case? Lin Yanchen turned to look at him and asked fawningly, do you like it here? Isn't she beautiful? Chu Xun nodded and said, yes. Although it was exaggerated, he was still experienced in society. He wasn't scared out of his wits. He calmed down and followed Lin Yanchen. Lin Yanchen said, I'm hungry. Let's eat first. The chef here makes delicious food. Come and try it. The dining room had a long and wide solid wood dining table. Chu Xun had only seen this kind of table on TV or in movies before. Usually, there would only be 2 owners, one sitting at the head and the other at the back, separated by 4 or 5 meters. However, they sat together carelessly. The handsome butler silently served them food. He was very meticulous. He placed the plates and cutlery without making any noise, as if he was a ghost. Then he respectfully stood to the side with his hands hanging down. Chu Xun wasn't used to being stared at while eating. He couldn't help but look at him a few more times. This person was quite tactful. He said he would call him if he needed anything and left. Only Chu Xun and Lin Yanchen were left to eat. Chu Xun himself felt that he was too small a person. When he left home, he said that he wanted to eat a big meal and live in a luxurious mansion. Now that he was able to enjoy it, he couldn't appreciate it. He felt that this place made him feel even lonelier. He couldn't explain why. He was always with Lin Yanchen. If they were in a small room with a small square table, he would feel cozy. Lin Yanchen frowned. He used his knife and fork to rudely flip the beef cooked by the chef and said, "I remember that it used to be very delicious. Now it's just SOSO. Your cooking is still the best." Chu Xun laughed. "Your taste buds are failing you. I think this is the most delicious meal I've ever eaten in my life." Chu Xun's words were always so interesting. The dead air became lively. Lin Yanchen thought for a moment and said, "Delicious, but not delicious. I know how to describe it." Chu Xun asked, "What do you think?" Lin Yanchen said, "This food doesn't have the soul of a home." Chu Xun pretended to be angry. "You're copying me." Lin Yanchen laughed out loud. Lin faintly heard from outside the door and secretly took a look. He hadn't seen the young master so happy in many years. Was it because of the man that the young master brought back? It was said that taking a shower right after eating was not good for the body. Chu Xun and Lin Yanchen walked hand in hand to the garden. This garden was clearly taken care of by a professional gardener. Even in the winter, it was still green and beautifully trimmed. They walked through a small path with dogwood and black steppe grass. Along the way, they saw many flowers. Chu Xun couldn't recognize their names. He was too busy in the studio and didn't have time to take care of them. After turning a corner, they saw a bunch of Chinese roses in front of them. They didn't grow very big, but they were pleasantly surprised. Lin Yanchen saw that he liked them and said, "I'll pick them for you and put them in the vase in our room." Chu Xun shook his head. "Don't pick them. They'll die if you pick them. I'll just look at them." Lin Yanchen said, "If you don't pick them, they'll wither sooner or later. Instead of walking so far to look at them, it's better to keep them by your side." Chu Xun took advantage of his seniority. "That's why I said you're still young." Chu Xun thought that this matter was over. He didn't expect that when he woke up the next morning, he would see a few budding Chinese roses in the glass vase. They weren't placed randomly. There were other flowers and plants accompanying them, making them look even more beautiful. It was like a fire. Xiao Lin's temper was quite stubborn. This was how people interacted with each other. At first, he thought that Xiao Lin was a rare boy in the world. He had countless good points, but after interacting with him for a while, he could see some flaws. However, the flaws couldn't obscure the beauty of his personality. On the other hand, Chu Xun thought back to the time when he first met Lin Yanchen. Xiao Lin was like a mannequin. Unknowingly, he became more and more lively. Sort of the future. Lin Yanchen was excited. He personally brought over a set of equestrian clothes. "Sun, change your clothes. I'll take you to ride a horse." Chu Xun took off the clothes and looked at Lin Yanchen. Equestrian clothes were a gentleman's suit that evolved from hunting clothes. Lin Yanchen's dressing style was young and rebellious. It was the first time he saw Xiao Lin dressed so formally. It was a unique style. Lin Yanchen blushed under his gaze. "What's wrong?" Chu Xun praised him. "Xiao Lin, you look really good today." Lin Yanchen wasn't modest at all. "When do I not look good?" Chu Xun said. "Shameless." Chu Xun sat on the bed to change his clothes. He stepped on a small stool and picked up a man's half-suspender stocking and put it on his leg. Even if he didn't raise his head, he could feel Lin Yanchen's burning gaze. After putting on one of the stockings, Chu Xun looked up as if he was playing with him. He smiled subtly. "Let me wear the other stocking, Xiao Lin." Lin Yanchen only looked at him indifferently, but his mouth suddenly became dry. As if he was possessed, he walked in front of Chu Xun and half knelt down. He held Chu Xun's heel with his hand. Chu Xun was born with a pair of good legs. The bones and flesh were well balanced. They weren't as soft as a woman's, but they weren't thick either. They were just right. His instep was very thin, and even his toes were cuter than others. It made his heart beat fiercely. Chu Xun found it funny and asked, "I asked you to put on a stocking for me. Why are your hands shaking?" Lin Yanchen blushed. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to stop himself from kissing her. He even wanted to kiss along her legs. He couldn't control his imagination, but he also felt disdainful and felt like a pervert. Chapter 25. It took another 5 minutes to get from the villa to the horse farm. Lin Yanchen raised 4 horses, 1 pure black, 1 pure white, and 2 spotted horses. Each of them was very handsome, with well-proportioned and vigorous bodies, slender and powerful limbs, lush and thick manes, elf-like ears, and watery, almond-like eyes. Chu Xun had only ridden one horse when he was traveling in the scenic area. Its fur was dark, and its limbs were thick and short. When he saw these horses, he wondered if he had been tricked. Was it a donkey? The black horse's mane was carefully braided, and it was wearing a gilded harness. It was particularly handsome. Chu Xun wanted to touch it, but he didn't dare. He asked Lin Yanchen, "What horse is this?" Lin Yanchen introduced it to him. "The Black Pearl of Friesland, a Friesland horse. Do you like this horse best? His name is Jay, and he's a boy. They're all very good looking. I don't know much about horses," Chu Xun continued. "The white one is also good looking. This is Libet-sama. Her name is Shirley, and she's a girl," Lin Yanchen said. Chu Xun nodded. "I remember that in Water Margin, Song Jiang had a horse that was also Snow White. It had a nice name. I always remember it was called the Jade Lion of the Night. A foreigner's name still lacks charm." Lin Yanchen immediately said, "That's good. In English, she'll be called Shirley, and in Chinese, the Jade Lion of the Night." Chu Xun raised his eyebrows. "You can change their names?" Lin Yanchen thought to himself that this was bad. For a moment, he was too pleased with himself. He said with a cheeky smile, "I'll suggest it to her owner. He'll definitely agree to such a beautiful name." "Are you kidding me?" Chu Xun reluctantly accepted his lie and looked at the two white and black spotted horses. He pointed at them and said, "Then are they sired by those two horses? One is black, one is white." Lin Yanchen couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha, that's what Appaloosa looks like. They're all neutered. Which horse do you want to ride?" Such a tall horse was daunting. Chu Xun asked, "Which one is the most docile?" Lin Yanchen said, "Then let's go with Jay." Chu Xun was surprised. "I thought the white horse would be the most gentle." Lin Yanchen, "You can't judge a horse by its cover. She's a bad-tempered girl who loves freedom and hates people riding on her back." I was almost thrown off. Chu Xun reached out and touched the black horse's smooth and neat mane. Jay bent down obediently and rubbed against his palm. It was really cute. Lin Yanchen taught him how to get on the horse. Chu Xun climbed up shakily. Lin Yanchen held the reins and led the horse for a leisurely stroll in the meadow. He chatted with Chu Xun, who was sitting on the horse's back. "Don't worry, I'm next to you." He had personally ordered these horses, bought them home, named them, and raised them. They were very precious. If his friends wanted to borrow them, they had to depend on his mood and the horse's mood. Not to mention Chu Xun, who could ride whichever one he wanted. He had to personally hold the reins. The thin and warm winter sun fell on them. The crisp and pleasant chirping of birds was like glass beads that occasionally fell from the treetops into their ears. Chu Xun suddenly enjoyed this gentle atmosphere. There was no need for any sweet talk. Lin Yanchen just walked in front of him and held the horse for him. He couldn't help but look back. He sat on the horse. Lin Yanchen had to slightly raise his head. The light sprinkled on the corners of his eyes and eyebrows, making him look like he was glowing gently. He was dazzlingly handsome. Chu Xun always knew that Lin Yanchen was good-looking, but today he was especially good-looking. He stared at Lin Yanchen. Lin Yanchen was embarrassed by his stare. "What are you looking at?" Chu Xun said, "Come here." Lin Yanchen walked to his side. Chu Xun leaned down from the horse's back. Lin Yanchen thought that he was going to kiss him. He was so excited that his heart skipped a beat. Chu Xun reached out and touched his left earlobe. "I just found out that you have a small mole behind your ear. It's so cute." Lin Yanchen's earlobe that was touched by Chu Xun's finger seemed to have been burned. It instantly turned red. Chu Xun withdrew his hand. He couldn't help but reach out and chase after Chu Xun. He grabbed Chu Xun's hand and held it. He couldn't help but kiss the back of Chu Xun's hand and fingertips. Chu Xun didn't know what was going on. He smiled. "What are you doing?" Lin Yanchen looked at him with bright eyes. He didn't blink. It was as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't know where to start. After holding it in for a while, he said clumsily, "I like you." Stripped of the flowery words, the love of young people was always passionate and sincere. It was like a stream heated by the sun, clear and warm. It made Lin Yanchen feel that his heart, which had been trampled on in every possible way, was much warmer and calmer. Chu Xun suddenly understood why he liked Xiao Lin at first glance. He had a youthful aura and was clean. Lin Yanchen couldn't see Chu Xun's expression clearly. The light swayed behind him. Chu Xun said softly, "I know. You've said it so many times. Why do you keep saying it?" Lin Yanchen asked with dissatisfaction, "That's it. Love made people greedy. Give an inch and you want a mile. Chu Xun avoided the important points and pretended not to hear anything. He said, Shaolin, didn't you want to teach me how to ride a horse? Are you going to teach me from below, or do you want to ride up as well? Lin Yanchen was led astray by him. He also climbed up the horse. He had specially asked someone to install a saddle for 2 people. He had originally planned to ride with Chu Xun. Lin Yanchen flipped onto the horse. He wrapped his arms around Chu Xun from both sides and held the reins. He was already half a head taller than Chu Xun, so he wanted to hug Chu Xun in his arms. As soon as he got on, the horse snorted. Chu Xun stroked the horse's neck. It's heavy, right? What a pitiful little thing. Lin Yanchen. He thought it would be very romantic. In the past, when he had friends who went out to hook up with girls, they would take the girls on horseback rides. They told him that he could also take girls on horseback dates. Lin Yanchen always disliked it. He never thought that he would do such a stupid thing one day. Chu Xun was eager to try. Can you ride faster? Let him run faster. Lin Yanchen hesitated and said, Yes, I can. Chu Xun asked, Is there a problem? Is it dangerous? You don't have to run too fast. Just a little jog. It's too boring to walk slowly like this. Lin Yanchen said, No, you can sit in front. The wind will be very cold. Or you can sit in the back and hug me. I'll block the wind for you. Chu Xun was surprised. He turned his head. Shaolin's handsome face was very close. He kissed that young face. Shaolin, why are you so cute and considerate? It's okay. Just like this, your chest is also very warm. Lin Yanchen blushed and kissed him back. After kissing him, he became shy. When they first met, Shaolin had a glib tongue. After they became familiar, he became shy sometimes. Lin Yanchen thought of an English sentence. Love is a touch, and yet not a touch. Love is the hand that wants to touch, but withdraws. Lin Yanchen urged the horse to trot. He didn't dare to run too fast. It was too dangerous. He didn't care if he fell, but he couldn't fall as soon. Chu Xun was anxious. Hurry up. Does this count as passing? Lin Yanchen had no choice but to let Jay run faster. The horse's hooves made a series of crisp ding, 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 ding sounds as they stepped on the ground. Chu Xun was finally satisfied. He laughed along and even commanded him as if his life depended on it. Can we jump over that railing? Go jump. Jump over it. Since Chu Xun had already said so, he couldn't lose face. Lin Yanchen held his breath and urged the horse to speed up, faster and faster. He frowned and stared intently at the railing in front of him, which was half the height of a person. Jay rushed to the railing without fear, jumped up, and flipped over easily and gracefully. Lin Yanchen sighed in relief. He pulled the reins and stopped. Are you happy? Chu Xun happily replied, Of course. He then said, You're really good. Lin Yanchen modestly said, I learned it before. Chu Xun laughed and said, Haha, I was praising the little black horse. Lin Yanchen. They ran 2 laps and returned to the stable. Lin Yanchen dismounted first. Chu Xun took off his helmet and accidentally bumped his glasses. His glasses fell to the ground. What? Lin Yanchen asked. He moved half a step and felt that he had stepped on something. There was a crisp click. Chu Xun said, My glasses were broken by you. Chapter 26. Chu Xun's left eye had 450 degrees of myopia, and his right eye had 500 degrees of myopia. Without his glasses, he could see anything that was more than a foot away. Lin Yanchen. Chu Xun squinted his eyes, but still couldn't see Lin Yanchen's face clearly. He smiled. It's okay. I know you didn't do it on purpose. Chu Xun was now blind. Without his glasses, he was a cripple. He looked at his feet and felt dizzy. I want to get down. I can't see clearly. Give me a hand. Lin Yanchen half carried him and helped him off the horse. Chu Xun sighed. My glasses are really full of misfortune. I just got a new one and now they're broken again. They had to pass through a rocky road in front of them. Lin Yanchen said, Let me hold your hand and walk. Chu Xun said resolutely, No. Lin Yanchen was puzzled. Why? You didn't reject holding hands before. Didn't we hold hands last night? Chu Xun said, That's different. Yesterday we held hands, and we were taking a walk. Now you think I need to be supported to walk. I don't think I'm that crippled. Lin Yanchen was dumbfounded. What's there to be stubborn about? Chu Xun walked forward carefully. The aura around him softened. Lin Yanchen looked at Chu Xun's face. After taking off his glasses, Chu Xun's face looked much younger. The glasses made him look more serious. His brows were furrowed and he looked very confused. He felt that Chu Xun looked better like this. Chu Xun was born with a pair of beautiful eyes. Usually, they were covered by the lenses. Lin Yanchen walked with him like an ant. Sun, I think you look better without glasses. Why don't you change to contact lenses? Chu Xun shook his head. Glasses are better for glasses. Before he could finish his words, he nearly tripped and fell. Chu Xun wanted to pretend that nothing had happened, but Lin Yanchen reached out to him. Sun, let's just take it that we're taking a walk, okay? Chu Xun coughed lightly and said, all right then. Lin Yanchen held back his laughter. Chu Xun placed her hand in his. Lin Yanchen quietly slipped his fingers through Chu Xun's and intertwined their fingers. He raised his hand and kissed the back of Chu Xun's hand. When he was close enough for Chu Xun to see his face, he smiled brightly. Let's go. Without his glasses, Chu Xun was incredibly weak. Even though he did not say anything, he was relying on Chun Gu to move around. Lin Yanchen liked this feeling. Normally, Chu Xun was like a gust of wind that he could not grasp at all. Chu Xun was meticulous and naturally noticed Lin Yanchen's care. In his life, only Lin Yanchen treated him like this. Since he was young, everyone thought that he was strong and independent. He never cried, so everyone thought that he did not need to be cared for or protected. Before, he thought that it was because of Xiao Lin's high professionalism. Now, he even suspected Xiao Lin's true identity. But if it wasn't for money, why was Xiao Lin so good to him? Lin Yanchen gently spoke to him. Do you have any ideas? If not, there's a lake over there. Do you want to go boating? I'll take you to get a new pair of glasses tomorrow. I'll make do tonight. Previously, when he was in danger in the Snow Valley, his glasses were broken. After he was rescued, he got a new pair of glasses. Chu Xun pulled Lin Yanchen's hand and frowned. Can't we go today? Lin Yanchen said. It's already so late. People have already gotten off work. Chu Xun was skeptical. Are you doing this on purpose? Lin Yanchen said righteously. Of course not. Why would I do it on purpose? Even though he said that, he did it on purpose. It was just a pair of glasses. It was not as difficult as plucking the stars and the moon. If he gave the order, it would definitely be done within an hour. But that would be too boring. He planned to personally take Chu Xun to the downtown eyewear shop to get a custom-made pair of glasses tomorrow. With so many people and cars on the streets, Chu Xun would have to hold his hand tightly. That would be interesting. The next day, Lin Yanchen held Chu Xun's hand and took him to get a pair of glasses. As expected, Chu Xun did not dare to walk around and obediently followed him. Lin Yanchen was secretly happy. He felt that he had been led by the nose by Chu Xun for a few days. Now, he could finally get back at him. Unfortunately, he could only drag it out for half a day. It was a pity. Last night, Chu Xun was so cute. His eyes were dazed, and he even had to tremble and feel the way to the toilet. Chu Xun put on a new pair of glasses. The world instantly became clear. He finally came back to life. He called Lin Yanchen and prepared to leave. Lin Yanchen said, "Get a pair of contact lenses." Chu Xun said, "I said I don't wear contact lenses." Lin Yanchen approached him. Chu Xun quickly retreated. His face was red. "We're in public. You can't act recklessly." Lin Yanchen held his hand. Chu Xun, I'll compensate you with a new pair of glasses and a pair of contact lenses. It doesn't matter if you wear them or not. Just accept them first. They're not valuable anyway. They're just small trinkets. As the two of them were talking, a surprised voice suddenly came from the side. Lin Yanchen, is that you? It came from behind Lin Yanchen. Chu Xun looked over and saw a girl walking over. She looked to be the same age as Lin Yanchen. She had long wine-red hair, bright eyes, red lips, and a gorgeous face. Was she Lin Yanchen's acquaintance? Chu Xun's heart trembled. He quickly shook off his hand and turned his head, pretending that he didn't know Lin Yanchen. The girl confirmed it when she saw Lin Yanchen's face. She talked for a long time. Long time no see. Aren't you in China? I was thinking about looking for you one day. Seriously, you suddenly disappeared. Wasn't it just because you were bought? We were all worried about you for a long time. Lin Yanchen was so anxious that he was about to explode. Why was he so unlucky? He really wanted to shut this woman's mouth. He hurriedly said in French, I have something to do. It's not convenient to talk to you now. I'll look for you next time. The girl was stunned for a moment when she heard him suddenly speak in French. But she immediately replied, Okay, what's wrong? Are you angry? Why are you suddenly speaking in French? Swallowing the starry sky, Lin Yanchen said a little fiercely, It has nothing to do with you. The girl looked at Chu Xun and then at Lin Yanchen. She understood and said with a mischievous smile, "Oh, I understand. You're afraid of being misunderstood by your new boyfriend? This is just a coincidence. I didn't do it on purpose." Lin Yanchen had been paying attention to Chu Xun's expression from the corner of his eye. The more he looked, the more flustered he became. "Don't say any more. He's not my boyfriend yet," the girl said. "This is the first time I've seen you so anxious about someone. No wonder you didn't date any girl for long before. It turns out that your hobbies are different. You don't have to hide it from us. I understand and support you." Lin Yanchen could only say, "I really don't have time to talk to you. This matter. Don't tell anyone else. Why aren't you leaving?" The girl repeatedly said okay. The girl was chased away by Lin Yanchen, and the optician shop regained its peace. He had also obtained the contact lenses that were ready. Lin Yanchen was on tenterhooks. He was afraid that Chu Xun would ask questions, but Chu Xun only said, "Let's go back." Lin Yanchen thought about it and took the initiative to say, "You're not going to ask? She and I are just normal friends. We met when we were studying." Chu Xun smiled and said, "Who you make friends with has nothing to do with me." Lin Yanchen inexplicably felt uncomfortable in his heart. He couldn't help but feel jealous when he saw Chu Xun walking close to other people. Chu Xun didn't care at all. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he suddenly felt that the distance between them was getting further and further. Chu Xun buried his emotions deep in his heart. Lin Yanchen didn't know that he roughly understood French. "He's not my boyfriend. Don't tell anyone else." It was like a bucket of cold water was poured over his head. He was disheartened. Speaking of which, he felt that he was ridiculous. What was a person who was about to die looking forward to? Chapter 27. Chu Xun leaned against the railing by the River Thames and waited for Lin Yanchen to return with 2 cups of hot coffee to warm his hands. He quietly looked at the river. The wind blew his hair up. He hadn't cut his hair for about 2 months, and it had grown a lot longer. Lin Yanchen came back with 2 cups of coffee and ran like a runner. He even apologized. "Sorry for making you wait." Chu Xun took a cup of coffee. The warmth seeped into his body from his palms and said, "Are you tired? Let's sit over there and rest. We can talk." Lin Yanchen took out a tissue and diligently wiped the public bench before letting Chu Xun sit down. He said, "I'll take you to archery in the afternoon. Have you tried archery before? Do you want to try? It's quite interesting." Chu Xun was disinterested and nodded nonchalantly. The two of them chatted intermittently. Fine snowflakes floated down from the sky. Lin Yanchen saw Chu Xun raise his head. The snowflakes landed on the tip of his reddish nose and instantly melted, turning into small, sparkling water droplets. Chu Xun said, "Now we can't go archery." Lin Yanchen said, "Let's go home." They got up and prepared to leave. A man wearing a woolen hat ran in front of him with a piece of paper. No, it was a drawing. It was a pencil sketch of Chu Xun. In the drawing, his face was slightly tilted, and he was smiling and talking to Lin Yanchen. Chu Xun was stunned. So this was his expression when he looked at Shaolin? Was he that gentle? He didn't know. The artist of the drawing said, £50. Chu Xun handed the drawing back. "It's too expensive. You're forcing me to buy." The drawing was intercepted halfway. Lin Yanchen said, "I'll buy it." Chu Xun looked at him. Lin Yanchen said, "I can't take a picture, but can I keep a drawing? I'll pay for it." Although he said that, Lin Yanchen was still worried that Chu Xun would disagree. Chu Xun looked at him and then at the painting. If it was just a photo, all he had to do was press the delete button. It wouldn't feel real. However, this was a painting. It was the real thing. If he were to destroy it, he would only damage it. He couldn't bear to do so. Buy it. However, he couldn't buy it so easily. It would be too embarrassing. Chu Xun bargained. £50 is too expensive. £30. The painter shook his head and argued. No, £50. I think I have done it very well. You see, you look at your lover with a look of love and melancholy. I have done all the details well. Is it not worth £50? I still think it's very cheap. Chu Xun blushed. What did he mean by full of love? He immediately turned hostile. I'm not buying it. Lin Yanchen hurriedly said, Yes, I'll buy it. To be honest, he had never bought such a cheap painting in his life. In his opinion, he was willing to pay for it even if there were 3 or 4 zeros behind the price. Lin Yanchen still bought the painting for £50. He was very satisfied and also spent a few pounds to buy an old painting tube to protect the painting. He held it in his arms. Chu Xun felt embarrassed and said awkwardly, "You're really spending money recklessly. You're also stupid. You were cheated." Lin Yanchen suddenly kissed him. "I like it very much." Chu Xun was caught off guard and was kissed. He said, "Don't do this on the streets." Lin Yanchen obediently received the lesson. "Oh, then I'll kiss you again when we get back. I'll kiss you enough." The next morning, Chu Xun woke up early and wiped the white fog from the window. He saw that the originally green courtyard was wrapped in silver overnight. When he woke up, he didn't feel Lin Yanchen lying beside him. Where did Lin Yanchen go? Chu Xun changed his clothes and left the bedroom. But this house was frighteningly big. He didn't know where to find Lin Yanchen. Chu Xun wandered in the corridor. It was a world of ice and snow outside, but there were flowers on the table in the warm room. This was a very strange scene. Chu Xun stopped. Chu Xun hesitated. He even wondered if meeting Lin Yanchen was just a dream. Perhaps it was just a dream when he was dying. Only in a dream would there be such a cute and young boy fall in love with him. But what was the difference between a dream and reality? Reality was the world that people lived in. If he didn't wake up and lived in this dream, then could this dream be called reality? Chu Xun was absent-minded when a living person suddenly appeared beside him. The butler-eyed floated to his side like a shadow. "Good afternoon, Mr. Chu. Please come with me." Chu Xun asked, "Where are we going?" I'd said respectfully, "You will know when you follow me." Chu Xun followed. I'd handed him a coat and gloves and opened the door for him. "Mr. Lin is waiting for you." Chu Xun dressed neatly. He didn't know why, so he slightly frowned and walked outside. The snow was not deep, only reaching his ankles. Chu Xun looked around. Not to mention Lin Yanchen's figure. He didn't see anyone nearby. Strange. Where's Xiao Lin? The masked butler didn't seem to be lying. At this time, Chu Xun finally heard a different sound. Thump, 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 thump. Where did he hear it? Chu Xun thought for a moment and remembered. It was the sound of horse hooves. Chu Xun turned his head and saw a small black shadow approaching from a distance. Lin Yanchen was riding a white horse, stepping on the snow. He was wearing a black and red riding suit, like a cluster of fire. Lin Yanchen stopped the horse in front of him and smiled brightly. "A son." He was very handsome, but Chu Xun frowned and asked doubtfully, "You went riding a horse in the snow early in the morning?" Lin Yanchen was stunned and asked back, "Am I not good at riding? Is riding a white horse not handsome in the snow?" Chu Xun understood in hindsight and smiled. "Don't tell me that you secretly got up so early to ride a horse to give me a surprise, just to show off. Are you a child?" Lin Yanchen was exposed, but he wasn't angry. He said frankly, "Children can't ride as well as me." He asked again, "Do you want to ride?" Chu Xun refused without hesitation. "No, the weather is so cold and the snow is slippery. It's dangerous. I don't want to play. I want to go back and warm the stove." Lin Yanchen got off the horse. Chu Xun walked over, took off his gloves, and pinched his face with his warm hands. "Look at your face. It's cold." Lin Yanchen was led by Chu Xun back to the big house. It was almost noon and they had lunch. Lin Yanchen asked, "The snow stopped. Are we still going to play archery?" Chu Xun still said, "It's cold. I'm not going. Just stay by my side." Lin Yanchen thought about it and said, "Okay, then let's play games." Chu Xun felt that the time he spent with Lin Yanchen was the time he played games the most. When he was young, the internet was not developed. His friends would go to internet cafes and game halls to play games. Although he was like this, he secretly went to play a few times when he was underage. He was careful and controlled his time well. His parents and teachers never found out. Everyone still thought of him as a model child. Now that he thought about it, there was actually a rebellious factor in him. It was just that he didn't have the chance to show it before. When he was in his teens and 20s, he also liked to play games. But after work, he was too busy and didn't have time to play games. Invincible Immortal. A few days ago, when he was in the hospital recovering from his foot injury, he played games with Xiao Lin day and night. Even if he didn't go out, he was still very happy to play with Xiao Lin. But today, Chu Xun really couldn't be happy. After playing a few games, Lin Yanchen gradually sensed that Chu Xun was in low spirits today. He didn't know why he was unhappy, so he asked, "What's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" Chu Xun forced himself to be alert and forced a smile. "No, it's not your fault. I'm just a little dizzy. I want to take a nap." Chu Xun didn't think it was good for him to be like this. It was said that people would become drowsy when faced with an unsolvable problem. This was the body's subconscious avoidance of reality. He had slept until almost 11 o'clock, but after only 2 or 3 hours, he was sleepy again. He slept until 5 o'clock. The sky outside was gradually darkening. Lin Yanchen woke him up to eat. He had just woken up and his body was a little hot. Lin Yanchen touched his forehead worriedly and said suspiciously, "I think you're sick. I'll get you a doctor." Chu Xun said, "I don't think it's anything. I'm just a little tired and want to sleep. Get me a thermometer and I'll measure my temperature." His temperature was a little high, but it was within the normal range. Chu Xun said, "See, I'm not sick." Lin Yanchen said absurdly, "Then you must be tired to go downstairs to eat. I'll get someone to bring the food in. You can eat in bed." This was too lazy. Chu Xun shook his head. "No, I'll get up." Chu Xun didn't have a good appetite. Recently, his appetite didn't seem to be very good. A few days ago, he thought it was because he was on the road, but he had been at the manor for 3 days. He didn't get carsick or airsick. When he first started traveling, his appetite was very good. An ominous premonition floated in his heart. In the end, he couldn't avoid it. Chu Xun only ate a little. He was thinking about how to tell Lin Yanchen. Maybe he should tell him tomorrow. Tomorrow, he would tell him first thing in the morning. In the end, Lin Yanchen asked him with dissatisfaction, "Son, what's wrong? What are you hiding from me?" Chu Xun hesitated and said, "Nothing. I'll tell you tomorrow." Lin Yanchen was angry. "Tell me now? Otherwise I can't sleep." The room suddenly became quiet. There was only the crackling sound of the burning pine in the fireplace. Chu Xun lowered his eyelashes. The soft light covered his face. He sighed and said helplessly, "Didn't you notice? Shaolin, today is December 23rd. Lin Yanchen didn't react for a moment. "What's wrong?" Chu Xun said, neither too fast nor too slow. "On the 26th of last month, we agreed to be together for a month. To be precise, it was 4 weeks." He didn't know why he felt like his heart was being squeezed when he said this. Lin Yanchen felt like he was hit in the head. He had been having so much fun that he forgot to count the days. He suddenly panicked. "You were injured and recuperating for 4 days. Does that count?" "I don't think it counts." Chu Xun said, "How does it not count? I didn't give you any days off. You were with me the whole time. I was very satisfied." Lin Yanchen frowned. "I don't think it counts." Chu Xun heard him act so shamelessly and shook his head with a smile. "Shaolin, you don't have to be like this." He gathered his strength and stood up. He walked to Lin Yanchen's side and held Lin Yanchen's hand. Lin Yanchen looked down at him. Chu Xun saw his reflection in those eyes, and his heart softened. Chu Xun smiled and said gently and gratefully, "Shaolin, I've been very happy these days. Thank you for being with me. It's time. I should go." Chapter 28. Lin Yanchen felt as if his left chest was stuffed with something. It swelled uncomfortably, and he didn't know what to do for a moment. Chu Xun was still smiling, but he couldn't smile at all. The atmosphere was sad and awkward. Chu Xun felt that he was amazing. He was actually in the mood to joke. "You said that you couldn't sleep if I didn't say it. Now that I've said it, can you sleep?" Lin Yanchen grabbed his hand and said in a muffled voice, "I can't sleep." In the face of death, parting in life was nothing. Chu Xun was most grateful to little Lin for allowing him to fulfill many of his wishes at the end of his life. Even though he still wanted to see more of this world, he was satisfied with the way things were now. He was no longer angry and sad. He could finally accept the fact that he was about to die. Chu Xun said, "Shaolin, thank you so much. I'm very happy to have met you." Lin Yanchen still vaguely remembered how he felt when he met Chu Xun when he was drunk. He was full of rebelliousness and originally had an unruly, playful heart. He originally thought that they would break up peacefully after a month. He didn't know when he started to get serious and unknowingly forgot about the 1-month agreement. It felt like he had just met Chu Xun yesterday. He didn't expect time to pass so quickly. Lin Yanchen felt his eyes heat up. He heard his own choked voice. It was so weak that it didn't sound like him. "Son, can you not go?" Chu Xun said softly. "Shaolin, don't be like this. Life is a journey of constantly meeting and parting. At least when we're together, we're happy. Isn't that enough?" Lin Yanchen suddenly couldn't hold it in anymore. After holding it in for a long time, he said in one breath, "Son, stay by my side. I don't want your money anymore. Don't go." Even though Chu Xun was also very sad, he still said, "No, this is an agreement." Lin Yanchen hurriedly said, Then I'll give you 300,000. You stay with me. Chu Xun froze for a moment and was amused by him. Don't say that, Xiaolin. I'm not interested in you being my boss. Lin Yanchen saw that he was still smiling, as if he didn't care about himself. He was really anxious and angry. How can you be like this? How can you be so heartless? Chu Xun said, I didn't. Don't accuse me wrongly. I am a man of my word. Lin Yanchen had a belly full of depression that he had nowhere to vent. Suddenly, he exploded. What do you want me to do for you to be willing to stay? Sun, I like you. I really like you. Don't you like me at all? I've said it so many times, but you've never once said that you like me. What did I do wrong? Don't you like me? Chu Xun's eyes were a little sour as he was stared at with passionate love. He turned his head away. Lin Yanchen's face was cold as he took a step in the direction where he turned his head. He walked into his line of sight. Chu Xun turned his head again, and he continued to walk. Chu Xun was helpless. He looked up at Lin Yanchen and took a deep breath. We're so happy together. Do we have to make it like this? I came to you because I wanted to be happy. What's the point of this now? Can't we part on good terms? When we set off together, we started it with a smile. Now let's end it with a smile, okay? It's a good thing for you and for me. Lin Yanchen, who had always been obedient to Chu Xun, suddenly refused to listen. I don't want to. Actually, I'm not. The point guard is here. Chu Xun understood that he might want to confess his identity, but he didn't want to hear it. He suddenly said coldly, I heard you say don't tell anyone to that girl. He had wanted to mention this for a long time. Lin Yanchen was stunned. He panicked and didn't have time to say anything. Chu Xun continued. It wasn't that he wasn't depressed. When it came to relationships, he knew that he was actually very stupid. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been hooked by Ji Tianzi for more than 10 years and willingly followed his orders. He didn't dare to tell whether Lin Yanchen was sincere or not, but he felt irritated when he thought of that sentence. He didn't realize that his words were a little sour. I understand what you said to that girl. Our relationship can't be announced to the public. From the beginning, we just agreed to play. But you don't want anyone to know, which means that you're not serious. If that's the case, why did you keep me? You even wanted to hide it from me and deliberately spoke in French. You even said, Chu Xun took a deep breath. You even told her that I wasn't your boyfriend. I understood. Lin Yanchen was so anxious that his heart and lungs were scratching. He was so angry that his liver was hurting. He stuttered. No, I didn't mean it that way. I was afraid that you would be unhappy, so I spoke in French. I told her not to tell anyone that you weren't my boyfriend. It wasn't because I didn't want anyone to know. He still wanted to lie? Chu Xun asked coldly. Then what was the reason? Lin Yanchen was so anxious that he raised his voice. Wasn't that because you never said that you liked me? I haven't asked you if you were willing to officially date me. If you were willing, don't tell my friends that you're my lover. I could buy a newspaper and tell the whole world. I didn't even dare to ask. I don't think you like me that much. Lin Yanchen spoke very loudly and confidently. Chu Xun was stunned by his roar. After a while, he said, Why are you so loud? Are you fighting with me? After Chu Xun said that, Lin Yanchen's voice softened. He calmed down and said in a wronged manner, You don't like me as much as I like you. It's fine if you like me, but you can't wrongly accuse me of not liking you. Chu Xun's heart ached. Whether or not Lin Yanchen really liked him, he felt terrible. If Xiaolin really liked him, he couldn't drag Xiaolin down with him. At least they weren't officially dating and hadn't fallen too deep. It wasn't too late to withdraw. Lin Yanchen opened his arms and hugged him tightly. Through the fabric of their clothes, they could feel each other's passionate, rapid, and chaotic heartbeats. Chu Xun clenched his fists and resisted the urge to hug Xiaolin back. Chu Xun closed his eyes and took a deep breath to adjust his emotions. After repeating it a few times, he finally mustered up his courage and decided to push Lin Yanchen away. Right at this moment, Chu Xun felt a drop of warm water fall on his neck. It was a tear. Chu Xun's body froze. When the tear touched his skin, he felt as though he was scalded. The heat extended to the bottom of his heart. Sigh, this brat was always so shameless. How could he maintain a heart of stone? Lin Yanchen said with a sobbing tone, Your heart is beating so fast. You clearly like me too, but you just won't admit it. Let's date properly, okay? Chu Xun said carelessly. It's just because I did a lot of things with you that made my heart beat faster. That's why my heart beat faster when I saw you. Lin Yanchen let go of his embrace and grabbed his shoulders. His eyes were filled with tears. He was pitiful and angry. You're lying. Chu Xun gritted his teeth and wanted to say something ruthless to cut the Gordian knot. Before he could finish, Lin Yanchen suddenly leaned over and kissed him. This was the first time Lin Yanchen was so ungentle. He was impatient and irritable. His lips were trembling, full of aggression and incomparably fragile. This was also the first time Chu Xun didn't accept him. He clenched his teeth and closed his heart at the same time. Lin Yanchen gradually felt despair. Chu Xun steeled his heart and pushed him away forcefully. Don't be like this, Lin Yanchen. In my heart, you're not someone who would force others to do things against their will. You can't force a melon to be sweet. Lin Yanchen looked embarrassed and asked almost pleadingly, Sun, you really don't like me? You don't like me at all? Chu Xun bent his trembling fingers and clenched them into fists. He looked at Lin Yanchen and opened his mouth. However, every word that came out of his mouth felt like it was gouging his heart. Shaolin, can you stop pestering me endlessly? I've always felt that you're a gentleman and a polite man. I don't want to ruin your image in my heart. Letting me think of you in the future is also a beautiful thing, okay? I've already bought the plane tickets for tomorrow. Lin Yanchen felt like his heart was sinking into a cold swamp. It was sinking bit by bit. He was so anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Even when his startup company was acquired, he didn't feel so insignificant. At that time, he was still suppressing his anger and waiting for an opportunity to go back and teach his father a lesson. He knew that there would always be an opportunity in the future. However, it was different this time. He couldn't think of a way to make Chu Xun stay. Yes, he was very rich, but he didn't think that revealing his identity would be able to move Chu Xun. Chu Xun was a difficult problem that he couldn't do anything about. He had completely failed. The room was eerily quiet. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Yanchen took a few deep breaths and slowly held back his tears. He adjusted his emotions and tried his best to appear gentlemanly as he said, Okay, I understand. Then at least let me send you off, okay? Chu Xun hesitated for a moment and wanted to refuse. Shaolin, I think. Lin Yanchen saw his hesitation and refusal and couldn't hold it in any longer. The calmness that he had painstakingly built up collapsed in an instant. He blinked his eyes and tears fell. Chu Xun, you can't be so heartless. Chu Xun felt as if he had been stabbed in the heart by his gaze. It was as if he had used up all his strength. His hands and feet were cold, and he didn't dare to look at Lin Yanchen's expression. He lowered his head and nodded slightly. He said weakly, Okay then, take me to the airport tomorrow. Thank you, Shaolin. The author has something to say. Thank you for subscribing. Congratulations on becoming an official account. Red packets will be given out for every new update on the first day of becoming an official account. Chapter 29. Since Chu Xun had already put it this way, Lin Yanchen couldn't do anything without proper upbringing. He spent a long time trying to calm himself down. He only managed to calm down a little so that he wouldn't do something irrational and hurt Chu Xun, but his mind was still a mess. Lin Yanchen said with red eyes, I'll sleep in another room tonight. Chu Xun. He didn't know what to say. They couldn't sleep in the same bed like this. After being together for almost a month, this was the only time they slept in separate beds. He couldn't bear to see Lin Yanchen's face. He was like a loyal dog that was abandoned by his owner and begged him to change his mind. He completely believed that even if he said so many harsh words, Shaolin would forgive him as long as he softened his heart a little. Lin Yanchen was such a good boy. Chu Xun said dryly, then, good night. Have a good sleep. Lin Yanchen subconsciously replied in a harsh tone, How can I have a good sleep? Chu Xun didn't know what to say. He thought for a moment and said, Should I give you a Valium? Anyway, he probably had to take one tonight. The doctor prescribed a few days' worth, and he carried it with him along with the painkillers. He had been sleeping well recently, so he thought that these pills wouldn't come in handy. He didn't expect that they would come in handy in the end. Lin Yanchen, I don't want it. Chu Xun was stunned by his fierce tone. Lin Yanchen hurriedly apologized with tears in his eyes. I'm sorry, son. I didn't mean to be fierce. I just couldn't control myself. Chu Xun had already made up his mind to leave, but he still couldn't bear to leave a bad impression in Chu Xun's heart. Chu Xun was right. At least in the future, Chu Xun would think of him in a good way. Chu Xun said softly, I know, Shaolin, you're very good. You're a very, very good boy. This did not comfort Lin Yanchen. He was even sadder. No matter how good I am, You don't like me. Chu Xun's heart ached. This was probably the saddest thing that had happened to him during this period of time. Meeting Xiao Lin was the greatest fortune and misfortune in his life. Why did God do this to him? Since there were people in this world who truly loved him, why would they arrange it when he was about to die? What did he do wrong in his past life for her to be so cruel to him? Chu Xun was about to cry. It's not your fault, Xiao Lin. It's my fault. It's all my fault. Lin Yanchen was confused. He didn't know if he was too narcissistic or what, but he always felt that Chu Xun also liked him. No matter how much or little, at least he liked him. But if that was the case, why didn't Chu Xun want to stay? But he liked Chu Xun. He liked Chu Xun so much that he didn't want to make things difficult for Chu Xun. I won't make things difficult for you. Sun, what time is your flight tomorrow? Which airport? Chu Xun said, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Yanchen said, then we'll get up at 8 in the morning. I'll take you to the airport. Chu Xun softly said, thank you. Lin Yanchen reluctantly let go of his hand and sniffed. Sun, have a good rest. I'm leaving. Chu Xun's gaze uncontrollably followed Lin Yanchen's back. Lin Yanchen seemed to have finally made up his mind and left without looking back. Chu Xun looked at the closed door and felt inexplicably disappointed. He stood there and sighed. Xiao Lin actually didn't like him that much. In the end, he was dismissed with just a few words. At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open and Lin Yanchen came back. Chu Xun was stunned. Why are you back? Lin Yanchen stupidly said, Sun, remember to lock the door when you sleep tonight and hide your documents well. I'm afraid that I won't be able to resist stealing them while you're sleeping so that you won't leave. Chu Xun was dumbfounded. He stood there in a daze and didn't know what to do. Lin Yanchen's eyes were still filled with tears, but he smiled at him. I'm joking. I won't steal them. Sun, are you happy now? Chu Xun's nose twitched. He hesitated and nodded. I don't want to see you unhappy. Lin Yanchen said seriously, I'm really leaving. Sun, I hope that even if you dream of me in your sleep, you'll be smiling without tears. Good night, Sun. Chu Xun's heart seemed to burst with tenderness and gathered together. When it reached his mouth, it turned into a meaningful sigh. Good night, Xiao Lin. Chu Xun tossed and turned in bed the entire night. His pillow was wet from crying. He didn't know what was wrong with him. He thought that he was a strong person. When he found out that he was unfortunately diagnosed with a terminal illness, he didn't shed a single tear. Now, he was crying like this just because of a small separation. He stayed up until 2 in the morning. He swallowed a calming pill and finally fell asleep. The next morning, Lin Yanchen woke him up. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. This was also the first time Lin Yanchen had woken up earlier than him during this period of time. Lin Yanchen's eyes were still bloodshot, and there were shadows of dark circles around his eyes caused by staying up late. However, he took care of himself cleanly and meticulously. He took a shower, changed into a 3-piece formal suit, put on a watch, pinned a diamond pin, combed his hair, and styled it. Not to mention shaving his beard, he even trimmed his eyebrows. It was as if he had become a different person, handsome and aggressive. Chu Xun was stunned. Lin Yanchen had never dressed up like this in front of Chu Xun. But today, he was sending Chu Xun off. He wanted to leave the best impression for Chu Xun and remember his most handsome appearance. Lin Yanchen didn't sleep the entire night. After sorting out his emotions, he saw Chu Xun looking at him like this. He asked embarrassedly, Do I look good today? Chu Xun nodded. Yes. Lin Yanchen forced a smile. That's good. I'll wait for you. You don't have to rush. It's still early. Even if there's a traffic jam, there's still time. Actually, there wasn't much to pack. When he left with Lin Yanchen, he didn't bring much. But along the way, he bought a lot of things that he wanted to bring back. Every time he packed, he would think of the time he spent with Lin Yanchen. Even if he couldn't be with Lin Yanchen, at least he could bring back memories and souvenirs. He dragged his feet. Washing up and getting dressed took him an hour and a half. After packing his luggage, he went to eat breakfast. After eating, it was time to leave. Perhaps it was because people forgot about hunger when they were sad, but Chu Xun didn't feel hungry at all. Furthermore, the food was inexplicably oily and disgusting. He only ate a few mouthfuls. He really couldn't eat anymore. Lin Yanchen spoke first. It's okay if you can't eat. Sun, it's time to leave. Otherwise, it'll be too late. Chu Xun put down his knife and fork. Okay. They sat in the car. Neither of them spoke. Halfway there, Lin Yanchen suddenly said, I forgot that the painting should belong to you. Do you want to take it with you? Chu Xun hesitated. Lin Yanchen begged and asked nicely. Sun, don't let me take photos of you. Leave that painting to me, okay? Chu Xun's heart softened, and he nodded. Lin Yanchen restrained himself and said politely, Thank you. Thank you, Sun. It took them 2 hours to get to the airport. Chu Xun felt that it was both long and short. As soon as they got out of the car, Lin Yanchen rushed to take his suitcase. Let me help you carry your suitcase. Chu Xun quickly said, No, thank you. Lin Yanchen said, Don't be afraid. I won't take your suitcase and let you stay. I just want to do something for you one last time, okay? Sun, let me carry your suitcase for you. Chu Xun thought about it and didn't fight with him. He said, Thank you. Other than thank you, Chu Xun didn't know what else he could say. Lin Yanchen accompanied him to wait for the plane. He knew that he should leave, but his body wanted to stay there until the last moment. It was very awkward to just sit there. Lin Yanchen took the initiative to talk to him. You said, Thank you to me so many times. I should thank you too. Before I met you, I suffered a setback and drank every day. You said that you were happy with me, and I was happy with you too. Yes. I also want to thank you. You're the first person I like so much in my life. Yes. I'm really not being glib. Sun, I think I fell in love with you at first sight. You're my first love. Chu Xun felt as if a blade was stuffed in his throat. He couldn't make a sound or speak. Lin Yanchen looked up at the electronic sign. Sun, your plane is boarding. He stood up and took his luggage. Let's go. I'll send you there. He stopped in front of the elevator and let go of his hand holding the luggage. He sighed and smiled. Sun, I'll send you here. Chu Xun looked at him in a daze. Okay, goodbye. Chu Xun carried his luggage and stepped into the elevator. As they went up, he couldn't help but turn around to look at Lin Yanchen. Lin Yanchen grinned, revealing his white teeth. He smiled brightly, just like when they first met. He raised his arm and waved at Chu Xun. Goodbye, Sun. However, Chu Xun knew very well that after this separation, they would never see each other again. He was going to die. He didn't look back until Chu Xun could no longer see downstairs. He followed the crowd and took his ticket to the security check. As it was close to the new year, there were many people. After waiting in line for 5 to 6 minutes, it was finally his turn. However, at this moment, the image of Lin Yanchen saying goodbye to him with a smile floated in his mind. Someone nudged him. Mister. Chu Xun came back to his senses. The people around him were looking at him strangely. Chu Xun suddenly had an impulse. I'm not boarding the plane yet. He carried his luggage and walked back with his numb legs. He walked faster and faster. He broke into a jog and then a big stride. He returned to the escalator and looked down. He saw Lin Yanchen at first glance. He wanted to see Lin Yanchen one more time. Just one more time. Lin Yanchen was still at the place where he sent him off. He didn't move half a step. However, the smile on his face was gone and his face was filled with tears. When Chu Xun saw this, he couldn't hold back his tears anymore. Previously, when Lin Yanchen begged him, he ignored him with a heart of stone. He suppressed his feelings at countless emotional moments. However, at such an ordinary time, when he just took one more look at Lin Yanchen didn't even realize that he was sad. He suddenly couldn't hold it in anymore. Chu Xun pulled his luggage and stepped into the elevator. After a few steps, he felt that it was too troublesome to drag his luggage, so he simply threw it away and ran towards Lin Yanchen. The bitter feelings that had been suppressed in his heart burst out together with his call. Lin Yanchen. Lin Yanchen was still crying foolishly when he suddenly heard a familiar call from above. He looked up with tears in his eyes and saw Chu Xun running towards him. He didn't dare to believe it. He even thought that he was hallucinating. After a few seconds, Lin Yanchen finally reacted. This was real, and he wasn't dreaming. His body moved first, and he ran towards Chu Xun. When Chu Xun ran to the elevator with 4 steps left, he accidentally tripped and fell down because he was too anxious. Lin Yanchen reached out to catch him and happened to hug him tightly. Chu Xun almost crashed into his embrace, and he took a step back. Chu Xun hugged him tightly and buried his face in his shoulder. He said with a sobbing tone, Shaolin, I can't bear to leave you. Lin Yanchen sniffled and hugged him even tighter. I can't bear to leave you either. Sun, I really like you. The author has something to say. Good night. There will be more chapters starting at 7 a.m. tomorrow. See you tomorrow morning equals 3 equals. This chapter will also draw 30 comments and send a small red packet. Thanks to July Hedge, Free Will, Little Bamboo Fox, Kano, Gardenia Oolong Tea, Chu Yao, Han Lu, XN Wei got flipped today, Invincible, Xiao Tuanzi, Tang Cha Cha, Only You in the World, Ming Hachi Chan, Meow 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 Towards Your Chrysanthemum, Canned Families A Xiong, Elegant Cold Leaves Scattered All Over My Face, Sea Shark Momo, Wang Xiaopeng, Shallow Autumn, Sort of Cloud Song, Ji Ri Ji, Safufu, and Scrupulous Arrows Mine. AussieWW.org. Thanks to Lemon's Mine X2. Thanks to Tion's Grenade. Thanks to Suffering Undead Third's Grenade and Mine X2. Thanks to Yi Dai's Grenade and Mine X2. Thanks to Han Lu's Grenade X2. Thanks to Akatsuki, Go Shi's rocket launcher. Chapter 30. Chu Xun was both sad and happy. What did he do to make such a good person like Lin Yanchen fall in love with him? He clearly knew that he shouldn't have stayed. When he turned around, he was still hoping for a fluke. He even wanted to see Xiao Lin one more time. Just one more time. After seeing him, he would leave. He didn't expect to really see Xiao Lin. He really couldn't control himself. Ever since he met Lin Yanchen, he had used all his impulses to stake everything on Lin Yanchen. The two of them stopped crying and walked back tearfully hand in hand. Lin Yanchen pulled the suitcase with one hand and held Chu Xun's hand with the other. The two of them intertwined their fingers and held hands the whole way. They held hands until their palms were sweaty, but they still didn't want to let go. They had already been intimate with each other many times. They had done all kinds of bold things. Now, Chu Xun was just beginning to feel the shyness of being in love. Just the touch of their palms made his cheeks heat up. Chu Xun was flustered. He was a 30-year-old man, but he was like a young man who had just fallen in love. It was ridiculous. Chu Xun's heart thumped the whole way. He was happy and worried. He was only drinking poison to quench his thirst. His original plan was, after I die, who cares if the floods surge to the heavens? Now it was all a mess. He was really the most selfish person in the world. He was about to die, but he was still reluctant to part with Xiao Lin's gentleness. He was insatiable and wanted to experience true love. What he was doing was definitely not a good thing for Xiao Lin. Lin Yanchen was still worried. You're not leaving, right? Chu Xun asked Lin Yanchen. Xiao Lin, if I really leave, how long will you be sad for? Lin Yanchen panicked. You're still leaving? Chu Xun. I'm just assuming. Lin Yanchen hesitated. He shook his head and answered honestly, I don't know. He did not say anything fancy. Perhaps it would be a few years, or perhaps it would be a lifetime. He used to chat with his friends and discuss how few times a person could meet true love in their life. However, he felt that only the one in this life could be called true love. If there were a few times, then no matter which time it was, it could not be counted as true love. True love should be irreplaceable. His friend said that he was naive. Chu Xun didn't ask further. He still wasn't prepared to tell Lin Yanchen about his terminal illness, nor was he prepared to find out about Lin Yanchen's true identity. Chu Xun imagined what Lin Yanchen would do if he knew that he was terminally ill. He believed that Xiao Lin would never abandon him and would even take him to see a doctor. However, that would only be sharing his pain with Xiao Lin. This illness could not be cured. He did not want Xiao Lin to see him become uglier and uglier at the end of his life. This was his last bit of dignity. When Butler Eyed saw that the two of them had returned, he was very calm and unperturbed. It was as if nothing had happened and they had just gone out for a spin. Lin Yanchen asked him, Are you hungry? Chu Xun shook his head. He felt sleepy. He didn't know if it was because he cried at the airport, or because he didn't sleep well last night, or because of the car ride. He said, I'm dizzy. I want to sleep for a while. Of course, Lin Yanchen did not disagree. However, he followed him closely like a clingy big dog. Chu Xun was afraid that he would accidentally step on his feet when he turned around. Chu Xun changed into his pajamas and went to bed. Lin Yanchen immediately squeezed into the bed and stuck close to him. This king-sized bed was more than enough for 4 or 5 people to sleep. He made it feel like a single bed. He hugged him and said gently, You sleep, a son. I'll warm your feet for you. He was too cute. Chu Xun couldn't help but kiss him. Lin Yanchen was very happy and kissed him back. It wasn't flirtatious at all. There was only shy affection. Chu Xun was really tired. He suddenly didn't need sleeping pills anymore. He leaned against Xiao Lin's warm chest and unknowingly fell asleep. Chu Xun had a dream. This dream was very shameless. He actually dreamed that Lin Yanchen proposed to him. "Sun, I love you. Marry me. I want to be with you forever." In the dream, he wasn't sick. He agreed to Lin Yanchen's proposal, and they held a wedding. When they arrived at the church, Lin Yanchen was nowhere to be seen. There was a little boy carrying a small rattan basket filled with petals. Chu Xun didn't see clearly at first. He was very curious about where the child came from and asked, "Little friend, who are you?" The little boy raised his little face. It was a face similar to Lin Yanchen's. When he saw him, he smiled. "Daddy." Chu Xun finally woke up. The cold sweat on his forehead dampened his hair. How could he have such an absurd and illogical dream? Lin Yanchen also woke up. He was still sleepy and went to get a tissue to wipe his sweat. He slowly woke up. "Why are you sweating so much? Did you have a nightmare again?" "Don't be afraid. I'm here." "It's not a nightmare. It should be considered a beautiful dream," Chu Xun said with melancholy. Lin Yanchen was puzzled. "Shouldn't you be happy to have a beautiful dream? What did you dream about?" It was precisely because he knew that it was just a dream and could never be realized that it was frustrating. Chu Xun was also embarrassed to tell Lin Yanchen the contents of the dream. His old face turned red. "I can't tell you." Lin Yanchen's eyes were like amber shining with light. "Did you dream about me?" Chu Xun hurriedly said, "I already said I won't tell you. Don't ask anymore." Lin Yanchen laughed. He knew the answer and didn't continue to make things difficult for Chu Xun. He asked, "Where else do you want to go? I'll take you anywhere." Chu Xun looked at him without blinking. After a while, he said softly, "I don't want to go anywhere. I just want to stay by your side." Lin Yanchen only felt his heart melt. Too cute. How could he be so cute? It was so cute that it made people want to curse. Lin Yanchen was stunned for a long time. He scratched his ears and cheeks anxiously. He didn't know what words to use to express his love. It was the first time in his life that he knew how to express his love. In the end, he carefully kissed Chu Xun's lips. The two of them leaned their heads together and blushed. In the depths of their love, they became incomparably pure. After a good night's sleep, he was in a good mood. Lin Yanchen didn't touch him and didn't even talk dirty. At noon the next day, they had lunch. Lin Yanchen hid away and quietly changed into formal clothes again. Chu Xun didn't understand and asked in amusement, "My little prince, we're not going out. Why are you dressed like this?" Lin Yanchen said shyly, "Because I have something important to say, so I have to wear formal clothes." Chu Xun asked, "What is it?" Lin Yanchen looked at him attentively and affectionately and asked solemnly, "Sun, I want to seriously pursue you again. Can you allow me to pursue you?" Chu Xun was stunned. He thought that the hug at the airport was a tacit agreement that they had started dating. He didn't expect Lin Yanchen to ask so formally. In the world, only Lin Yanchen would treat him so well. He seemed to be infected by Xiao Lin's shyness and didn't know what to do. His face and ears turned red. Chu Xun nodded. Yes. Lin Yanchen was so happy that he almost jumped up. He subconsciously wanted to hug him, but he remembered that he was dating again and couldn't be a pervert. He restrained himself and only looked at Chu Xun with bright eyes and said, "Sun, can I?" Chu Xun couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from rising. His heart also seemed to be flying. "Not only can you, I agree to date you now. Do you think I'm not reserved enough?" Lin Yanchen was stunned. He was so happy that he didn't know what to say. He touched his head and said in a daze, "Ah." Seeing his silly look, Chu Xun found it funny. "What ah? Is it too easy? Then I should still reject you and be reserved for a few more days. But I think I like you a lot and shouldn't waste time." Lin Yanchen was like a sunflower blooming. His face broke into a silly smile, and he rushed over excitedly. He hugged Chu Xun and even raised him up. No, don't reject me. I'm so happy." "Sun, you finally said you like me." Chu Xun smiled and put his hands on his face. He looked at him deeply and took the initiative to kiss him. It was a sweet kiss. Chu Xun looked at Lin Yanchen's face. This brat was dizzy. He smiled and asked, "Why is your face so red?" "Silly." Lin Yanchen looked back at him with bright eyes. "You're very red too." Chu Xun's cheeks burned even more. "Definitely not as red as you." Lin Yanchen, "Then let's go look in the mirror." Chu Xun, "I'm not going. I look like a fool." The two of them were like fools. "You laughed, I laughed too." Chu Xun was happy, but he suddenly felt a little dizzy. He forced it down, but the worry in his heart still lingered. Author has something to say. This chapter will also draw 30 comments and give out red packets. The next chapter will be updated at 8 p.m. Chapter 31. Lin Yanquan's friend, Lu Hao, suddenly looked for him and called to question him. You're such a bad friend. You didn't even tell me you were in England. If they didn't tell me you were back, I wouldn't have known anything. Lin Yanquan used to look down on people who valued women over friends. Now he only felt annoyed. It was really a waste of his time with Chu Xun. However, he was worried that if he didn't send them away, they would come looking for him directly. He could only explain, I've only been back for a few days. I have something important to do. I'll look for you when I'm free. What's so important? The other party asked unhappily. You're in love. Lin Yanquan immediately panicked and gave himself away. Did Tina tell you? I told her not to tell anyone. TSK. His bad friend laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. She didn't tell me. She only said you were here. I just asked casually, and you actually admitted it? When did you become so stupid? Love really makes people stupid. Lin Yanquan. Lu Hao asked. What's there to be embarrassed about? Bring him out, and let everyone see what kind of person he is to make young Master Lin so infatuated. Lin Yanquan suddenly felt shy. Then I'll have to ask him if he's willing to meet you guys. The other end of the phone was silent for a moment before complaining. F***CK. Your voice suddenly became so disgusting. Do you have to treasure it so much? It reeks of love. Lin Yanquan smiled lightly and said half-heartedly, Let's talk another day. I still have something to do. Next time. Lin Yanquan you. After saying that, he hung up without waiting for his friend's reply. He even told the butler to tell his friend that he was out and not to let them into the manor if they called him again. They really didn't know what was good for them to disturb him in Asun's sweet two-person world. However, Asun was still sleeping. He couldn't bear to wake Asun up. Chu Xun had become especially sleepy these few days. When he woke up, it was already past 12 o'clock. This was too absurd. However, his head was still groggy. Chu Xun sat up and rubbed his temples. Lin Yanquan was very worried about him. He poured him a cup of warm water and said, I'd better find a doctor to check on you. Chu Xun, of course, was extremely cautious of his illness. He didn't want his illness to be discovered, so he said, It's better to just take a warm sniff. Lin Yanquan didn't listen to him this time. He found a doctor to examine him. Chu Xun was extremely flustered. He was very afraid of being found out, but there was nowhere to run. He angrily said to Lin Yanquan, Did I say that you don't want to see a doctor? Lin Yanquan firmly said, If you're not feeling well, you should go see a doctor. Why not? Chu Xun purposely said, I just hate seeing a doctor. I hate that smell. Lin Yanquan was startled. He smiled and said, This is the first time I've seen you like this. So there's actually something in this world that Chu Xun is so afraid of? You're actually afraid of seeing a doctor. I thought only children were like this. I remember now. Previously, in the hospital in Canada, you were also a bit afraid. Chu Xun. He couldn't refute it. Lin Yanquan held his hand and said gently, If I'm with you, will you be less afraid? Chu Xun's heart softened when he was looked at like this. He even thought that if Lin Yanquan knew about his illness, what would he do? Lin Yanquan was such a good person. He definitely wouldn't leave him and would even accompany him to treat his illness. He was actually really afraid of being alone. It wasn't that he didn't want someone to accompany him all the way to the end. If the doctor found out about his illness and Xiao Lin didn't dislike him, then he would have the courage to fight against his illness. He probably spent most of his savings, but he still had a house and a car that could be used to pay for his medical bills. However, the doctor that Lin Yanquan found only gave him a simple checkup and said that he wasn't sick. Everything was normal except for his lack of appetite and sleepiness. It was probably because he wasn't acclimatized to a foreign country. Drink more water and rest well. Sigh. Chu Xun didn't know if he should be relieved or disappointed. That's right. When he went to the hospital for a checkup, the doctor told him that his illness was difficult to detect. How could a simple checkup possibly detect it? This was probably God telling him that he shouldn't let Xiao Lin know that he was sick. Chu Xun sighed in his heart. He smiled and said to Lin Yanquan, I told you I wasn't sick, right? You even mobilized a lot of people to find a doctor to treat me. Lin Yanquan said, But you've been sleepy lately. Chu Xun. That's what happens when I don't go to work. Laziness is a common problem for humans. In the beginning, I could still maintain a work schedule, But after a while, I became lazy. It seemed like he could barely explain it. At dinner, Chu Xun wanted to pretend that he was fine so that he could eat more. In fact, the dishes on the table were all his favorite dishes. Shaolin had been with him for a month, so he had more or less figured out his tastes. He knew the few dishes he liked, but Chu Xun couldn't eat them no matter how hard he tried. He forced half a bowl of rice into his stomach. His stomach was churning, and his entire esophagus was extremely uncomfortable. Chu Xun took a deep breath and tried to suppress the nausea. However, the more he tried to suppress it, the stronger the nausea became. He covered his mouth. Lin Yanchen noticed that something was wrong. He touched his back and said, "Sun, what's wrong? Did you choke?" Chu Xun couldn't help it. He frowned and said in a muffled voice, "I need to go to the bathroom." Chu Xun went into the bathroom and immediately locked the door. He hugged the toilet bowl and vomited. There was nothing to vomit after vomiting, let alone the food that he ate. He almost vomited all his bile. He finally felt a bit better. Chu Xun sat on the ground and gasped for breath. He felt that there was a stench in his mouth and body, as if he was about to rot. He was very sad. Although he had mentally prepared himself, when this day really came, he still couldn't calm down like he had imagined countless times. What else could it be? It was definitely the disease that was lurking in his body. They were urging him to leave this world in the future. This was just the beginning. It would become more and more painful in the future. No matter how much willpower he had, he wouldn't be able to pretend that nothing was wrong. Chu Xun secretly laughed at himself. "Look, Chu Xun. Oh, Chu Xun, you're so greedy. You're getting your retribution so soon, aren't you?" Extreme Spirit Chaos Formula. Chu Xun was well aware that his remaining days could be counted on one hand. Not only did he not receive proper treatment, he even courted death by running out to eat, drink, and play, even indulging himself in excessive debauchery. What little life he had left was probably frantically burning away in the joy of being with little Lin, so the days he had to live were even shorter. If you asked him if he regretted it, Chu Xun would say, no, he didn't regret it at all. Instead of dying in pain and loneliness, being able to meet Shaolin in his last days and have Shaolin accompany him for a while was the greatest fortune of his life. He was only sad that he couldn't have more time. Chu Xun clenched his fists and smashed them on the ground. He smashed them a few times like he was discouraged, until his hands hurt. Tears fell on the back of his hands. He stopped. He always wanted to drag it out one day at a time. Chu Xun said to himself, "It's fine if you hurt yourself, but you can't drag Shaolin down." Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Sun, are you still in there? What's wrong? Why don't you reply to me?" Chu Xun took a deep breath and stood up. He pressed the toilet button and flushed the filth away. He went to rinse his face and wash away the smell on his body as much as possible. Chu Xun went to open the door and saw Lin Yanchen's worried face. "Why are you looking at me like that? I'm just not used to those dishes and feel nauseous. This chef's food tastes too strange. He added a spice that I don't like. I feel uncomfortable whenever I eat it." Lin Yanchen asked, "Is it? Why can't I taste it?" Chu Xun laughed and said, "There's something wrong with your taste buds." Lin Yanchen frowned and was skeptical. "Is that so?" The night suddenly became unbearable. Chu Xun even began to be afraid of sleeping. What if he fell asleep and never woke up again? Lin Yanchen had promised to pursue him again. They were just at the beginning stage of their relationship and did not sleep in the same room as him. It was really hard to sleep alone. Should he have hardened his heart and boarded the plane and left? After he died, Shaolin would definitely fall in love with someone else, right? What did that have to do with him? What right did a selfish person like him have to be jealous? He should have left earlier. 3 days, he thought about 4 days. For days, he thought about a week. 1 week, he thought about half a month. Half a month, he thought about staying for a month. Over and over again. Could it be that he could not hide it anymore? How embarrassing would that be? But in a few days, it would be the new year. He had not spent it with him for many years. Could he leave after the new year? Maybe he could still hold on for a while. There was only a week left. After the new year, he would leave. Please, he did not ask for more. This was his last wish. He hoped that someone could spend the new year with him. Chu Xun felt a faint pain in his stomach, so he took another painkiller. Still unable to sleep, Chu Xun put on a jacket and wanted to go out for a walk to get some fresh air. This house was as big as an ancient castle. The night seemed gloomy. It was as if there was no one around. but it also seemed as if someone could hide anywhere. As Chu Xun walked, he seemed to hear the cries of a baby. He should be afraid, but probably because he was about to die, he was not afraid. Chu Xun followed the sound and finally found the source of the sound. There were no ghosts. Under the windowsill, beside the bushes, a dirty kitten lay in the snow and mud. This kitten should have been born not long ago. It did not even open its eyes. In this winter, it was abandoned here. Its body was covered in mud and dirty. It did not even know how to crawl. It seemed to be frozen and did not move at all. He did not know if it was already dead. However, Chu Xun felt that the kitten's body was still soft. It should not be dead yet. He wrapped the kitten in a handkerchief and returned to the warm house. The lights in the corridor were suddenly lit. Lin Yanchen heard the noise and woke up. He found that Chu Xun's room door was open. The quilt on the bed was lifted. Chu Xun had disappeared. He was so shocked that he woke up. He finally found him. Lin Yanchen asked, "What's wrong? Why did you wake up in the middle of the night?" Chu Xun held up the kitten in the palm of his hand and showed it to him. "I found a little kitten." The kitten seemed to have heard a call. It moved slightly and meowed softly. Chu Xun looked at the dying kitten that was struggling to live. He thought of himself and suddenly felt a lump in his throat. "It wants to live," he said sadly. "Shaolin, it wants to live. Let's save it." The author has something to say. Draw 30 messages and send red packets. Chapter 32. Lin Yanchen felt that Chu Xun was the kindest person in the world. He was so sad that he cried when he saw the poor kitten. In fact, Chu Xun saw his own shadow in the kitten. It was a little wild kitten. It had a strong vitality. Lin Yanchen took a dry towel to wrap the kitten, then sat by the heater to warm the kitten. Chu Xun was worried about the kitten and kept a close eye on the kitten's situation. From time to time, he would touch the kitten and get a weak response. Chu Xun didn't sleep, so he didn't sleep the whole night. In the morning, the kitten's breathing had become stronger. The vet came to see the kitten, prescribed some medicine, and cleaned the stains on its body. Chu Xun didn't do anything for most of the day. He just looked after the dirty kitten. Feeling that the kitten's life was saved, he breathed a sigh of relief. Sleepiness flooded his mind like a tide. Lin Yanchen said, "You go to sleep. I'll look after the kitten. Nothing will happen." Chu Xun fell asleep. He slept for 5 or 6 hours. When he woke up, it was almost dark. When he woke up, he asked, "Where's the kitten?" "It's here." Lin Yanchen was very efficient. He had already found someone to make a kitten bed with cotton. The kitten was lying in the bed, covered with a warm blanket. Chu Xun reached out to touch the kitten. It was warm, soft, and had breath. Although it was still a little weak, it was alive. They made goat milk powder and used the smallest milk bottle to feed the kitten. The kitten's mouth didn't have teeth yet. It sucked the goat milk with great effort. Chu Xun looked at the kitten drinking milk. Its mouth was full of milk stains. He was very touched. It was great that he had survived. At the very least, he had saved a little life before he died. Lin Yanchen watched from the side as he fed the kitten milk. He seemed to have thought of something and started giggling to himself. Chu Xun asked him, "What are you laughing at? What should we do next? Should we get him adopted? Why don't you raise it yourself?" Lin Yanchen said with a grin, "Sun, don't you think we look like its parents?" Chu Xun's first reaction was to disagree, because he had no time to raise a pet. But on second thought, he had to leave sooner or later, so he might as well raise this kitten for Shaolin. So Chu Xun asked, "Then why don't you give this little guy a name?" "Father," Lin Yanchen laughed. "Let me think about it." He stretched out a finger and stroked the kitten's head. The kitten murmured and pondered for a moment. He has a big head and a small body, so let's call him Big Head." "Big Head, Big Head, you don't have to worry about the rain. You have an umbrella. I have Big Head. I hope it can grow up safely." "What name?" Chu Xun also laughed. "I thought it would be a name of the same series as those horses. A foreign name, Nancy, Jack, something like that." Lin Yanchen didn't realize what was wrong with Chu Xun's words. He replied, "Don't you think Big Head sounds more familiar?" The little kitten was named Big Head. He was very tenacious. He came back to life on the second day and could crawl around by himself on the third day. His eyes were half open, and he should be able to fully open his eyes in 2 days. After cleaning up, they found that this was a very beautiful little white cat. It had long hair and a snow-white body. There was only a tuft of orange hair on its head. Although it was only a small tuft, it was enough to frighten people. They couldn't help but be afraid of what kind of terrible appetite it would have in the future. After having a cat, Chu Xun seemed to be a lot happier. He also told Lin Yanchen a lot of things. When I was young, my family had a big yellow cat called Mimi. He passed away when he was 12 years old. Alas, I still remember that day. I woke up in the morning and found him lying motionless in a cat bed made of cardboard boxes. I cried for a long time. But now that I think about it, all living things will die. It's already very good that he died of old age without any illness or pain. Lin Yanchen grew up in boarding school and basically didn't go home. He didn't raise pets. When he grew up, he bought a horse, but it was like buying a sports car, not a cat or a dog. This was the first time he raised a pet, and he took care of it like he was raising his own son. Fairywood Adventure. They focused on taking care of the kitten these days and didn't go out. They stayed in the warm house and played games. Chu Xun suggested, "Let's make dumplings on New Year's Eve." Lin Yanchen raised both hands in agreement. "Okay, I haven't made dumplings before." Chu Xun asked, "Are Mr. Ide and the others on vacation? Should we invite them to eat dumplings together?" Lin Yanchen said, "Ide doesn't have a vacation and the chef doesn't have a vacation. But if we cook for ourselves, then he can have a vacation." The day before New Year's Eve, the 29th day of the Lunar New Year, they asked Mr. Ide to take care of Big Head for half a day. Chu Xun took Lin Yanchen to the local Chinatown to buy the necessary ingredients. The streets were decorated with lanterns and streamers, and it was full of the festive atmosphere. It was red and warm. Chu Xun entered the market full of fireworks and was suddenly full of energy. He was like a fish in water, shopping and bargaining happily. Lin Yanchen watched with great interest and said, "I found that you really like shopping. I've never really seen you haggle before." Chu Xun thought, "You're a young master who lives in a mansion and raises horses. You don't lack money, right? I'm a poor man. Can't I live a frugal life?" But he didn't expose Lin Yanchen. Instead, he asked, "Do you want me to teach you?" Lin Yanchen agreed immediately. He bought things according to Chu Xun's instructions. He was very happy that he succeeded in bargaining and bought the things he wanted. Chu Xun even laughed at him. "Are you stupid? You could have bargained a little more." Lin Yanchen said, "Sigh, but I think it's not easy for that old man to do business." Chu Xun clicked his tongue. "If you have this kind of thinking, you won't be able to finish your apprenticeship in this lifetime." Lin Yanchen followed his words. "Then I'll rely on you, Xun, to protect me for the rest of my life." Chu Xun was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and shook his head gently, declining to comment. They carried the things they bought back in big and small bags. Aida was still the same as before, waiting at the parking lot immediately. He wanted to help them carry the things, but Lin Yanchen didn't let him and insisted on carrying them himself. He even put on an act and said, "Thank you. I can do it myself." I didn't force him. He retracted his hand and looked at Lin Yanchen and Chu Xun's happy backs. He smiled. Lin Yanchen raised the shopping bag in his hand and smiled, revealing his white teeth. "I'll treat you to dumplings tomorrow." The next day, it was finally the last day of the old year. Lin Yanchen was busy in the kitchen early in the morning. He hammered meat and kneaded dough. It was his first time doing it, so he still had to be taught by Chu Xun. However, Chu Xun controlled the amount, so Lin Yanchen only had to use some strength. It was still decent. Chu Xun took advantage of the time when he was working and left the kitchen with the excuse of going to the bathroom. He quickly found Ide. "Ide, I want to talk to you alone. There's something I hope you can help me with." "It's nothing. I won't make things difficult for you," Ide asked politely. "Okay, what can I do for you?" "Sir." Chu Xun nodded. "Then I won't beat around the bush with you. I'll be direct. This isn't actually a tour, right? Lin Yanchen isn't your guest. He's your boss, right?" Chapter 33. Aida naturally wouldn't admit it. He had no flaws as he calmly said, "You are all my distinguished guests." Chu Xun understood his approach. If it were him, he wouldn't admit it so easily either. Chu Xun didn't expect Ide to admit it. He smiled non-committally and said in a low voice, "I'm not good enough for him, right?" Ide frowned almost imperceptibly. He glanced at Chu Xun and said, "You are a gentleman." He couldn't help but add, "I haven't been so happy to see him in a long time." After saying that, he immediately felt that he had misspoken. He pursed his lips tightly as if he had turned into a masked man. Chu Xun didn't mind and said, "I can tell that you are a tight-lipped person. That's why I came to talk to you. I booked a flight back to China at 6 a.m. on the 1st. Can you arrange a car to take me to the airport?" I nodded. Yes, sir. The driver will take you to the airport on time. Chu Xun corrected him. It's not we, it's me. Only I will go back. He doesn't know. Don't tell him. I'd finally looked at Chu Xun. Their eyes met. Chu Xun saw deep doubt in his eyes. He obviously couldn't understand Chu Xun's actions. He kept changing his mind over and over again. He just came back a few days ago, and now he was going to leave again. He even hid it from Lin Yanchen. Logically speaking, he must have told the young master. Chu Xun said, You will know no matter how I leave. That's why I came to tell you. I was silent for a moment and asked, Why? He likes you a lot. It's the first time I've seen him like someone so much. Chu Xun looked into his eyes calmly and said softly, I should have left at the airport last time, but I was impulsive. It was irrational. I should leave him. I don't want him to be too sad. I'd retorted, He will be sad if you leave him. Chu Xun shook his head slightly and said, I'm dying. This bomb was thrown too casually. Chu Xun sounded like he was talking about someone else. About 1 month ago, I was diagnosed with a terminal illness, and I only had a few months left to live. I did not choose to accept any treatment, and now, I don't have much time left. I feel like my illness is starting to act up, and I can't hide it anymore. Chu Xun smiled. Doesn't it sound ridiculous? But I'm really not lying. I know that his mother passed away from an illness when he was young. He watched his mother die before his eyes. I shouldn't let him experience that pain again. I'll try not to make things difficult for you. I'll leave him a letter to explain everything. I wanted to say something, but stopped. Finally, he said, I'm sorry for you, sir. Someone will take you to the airport tomorrow morning. Chu Xun restrained himself and smiled. Thank you. Chu Xun returned to the kitchen. Lin Yanchen was still kneading the dough with great effort. He asked him, Is this okay? Chu Xun instructed him, You have to knead the dough until the surface is smooth. They hand-rolled the dumpling wrappers, mixed the corn and fresh meat stuffing, and sat together to make the dumplings. This was the first time in Lin Yanchen's life that he had made dumplings. He was good at sports, but he was not good at such delicate work. Chu Xun taught him step by step several times, but he still made it crookedly. Chu Xun was really curious. Are you doing this on purpose? Could it be that this is your hobby? Do you want me to teach you a few more times? Lin Yanchen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said honestly, I really can't learn. I'm clumsy. Chu Xun didn't allow him to stop. He insisted that he fill 2 rectangular containers with dumplings. As he did it, he gradually became a little better. The two of them chatted as they made the dumplings. Chu Xun said, I know how to make dumplings because my father taught me. He is very good at making dumplings and can make dumplings of several shapes. When he was young, his family was poor. He was the eldest in the family. He started to work in the fields before he was 10 years old. He helped with the housework at home, took care of his younger siblings, and studied and did his homework. He was the first college student in his village. Chu Xun had heard about his father's hard work since he was young. He used to admire his father very much because he was able to fight his way up from being poor. Later, he felt that it might be because his father didn't receive much attention from his parents when he was young, so he wasn't good at caring about children. With the environment that his father grew up in, it was understandable that he couldn't accept that he liked men, but he still felt sad. Lin Yanchen wanted to reply to him and talk about the topic of father, but after racking his brain, he realized that he didn't seem to know his father at all. Chu Xun asked him, If your father knew that you were with a man, what would he do? Lin Yanchen was stunned for a moment. Then he was wild with joy. You're willing to go with me to see my father? Okay, I'll go inform him. He shouldn't do anything. Lin Yanchen recalled and said, When I was in high school, he once asked me out of the blue if I was gay. He thought that I was in a relationship with my friend from the same band. He even said that he could accept me even if I was. I don't know what he was thinking all day long. He probably thought that I was messing around all the time. But my relationship has nothing to do with him. There's no need to inform him, right? Chu Xun smiled and said with emotion, Actually, I was thinking that maybe your father is quite good. You should have a good chat with him when you have time. Lin Yanchen curled his lips and firmly refused. No, he's not good at all. He even wants to restrain my hair. He only said those words because he wanted to control me. Chu Xun didn't try to persuade him anymore and let nature take its course. Lin Yanchen still had a long life. He would find out who was really good to him sooner or later. Everyone cooked dumplings to eat. Chu Xun and Lin Yanchen's dumplings were completely different. One could tell which one was better at a glance. Lin Yanchen said, "My dumplings fall apart as soon as they're cooked. Your dumplings are firm and beautiful. How did you do it so well?" Chu Xun said, "I like to make dumplings. I usually make them. When I'm in a bad mood, I'll go cut the stuffing and wrap my bad mood into the dumplings." He picked up a dumpling and smiled as he fed it to Lin Yanchen's mouth. Lin Yanchen obediently opened his mouth and ate it in one bite. His cheeks puffed up as he chewed, and he said vaguely, "Good. Delicious." Chu Xun smiled and said, "Then you eat your bad mood in one bite. Only your good mood is left." After eating and drinking to their fill, Chu Xun secretly looked for-eyed and said, "Xiao Lin made a few boxes. I'll send a box of Xiao Lin's dumplings to his father as a New Year's gift. I don't have anything else to do for him." I'd agreed, "Okay. Thank you." After eating, the two idlers had nothing to do, so they played games. Lin Yanchen wasn't in a good state today. He kept losing. Chu Xun asked him, "What's wrong?" Lin Yanchen put down his gaming arm and said in a muffled voice, "I don't want to be like this." Chu Xun was confused. "You don't want to be like what?" Lin Yanchen said vaguely, "I want to ask you something. I wanted to ask yesterday, but when I asked, it seemed like I was narrow-minded." Chu Xun leaned back and leaned on Lin Yanchen's shoulder. "Tell me," Lin Yanchen said in a low, muffled voice. "You always look at Ide and talk to him alone. Do you think he's handsome? But he's not as young as me, is he?" Chu Xun was stunned for a moment, then smiled and reached out to pinch his cheeks. "What does that have to do with age? Why are you so cute?" Lin Yanchen said, "Don't patronize me." Chu Xun could only answer seriously, "Okay, I think Ide is very handsome." There was no need to lie about that. Lin Yanchen almost exploded. Chu Xun continued, "It's the first time I've seen such a British butler in my life. His clothes are also very nice. When I saw him, I thought." Lin Yanchen held his breath and asked sourly, "What were you thinking? He doesn't provide that kind of service." Lin Yanchen was extremely regretful. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have brought Chu Xun over. He clearly knew that Chu Xun was a pervert. Chu Xun shamelessly said slowly, "I was thinking that if you wore those clothes, you would definitely be more handsome than him." Lin Yanchen went out after taking a shower. Chu Xun changed into his pajamas and sat on the armchair to wait. After a while, Lin Yanchen sneaked back. Not only did he change into the butler's clothes, but he also put on some wax and changed his hairstyle. He combed his hair into a 4/6 back, looking quite decent. There was a glass lamp on the small round table next to Chu Xun. It emitted a soft lemon-colored light and nestled next to him. Lin Yanchen didn't know if it was because he felt ashamed of changing into the servant's clothes, or because Chu Xun's temperament was different today. He seemed to be more attractive than usual, but Lin Yanchen felt his cheeks burning. Lin Yanchen walked in front of him and bowed. "Dear master, what do you want me to do?" Chu Xun acted better than him and said calmly, "Are you new? You can't be like this. If you don't improve, I can't let you stay." Lin Yanchen half knelt and raised his head like a big golden retriever. "I'm sorry, master. I will definitely learn and change. Please give me a chance." Chu Xun reached out and lifted his chin. "How about this? If you can please me tonight, I will forgive you." From this angle, Lin Yanchen could see the lines of Chu Xun's chin, neck, and shoulders. They were especially good-looking. The collar of his pajamas was a little loose, revealing a little bit of his collarbone. His hair hadn't been blown dry yet, and there were droplets of water dripping from the ends of his black hair. They slid from his temples to his neck and fell into the crook of his collarbone. Lin Yanchen's mouth was dry. Chu Xun took off his glasses. His black hair, which was still covered with water vapor, was pushed aside by the glasses. His skin was as white as jade, covered with light. Chu Xun said softly, "Come here." Chu Xun's face was crimson and his eyes were filled with tears. He didn't know whether to cry or laugh. He reached out his hand. "Xiao Lin, hug me." Lin Yanchen leaned over and hugged him. Chu Xun buried his face in his shoulder and hugged him tightly, as if this moment was their eternity. After they were done, they were still hugging each other. Chu Xun was still trembling and sobbing. Lin Yanchen stroked his back. "Sun, did I hurt you?" After Chu Xun calmed down, he said, "I still want to hear you sing for me." When a man was in bed, he could agree to anything. Lin Yanchen was naturally the same. "What do you want to hear?" Chu Xun said, sing Scarborough Fair for me. Before Sarah Brightman's ethereal female version of the song became a household name, the song was originally a British folk song of unknown origin. The most famous version should be the version adapted by Paul Simon. In the year of its release, the sales volume of the song even exceeded that of the Beatles. Low and Horseboy's Long Sadness. Chu Xun said, "Change she to he." Lin Yanchen slightly changed the lyrics, hugged him, and sang softly for him. "Are you going to Scarborough Fair? Are you going to Scarborough Fair? Parsley, sage, rosemary and thyme. Parsley, sage, rosemary and thyme. Remember to one who lived there. Remember to send my regards to one who lived there. He was once a tour love mine. He was once my true love." This song tells the story of a young soldier on the front line who misses his lover back home. Parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme. These herbs represent kindness, strength, gentleness, and courage, but in ancient times, they were also used to ward off the god of death. "Tell him make ye a cambric shirt. Tell him to make me a coarse cloth shirt. Without seams or needlework. Don't leave any trace of needle and thread. Tell him find an acre land. Tell him to find an acre of land. Between the salt water and the sea, between the beach and the sea." Chapter 34. When Lin Yanchen woke up, he found that it was already late in the morning. He first squinted his eyes and touched his body. After a long time, he could only feel the quilt and pillow. He slowly realized that Chu Xun was not there, but he did not pay much attention to it at first. He took his phone from the bedside table and looked at the time. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He had never slept so late before. Was he that tired last night? Did Chu Xun wake up already? Lin Yanchen sat up, stretched, and yawned. He saw the sleepwear that Chu Xun wore last night hanging on the back of the sofa. He giggled. Chu Xun must love him. Seeing that he was sleeping soundly, he did not want to wake him up. Lin Yanchen called twice, "A Sun, a Sun, a Sun." No one responded to him. Maybe he went downstairs. Lin Yanchen was a little suspicious, but when he washed his face, brushed his teeth, combed his hair, and put on his clothes, he saw that Chu Xun's clothes were still in the wardrobe. Chu Xun's small bag was also there. It was the souvenirs that they bought when they traveled around. He felt that since everything was there, Chu Xun must be there as well. Lin Yanchen did not think too much. After he cleaned himself up, he felt hungry and prepared to find Chu Xun. It was time for lunch. Lin Yanchen looked around but did not see Chu Xun. He went downstairs to the living room and saw-eyed. He asked, "Where is Chu Xun?" I'd told him the truth. He left. Lin Yanchen did not react at first. He left? Where did he go? In the courtyard? I'd said. The plane took off at 6 o'clock in the morning. Mr. Chu flew back to China. Lin Yanchen's sleepiness disappeared instantly. He was completely awakened by the shock. He was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses. He came back to China? Why didn't I know? Don't lie to me. How is that possible? Are you kidding me? Chu Xun asked you to scare me with him? Don't scare me. This is not fun at all. I'd said seriously. Young master, I didn't lie to you. Mr. Chu left. I drove him to the airport. Lin Yanchen immediately became angry. You drove him to the airport? Why did he leave? I don't know. What is going on? He was angry, flustered, and wronged. He said incoherently, "It's impossible. He already agreed to date me. He said he likes me, and we even raised a kitten together. He said I'm the father of his child. Asun wouldn't lie to me. Last time when he wanted to leave, I didn't force him. He was willing to stay. So why did he suddenly leave without saying goodbye? Asun is not that kind of person. Even if he wanted to leave, he would definitely tell me. Also, I opened the wardrobe, and his things were still in there. He did not leave. Don't play with me. Is he hiding somewhere to see me anxious? I'm really worried. Where is he?" I'd shook his head. "I don't know, young master. I only drove him to the airport. I don't know which flight he took. But you..." Lin Yanchen was furious. I said stop joking. I'd paused for a moment before saying, "Before he left, he told me that he left a letter for you. It should be in your room." Lin Yanchen gradually realized that I was telling the truth. It was just that he did not want to believe it. He still held on to the last shred of hope. He glared at I'd angrily for a long time before turning around silently and returning to his room. First, he walked. Then, he walked faster and faster. Finally, he broke into a jog and rushed back to his room. Lin Yanchen's heart was in a mess. He was extremely flustered as he rummaged through the room like a blind man. He looked at the bedside table first. There was nothing. He then ran to the wardrobe and took out Chu Xun's things. Most of his clothes were there. He could not remember which ones Chu Xun had bought. There seemed to be one set missing. Chu Xun's backpack was still there. Lin Yanchen poured out the contents. There was still cash inside. Not a single note was missing. However, the bank card was gone. The marriage application that Chu Xun had received from the Las Vegas City Hall was also gone. A few days ago, he had taken out this piece of paper and asked Chu Xun, "Should we go and submit this application one day?" Chu Xun replied, "If there's a chance in the future." Lin Yanchen wrote his name on it without hesitation. "Just fill in your name." Chu Xun chuckled, "I'm not going to fill it in. I'm not that easily tricked by you." However, Lin Yanchen had a card up his sleeve. He felt that this was something that would happen sooner or later. Lin Yanchen sat by the wardrobe with a pile of cash scattered around him. He looked up and finally saw a letter under the vase on the table. Lin Yanchen did not even dare to approach it. He mustered up his courage and finally walked over to pull out the letter. He took a deep breath and opened the folded letter. On it was Chu Xun's beautiful handwriting. The first sentence made his heart bleed. "Shaolin, I'm sorry. I'm leaving. Please don't come and find me." Lin Yanchen closed his eyes. His fingers trembled. He felt that he could not read it anymore. He stopped, took a deep breath, and sat down on the sofa. He allowed himself to read the letter. "My leaving has nothing to do with you. You didn't do anything wrong. It's all my fault. I was too selfish and indecisive. I said I was leaving, but I came back and gave you hope you shouldn't have. I'm sorry. I didn't tell you that I was terminally ill. When we first met, I only had a few months left to live. I'm sorry for hiding it from you. I'm sorry. Because I was dying, I wanted someone to accompany me. You're a good person. The luckiest thing in my life was meeting you. However, I should be your unlucky one. I'm sorry. I really had a good time in the past month. After I came to the manor, I finally understood that our meeting was probably a misunderstanding. You didn't sell your body. Although I still don't know who you are, I didn't ask you because I was leaving. You didn't have to tell me. A selfish person like me is not worthy of your love. I'm just a burden to you. I know that when you read this, you'll think that you don't mind my illness. You might even want to come find me. I have to tell you clearly that I don't want you to come find me at all. Even though we've only known each other for a short period of time, you should know a little about me. I'm very stubborn. Sometimes my self-esteem is too high. I don't want you to see my sickly, sallow, and haggard appearance. That would be too embarrassing. Letting you see me die day by day is a kind of torture for both of us. It's better not to see you. I also know that you're very rich. Maybe you're trying to find a good doctor for me. Please don't be like this. I've already checked. There are no cases of my illness being cured in the world. If I had chosen treatment at the time, I might have been able to live a few more months. However, I chose to be with you and delayed the treatment. You don't have to blame yourself. I don't regret it at all. Using 1.5 years of being trapped in a hospital bed in exchange for half a month with you, I feel that it was very, very, very worth it. The aurora at Manglian Lake, and you are both miracles that I'm grateful for. Thank you, Shaolin. I don't expect you to forgive me for being shameless, untrustworthy, and lying. I'm too terrible. I really don't deserve your love. You're still young and have a long future ahead of you. You're also so good. In the future, you'll definitely meet a good person who won't be as terrible as me. We'll grow old together. I'll give you my blessings in advance. I'm sorry, Shaolin. If you really liked me, please respect my will and don't come looking for me. I'm really sorry. Chu Xun. 201x divided by 1 divided by 5. Lin Yanchen saw a few small circles on the letter. Those were dried tear stains. He also saw the tears fall on the letter. Fresh tear stains appeared. Lin Yanchen had never thought that he would be so flustered and helpless at this moment. It was even worse than when he couldn't stop Chu Xun from coming down last time. He finally figured out the sadness that he had vaguely felt all this time. Chu Xun had tried hard to hide, but still couldn't get rid of it. He wanted to put the letter away, but he didn't know where to put it. His hands couldn't help but tremble. The letter actually fell to the ground. He bent down to pick it up, but accidentally bumped into the table. The glass vase fell. Bang! The vase shattered. The glass shard sputtered. Water splashed onto the letter. The withered roses fell into the mess. Lin Yanchen remembered these flowers. Chu Xun had told him not to pick them and to let them grow on the branches. He insisted on picking them. Even if he changed the water properly, The flowers would gradually wither day by day. Lin Yanchen half knelt on the ground. Ignoring the glass shards, he hurriedly picked up the letter. Half of the letter was wet. The ink had melted, and the words were blurred. Sword Immortal Green Gourd. A Chu Xun had left this letter for him, but he dirted it as soon as he got it. What did he do? His hand was cut by the glass. Blood immediately gushed out, dirtying the letter even more. I'd heard the sound of something breaking upstairs. He hurried over and saw Lin Yanchen's hand covered in blood. He walked over and held Lin Yanchen's wrist. Let me clean it. Your hand is injured. You need to calm down. Calm down. Lin Yanchen suddenly asked, He loves me. He loves me. That's why he doesn't want me to go find him. I still want to go find him. Should I go? I'd thought about it and said, This is your life. I don't have the right to make decisions for you. But I think you've always been a determined person. Lin Yanchen finally calmed down. He stood up and said, You're right. I want to go find him. The author has something to say. It's still 30 red packets. Chapter 35. Chu Xun got off the plane and stepped on the ground, but he still felt unreal. It was as if he had returned to the earth from heaven. The past month was like a magnificent dream, and now he had woken up. He drove home and tidied up his things. When he arrived at the gate of the community, the security guard said to him, Mr. Chu, you forgot to take out the garbage when you went out for a trip. The garbage stinks when it rots. Someone came to look for you and said that he thought you died in the house, so the property management opened a room for him to go in. I'm sorry, we couldn't contact you, so we were a little worried, but we watched him carefully and didn't let him touch your things. Chu Xun had a rough idea and asked, What's the person's name? The security guard said, I forgot. His surname seems to be G or G. Oh, it's Ji Tianza, right? Chu Xun thought. When he left a month ago, he would be a little depressed when he thought of Ji Tianza, but now, he didn't feel anything. He didn't plan to see Ji Tianza. He didn't have much life left, so why waste it on this person? If life was compared to a TV series, you would think that this person had participated in your life for more than 10 years, and he would definitely be an important character. There would be a lot of follow-up scenes, and he would finally appear in the perfect ending. But in fact, that was not the case. He might just be a supporting role. This process might be a little long, and after he left, he would never appear again. Life was not a novel or a TV series. You could only see others in your own field of vision. Except for a lifetime partner, no one could put their entire life into another person's life, not even parents or children. People would change. Chu Xun didn't understand himself. He clearly liked Ji Tianza wholeheartedly for more than 10 years, but now his mind was only thinking of Lin Yanchen. He really had a change of heart so quickly. He didn't know that he was so fickle. Chu Xun looked around and felt that the things in the room were probably still there. Even if they were stolen, he was too lazy to call the police. All kinds of documents were kept in a locked drawer. He took stock of his remaining assets. A 300-square-meter house in the center of the provincial capital had appreciated a lot. He bought it for 400,000 renminbi, and it should have depreciated by now. He gave the 300,000 renminbi in cash to Lin Yanchen, but he didn't take it back. Also, he gave the 500,000 renminbi card to Shaolin. The remaining 200,000 renminbi was his pocket money this month. He casually swiped his card to eat, drink, and have fun. But overall, there was still some real estate funds. Chu Xun packed up and rested for the night. He took the real estate certificate and other things and drove out again. He still had one unfulfilled wish left. Once this was done, he could lie down and wait for death and peace. Chu Xun returned to his hometown. Chu Xun hadn't been home for 5 years. He still remembered the way home, but the roads were renovated. Many old houses were demolished and high-rise buildings were built. He almost got lost. After going around in circles, he finally found his home. The house he grew up in hadn't changed at all. The moss-mottled brick walls, the lush pomegranate trees, the rusty table legs, and the old bamboo recliner. Chu Xun only took a glance at it, and countless memories swarmed into his mind as if they had been brushed away by the dust of time. This was the last thing he wanted to do before he died. Even if his parents hated him, he still wanted to see them one last time. His relationship with his father hadn't improved, but he still talked to his mother a few times in the past 2 years. He wanted to leave the money to his mother. Chu Xun went to press the doorbell. There was no sound. He hadn't been home for so long that the doorbell was broken. Sigh. Then he could only use his mouth to shout. Chu Xun didn't have much confidence. It would be even more embarrassing if he opened his mouth. What should he say? Dad, Mom, I'm back. He had a big fight with his parents last time and said that they would cut ties. Even if he called them Dad and Mom shamelessly, what would they say? Dad would definitely humiliate him. Hello, I'm Chu Xun. I have something to talk to you about. This way, it wouldn't seem like he was sticking to them. It would be quite dignified, but wasn't it asking for a beating? He came here today to have a good talk with his parents. Chu Xun hadn't thought of a solution yet. Suddenly, a dog barked at the door and startled Chu Xun. A blue-eyed husky came out from the corner of the yard. It barked and taunted him. He was so scared that he took 2 steps back. The husky pounced on the fence. Chu Xun calmed down and realized that the husky wasn't fierce. It looked at him curiously, wagging its tail, sticking out its tongue, and barking a few times. When did his parents have a dog? Someone called him, "You're Mr. Chu's son." Chu Xun turned around and saw an unfamiliar woman. He couldn't remember who she was. The woman said affectionately, "I'm Auntie XX. Don't you remember me? I carried you when you were little." How could he remember if she had carried him when he was still a baby? However, adults always like to use this method to get close to the younger generation. Chu Xun replied politely, Hello." The woman told him, "I just bumped into your parents. We went to the market and bought 2 pounds of ribs. So you're coming back." Chu Xun smiled noncommittally. Knowing that his parents weren't at home, he was inexplicably relieved. However, if he waited at the door, he would see his parents coming home sooner or later. Thinking about it, he became scared again. He went back to the car and waited. The front of the car was facing the door. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, he finally saw the figures of his parents slowly approaching. His father was carrying bags in both hands and was half a step behind his mother. The 2 of them were talking and laughing. His mother said happily, "I'll stew ribs for Chubby today. He'll definitely be happy." His father said, "He loves ribs the most. Eating bones is good for his teeth. I can even hear Chubby barking. He's so smart." Chu Xun hesitated. After his parents opened the door to the courtyard, he hurriedly got out of the car and walked over. He looked at his parents' backs and suddenly felt very nervous. It was as if he had aphasia and didn't know how to speak. It was probably because he had been away from home for too long that he was rusty. Or forget it. It had only been 5 years. How did his father age so much? He had a lot more white hair. He heard that his father had retired when he was old, but the school didn't have enough teachers. Last year, he was asked to teach again. It seemed that he was teaching 3rd-year high school students. Was he too tired? In a novel, his mother had also aged a lot and gained weight. Chu Xun felt an inexplicable urge to cry. Chu Xun's father, Mr. Chu Xun, seemed to have felt someone looking at him. He stopped and turned around. He saw Chu Xun. Both father and son were stunned. One was at the end of the street, and the other was at the end of the street. They looked at each other. They were very close, so close that they were only a few steps away, but also very far away. They were separated by 5 years. Chu Xun instinctively wanted to hide, but there was nowhere to hide. Thousands of words converged into one word. "Dad." Papa Chu was stunned. He blinked hard to make sure that he wasn't seeing things. His son was really back. There seemed to be an undercurrent in his eyes. On that face that resembled Chu Xun, anger slowly crept up his wrinkles and brows. He looked at Chu Xun with a complicated gaze and said sarcastically, "Why are you back? I thought you were dead outside." The author has something to say. 30 red packets. Continue at 1 p.m. Chapter 36. I thought you were dead outside. Chu Xun hated the word dead the most right now. Chu Xun was still hoping for a fluke, but when he heard this, his heart turned cold. He said coldly, "I'm not here to look for you. I don't want to talk to you. I have something to talk to my mom about." Papa Chu did not care so much. He scolded him. "You're really something, you brat. How dare you speak to me in such a tone? You're really something. You resigned just like that and went on a holiday. Forget about going on a holiday. You didn't even tell others where you were going." Chu Xun was so angry from his father's scolding that his mind was not clear. He did not even think about how his father found out that he did not even tell his parents about his resignation and holiday. He was only focused on scolding this old man. "Didn't you say that you're cutting ties with me long ago? Mr. Chu Xun, you don't have to care about me. I'll live my life however I want. I'll go wherever I want. I'm a free individual. I have the right to decide my own life." Papa Chu was so angry that he almost fainted. He threw the vegetables in his hands. Yes, yes, yes. I'm cutting ties with you. I haven't forgiven you at all. I see that you're shameless. You called me dad just now. Weren't you trying to get on my good side? Now you're saying that you don't need my help. Chu Xun straightened his neck. It was a slip of the tongue. Don't take it seriously. Papa Chu said sarcastically. Fine. You're good. Chu Xun looked at his mother. His tone was slightly better. Mom, I have something to tell you. Papa Chu said loudly. You're not allowed to talk to him. I've said it before. This unfilial son is not allowed to step into the house. Chu Xun sneered. I'm not going in. Huh? Who wants to go in? I'll just talk outside. Papa Chu said, that won't do. You're not allowed to talk about it. Chu Xun was so angry that his liver hurt. He felt that his lifespan was going to be shortened by a few years. Even his stomach was starting to hurt. Mrs. Chu said awkwardly, stop arguing, you two. You're shouting at the door. Even if you don't find it embarrassing, I do. Can't you come in and talk nicely? The father and son said in unison. It's him who doesn't want to talk properly. Mrs. Chu Xun and his father were tired of arguing, and Mrs. Chu was speechless. The scene suddenly quieted down. They all heard a rustling sound. Mrs. Chu looked in the direction of the voice and cried out, little fatty. Only then did the two men realize that Papa Chu had accidentally dropped the bag on the ground. The husky had taken advantage of the opening of the door to come out of the yard and was happily chewing on a bone while wagging its tail. When Papa Chu saw this, he wasn't angry. He even patted the dog's head. It's okay. Let him eat. We bought meat for him to eat. He raised his head and looked at Chu Xun. You don't know who this is, right? His name is Little Fatty Chu. He's the youngest son of your mother and I. He's very obedient. You're not as good as Little Fatty. You only know how to make me angry all day long. Raising him was better than raising a dog. Chu Xun was so angry that he laughed. He didn't want to waste his breath on this stinky old man. He simply went around him and pulled his mother. Mom, come here. I'll talk to you. Papa Chu stopped him. I said no. Chu Xun was so angry that his hands trembled. You're really unreasonable. I didn't want to talk to you. Can't you even talk to your mother? Just this once. I won't bother you anymore. Papa Chu said, what can't you say in front of me? Chu Xun, okay. Then I'll say it in front of you. They stood awkwardly in front of the door. There were no chairs or tables to sit on. Chu Xun opened the briefcase in his hand, took out a stack of documents, and handed them to his mother. Mom, this is my property certificate and the transfer documents. You can sign the documents. Let me know when you're free. We'll go through the transfer procedures. The house is yours, but I still owe the mortgage. I bought it in a good location. The house price has increased by 30,000 yuan per square meter compared to when I bought it. After selling it and paying off the mortgage, I'll still have a lot of money left. Also, my car will be under your name. You have a driver's license. If you want to drive it, you can drive it to buy groceries. If you don't want it, you can sell it. I bought it for 400,000 yuan. It's well maintained. Don't sell it too cheaply. Every time he said a sentence, he stuffed a few documents into his mother's hands. Mrs. Chu took a handful of things and didn't know where to put them. Moreover, this was too strange. It was fine if her son wanted to be filial to her, but now wasn't the right time. Why did he suddenly give her these things? Moreover, in her impression, Chu Xun's assets after all these years in the big city were only these, right? He gave them all to her. What was going on? Mrs. Chu asked. Why are you giving me these? Chu Xun said firmly. I'm giving them to you, so you should keep them. It's best if you follow me to go through the procedures within this week. Mrs. Chu said, Little Sun, tell me clearly. Chu Xun didn't want to say it. If he didn't want to say it, no one could pry open his mouth. Papa Chu listened from the side and felt that something was wrong. Why was Chu Xun doing this for no reason? He reprimanded. Your mother is asking you a question. Don't be so quiet. Talk to your mother properly. Say it. Chu Xun turned his head away. That husky was especially affectionate with his father and even barked at him as if they were interrogating him. Papa Chu had an inexplicable ominous feeling in his heart. He couldn't help but get anxious and asked, Say something. You little brat. I told you to say something. Chu Xun raised his eyes and looked at his anxious father. He was so angry that his breathing became unstable. He went to rummage through his briefcase again. Because his hands were trembling, the briefcase fell to the ground. He squatted down and didn't even have the patience to dust it off. He took out the remaining documents from the briefcase and slapped them at his father roughly, saying, Didn't you want me to die? I'm really going to die now. Mr. Chu Xun, are you satisfied now? Your disobedient and shameless son is finally going to die. Logically speaking, Chu Xun should be feeling happy. This time, he had finally made his father speechless. However, the moment he said those harsh words, he looked into his father's eyes. Suddenly, he didn't feel happy at all. 2kxs.la. He had said everything he wanted to say. There was no need to continue staying here. Chu Xun turned around and left. Papa Chu had yet to react. He looked at the papers that Chu Xun had stuffed into his hands. They were all hospital reports and diagnosis reports. He glanced at them randomly. Although he couldn't understand them, he suddenly understood that Chu Xun wasn't lying. Chu Xun was sick. He was very sick and was about to die. He remembered that when he quarreled with Chu Xun just now, his face was very pale. He stood unsteadily and even held his stomach. Papa Chu suddenly came back to his senses and shouted at Chu Xun's back, "You little brat, come back here. Tell me clearly. Stop right there. Are you deaf? I told you to stop right there." Chu Xun didn't even look back as he walked further and further away. Papa Chu seemed to have woken up from a dream and chased after him, saying, "Chu Xun, stop right there. Don't go." Chu Xun still pretended that he didn't hear him. Mr. Chu couldn't catch up with Chu Xun, and he was so anxious that his heart was about to explode. He felt that his vision was a little blurry, and he wiped his face. He didn't know when his eyes were filled with tears. He chased after Chu Xun and suddenly shouted, "Junjun, wait for Daddy." Junjun was his nickname. Chu Xun stopped in his tracks. He turned back to look at his father with red eyes. The author has something to say. 30 red packets. See you at 2 p.m. Chapter 37. Papa Chu was finally willing to let Chu Xun in. This time, it was Chu Xun who was unwilling to go home and was dragged home by his father. Mrs. Chu said anxiously, "What's going on? Stop arguing. Stop scolding your son. Sit down and talk." Papa Chu was very anxious. "I'm not scolding him. I'm not scolding him now, right?" Papa Chu pressed him down on the chair and put the documents that Chu Xun brought over on the table. He threw the house and car aside. The documents from the hospital were more important. Papa Chu was very anxious. "Tell me, what's wrong with you? Why are you dying? Tell me clearly." He was so anxious that he stuttered. "I don't understand. What does the doctor mean by this? Is there something in your stomach that shouldn't be there?" Chu Xun said awkwardly, "If you could understand it, you could be a doctor. Of course, you don't understand." Papa Chu was angry. "You unlucky child. Can you not make me angry? I don't understand it. That's why I need you to explain." Chu Xun felt a lump in his throat, and tears were about to come out. He kept taking deep breaths and suppressed the urge to cry. He said some medical terms and sentences that Papa Chu still didn't understand. "Anyway, the doctor said that I can only live for 3 or 4 months at most." Papa Chu said, "Is there no way to treat it?" Chu Xun, "It can't be cured. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called a terminal illness. At most, it can delay the illness and live for a few more months." Papa Chu and Papa Chu were stunned by this sudden bad news. Papa Chu sat down dispiritedly, as if he had lost his soul. After a while, he finally calmed down. "You? How many hospitals did you go to? Could there be a mistake?" Chu Xun reported the names of the hospitals. "They're all legitimate hospitals. I've checked twice and found a specialist. I can't be wrong." Chu Xun held back his tears and said in a low voice, "Dad, Mom, you don't have to be like this. People will die sooner or later anyway. This is all my inheritance. I'll give it all to you. Live well." Papa Chu said, "No, there are only 2 hospitals. I know an uncle whose surname is Zhang. He's my former student. Do you still remember him? He is also the director of a big hospital in X city. Let me ask you, where is the best place to treat your illness? Maybe the hospital you are seeing is not good at treating this illness. Many hospitals are good at their own departments, but they are not good at treating other illnesses. Let's visit a few more hospitals. We can't just wait to die." Chu Xun shook his head. "I don't want to see it. I don't want to be in so much pain. I don't want treatment. Besides, I'm broke. I've spent all my savings." Papa Chu's face was full of tears. He couldn't hold it in anymore and grabbed his arm tightly. "You don't have money, but I do. Ask me for it. I'll give it to you." Chu Xun suddenly couldn't hold it in anymore. Following his father, his tear ducts seemed to have been opened. "It's very expensive. It's just burning money. You're just a poor teacher, yet you still help this and that student all day long. Uncle and aunt also rely on you for money. Your little savings and pension are useless. Even if I sell my house and car, it won't be enough. Papa Chu didn't hesitate and almost shouted, "Don't worry about this. Your mother and I will sell the house. I'll borrow money and beg people. Even if I have to sell everything, I'll still treat it." Chu Xun was slightly moved, but he still shook his head. "It's meaningless, Dad. Don't treat it. Don't lose both you and the money. When I die, you won't have money to pay your debts. You won't have anything good. It's better to keep the money for your retirement and live a more comfortable life. If you feel sad, you can adopt another child. Don't be like me, always making you angry." Papa Chu said, "If you die, how can we live a comfortable life? You're my only son." Chu Xun laughed. "Didn't you just say that Chubby Chu is your youngest son?" Papa Chu cried. Isn't that a joke?" Papa Chu grabbed Chu Xun and didn't let go. "Tomorrow, Dad will bring you to a few more hospitals. We'll work hard to treat the illness. I won't give up. You can't give up, okay?" Chu Xun choked and said, "There's really no cure. Dad, I've checked. There's no precedent of a cure in the whole world." Papa Chu didn't give up and said firmly, "Then you'll be the first." His father didn't scold him, but Chu Xun seemed to be stunned. He was stunned, sniffled, and didn't say anything. Papa Chu said, "I've taught you not to be afraid of difficulties since you were young. How did you remember? Since when was my son a coward? Weren't you very brave when you quarreled with me? You even dared to say that you like men. Now you're saying that you want to die? You're not even afraid of death. So why are you afraid of treatment?" Chu Xun's glasses were covered with moisture from crying. He took off his glasses and wiped his tears. He said very sadly, "It's all because you don't want me. I don't know who to live for." Papa Chu broke down in tears. His father held his hand and cried. He was a man in his 50s. He was usually a serious old teacher, but now he was crying in a sorry state. Papa Chu let go of all his stubbornness. "Junjun, I'm sorry. Dad has let you down. I'm sorry. Chu Xun saw his father cry like this. All his resentment towards his father disappeared. He didn't cry and just choked a little. "Don't you have high blood pressure? Don't cry. What should I do if you fall sick too? Why are you crying? I don't even cry as hard as you. I'm the one who's sick, and you still want me to comfort you. Don't you feel embarrassed?" "Mom, persuade Dad." Chu Xun turned and saw his mother. His mother's face was also full of tears. She couldn't help but cry. However, his father cried very loudly. His mother didn't cry at all, but she looked like she was about to break down. When the husky saw that everyone was crying, it lay at the side and looked at them with its ears drooping. It seemed very sad too. Its blue glasses were teary, and it blinked its eyes. It made a whining sound from its throat. Papa Chu wiped his snot and tears. "Dad will take you to get treatment. It'll be fine. You'll definitely be cured. Don't be afraid. Be brave." Chu Xun cried. When he saw how ugly his father was crying, he smiled. "I'm not afraid. Okay, I'll go get treatment. Don't cry. You look so ugly when you cry." Papa Chu cried and said, "You little brat, you still laugh at me for being ugly." Chu Xun was an old teacher who had been rehired. He was in the second year of high school, and he still had to continue teaching next semester. However, he didn't have the mood to do so. He wasn't the kind of person who was praised in the newspapers for being able to bear the pain of missing his family for the sake of work and students. He directly resigned from the school. Nothing was more important than his child. His only son was about to die. He didn't have the mood to care about anything else. Chu Xun said that he only had 3 to 4 months left to live. It should be counted by the days. He didn't even know if it was 3 digits. Every day that passed was a day less. There was no time to delay. Chu Xun didn't sleep the entire night. How could he sleep? He looked for all the connections he could find on the same day. He couldn't wait at all. He found a doctor he knew. He was a student he taught in the past and was the deputy director of a top 3 grade A hospital in the provincial capital. They had a good relationship. The other party was kind and helped him recommend a suitable hospital and doctor without hesitation. Then, he even found a friend in the real estate industry. He planned to sell his house. However, Chu Xun stopped him. "Dad, calm down. Sell my house first, okay? My house is more valuable. Don't be so anxious." Actually, he felt that if he died quickly, his father wouldn't have to sell his house. Even if he died, his parents would at least have a house for their retirement. However, Papa Chu didn't agree. "It'll be too late to sell it then. Let's hang it up first. Only then can we find a good seller. The next day, his father took Chu Xun to see a doctor in another city according to his student's recommendation. His parents treated him like a fragile object and didn't even let him drive the car. They wanted him to sit in the back seat. Chu Xun felt that he wasn't that weak, but he still obeyed his parents. The next day, they set off early in the morning. After driving for more than 3 hours, they finally arrived at the hospital before noon. Papa Chu's student had already greeted the specialist and added a number. When they arrived, they didn't take a break and went directly to the outpatient clinic to see the doctor. 2K novel. The author has something to say, still 30 red packets. See you at 3 o'clock. Chapter 38. The procedure was the same in every hospital. The waiting room was packed with people. Not only were the seats full, but there was also almost no space to stand. Dr. Lin, who Chu Xun came to see, was very famous. Patients came from all over the world because of his reputation, and they had to register with him a week in advance. If it weren't for Chu Xun's connections, they wouldn't have been able to register with him. No one in the world liked to see a doctor. Everyone had a gloomy expression on their faces as they waited impatiently, holding their phones to kill time. It was 10 o'clock when they arrived, so they had to wait. They were 21st in line. There were no seats, so they stood and waited. After a while, his father called him. Junjun, there's a seat here. Come here. Sit and wait. Chu Xun looked at his white-haired parents and felt embarrassed to sit. He asked his parents to stand and said, Dad, sit down. You're tired after driving for so long. Sit down and rest. I'm fine. I don't feel unwell today. I'm not that weak. The two of them pushed each other back and forth. Chu Xun caught a glimpse of a white-haired old man with crutches. He turned around and helped him up. Grandpa, sit down. The old man didn't refuse. He thanked him and sat down. Papa Chu was unhappy. You're so stubborn even when you're sitting down. You like to show off. Mrs. Chu tried to smooth things over. You and your father were probably reincarnated from sulfur and saltpeter in your previous lives. Mr. Chu, I remember that you have a small stool that you use to fish in your car. You can use it. Every patient hoped that the doctor could treat them for a long time, at least half an hour. Only then would they be worthy of waiting in line like a war. Chu Xun waited until it was almost 12 o'clock. It was finally his turn. He brought the medical records and examination reports from the two hospitals and finally saw Dr. Lin. He was in his 40s or 50s. He wore tortoiseshell-rimmed glasses and looked a little fierce. Director Lin looked at the information he brought and frowned. He asked, You found it more than a month ago? The doctor didn't ask you to be hospitalized as soon as possible? Did he prescribe any medicine for you? Chu Xun said guiltily. He did, but I didn't want to be treated at that time. I'm only taking painkillers. Dr. Lin sighed and asked him all kinds of questions with a straight face. After creating the electronic medical record, he wrote a lot of checkup forms and asked him to do all kinds of tests again. Chu Xun was forced by his parents to go to various departments for blood tests, X-rays, ultrasonography, MRI scans, and so on. It was as if he was fighting a war. The point guard is here. It was especially difficult for them to produce the report. They did not know why, but every time they waited until there were only a few of them left in the waiting room. There were a few times when they were called by the doctor to redo the report. He spent 2 days looking for Dr. Lin. Director Lin frowned. He repeatedly looked at the examination results, images, and various reports. With a serious expression, he said that he could not give him a definite result for the time being. Chu Xun thought it through and said, I can accept it even if I can't be cured, Chief Physician. Director Lin said tactfully. It's not a problem of whether you can be cured or not. I suspect. I'm not sure yet. I'll find another doctor to take a look at you. She's not available now. I'll contact you as soon as I have a result with her. Chu Xun was nervous. However, when he thought about it, the worst-case scenario was death. What was there to be afraid of? As soon as he left the hospital, Chu Xun was scolded by his father. Papa Chu said, What do you mean by, I can accept it even if I can't be cured? What did you promise me? Have you forgotten? He threatened fiercely, Don't think about saving money for us. We don't need you to save money. Chu Xun was quite dispirited. Dad, you can say that, but some things can't be changed with a strong will. There are not so many miracles. I think it's better to prepare for the worst. If the situation is slightly better than expected, isn't it a good thing? However, Under normal circumstances, when you think you've encountered the worst thing in your life, fate will tell you that it hasn't shown its bottom line yet. You can still fall further. The next morning, the new doctor under Director Lin called Chu Xun to come to the hospital. Chu Xun didn't delay. They stayed in the hotel next to the hospital and arrived at the hospital 10 minutes later. Director Lin wasn't seeing patients today. Instead, he was in the inpatient department's office. There was an unfamiliar female doctor next to Director Lin. When she saw Chu Xun, she said to the female doctor, "Here, it's him." Then, she introduced to Chu Xun, "This is Dr. Chun." Chu Xun greeted him politely. However, he remembered that there was no doctor with the surname Chun in this department when he registered. Which department was Dr. Chun from? Both Director Lin and Dr. Chun had serious expressions. This made Chu Xun feel discouraged. He guessed that it wasn't a good result. Dr. Chun didn't exchange pleasantries with him. He said, "Let's do another ultrasound. I'll do it for you. I'll take you there now." Dr. Chun personally brought Chu Xun to the ultrasound room. Chu Xun realized that there were quite a lot of people waiting outside. It turned out that he was the one who cut the queue. He felt embarrassed. However, he saw that there were a few pregnant women sitting in the corridor waiting. He still cut the queue before the pregnant women. This made Chu Xun feel even more ashamed. When the doctor on duty saw Dr. Chun, he greeted him as the director. Chu Xun was puzzled. Was Dr. Chun also a director? Which department was he from? They entered the ultrasound room, closed the door, and drew the curtains. Dr. Chun stood beside the machine and said to Chu Xun, "Lie flat. Lift your clothes up and reveal your stomach. Pull your pants down slightly." Chu Xun obediently did as he was told. He quietly looked at Dr. Chin's expression. Dr. Chin's frown deepened. After checking for half an hour, Dr. Chin said, "Okay, it's done. Don't leave yet. I'll discuss it with Director Lin." Then, they waited for another hour. Director Lin and Director Chun called Chu Xun over. Director Lin said something that Chu Xun did not quite understand. He said something about differentiated cells and undifferentiated cells. Then, he concluded, "Your previous situation was indeed very easy to make a wrong judgment. This is the first time I've seen your situation." Chu Xun asked, "What wrong judgment? Director, can you be clearer?" Director Lin said, "In short, the results of your previous checkup at the hospital were a misdiagnosis. You don't have a terminal illness. You don't have a terminal illness." Chu Xun's mind suddenly went blank. He was stunned for a long time before he asked, "Doctor, what did you say?" Director Lin told him with certainty, "You don't have a terminal illness." Huh. Chu Xun felt that it was too ridiculous. It was so ridiculous that he was speechless for a moment. Misdiagnosis? This was King misdiagnosis. He had quit his job because of this result and spent all his savings. Now he was told that it was just a misdiagnosis? He had even lowered his head to his father because of this. Chu Xun's parents were by his side. They were much happier than Chu Xun. Papa Chu was overjoyed. He was so happy that he cried. He wiped his tears and said, "I told you to go to a few more hospitals. You didn't want to." After Mrs. Chu was happy, she started to get angry. "What's wrong with the hospital you went to previously? How could they make a mistake when it's a matter of life and death?" However, Director Lin's face did not relax at all. But the whole family was instantly on tenterhooks again. Chu Xun asked, "But what? They checked that I actually have another illness?" Director Lin said, "That's not it. You're quite healthy, but your body is a little special. It's also because of this that you were misdiagnosed." Chu Xun asked, "What's wrong?" Director Lin looked at Director Chun. Director Chun took out a few photos from the ultrasound and placed them in front of Chu Xun. Chu Xun saw that the photos were black and white. He could not understand them at all. Director Chun said, "You don't have a terminal illness, but you're pregnant." What? Chu Xun could not believe his ears. What did Director Chun say? Did she say pregnant? It was just a word with the same pronunciation as who. He was a man. Saying that he had a terminal illness was more reliable than being pregnant, right? Director Chun said very seriously, "You're about 5 weeks pregnant. Look at this point. This is the fetus. It's still very small." Chu Xun was stunned for a long time. He stared at the image and said, This isn't a joke, right?" Director Chun shook her head and said, "How can I joke with you?" Chu Xun asked, But, I'm a man. How can I be pregnant?" Director Chun said, "In medicine, the human body hasn't been completely explored. Indeed, according to common sense, a man can't be pregnant but you're pregnant now. It's also because you're a man who can get pregnant. I think it's because of this that the diagnosis was misdiagnosed. Chu Xun continued to ask, Huh? I haven't felt anything wrong with my body since I was young. Why didn't I find out before? Director Chen said, if your situation hadn't been examined very carefully, it wouldn't have been discovered, and it would have been easy to misdiagnose. My personal guess is that the hormone changes in your body also change with your cycle. The cycle might be relatively long. Usually, it's normal, but it will only be abnormal for a certain period of time. Coincidentally, you encountered an abnormal cycle when you were examined more than 2 months ago. Chu Xun, Director Lin said. So, Mr. Chu, I can't handle your situation with my professionalism. I have to hand it over to Director Chen. Chu Xun was silent for a moment. He calmed down a little and asked, what kind of doctor is Director Chen a doctor? Director Chen answered himself, obstetrics and gynecology. Chu Xun, the author has something to say. Before the red packet photo, see you at 4 o'clock. It's definitely not scientific for boys to have children. I was just writing randomly. Look at me. I didn't even dare to write the details. I'm not very meticulous. Chapter 39. Chu Xun stumbled out of the hospital in a daze. Although he didn't have to die, he wasn't relieved at all. Because his situation was too special, Dr. Chen asked him to be more careful than other pregnant women for the sake of the baby and his own health. He had to come to the hospital more often for checkups. Of course, it was still unknown whether it was dangerous for a man to give birth. Although there was nothing wrong with his body at the moment, it was still unpredictable what would happen in the future. If he wanted to abort the child, they could also arrange surgery for him. Chu Xun didn't know how to face his parents, so he didn't say a word along the way. However, his parents didn't scold him or ask anything else. The whole family was worried. After that, the first thing Papa Chu said was carefully, Junjun, are you hungry? Let's go eat. We'll talk about it after we're full. They arrived at the restaurant. They ordered. Papa Chu subconsciously ordered boiled pork slices. Mrs. Chu quickly said, isn't it too spicy? He's sick. He can't eat something too spicy. Papa Chu nodded. Oh yes, you're right. It's a little lighter. I'll order stewed chicken and steamed fish. Chu Xun thought for a moment and said with difficulty, I can't smell meat recently. I'll eat vegetables and tofu. Chu Xun didn't know what to say. His worldview hadn't adjusted yet. He seemed to be a rare man in the world who could give birth. It was too unbelievable. His feelings were complicated. Even if Chu Xun didn't want to admit it, he was pregnant. He was carrying a baby in his stomach. It was only the size of an apple core and was growing. The family of 3 ate in silence. Papa Chu saw that he didn't eat much and said worriedly, no matter what, you have to eat well. Chu Xun nodded and forced himself to eat a few more mouthfuls. It tasted like wax. Papa Chu watched him eat and sighed. He couldn't hold it in anymore and asked softly, is it that? Gee, I remember his name was Ji Tian, something like that. Chu Xun paused and replied, no. Papa Chu asked, then whose is it? Lin Yanqian's incomparably handsome face instantly appeared in Chu Xun's mind. He gently shook his head and said, you don't need to care about someone you don't know. It has nothing to do with him. Papa Chu wondered, aren't you with that Ji guy? Chu Xun said indifferently, we broke up a long time ago. But when he thought of Shaolin, his face became soft and sad again. I've fallen in love with someone else. Although he still didn't know Shaolin's specific family background, it was definitely rich and respectable. It was a class that he would never be able to come into contact with in his life. Thinking about Shaolin's difficult father, he felt scared. He didn't know if Shaolin would accept him. Sometimes, being together wasn't just about 2 people. Mama Chu asked him, Junjun, are you going to have this child? It's not easy for you to begin with. If you give birth, you'll have a lot of work to do. Of course, he had to give birth. But Chu Xun subconsciously touched his lower abdomen. It was still flat. He calculated the time and should have been pregnant a few days after he met Lin Yanqian. But thinking about it carefully, he had done many things that were harmful to the fetus in the past month. Parachuting, skiing, riding, and even taking pills. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. He didn't know if it would affect the fetus. Chu Xun frowned and said with a serious face, I haven't decided yet. When the fetus is a little bigger, we'll do a checkup. If there's no problem, we'll give birth. A young girl sitting at the table next to them almost heard the conversation of the family. She secretly glanced at Chu Xun with disdain. Not only was he unfaithful, but he was also bad to his mistress. No one was willing to tell their parents. He made a girl pregnant before marriage, but he didn't want to take responsibility. He even did a checkup before considering whether to give birth to the child. Was he planning to do a gender checkup? If it was a boy, he would give birth, but not a girl, right? What a scumbag, what a scumbag. Chu Xun was thin-skinned. He didn't want others to know that he was pregnant, especially acquaintances. So he didn't go back to his house in X city, nor did he go to his parents' house to take care of the fetus. Director Chun agreed to be in charge of helping him give birth. Firstly, Director Chun was an expert in obstetrics and gynecology, so there was no need to find another doctor. Secondly, Chu Xun was embarrassed to let more people know that he was pregnant. After discussing with his parents, he decided to rent a house near the hospital. He was an idiot. He spent all his money on Shaolin. Although he still had real estate, it wasn't liquid capital. He didn't even have the money to rent a house. He blushed and looked at his parents' money. When he was 3 months pregnant, Chu Xun went for a prenatal checkup. Dr. Chun said that the preliminary examination showed that the child wasn't missing an arm or a leg, other than being a little small. He was basically healthy. However, there were still some problems that the prenatal checkup couldn't detect. Chu Xun thought about it for a few days and decided to give birth to the child. Chu Xun basically didn't dare to go out. Although when he touched his belly, he felt that there was a little life in his body, which made him feel very touched. But what would others think of him? Wouldn't he be a monster? Moreover, if people knew that he had a child in his belly, this child would be the irrefutable evidence that he had slept with a man and had taken a man's life. He and Shaolin weren't married. At most, they had dated for a few days. This was an illegitimate child. After his parents found out that he didn't have a terminal illness but was pregnant, they weren't angry. Instead, they worked hard to accompany him and take care of him. His father cooked for him every day in different ways. He was quite proactive. Chu Xun originally thought that he would be scolded by his parents sooner or later, but he didn't expect that he wouldn't be scolded. His parents were still very careful with him, especially his father. When did his father's temper become so good? When he was pregnant and had nothing to do, he stayed at home all day. Chu Xun's imagination ran wild. He thought that when he broke up with his father in the past, his father had complained that he was gay and couldn't have children to carry on the family line. Was it because although he wasn't married now, he could still have children, so his father tacitly agreed to this matter? Was it that important to have children or not? At the end of the day, his father was just thinking about the descendants of the Chu family. One night, Chu Xun was thirsty in the middle of the night. He got up to drink water and heard a low cry. A man was crying. He curiously went to the door of his parents' room and listened carefully through the door. He realized that his father was crying and his mother was comforting him. "Mr. Chu, why are you crying? You're in your 50s. Don't you find it embarrassing?" "I'm not crying outside. I'm scared." Junjun insisted on giving birth to this child. Look at his pregnancy symptoms. He vomited everything he ate tonight. He's so thin that he's just skin and bones. It's dangerous for a woman to give birth, and he's a man. It was so dangerous when you gave birth to Junjun. What about him? Immortal would. "Io, you're crying even harder. Aren't I fine? I only have one son. If something happens to him, what will I do?" "Oh, you're like a good father now. Why don't you dare to say such things in front of Junjun? You're the best at scolding him." Giving birth makes one's imagination run wild. He's a man giving birth, so the pressure is even greater. How can I say it in front of him? Moreover, Chief Chun has never delivered a child for a man. Don't say that something will happen. You jinx it. Shut the hell up. We have to believe in Chief Chun. Chief Chun is a very good doctor. Besides, Chief Chun has never delivered a child for a man. Where are you going to find a doctor who has delivered a child for a man? I know. I'm just worried. But aren't we making plans so that we won't panic when the time comes? If anything happens, we'll definitely protect Junjun. The old couple reached a consensus. After a while, "Mr. Chu, why are you crying again? Can't you let me sleep?" "I remembered the dream I had just now." "What did you dream of?" "I dreamed that he gave birth to a little monster. It was very ugly." "When the time comes, I can only accept the little monster. It's fine as long as he's safe. Dreams are always the opposite. You don't know? I keep dreaming of the arguments I used to have with Junjun. I said things in anger, And I even told him to die. I was wondering if he blamed me for making him sick. Why was my mouth so cheap? I'll never scold him again in this life. Chu Xun didn't listen anymore and left quietly. The author has something to say. I'm sorry. I'll send you a red packet before the photo. See you at 5. Xiao Lin is coming out in the next chapter. Chapter 40. Lin Yanchen rushed back to the country as soon as he could. Other than the name, Chu Xun, he knew nothing. Chu Xun's phone number was an anonymous, disposable phone number that was registered overseas. After he left without saying goodbye, he could no longer contact him. Trying to find Chu Xun in a land of 9.63 million square kilometers, among more than 1 billion people, was as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. Lin Yanchen used all the connections he had to find him, but he was still at a loss. After all, the country was not an environment he was familiar with. As soon as Lin Yanchen closed his eyes, he would think of where Chu Xun was now, silently enduring the pain and waiting for death alone. His heart felt like it was being tormented in a pot of oil, unable to calm down. He wanted to find Chu Xun as soon as possible. While he was in a terrible fix, Lin Yanchen suddenly received a call from his father. Dad has eaten the dumplings you made. They were delicious. I'm very happy Rice ball reading. Lin Yanchen was confused and even angry. When did you eat the dumplings I made? Father Lin asked back, didn't you send them to me? They were stuffed with pork and corn. Lin Yanchen was already very annoyed because of Chu Xun. When he thought of his father eating the dumplings he made for Chu Xun, he became even angrier. I didn't send them to you. They weren't made for you. You took my things without my permission. Do you know that Chu Xun and I made dumplings? Father Lin was stunned by his continuous scolding. He roughly knew who Lin Yanchen was playing with these days, but he heard that Lin Yanchen was very happy, so he didn't ask too much. He respected personal privacy. Lin Yanchen directly hung up the phone. Father Lin was a little hurt when he heard the busy tone. When he received the dumplings personally made by Lin Yanchen, he thought that his stubborn son was willing to reconcile with him, even though they didn't taste very good. He didn't expect that it wasn't sent by Lin Yanchen at all. Then who made it? A month passed. Lin Yanchen finally found the company that Chu Xun had worked for. He didn't beat around the bush and went straight to Zhuang Hanxue. Zhuang Hanxue and Lin Yanchen had never met before, so he was quite puzzled when they suddenly came knocking on his door. He went to work every day. Previously, Chu Xun had run away without warning, so he could only work seriously. He was even scolded by his brother. He said that he must have angered Chu Xun and made him leave. His brother stopped his allowance and told him to earn money himself. If he could maintain his performance, he would give him more allowance. If he ruined the branch company, he would not be able to receive any more allowance in the future. Sigh. Zhuang Hanxue knew that his brother and Chu Xun sincerely treated him well and wanted him to improve himself, but he was just a good-for-nothing. Zhuang Hanxue followed Chu Xun's instructions and promoted Chu Xun's favorite student, Duan Xiaozhen. If there was anything that he didn't understand or didn't dare to make a decision, he would shamelessly ask his brother. His brother would patiently teach him. At first, he really held the attitude of learning and asked for advice. Zhuang Hanxue slowly realized that this was like using a cheat code. He could slack off, but he couldn't help but slack off again. He didn't even think about it and directly asked about it. After a few times, he still gave himself away and was discovered by his brother. He was scolded badly and completely ignored him. Zhuang Hanxue could only bitterly laugh and work hard. He couldn't help but miss the days when Chu Xun was still around. Sometimes, he would also think about where Chu Xun was now. He heard that he went out for a vacation. He didn't treat his illness because he wanted to take advantage of the days when he didn't have to lie on the hospital bed to walk around. Zhuang Hanxue felt that it was a pity for Chu Xun. Lin Yanchen was too lazy to waste his breath on him and asked directly, "Do you know where Chu Xun is now?" Zhuang Hanxue asked carelessly. "Chu Xun has already resigned." "Who are you? Why are you looking for Chu Xun? Why are there always people looking for Chu Xun? Why do you think that I definitely know?" Lin Yanchen was anxious and couldn't help but be a little aggressive. However, he could only be patient and explain, "I'm Chu Xun's boyfriend." Before he could finish, Zhuang Hanxue was so shocked that he almost jumped up. "Your brother Chu's boyfriend? Are you serious?" Lin Yanchen nodded and said confidently, "Yes, I'm his boyfriend. I can't find him now. He used to work here. You should have his information here. I want to find some clues." Lin Yanqian was very domineering. Zhuang Hanxue was a few years older than him, but he seemed to be intimidated. After a while, he thought about how scary Chu Xun was when he scolded people. He slowly gathered his courage and said, I can't just give you my personal information. You said that you're Chu Xun's boyfriend? How come I don't know about it? You have to show me evidence. At least have a photo of you and Chu Xun being intimate, right? Lin Yanqian was stunned. Not only did he not have a photo with Chu Xun, he didn't even have a single photo of Chu Xun. He suddenly felt sad and said bitterly, I don't. Zhuang Hanxue secretly praised himself for being quick-witted. Fortunately, I'm smart enough to not be tricked by you. You don't even have a photo, and you're lying to me that you're Chu Xun's boyfriend. He said bluntly, You're very funny. I'm very busy with work. I don't have time to joke with you. Zhuang Hanxue stood up and turned to leave. He didn't want to entertain this strange person anymore. Lin Yanqian said softly, He didn't want me to keep the photo, but we're really lovers. Chu Xun is afraid of the cold. He likes to eat hot pot. He doesn't like sashimi and cheese. When he sleeps, he likes to hide under the quilt. He doesn't have many friends. He didn't dare to tell others that he likes men. However, he didn't want to lie to his parents. So he came out of the closet early. He's sick. He said that he doesn't want to be a burden to me, so he left without telling me. He said that there's no cure for his illness. He said that he's hiding from me. He doesn't want me to see his sick and ugly appearance. However, I still want to be with him. Lin Yanqian's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. However, there was a strange kind of calmness. His voice was full of sadness and love. He said, Mr. Zhuang, I'm very grateful that you're considerate of Chu Xun and want to protect his privacy. However, I'm really his lover. I sincerely beg you, let me have some clues to find him. I'm afraid that if I wait any longer, it'll be too late. Lin Yanqian asked, Mr. Zhuang? Zhuang Hanxue turned around. Lin Yanqian saw his appearance and was slightly surprised. Lin Yanqian didn't cry. Zhuang Hanxue was moved to tears. He wiped his tears and said, I believe you. I didn't tell anyone about Chu Xun's illness other than when he resigned. I didn't tell anyone else. I'll look for the information for you. The file on the computer was deleted when he resigned. Zhuang Hanxue spent a lot of effort and looked for it for an entire day. Finally, he found Chu Xun's personal information on paper and gave it to Lin Yanqian. It included the school he went to when he was young, his previous work experience, and the various scholarships he received. Lin Yanqian saw the photo of Chu Xun when he was in his early 20s. He had the same gentle face as he did now, but he was much younger. Zhuang Hanxue asked, Is it useful? Lin Yanqian said, Thank you. Unfortunately, the column that he wanted to know the most was empty. He didn't fill in his parents. They probably already had a falling out at that time. However, at least he got some more information. To be honest, when he found this place, he was still hoping for a fluke. He thought that maybe Chu Xun's terminal illness was just an excuse to get rid of him. However, he wished that Chu Xun was a liar. However, it proved that Chu Xun was telling the truth. Lin Yanqian thanked Zhuang Hanxue and left with the information. He was ready to continue looking for Chu Xun. Someone called out to him. It was a young girl. Are you looking for Chu Xun? Lin Yanqian nodded. Hello. This girl was Chu Xun's little disciple, Duan Xiaozhen. She said worriedly, He's my master. I heard you talking to President Zhuang just now. Have you seen him before? Is he okay? When he resigned, I asked him about it. Later, he told me that he was tired from work and wanted to resign. However, he suddenly disappeared and I couldn't get through to his phone. However, because her master left, she was entrusted with an important task and couldn't leave to look for him. Lin Yanqian said politely, Thank you for your concern. He thought about it and felt that it was good to have more hope. Maybe Chu Xun would contact his disciple before he died. Thus, he left his number. If you have any news about Chu Xun, let me know. If I find him and ask him, I'll contact you if he's willing. Duan Xiaozhen said gratefully, Thank you, thank you. The author has something to say. 30 red packets. See you at 6. Chapter 41. Lin Yanqian found Chu Xun's residence and asked the property management, security, and Chu Xun's neighbors about Chu Xun's whereabouts. The property management felt that the owner of this house was really troublesome. Why were there always people looking for him? Since there was a psychopath who tricked them into his house before, he was much more vigilant this time. At first, he refused to say anything. This matter was easy to solve. Lin Yanqian gave him a red packet, and the other party slowly opened his mouth and was willing to say a few words. He came back once before. Lin Yanchen asked, "What was the date?" The answer was, the 2nd or the 3rd day of the new year. He came back for a day and then left again. The timing was just right. Lin Yanchen continued to ask, "What happened after that? Where did he go?" "I don't know." The other party answered and suddenly remembered something. Mr. Chu came back this time to do some paperwork. He said that he was going to sell the house or something. I don't know the details for the time being. Lin Yanchen's heart sank. Selling the house. Why would he sell the house out of the blue? Was he preparing for his funeral? Along the way, he was able to confirm that Chu Xun was seriously ill. Lin Yanchen thought for a while. With Chu Xun's character, he would most likely buy his own grave in advance. He was not sure if Chu Xun would go back to find his parents. Chu Xun said that he had cut off his relationship with his parents for 5 years. Would he still go back? But if he did not look for his parents, he should at least find someone to help him deal with his funeral. Generally, if it was not his parents or friends, would Chu Xun ask his female disciple to help him? But he heard that there were also strangers who were in charge of this job. In short, it was better to check it out. Lin Yanchen found a few assistants to help him check, but he really could not sit comfortably and wait for others to report the news. Every day, he had to run around looking for Chu Xun. He was so tired that he fell asleep. This was the only way for him to sleep recently. In Chu Xun's high school and university teachers, Lin Yanchen saw the class photos of Chu Xun when he was in school. Chu Xun always stood quietly in the corner. Lin Yanchen liked him when he saw him, but he found that there was another man in both photos, and they were both standing next to Chu Xun. Even in the high school graduation photo, the man's hand was on Chu Xun's shoulder. Chu Xun had a smile on his face, and his eyes were shining. Lin Yanchen asked, "Who is this person?" Chu Xun's high school teacher told him, "Oh, he's Chu Xun's good friend. His name is..." "Let me see. There's a name on the back of the photo. Ji Tianzi." "Yes, his name is Ji Tianzi. They were very close when they were in school. If I remember correctly, they even went to the same university." Lin Yanchen thought that if he was not wrong, this man should be the person Chu Xun liked. He was still a little jealous. But now was not the time for him to care about this man with the surname Ji. Lin Yanchen silently noted down the name. Fortunately, Chu Xun's high school records had his home address. Moreover, after so many years, Chu Xun's parents did not move and still lived in the old house. Unfortunately, Chu Xun's parents were not at home. Lin Yanchen directly asked Chu Xun's neighbors where the family went. A group of aunties moved a small stool and sat under a tree in the neighborhood garden to chat. Lin Yanchen started a conversation, and they unknowingly told him all the gossip. A few days after the new year, old Chu's son came back. Yes, I saw him. He drove a BMW. His son was good at school and had a promising career, unlike my disappointing son. What's there to be envious about? Didn't you see that he hasn't been home for a few years? He had a falling out with his family a few years ago. I heard that he's gay." "I didn't know. I live next door and only found out when I heard them arguing. Old Chu is such a proud person, so I didn't tell him." "Then why are you telling us now?" "Old Chu quit his job at the university and put his house up for sale." Why is he selling his house?" "Let me tell you. I heard that his son is sick and won't live for long. In order to treat his illness, the old couple is going to sell their house. They took him to see a doctor, but he probably went straight to the hospital for treatment, so he didn't come back." That's terrible. What kind of illness does he have? Why does it cost so much money?" "I'm not too sure, but isn't it easy for gay people to get that kind of illness?" "What kind?" "It's..." She lowered her voice and said mysteriously, "AIDS." There was a low uproar. This was really dirty. This illness can't be cured. Lin Yanchen couldn't stand it anymore. Chu Xun doesn't have AIDS. He's a clean person. Why does he feel that just because he likes men? The aunties finally noticed him. "Young man, I remember that you were here to ask about Chu Xun, right? What's your relationship with him?" Everyone silently distanced themselves from him, as if he had some kind of infectious disease. Lin Yanchen thought that Chu Xun used to live in such an environment. No wonder he was so unhappy. He felt sorry for Chu Xun. Lin Yanchen got Chu Xun's father's phone number. He mustered up his courage and called. "Hello? Hello." Papa Chu saw that it was an unfamiliar number and asked, "Who are you?" Lin Yanchen said, "Hello? I'm Chu Xun's friend. I heard that he's sick and want to visit him. Can you tell me which hospital he's in now?" Papa Chu was very afraid of this matter. Chu Xun was thin-skinned and specifically told him not to let more people know about his pregnancy. No matter who asked, he was to say that he wasn't sick. He naturally had to keep his mouth shut, let alone tell others Chu Xun's location. He said, "I didn't even know that he was sick." "How did you know that he was sick? Is Chu Xun sick?" Papa Chu said with certainty. "They didn't even know that Chu Xun was sick?" Lin Yanchen was frightened. "But I heard that you took Chu Xun to see a doctor. Why else would you go on a long trip?" Papa Chu said, "My wife and I went on a trip." "What does that have to do with you?" Lin Yanchen asked. "But you sold your house." Papa Chu said, "I just want to move to the countryside to retire." "Are you crazy? Why are you suddenly cursing my son for no reason?" Lin Yanchen said in a panic, "I didn't." Papa Chu hung up, and Lin Yanchen heard the annoying, empty ringtone. When he called again, he realized that he had probably been blacklisted. Could it be that those aunties were lying? But based on their erroneous conversation, it didn't seem impossible. Maybe Chu Xun did come back once, but he didn't tell his parents that he was sick. That made sense. According to Chu Xun's description, their father and son relationship was so bad. So, did Chu Xun go to the hospital himself? The sword is coming. Lin Yanchen felt that he had lost his clues again. If he couldn't find Chu Xun from his parents, how could he find Chu Xun? Should he ask every tertiary grade A hospital? He didn't even know what illness Chu Xun had. Lin Yanchen searched for more than half a month without a clue. Zhuang Hanxue told him, "I went to the First People's Hospital of X province today. I suddenly remembered that I saw a plastic bag with the name of this hospital printed on it at Chu Xun's house. He should have been diagnosed in this hospital. Maybe you can go to this hospital to look." Lin Yanchen hurried to investigate, but the nurses and doctors wouldn't tell him so casually. They had to protect the patient's privacy. Lin Yanchen thought of a way to save the country in a roundabout way. He asked the hospital's nurses if they remembered a patient with the surname Chu. He didn't have time to ask alone, so several assistants checked together. One of the assistants reported back to him, "Boss, we did find it, but..." Lin Yanchen suddenly became timid. He repeatedly prepared himself mentally before saying, "Tell me, just tell me the truth." The assistant said, "A nurse with the surname Zhang said that there was indeed a male patient with the surname Chu in the oncology department. He was 30 years old, tall, thin, fair, and wore glasses. He passed away at the beginning of the month." Lin Yanchen seemed to be listening, but also not. After a long time, he asked, "When he passed away, was there anyone with him?" They said no. "He has no parents, no relatives, and no friends. He found a funeral company to handle his funeral." Lin Yanchen closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Even his breathing was trembling. Lin Yanchen felt that he should go find Chu Xun's grave, but he suddenly lost his courage. On the way to find Chu Xun, he was asked countless times, "Who are you?" Yes, he wasn't anyone from Chu Xun. Why was Chu Xun so cruel that he refused to see him even when he died? "Boss, are you okay?" Lin Yanchen said, "Let me be alone for a while." He wanted to go back to the place where he met Chu Xun. After a few steps, he suddenly felt his chest and stomach burning with sadness. He wanted to vomit, but nothing came out. Lin Yanchen didn't sleep for the whole night. The assistant asked him, "Boss, do you still want to continue looking for Mr. Chu's grave?" Lin Yanchen said, "No. He told me not to look for him. I'll give you a break. You have a good rest. I also want to be alone for a while." The assistant secretly looked at his hair and was a little confused. Did the little boss have white hair in the past? The author had something to say. If I want him to misunderstand, he has to misunderstand. See you at 7. Chapter 42. Chu Xun thought about whether he should look for Xiao Lin. But firstly, he was intimidated by Xiao Lin's family background. Secondly, he was too decisive when he left and did not leave any contact information. He did not remember Xiao Lin, and the disposable phone he got overseas had long been lost. He could not look for Lin Yanchen even if he wanted to. Chu Xun hesitated day after day, and his stomach grew bigger and bigger. It was really embarrassing. Especially when the weather gradually warmed up, he could not wear thick clothes to cover his stomach when he went out occasionally. He did not know if it was because he was a man who should not have children, but his pregnancy reaction was especially serious. He only felt better after taking the medicine given by Chief Chun. Chu Xun ate and threw up every day. Even if he did not want to eat, he had to nourish the child in his stomach. Giving birth was a problem. After the child was born, where would the money to raise the child come from? His savings were all given to Lin Yanchen. What should he do? Sell his house and car? He was unwilling to sell his house. Now that the housing price was skyrocketing, his house could still appreciate. This was faster than working. He wanted to leave the house to his child. Not only did he not want to sell it, but he had also begun to study the housing prices in the school district. It would be too late to prepare when the time came. He had to buy a house as soon as possible. The expected date of delivery was winter. His mother had already begun to make small clothes and hats for the Bao Bao in Chu Xun's stomach. When the Bao Bao was born, he could wear them. Chu Xun held his heavy stomach and frowned. Mom, what if there's something wrong with the Bao Bao that the prenatal examination can't detect? He was scolded by his mother. You have the same bad habit as your father. Jinx. No, the Bao Bao will definitely be healthy. Chu Xun. Then I'm afraid. Chief Chun said that when the time comes, he will cut open my stomach and take out the Bao Bao. Is it so hard for women to give birth? I can't sleep well. My stomach is heavy, and my shoulders hurt. Mother Chu said, Now you know it wasn't easy for me to give birth to you, right? Chu Xun said, I heard that you had a difficult birth back then. What should he do? What about me? Mrs. Chu said, That's different. You're a man, and I'm a woman. You had a cesarean section, and I gave birth naturally. Our children will definitely be different. Chu Xun said, Since I'm a man, giving birth might be even more. Mrs. Chu turned around and yelled at the kitchen. Mr. Chu, are you the one who spoke to the child? I already told you not to talk nonsense to the child. Papa Chu, who was wearing an apron and holding a big spoon, was speechless. Once, Chu Xun couldn't hold it in anymore. The doctor told him to exercise as much as possible. He also felt that Chu Xun's mood would get worse if he didn't go out. It wouldn't be good if he became depressed. Chu Xun put on a loose shirt and went out for a walk. At that time, he was almost 6 months pregnant, but his stomach wasn't very big. Director Chun said that the structure of his body was different. The fetal position was at the back, so his stomach wasn't very big. Ordinary people definitely wouldn't think of a pregnant man at first glance. They would only think that this man had a beer belly. Moreover, after the first few months, perhaps because he had been taking medicine properly, Chu Xun's appetite became better and his face became a little rounder. They passed by a barbecue stall. Chu Xun really wanted to eat. Papa Chu said, Eat if you want. The father and son sat down to eat. On a summer night, it was really comfortable to eat barbecue skewers with the night breeze. Before their food was ready, a few uncles came over. Because there were no more seats, they came over and asked if they could share a table. Chu Xun was a civilized person. Since the other party had asked nicely, he would naturally agree. The uncles came out in the middle of the night to drink beer and eat barbecue to brag. They even hit on Chu Xun and asked if he was a local, where he worked, if he was married, and if he had children. Although Chu Xun was kind, he wasn't at the point where he would tell strangers everything. Papa Chu was a little unhappy. He felt that these uncles were too excited and even patted Chu Xun's shoulder. At that moment, one of the uncles looked at Chu Xun's stomach and said, Young man, your stomach is quite big. How many months are you pregnant? Chu Xun was speechless. Before Chu Xun could answer, another uncle laughed loudly. He lifted his t-shirt to reveal his round belly and patted it loudly. Mine is 8 months pregnant. The fattest uncle stood up and showed his round belly in disdain. Yours is at most 6 months. Mine is only 8 months. The uncle who asked the question first laughed heartily. Your wife's belly wasn't even as big as yours when she gave birth. They laughed and said to Chu Xun, Young man, you're handsome, but your figure is a little bad. Otherwise, I would introduce my niece to you. Young man, you can't be so fat when you're not married yet. Otherwise, you won't be able to get a wife. Yes, when you get married, your belly will be a few months big if you want. Chu Xun was amused by them. Ha 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 ha. Thank you, brothers. I got it. He hadn't been so relaxed in a long time. Suddenly, he had an impulse and said half-truthfully, I'm not lying to you. Actually, I'm really pregnant. The child in my belly is 6 months old. Ha ha ha. Of course, the older brothers didn't believe him. They mocked him and said, You really know how to joke. And your little belly is nothing. It's at most 3 months, no more than that. I've already said that I'm the one who is pregnant for 6 months. Chu Xun went out for a walk and was quite happy. He suddenly thought it through. Anyway, he was in an unfamiliar city. There was no need to hide. Ordinary people wouldn't think of a man giving birth. He could just eat until his face was rounder. When he went out, People would at most think that he was a middle-aged fat uncle. It was almost the due date. His parents discussed with him. Junjun, what are your plans after the child is born? Are you going back to X City? Or are you going back to your hometown with us? Chu Xun said, I don't want to do either. Papa Chu and Mama looked at each other. Papa Chu sighed and said, I knew you would say that. There's really no way to go back. I've already sold the house in my hometown. Chu Xun was shocked. I don't have a terminal illness. Why did you sell the house? Papa Chu said, I found a house in Y City and am going to buy it. Anyway, this is an unfamiliar place. You can work here and raise the child. No one will know you. Your mother and I have pensions. In the future, we can take care of the child for you. It's quite good. Chu Xun was speechless for a long time. I'm really an unfilial son. You're already so old, and I caused you to leave your hometown. You can't retire well. Papa Chu said, it's okay. Y City is also a good place. It's suitable for retirement. Your mother has already made a circle of friends by going to square dance. Don't be so rigid. It has nothing to do with which city. A place where family reunites is home. Sort of the future. After buying the new house, Chu Xun's pregnancy safely reached 7 months. He was more relaxed than before. From time to time, he would go shopping with his parents. On weekends, he would go shopping with his mother at the supermarket. As Chu Xun walked, he suddenly heard someone calling him. He turned around and saw a group of people rushing to buy something. What's wrong? Mama asked. Nothing, Chu Xun said. He might have heard wrongly. They walked past a corner. Just now, there was a person who struggled to squeeze out of the crowd and looked around anxiously. Ji Tianze came to Y City for a business trip. He didn't expect to see Chu Xun's figure by accident. But now, he didn't know where he went. The author has something to say. Done and done. See you tomorrow at 7 a.m. Wash up and sleep. Originally, I wanted to update until the child was born. I still have to wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'll go from extravagance to frugality. I can only update twice. If nothing goes wrong, it will be 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. in the future. 2K plus chapters. I emptied my savings mainly because I want to learn from old Chu and have fun. There's only 1 day left. Now that there's a batch, I have to hurry and write. There's still a lot to write. It's not over after marriage. Romance is romance. Life is life. When they meet again, their relationship is different from their relationship. In fact, they still have a lot of things to adjust to. Chapter 43. It was said that July was hot and the weather should gradually cool down, but City Y was still hot and stuffy. Papa Chu received a call from a relative, saying that a distant relative had passed away and asked him to go back to his hometown to attend the funeral. He had to go, or else he would be ungrateful, so he had to go. But he was really worried about Chu Xun. The family of 3 would have to go home. Papa Chu said, if I'm not here, who will accompany you to the hospital? Chu Xun said, I already said that I'm just carrying a child in my stomach. Don't treat me like a useless person. Papa Chu asked again, then who's going to cook? You can't cook, but can your mother cook? Can your mother's cooking be eaten? Mrs. Chu looked sideways and said angrily, Mr. Chu, what are you talking about? Chu Xun said, it's okay, we can eat takeout for a few days. Papa Chu asked again, if there are thieves or robbers, the 2 of you won't be able to fight back. Chu Xun said calmly, Chubby Chu is here. Chubby Chu, who was lying on the sofa, shook his tail and barked. Woof woof. Woof woof woof. Papa Chu said in disdain, that dog can't do anything except eat. It's just a silly dog. Chu Xun said, ha 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 ha. He's laughing at you, Chubby. Did you hear that? Chubby Chu was quite happy. Woof 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 woof. Papa Chu still left, but in fact, he would be back in 3 days at most. Cooking in the summer was a hellish job, so Chu Xun didn't want to do it. He took his mother to an underground restaurant, which was a famous local place. The price wasn't cheap, but it was worth it. The Crucian carp tofu soup was especially fresh and sweet, and the soup was milky white like milk. He had a great appetite, so he drank 2 bowls, ate some fish and vegetables, and had a full meal. Then he took a leisurely walk with his mother to digest the food and go home. Chubby Chu ate a large plate of dog food and barked. It was time to take him for a walk. Chu Xun picked up a parenting book to read and casually said to his mother, take him for a walk, or he'll make a fuss again. Mrs. Chu said, all right, I'll be out for half an hour. Be careful. Chu Xun didn't even raise his head. I'm already in my 30s. What can happen to me? I didn't even see you guys being so careful when I was 10. Mrs. Chu said. I'm worried about the one in your belly. Chu Xun. Mrs. Chu went out to walk her dog. 10 minutes later, Chu Xun heard a knock on the door. He thought that his mother had returned and wondered why she was back so soon. Chu Xun loved to walk around and would go out to play at least 3 times a day. He even stayed on the floor and didn't want to go home. Why was he willing to go home so soon? As a grown man, he did not have a good sense of security and opened the door carelessly. When he saw the person outside the door, he was stunned. Ji Tian's eyes were red as he stared at him. Chu Xun, it's really you. Chu Xun. Chu Xun came back to his senses and tried to close the door. This was too awkward. Ji Tianza insisted on squeezing through the door. Chu Xun did not dare to push him and subconsciously stepped back. Ji Tianza barged into the house. How could you do this? Chu Xun, you left without telling me. If I didn't see you at the restaurant today, I wouldn't have known that you were still alive. Are you treating your illness right now? He looked at Chu Xun's current appearance. He was wearing loose home clothes. Although he seemed to have grown bigger, he was not fat. Instead, he was bloated and his face was pale. In fact, he had become ugly. However, he did not feel that he was ugly at all. Instead, he felt sad. It was good that Chu Xun was still alive. Ji Tianza touched himself. When you left without saying goodbye, I was so anxious that I looked for you everywhere. Only then did I find out that you were sick. Why didn't you tell me? If you had told me, I wouldn't have made you angry. Why are you so stubborn? Logically speaking, these words should have been flattering words. However, they were not very good. Chu Xun suddenly felt that he had liked such a person in the past. Look, Ji Tianza was still the same. Even though he wanted to reconcile with him, he was still trying to shirk responsibility. He was speechless. Chu Xun did not even bother to get angry. He only said, Okay, it's all my fault. I didn't want to tell you. I've committed a heinous crime. Why are you here? My house is small. It can't fit someone as honorable as you. Ji Tianza wanted to say something, but stopped. He seemed to say gently, I don't want to quarrel with you. You're sick. Are you feeling better now? Which hospital are you in? I'll visit you in the future. I was scared to death at that time. I even thought that you would commit suicide. I went to many places that we used to go to, but I couldn't find you. During that time, I was scared when I saw a nameless suicide. I ran to confirm if it was you. I thought about you every night, waiting for death alone. It was very sad. Who the hell was he cursing? Chu Xun almost rolled his eyes. Not only did he not go to those places, but he was also having fun everywhere. Chu Xun asked, What does it have to do with you? I remember very clearly that we can't even be considered friends. Ji Tianza said anxiously, Didn't I take the initiative to reconcile with you? Can't you forgive me? His tone was so righteous. TSK. Chu Xun said, I won't forgive you. Moreover, I don't want to have anything to do with you anymore. Ji Tianza did not expect that Chu Xun would still be indifferent after taking so many steps back. He was at his wit's end. Why? As a man, Chu Xun could actually understand. Many men had this kind of thinking. They were self-centered and felt that the person who once liked them, even if they were cold or even abandoned, would still wait for them with infatuation. Even if they clearly rejected them, they would think that it was because they wanted to reject them but still wanted to meet them. They were really full of confidence. Chu Xun thought about it and looked at him. He sighed. There was no reluctance in his eyes, only disdain for trouble. He said, Mr. Ji, I like someone else. Ji Tianza was stunned and fell into a daze. After a long time, he asked, Who is it? Chu Xun said, It has nothing to do with you. Ji Tianza said, You lied to me. Chu Xun said, I didn't. Stop pestering me. If you don't leave, I'll call the police and ask them to take you away. The colder Chu Xun was, the more agitated Ji Tianza became. He grabbed Chu Xun's arm. Tell me clearly. Chu Xun, who do you like? That's impossible. You've liked me for more than 10 years. When did you meet that person? Have you known him longer than you have known me? How could you fall in love with someone else? A loud shout came from outside the door. Who is it? What followed was the sound of dogs barking. Mrs. Chu returned. She was a short and thin old woman. When she saw the man grabbing Chu Xun, she suddenly became fierce and her eyebrows seemed to be raised. Who are you? Why are you grabbing Junjun? I'll call the police. Chubby Chu usually looked quite silly, but at this moment, he suddenly became bold and fierce and pounced on Ji Tianza. Ji Tianza's arm was bitten and he couldn't stand still. He subconsciously wanted to grab something to steady himself with his other hand, but his other hand was grabbing Chu Xun. Chu Xun was pulled hard by him and fell to the ground. He fell quite hard and was even crushed by Ji Tianze. Everything happened too suddenly. Mrs. Chu's face turned pale. Junjun, are you okay? Chu Xun was in so much pain that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. My stomach hurts. Mom, take me to the hospital. Ji Tianze wanted to help him up. It's my fault. I didn't do it on purpose. It's all that dog's fault. Xiaoxuan, what's wrong? Where does it hurt? I'll take you to the hospital now. He wanted to get closer, but Chubby Chu barked fiercely. Someone came outside again. It was the police. Mrs. Chu had called the police. There was a police station at the entrance of the neighborhood. The police entered the house to take a look and roughly understood the situation. Mrs. Chu immediately pointed at Ji Tianze and said that this person suddenly rushed into her house and hit her son. The police hurriedly sent Chu Xun to the hospital, and Ji Tianze was taken to the police station for questioning. Chu Xun's stomach was in so much pain that it twitched and twitched. Director Chen rushed over from home and personally examined him. He said to Mrs. Chu, "The child is about to be born. I'll arrange for surgery for him now. Hurry up and sign it. Will you sign it, or let him sign it himself?" Mrs. Chu's hands trembled as she signed the liability agreement. "Save my son. I beg you," Director Chen said. "I'll do my best." Chapter 44. Chief Chen opened Chu Xun's stomach and took out a small child. Chief Chen said, "It's a boy." Chu Xun had been anesthetized at that time and was very sleepy, but he still insisted on looking at the child. He asked, "Why isn't he crying?" T South by Southwest.LA. As soon as he finished speaking, the little Bao Bao let out a few weak cries. It was so soft that it was not even as soft as a cat's meow. Hearing it made one's heart ache. Chu Xun's nose twitched. At least the child was alive and well. The nurse carried the child and weighed it on the scale. She said, 3.4 kilograms. It was too light. He had come to this world before he had fully developed. Chief Chen carried him for him to see. "Here, come and see your son." Chu Xun saw the little Bao Bao's face. It was black, red, and wrinkled. He suddenly wanted to cry. "It's so ugly." Chu Xun stayed in a single ward while the Bao Bao stayed in an incubator. He got out of bed the next day and walked to the intensive care unit to see the Bao Bao. He did not know if it was because he was born prematurely or because he had taken medicine during his pregnancy, but the Bao Bao was not healthy. He was weak and sickly. Chu Xun saw the little Bao Bao lying in the incubator and breathing hard. He was even afraid that he would stop breathing in the next second. He was distressed, worried, and afraid. He also hated Ji Tianze. In the past, he only hated Ji Tianze and did not want to have anything to do with him. Now he really hated Ji Tianze. If it were not for him, the Bao Bao would not be lying in the incubator like this, making him constantly worry about whether the Bao Bao would die prematurely. Chu Xun was still hospitalized and recuperating. He could not leave until the wound on his stomach was more or less healed. Papa Chu heard the news of Chu Xun's premature birth and rushed back. He first went to the hospital to see Chu Xun and his grandson. When he saw such a small grandson, his tears fell. So small. Little Fatty Chu was even older than him when he was just a newborn puppy. When he heard that it was Ji Tianze, who had an ambiguous relationship with Chu Xun, who caused Chu Xun to fall sick, he was furious. If anything happened, his son and grandson would be gone. Although they were lucky that Chu Xun and Bao Bao were fine for the time being, they couldn't take it lying down. Papa Chu said, "If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have left. It doesn't matter if I don't go to the distant relatives. It's not like they need me. I should have paid for the funeral. You said it was fine for you to be alone at home, but something happened as soon as I left." Chu Xun said, "That's because I have Bao Bao in my stomach. Otherwise, I might have been able to beat him." Papa Chu gritted his teeth and said, "I really want to beat him up." Chu Xun glanced at him. "Dad." Papa Chu had no choice but to say, "I know it's wrong to use violence." Chu Xun lowered his voice. "No, I also want to beat him up. You go and beat him up. When I'm discharged from the hospital, I'll beat him up again. I'm really angry. If it weren't for him, Bao Bao wouldn't have been born prematurely." Papa Chu, who used to be an old teacher, once taught students that they couldn't solve problems by fighting. Now, he still felt that fighting really couldn't solve problems. If he beat Ji Tianze up, His prematurely born grandson's illness wouldn't be cured because of it. However, was he going to let Ji Tianze off just because of this? Reason was reason, but there was no way to be reasonable all the time. Papa Chu thought about it. He was old, and Ji Tianze was young and strong. He might not be able to beat Ji Tianze up. Therefore, he spent money to hire a young migrant worker to take a sack and wait. When Ji Tianze was released, he secretly followed him. Ji Tianze was also detained in the police station for questioning. It was the first time in his life, and he was a little worried that his record would be recorded. How ugly would that be? What hurt him the most was that when Chu Xun's mother called the police to arrest him, Chu Xun didn't speak for him at that time. Instead, he supported the police to arrest him. He really couldn't believe that Chu Xun would treat him like this. Even if he had done something wrong in the past, didn't he apologize? And it wasn't just once. It was fine if Chu Xun didn't forgive him. But did he have to cut ties with him to this extent? He didn't mean to hurt Chu Xun, and it shouldn't be serious. It was just a fall. Was it that painful? And he was even sent to the hospital for emergency treatment? What kind of illness did Chu Xun have? Was he okay? Ji Tianze was detained in the police station for 2 days. It was very torturous. Finally, he was released. Ji Tianze was in a daze. He wanted to look for Chu Xun, but he didn't know which hospital Chu Xun was in. Even if he knew which hospital he was in, he didn't know which ward he was in. He thought that Chu Xun's parents wouldn't tell him. What should he do then? Where should he go to find Chu Xun? He went to have a good meal first. He was originally on a business trip, and it was very embarrassing that he was detained in the police station. He still had to explain to the company. Chu Xun was really important to him. After Chu Xun left, he wasn't in a good state. He was always distracted during work and made mistakes. His performance was not as good as before. There was one time when he made a big mistake and was finally fired. He still felt that his boss was really petty. He was an old employee of so many years. Couldn't he forgive him just once? Was there a need to be so ruthless? He didn't save money properly all these years. He was too carefree. After he lost his job, he realized that he didn't have much savings. He was financially strapped and was under a lot of pressure. He finally found a new job a month ago, and he couldn't lose it again. He thought about his troublesome work and the heartless Chu Xun. No matter what, he couldn't find a way to solve it. He really missed the days when Chu Xun was still by his side. Everything was in order. His career and life were all smooth sailing. His life became chaotic after Chu Xun left. He really wanted to get Chu Xun back. What else did he want him to do? Ji Tianze was full of worries. He didn't realize that he had unintentionally walked into a deserted alley. There were 2 footsteps approaching him from behind. As he walked, Ji Tianze felt an unfriendly gaze. Just as he was about to turn around, he was covered by a gunny sack. Then, punches and kicks fell on him like rain. Ji Tianze fell to the ground in a sorry state. He curled up to protect himself and shouted, "Hit me! Someone is hitting me here." He was finished. He was kicked in the face twice. Papa Chu still had some sense of propriety. He couldn't kill anyone. He weighed his strength and left after beating him for 3 to 4 minutes. "If you come looking for Chu Xun again, I'll beat you every time I see you." After he left for a while, Ji Tianze finally dared to get up from the ground. His body was stained with blood and dust. He didn't have any energy left. After that, Ji Tianze didn't appear again. Chu Xun continued to recuperate. Bao Bao wasn't doing too well. He had jaundice again and was still living in an incubator. However, he was stronger than when he was born. He had grown up a little. When he was born, his fingernails weren't even fully grown. He was very pitiful. Chu Xun was also very weak when he was born. His mother said that he was only 4.5 pounds. After he was nourished, he grew up quite healthy. He felt that if he was calm and willing to spend money, the child could slowly recover. When he was 1 month old, Bao Bao did another detailed checkup. The doctor told him another piece of bad news. Because the embryo is not fully developed, your child has a ventricular septal defect. Chu Yin really King. He even had the heart to kill Ji Tianze. The author has something to say. In the past, someone always asked if there was a problem with taking medicine. Of course there was. Chapter 45. The doctor comforted Chu Xun that there was no need to be worried about congenital heart disease. Bao Bao's condition was not serious, and he might be able to recover on his own without surgery. However, there was also the possibility that he might not be able to recover on his own. His Bao Bao was still too young for surgery. When he grew up, if he did not recover on his own, surgery could be performed. The surgery was very mature in China, and the success rate was very high. Although that was the case, every Bao Bao was the apple of their parents' eye. If they had any problems, it would be more painful than if they were sick themselves. Chu Xun was willing to bear the pain himself. Bao Bao was still so young. Old Mr. Chu Xun, who had always believed in materialism, secretly bought a wooden bodhisattva and prayed to the bodhisattva to bless his little grandson's health and safety. Chu Xun thought that he was a Buddhist. After a while, he brought a wooden bodhisattva and prayed to it separately. A few days later, Mr. Chu even brought some rosary beads that had been prayed to the bodhisattva. Chu Xun could not stand it anymore. It's fine as long as we believe in the power of science, Dad. You can worship whichever god you want. What if they find out that you're cheating on them and blame us for Bao Bao? I'm afraid that you'll do some witchcraft. Don't do it. Mr. Chu said, that won't do. That's feudal superstition. Chu Xun was speechless. Bao Bao stayed in the incubator for 2 months. His jaundice symptoms subsided, but his digestive system was not good, so he grew very slowly. There were also some small problems with his lung function. Although it was bumpy, he grew up little by little. Because he could not let Bao Bao sleep beside him, Chu Xun bought a blank notebook and took a picture of Bao Bao every day. He wrote in his diary every day to record how many grams Bao Bao gained that day, when he yawned, when he could open his eyes, and when he could smile. Bao Bao was getting more and more beautiful. When he was just born, Chu Xun really thought that he was ugly, but because he was his own child, he could only accept it. At that time, his scarlet and black skin slowly became white and tender, and his small head grew a lot of fine and soft hair, with curly hair. His eyelashes were long, and his eyes were big and round. His pupils were naturally large, and his amber irises were like golden ambers immersed in a stream. They were clear and beautiful. When he blinked and looked at others, he could melt everyone's heart. This pair of eyes was exactly the same as Lin Yanshen's. Chu Xun really liked it. He was really sad. Who wouldn't like this little Bao Bao? Papa Chu boasted. Chirp Chirp's hair is curly, just like mine. Chu Xun thought about it. It was true. He and Chu Xun both had straight hair, and he took after his mother. He did not expect that Bao Bao inherited it from his grandfather. Mother Chu laughed and said, you were worried that Jun Jun would give birth to a monster. Are you relieved now? Papa Chu blushed. I was thinking too much. Our Chirp Chirp is beautiful and obedient. Chirp Chirp was the nickname they gave Bao Bao. It did not have any deep meaning. At that time, they thought for a long time to think of a nickname for Bao Bao. It seemed that it was more popular to use plants to name things. Chu Xun looked at other people's little treasures in his circle of friends. Some were called Little Pea, and some were called Little Sweet Potato and Little Apple. He followed the rules and came up with a nickname. After thinking about it, he chose a simple and ordinary one. If there were many Bao Bao with this nickname, it would be difficult for the king of hell to find him, and he would not take his little Bao Bao away. Bao Bao was very obedient and did not cry much. He would only cry softly when he needed to poop or pee or when he was hungry. However, Chu Xun still wished that he was a Bao Bao who tormented others, like the other healthy Bao Bao he saw in the hospital. They cried loudly, and their cries were earth-shattering and hoarse. His Bao Bao cried powerlessly. To put it nicely, he was obedient. To put it bluntly, sigh, he felt that he did not have much vitality. Bao Bao's reaction was a little slow. When he teased him with small toys, he would not look at him immediately. He would only smile at him after a while. Chu Xun. Chu Xun had already mentally prepared himself that this was a beautiful little idiot. 2 months later, Bao Bao had grown to 4.9 kilograms, and all his minor ailments were almost cured. He could bring Bao Bao home to live. The new house had already been renovated, and the baby products were bought during Chu Xun's pregnancy. Chu Xun brought Bao Bao to register his household registration, and naturally, the baby would follow his surname. He had also thought of the name long ago. When Bao Bao was still in his stomach, he did not know whether the child was a boy or a girl. No matter if it was a girl or a boy, he would like it either way. He had prepared a name that could be used by both boys and girls. Chu Ju. Ju was a beautiful jade. He hoped that Bao Bao could be as tough and beautiful as jade. As the saying goes, first look, second listen, third look, fourth reach, fifth grasp, sixth turn, seventh sit, eighth crawl, ninth stand. Chirp Chirp was a little slow at each stage, but overall, it was still considered normal. It was just that Chu Xun doubted this Bao Bao. Seems a little stupid? Doesn't seem to be too stupid? Even though Chirp Chirp was already a very well-behaved little Bao Bao, in the first 6 months, he could not take care of him at all. He and his parents took turns to take care of him. The baby's schedule was very messy, and there were times when they had to toss and turn for the whole night. Moreover, Chirp Chirp's health was not good, and he needed to be specially taken care of. Such a small Bao Bao could not be careless at all. Small lives were very fragile. Within the scope of his ability, Chu Xun tried his best to give Bao Bao the best. Most parents in the world were like this. This should be the instinct in the blood of all living creatures. They wanted to give the best to their children. When it came to spending money, he would never feel bad about saving money. He studied which brand of milk powder was good, which brand of diapers had the best absorbency, and which brand of diapers would not cause the Bao Bao's little, but to get heat rashes. Chu Xun was wholeheartedly around Bao Bao. He was satisfied to see that Bao Bao had finally become chubby and extremely cute, while he himself was quickly losing weight. As Bao Bao gradually became more energetic, he also became more energetic. His heart was full of the child's matter, and he was busy all day long. He did not have time to think about anything else. Only occasionally, when Bao Bao fell asleep, Chu Xun looked at Bao Bao's little face and sighed that Bao Bao seemed to look more and more like Shaolin. Thinking of Lin Yanchen, Chu Xun felt complicated. He did not know where to look for Lin Yanchen and whether to look for him. Back then, he wrote a letter to confess that he was sick and asked Lin Yanchen not to look for him. At that time, he really thought that he did not have long to live. Who knew that it was just a misdiagnosis? In the end, did Shaolin really listen and not look for him? Otherwise, it was not necessarily impossible to find him, right? At that time, he had given his identification to Lin Yanchen. Although there was no home address on it, if he came to look for him, he should still be able to find it, right? Chu Xun did not dare to think about whether Lin Yanchen had come to look for him. What if he was just imagining things? Thinking of this, he would think of Lin Yanchen's tearful accusation. You can like me as much as I like you, but you can't accuse me of not liking you. Sigh. He did not know where Lin Yanchen was now and what he was doing. Chu Xun felt that it was one thing for them to be in a relationship, but it was another thing for him to give birth to a child for Lin Yanchen. If Lin Yanchen knew that he had given birth to a Bao Bao, who knew whether he would be surprised or shocked? But no matter what, Chu Xun would take good care of this child. Chu Xun checked the accounts and felt a headache coming on. After giving birth for more than a year, the expenses had been spilled out like water. He could not treat himself unfairly, but he could not treat Bao Bao unfairly. He had to eat well, drink well, and use well. He could not save money. Bao Bao was a premature baby. Previously, he had to live in an incubator and take medicine, which cost 1 to 2,000 yuan a day. In the future, he might have to undergo ventricular septal defect surgery. Just raising him was not enough. In the future, he would have to spend a lot on education and so on. Although Chu Xun also wanted to accompany the Bao Bao, their savings could not be used up like this. Chu Xun thought that it was about time to go out and look for a job. The pressure of survival came again. Chu Xun felt that he was really looking for trouble. He had squandered all his savings. He even had to shamelessly ask his parents for money to buy milk powder. But on second thought, if he did not go out to have fun, he would not have Bao Bao at all. At the small book pavilion, he had to work and raise the child. He had no time to think about love. In the past, there were a few days when Chu Xun put Shaolin first in his heart. But ever since he saw Chirp Chirp's smiling face and his soft little hands grabbing his fingers and babbling, "Dad, Dad," Chu Xun's entire heart melted. What Lin Yanchen? He could not remember. Now, he loved his precious son the most in the world. The author has something to say. Where are Bao Bao's godmothers? See you at 7 p.m. for the next chapter. Lin Yanchen. Asun, you asked me how long I would be sad if you left. I haven't forgotten you at all. I'm still very, very sad. Thank you for flying cold leaves sprinkling my face. Tropical rainforest forest, material mechanics, matcha ice cream. Buried, Yazzie regardless. Tihu, Jiri wisdom. Do you think I'll give it to you? Canned families a xiong, become bright silver bar. Gugu, for 981. Rice, Ben Blair. Jean Ji Li, Huai, clear sky. Lin Lin, go play with eggs. 31038754. Stroke a hair. Goo goo goo, little bamboo fox. _ Thanks to 24176-233, Goshi, and Misa for the grenades. Thanks to Akatsuki, scribbled notes, Meow's bazooka. Thanks to Kaolan 1921 for the shallow water bomb. Chapter 46. B City. At a certain high-class club, Lin Yanqian arrived late. When he entered the private room, his buddies had already finished a round of drinking and the atmosphere was high. 1200ksw.net. When those drunkards saw him, they immediately came over to pull him and scolded him. I thought that you, President Lin, were so busy that you forgot about us. You still remember to come. Lin Yanqian smiled calmly. Today is Laozhan's celebration banquet. No matter what, I have to come. There were no outsiders present, only 7 or 8 buddies who grew up together. When Lin Yanqian was in the band, the lead singer of the band was Zhang Hongyu. It was this brother who later fell from grace. Not only did he go bankrupt, but he also had a large amount of debt. He didn't give up on himself, but he didn't have any other means to make money. He just had a good appearance and a good voice. When he was 19 years old, he plunged into the entertainment industry. He probably had some luck in this aspect. After 7 or 8 years, not only did he pay off his debt, he also had a little fame. Last year, he worked hard to make a movie that was recognized. Last week, he went to an international film festival and won the title of Best Actor. His buddies didn't alienate him when he was at his lowest and helped him a lot. This time, when he won the award, they even held a celebration banquet for him. A certain bad friend even pulled a banner over with the words, "Congratulations, Mr. Zhang, for turning over a new leaf," and hung it on the wall, forcing him to thank him and take a photo with it. Lin Yanqian said in an ordinary tone, "We originally agreed to sign a contract, but I specially pushed it back and rushed over." When Zhang Hongyu heard this, he was stunned. He had been in the entertainment industry for so long and definitely didn't have a sense of propriety. He had long become a shrewd person. He asked nervously, You don't have to do this, right? Why don't you hurry back?" Lin Yanqian said expressionlessly, "I'm lying to you." Everyone burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. Lao Lin, you're getting better at fooling people now." In the past, Lin Yanqian was the most playful among them. He was the devil incarnate. He was the leader of all the destruction, and he was the type of bad guy. When he called everyone out on weekends, they thought he didn't do his homework, but he had already done it. Usually, to outsiders, his parents would call him someone else's child, but everyone still liked Lin Yanqian and liked to play with him. At the end of the year before last, Lin Yanqian's startup company went bankrupt. He felt that he had lost face and hid from his brothers for a while. Everyone knew that he was embarrassed and planned to look for him after a while. But after a while, they heard that Lin Yanqian was in love. Although they didn't know who it was, Lin Yanqian was smitten with her and fell for her for real. Everyone was still discussing when to urge him to release his precious wife for everyone to see, but in the end, Lin Yanqian quickly fell out of love again. Was heartbroken. When they met again, they found out that Lin Yanqian's hair had turned white at a young age. No one dared to mention it. Lin Yanqian's temperament changed greatly. It was as if he had grown up overnight. In the past, he was more or less like a teenager, as if he hadn't grown up. Now he was still calm. He didn't know what happened between him and his father, but their relationship eased a lot. Now, he was obediently working in the family business and slowly getting promoted. This summer, he was sent to China to be the CEO of the division. Not only did he do well, but he also did very well. Lin Yanqian, on the other hand, was doing well. It was hard on the few of them who didn't want to work hard. All day long, their parents used Lin Yanqian's promising prospects to grind their eardrums until calluses grew on their ears. In the blink of an eye, almost 2 years had passed. Lin Yanqian seemed to have walked out of the shadow of his heartbreak. He went to work normally and occasionally had time to eat and drink with his buddies. Oh, he could even joke around. It was also at this time that his buddies felt that Lin Yanqian was still the same Lin Yanqian of the past. He just grew up to be a reliable man. Everyone cheered. "Best Actor Zhang, sing a song. Come, let's pick a song." I heard that Best Actor Zhang can earn 2 million for one song. It sounds like a win. Wow, that's good. You're not allowed to leave until you sing 8 to 10 songs. Zhang Hongyu asked, "Then what do you want to hear me sing? Songs from my album?" "I'm not listening to that. They play it on the streets every day. My company's employees play it. My mom sings it at home. It makes me sick. I want to hear you sing something new." "That's good. I don't really want to sing either. I'm about to throw up. Zhan Hongyu said, how about this? I'll put up a song list on my music app on my phone. There are 50 songs that I listen to often. You guys can just name a number, and I'll sing the song with that number. His friend joked. Why don't you just sing from the beginning to the end? Zhan Hongyu laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, you wish. They threw the dice and rolled 6, 6, 5, which added up to 17. Hence, they sang the song with the number 17. Lin Yanchen was originally watching them joke around. Suddenly, he heard Zhan Hongyu check the song list and say, the 17th song is Scarborough Fair. The smile on Lin Yanchen's face froze. He couldn't laugh anymore. Everyone was in high spirits. For a moment, no one noticed that his mood wasn't right. The prelude to the music started. It was a simple guitar sound. It was obviously a beautiful melody, but Lin Yanchen felt that in the softest part of his heart, the wound that had been hidden for a long time was suddenly torn open. It was as if it was dripping with blood. It hurt so much that his teeth chattered. Chu Xun, Chu Xun, Chu Xun. When the person he loved the most in this world left, he sang this song for Chu Xun. At that time, he was silly and didn't think too much about it. Later, he realized Chu Xun's determination to leave and love. After all, this wasn't Lin Yanchen's private occasion. He didn't want to spoil his brother's mood. But when he heard the song, remember to one who lived there, he was once a lover, he suddenly broke down. He really couldn't help it. He didn't want to listen to this song at all. Now that he heard it, he vaguely remembered something. At that time, he drank Chu Xun's fruit juice with sleeping pills. But at first, he didn't completely fall asleep. He vaguely remembered that Chu Xun seemed to have hugged him at that time and sang Scarborough Fair for him. Lin Yanchen suddenly stood up. He restrained himself and said, I'm a little uncomfortable. I have to go out and take a breath. He walked further and further away. He casually sat down on a stool in the open air and took a deep breath. After a while, Zhan Hongyu came over. Lin Yanchen said, I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me. Zhan Hongyu sighed. Then, if you're not feeling well, you can go home first. Lin Yanchen felt that he really couldn't stay any longer. He didn't force him and said, okay, I won't be polite with you. I'm going back. Lin Yanchen returned to his residence in B City. When he got home, he found his father working in the living room. When he saw him, he even greeted him. You're back. Lin Yanchen nodded. I'm back. Dad, have you eaten? I've eaten. I'm going upstairs to rest. You're sleeping so early today? I'm a little uncomfortable. Although it was still businesslike, at least it was a lot more relaxed. He didn't have a murderous aura when he saw him. A year and a half ago, his father pulled him out from the pile of wine bottles and put him in front of the bathroom mirror. He forced him to look at his miserable appearance and scolded him. Look at your face now. Do you think the person you like will like your ugly appearance? Lin Yanchen shook him off. His hair was messy and the whites of his eyes were red. He sat down against the wall and covered his face. The person I love is dead. He's dead. Do you know? His father sat beside him and hugged his shoulders. He choked and said, Sai, I know. I understand. I understand. The father and son cried together. The next day, Lin Yanchen cleaned himself up and pulled himself together. His father was right. Chu Xun would never like him like that. Lin Yanchen only turned on the bedside lamp. A lonely and dim light shone in the darkness. Lin Yanchen sat in the light and took out the framed portrait of Chu Xun. Through the glass, he stroked Chu Xun's face. He said softly, Asun, you asked me how long I would be sad if you left. I haven't forgotten you at all. I'm still very, very sad. Have I become better now? I'm working hard and living a good life. I won't quarrel with my father anymore. Am I a good man worthy of your love? The author has something to say. See you tomorrow at 7 a.m. Thank you for revising today. Cold Dew, Little Bamboo Fox, Quicksand, Ningbi, Ju Qing, Hachi Chan, AAA, Foxmate X2, Little Lion, Little Goldfish, Huai, Qing Chan Mo1, SSKK, Glycerina, Xiao Airs Melon X3, 19264595, Wang Xiaobang, Tang Cha Cha, Tails owns a cat, Xian Yen, LWH0827, Xian, Huan Huang, Gu Gu Gu, Jiang Mu, Wu Xiao X2, Yuhua Window, Early Dawn, 241762333, Still, Shallow Autumn, Tangerine and Wine, Little Swallow Fly X3, Cold Streaky Pork, Ji Ri Ji, Yilu. Landmine of Radish who doesn't eat mushrooms. Thank you for Misa's sauce, Yazzie, this lady, and Fox Mate for their grenades. Thank you for Akatsuki and Fox Mate for their rocket launchers. Chapter 47. Chu Xun woke up on time at 6:30 a.m. Chirp Chirp, who was lying in the crib, had already woken up. However, he did not make any noise. He was eating his fingers and quietly staring at the wind chimes hanging on the ceiling. After a lot of hard work, they finally made Chirp Chirp develop the habit of sleeping at night and waking up in the morning. Although there was still some time difference, at least he could sleep as well as he could. Chirp Chirp was not the kind of little bow bow that had to be hugged when he was awake. Otherwise, he would cry. Therefore, he was easy to take care of. Chirp Chirp was slightly better at recognizing people. When he saw his father, he grinned. There were 2 small teeth in his small mouth, making him look like a little rabbit. When strangers hugged him, he would not cry or make noise. Chu Xun felt that this Bao Bao was indeed a little fool. However, when he saw his father, grandfather, and grandmother, he would be very happy and would immediately smile. Chirp Chirp reached out his small hand to Chu Xun and waved it shakily. Dad. He was now more than 7 months old and had just begun to vaguely learn how to speak. He could only make some simple syllables, such as ah and yeah, which were meaningless words. The only word he could say was Dad. Chu Xun knew that he wanted to hug him, but he did not hug him. Instead, he went to brew milk powder and tested the temperature before returning. Chirp Chirp was extremely happy when he saw the milk bottle. He was even happier than when he saw his father. He danced with joy and babbled a few baby words. It seemed like he was thanking his father for brewing milk for him. A child's happiness was very pure and very infectious. When he smiled, he looked more like Lin Yanchen. His bright smile could light up your heart. Chu Xun also smiled slightly and shook the milk bottle in front of him. You little fool, you are also a little foodie. Qiuqiu loved to eat milk powder, rice paste, and fruit paste. He loved all of them. Chu Xun held Chirp Chirp in his arms and fed him. Chirp Chirp reached out to hold the milk bottle. At first, he drank a little too quickly. Chu Xun patted his back and said, You're always like this. No one is fighting with you. You're so greedy. Chirp Chirp held the milk bottle and drank the milk happily. After drinking it, he smacked his lips as if he hadn't had enough yet. Chu Xun wiped the milk stains from his mouth. Chirp Chirp was very satisfied. She smiled and clapped her little hands. Chu Xun thought he was really funny. You're clapping your hands. You're so happy just drinking milk? He held Chirp Chirp and left the bedroom. As soon as he opened the door and went out, Chubby Chu, who was sleeping at the foot of the sofa, rushed over and wagged his tail at Bao Bao. His voice was very loud. Some little Bao Bao would be scared by a dog's bark, but Chirp Chirp was not. Not only was he not scared, but he seemed to have poked at his funny point. When he heard Chubby Chu's bark, he giggled. It was like a string of silver bells, pleasant to the ear. Chu Xun put Chirp Chirp on the sofa. Chirp Chirp could barely sit up now and leaned against the back of the sofa. Chubby Chu barked twice, and he laughed. Chubby Chu barked twice, and he laughed again. Chubby Chu. Woof, 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 woof. Chirp Chirp laughed and fell over. Chu Xun didn't understand why this little idiot and little fatty Chu hit it off so well and had so much fun together. Sometimes, Chu Xun really felt that Chirp Chirp was a little stupid. Previously, when Chirp Chirp was pulling things and was hit by a sachet that fell down, he was stunned. He didn't cry and even laughed. Another time, he wanted to eat an orange, but the orange was too sour. When he turned his head and saw Chirp Chirp looking at him from the side, he couldn't eat it. He could only stuff his little fist into his mouth, but he couldn't. Chu Xun gave him a piece of the orange and let him lick it. He was shocked by the sourness. His little face wrinkled, and his eyes almost popped out. Chu Xun panicked for a moment and scolded himself in his heart. He thought that Chirp Chirp would cry in the next second, but the little guy laughed foolishly and slowly. This was a cute little fool. Mr. Chu made breakfast, and the family sat around to eat. Because they were teaching Chirp Chirp how to sit, they did not put him back in his crib, but put him in a special baby chair and let him sit. The 3 of them ate noodles, Chirp Chirp, and a small bowl of egg custard with milk. The child's grandfather said anxiously, It's my turn to feed Chirp Chirp today. Don't fight with me. Chu Xun said, Mr. Chu, no one wants to fight with you. She took a small wooden spoon and scooped some egg soup for Chirp Chirp to eat. Chirp Chirp was very active when he ate. There was no need to urge him at all. He ate with great relish. As he ate the egg soup, his little mouth wriggled and his eyes were wide open. He looked curiously at his father eating noodles. He hadn't eaten this before, but he wanted to try it too. His eyes followed Chu Xun's chopsticks. Chu Xun was amused by him. He reached out and pinched his chubby cheeks. Why do you want to eat everything? Chirp Chirp chuckled. Ee. Grandpa smiled. My good grandchild, this is what you call eating from the bowl while looking at the pot. Grandma was also amused. This little greedy cat. Chu Xun teased him. You only have 2 teeth, and you still want to eat noodles. However, he still used his chopsticks to cut off the noodles, only a small piece about 2 centimeters long, and fed it to Chirp Chirp. Chirp Chirp was like a baby bird. When it saw its father's chopsticks coming over, it stretched out its neck, raised its face, and opened its mouth to be fed. After eating it, it was even happier. With this little baby, the family was happy and harmonious every day. After eating his fill, Chirp Chirp crawled all over the soft carpet. After a while, when he was tired, he used Little Fatty Chu as a pillow and lay down on Little Fatty Chu to sleep. Little Fatty Chu lay on the ground, not daring to move an inch. Now that the child was asleep, they could talk about adult matters. Mr. Chu asked, Didn't you say you were going to work? What's your plan now? In terms of work, Chu Xun was still a little proud. Even if he had a gap of 1.5 years after his resignation, as long as he was willing to work, he could definitely find a good job. Y City was not the city where he used to work, but he still had some connections. After contacting them, the other party was willing to provide a well-paid job, but it was estimated that they would be busy and would not have time to take care of the child. However, if he did not work, he would not have the money to raise the child. He wanted to try his best to find a slightly more leisurely job with a decent salary. How could there be such a good thing in the world? At this time, Chu Xun heard that his master had become independent from the Zhuang family and had set up his own company in Y City. It seemed that he had the support of the local government. Chu Xun contacted his master. His master had a relatively obscure surname, Liu, and his first name was Su. Mr. Liu was a little surprised to receive Chu Xun's call. He then worriedly scolded him. Why didn't you discuss with me before resigning? After resigning, you disappeared from the face of the earth, and no one could contact you at all. 2kshaoshua.com. Chu Xun touched his nose embarrassedly. I have some situations that are not convenient to talk about. Mr. Liu snorted and said knowingly, You didn't look for me for so long, and now you're suddenly looking for me. You're definitely a weasel paying a New Year's visit. You're up to no good. Do you want me to give you a job? Chu Xun said, I saw it in the newspaper. Mr. Liu was just pretending to be angry. He was already anxious about the lack of manpower. He did not expect Chu Xun to come knocking on his door. He had personally trained this little disciple of his, so he had absolute confidence in his character and ability. He said, When are you free to come to work? Chu Xun looked at Chirp Chirp, who was sleeping, and thought of the headache of the bill. He asked tentatively, Tomorrow? Mr. Liu made the final decision and said in a businesslike manner, Tomorrow then. Come over dressed to look good and be my secretary. I want to see if you can still do your job well after disappearing for 1 or 2 years. Don't think that I will protect you just because you're my disciple. Chu Xun did not think that his master was joking. He was stricter than anyone else. When he first entered the company, the other employees who were in the same batch as him would complain that Manager Liu was harsh. He was the only one who worked diligently. Later, his master only disciplined him and did not care about the others. However, he would occasionally wonder if Manager Liu did not like him. Until one day, his master smiled at him and praised him for doing a good job. Chu Xun broke out in cold sweat. I thought I was going to be scolded. His master smiled and said, I have high expectations for you because I value you. I accepted you as my disciple. Chu Xun felt inexplicably nervous when his master said this. He hoped that his return to the workplace would be smooth. Chirp Chirp was sleeping soundly. When Chu Xun saw him, his temper disappeared. He used his finger to kiss and poke his little face. Daddy is going to earn money for you. The author has something to say. See you at 7 p.m. Thank you to Gidge, Little Bamboo Fox, Falling Flowers X2, Mumu Zhao, I love to eat flying cake, Ji Ri Ji, Little Peach, 243173208, Little Bridge, Flowing Water, Cold Dew, Dancing Rainbow Dress, Ling, Hachi-chan X2, Cuting Love 13x3, 2417623, Pink Swan and I, Goo Goo Goo, Yazzie Budgie, Little Goldfish, Chistel, Shui Shui, Song Song, 249744494, Qingshan Yubing, East Lake Crane, Sister Walks Slowly X11, Rabbit Smash X20, Ithel X3, No Time, Little Rainbow Hat X2, Silent Moan, San San San, Chongsu X7. Thank you to White Knight Mud X2. I'm the cutest, Soy Sauce Lord, Falling Flowers, Chestnuts Grenade. Thank you to Akatsuki, Hachi-chan's Bazooka. Thank you to Scribbled Notes, Deepwater Torpedo. Chapter 48. For Chu Xun, going back to work was an official return to real life. He couldn't be willful anymore. Previously, he thought he was going to die, so he let himself loose and argued with the world. Now the situation had changed. He still had a long life ahead of him. He had to raise his child and support his parents. How could he be unscrupulous? This was life. He felt that he seemed to have gone back to being a coward, but there were also changes. After dying once, Chu Xun felt that sometimes he shouldn't endure when he didn't want to. Life was only a few decades, so he had to live freely. However, it didn't mean that he didn't have to worry about everything. When he was pregnant, it was too hard for him. He had to take care of the baby. After the baby was born, Bao Bao was sick. It took him 7 or 8 months to get by. He could go to work when he was free. In fact, he had time now to find Lin Yanchen. Without a way to contact him, he could only find him in person. Bao Bao was so delicate that he couldn't take him with him. He could only go alone. Chu Xun thought about this for a long time. The only way was to fly to England and find the manor. However, it was a long journey from the airport. It took more than an hour. His memory wasn't that good. Even if he went there, it would take him a lot of effort to find the manor. However, could he really go there just like that? He felt that Xiao Lin loved him and perhaps their child. However, what about Xiao Lin's father? Weren't most of the rich families like this? He should let Lin Yanchen find a girl of equal social status to marry, right? She was too big for him. Could it be that he had to bring the child to their door and beg them to give him a status? Just thinking about it made Chu Xun feel goosebumps all over his body. It was too bitter. He was no longer a dying man. He now had a lot of worries. Could he really risk everything this time? Could a person's heart withstand a test? Chirp Chirp's other father was Lin Yanchen. Regardless of whether Xiao Lin would accept it or not, he should let Xiao Lin know that they gave birth to a Bao Bao together. But now was not the right time. Chu Xun could not swallow his pride. Even if he wanted to find Xiao Lin, he did not want to go there as an unemployed person. At least he had a job, and he had to do a good job. Otherwise, what would happen? Asking for a mistress? Relying on Lin Yanchen to make a living? Chu Xun felt that since he was already so poor, he should at least retain this bit of self-respect. Moreover, to be honest, just having a job didn't sound good. He couldn't be a vice president like before, but he could at least be a senior executive, right? Now that he was a small secretary, he still didn't have the face to see Lin Yanchen. For this reason, Chu Xun worked hard and worked hard. Although he couldn't go out early and return late because of his child, he could only bring his work home. He could take care of his child while working overtime at home. At first, Chu Xun was embarrassed to say that he was asked to stay in the company by his master. He worked overtime until 9 or 10 p.m. every day before going home. A new company was always busy. In fact, this was his daily life in the past. But after working like this for half a month, Chu Xun couldn't bear it anymore. He really wanted to Bao Bao. Chu Xun could only ask his master tactfully, "Can I bring these home to do?" Boss Lu could tell at a glance that something was wrong. "Why? Is someone waiting for you at home?" "I really want to go home." Chu Xun thought for a moment and confessed, I'm a father." Boss Lu thought that he was in love at most. When he heard Chu Xun say that he was a father, he was shocked. "You're a father? When did you get married? Why didn't I know? Why didn't you tell me? Do you still treat me as your master? This is too much. No wonder I saw that you were always anxious to go home. You weren't like this in the past. But it's okay to have a child, right? Where's your wife? Let her take care of the child. Doesn't she understand you and urge you to go home to take care of the child?" Chu Xun was embarrassed. "A lot of things happened when I resigned 2 years ago. I don't have a wife, but I have a child. He's now 7 months old. Because he was born prematurely, his health isn't very good. I always miss him." Boss Lu was even more shocked. He didn't get married but had a child? What was going on? No wife. He knew Chu Xun well. He shouldn't be such an irresponsible person. He asked, "Are you going to have a wedding later?" Chu Xun was too embarrassed to say that the child was his. He said vaguely, "The child doesn't have a mother. I'm the only one taking care of the child. My parents helped me take care of the child." Since Chu Xun was unwilling to say, Boss Lu didn't continue to ask. At this point, he couldn't be unreasonable. So he said, "Okay, but you have to do your job well." Chu Xun breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. "Don't worry, master." In fact, when he went home, he buried his head in his desk. However, when Chu Xun was tired, he could go and see Chirp Chirp. Chirp Chirp was either sleeping or smiling at him. He felt that his whole body was full of energy again. Chirp Chirp especially liked to listen to stories. Chu Xun didn't know if he could understand. Mr. Chu used to be in the education industry. Now, he was taking care of this little Bao Bao. He bought a lot of children's books. Every day, he held his little grandson and told him stories. He became very obedient when he listened to stories. Chu Xun felt that he just liked others to accompany him and talk to him. Recently, the weather was getting colder. The news informed everyone to pay attention to the flu. Chu Xun caught a cold at the company. He didn't care much and just took some medicine. However, he was afraid that Chirp Chirp would be infected. He didn't dare to kiss and hug his little Bao Bao. When he went out in the morning, Chu Xun put on a mask and went to see Chirp Chirp. Chirp Chirp was playing with his feet. When he saw his father, he grinned. Chu Xun also smiled. Daddy went to work. Chirp Chirp, yee. He squeezed his little hand as if he was saying, "Goodbye, Daddy." Chu Xun went to work sick. He was very busy in the company. While he was busy, he suddenly received a call from his parents. "Chirp Chirp has been coughing this morning and has a fever. We'll send him to the hospital now. If you have time, quickly ask for leave and come over." Chu Xun was so scared that his hands and feet turned cold. He was very anxious. He resisted the urge to rush to the hospital. He calmly and quickly dealt with his work, delegated it to others, and rushed to the hospital during the lunch break. The doctor said it was pneumonia. The author has something to say. See you tomorrow at 7 a.m. Thank you. My name is Jingjing, Little Bamboo Fox, Luo E, Lemon X3, Fantasy, Hachi-chan, Devil's Protector Grapefruit Sauce, Fu Huazhuazhua, Hurricane in the City, Beef Noodle Noodles, Pink Squid, Idle Cloud Wild Crane, Yi-Foam, Izamo, AAA, Seiyu, Little Swallow Fly, Alfei X2, Goo Goo Goo, Fairy Tale Witch, Ami, Look at the Snow Fish, Pretend Dragon is Mine, Ji Ji, I Love to Learn, Heard I'm Cool, Yue Li Ka, Big EE, Origami XX2, Weak Heart Idiot, Tum Falling, A Swaying Flowers. Mine. Small Book Pavilion. Thank you, LWH0827, Fairy Tale Witch's Grenade. Thank you, Fu Huazhuazhua, Mock Sebastian's Bazooka. Thank you, Mingyu's Deepwater Torpedo. Chapter 49. Chirp Chirp often fell sick after he was discharged from the hospital. Every now and then, he would be admitted to the hospital. As Chirp Chirp was a Bao Bao who did not like to cry, he was not sensitive to pain. Even if he was not feeling well, he did not like to cry. Therefore, it was difficult for them to discover that Chirp Chirp was not feeling well. This was also the reason why Chu Xun hoped that Chirp Chirp would cry more often. Chu Xun was anxious. He even thought that he might have passed the cold to Bao Bao. He isolated himself because of this. He knew that Chirp Chirp was weak, but he still saw Chirp Chirp several times. Chirp Chirp did cough slightly these few days. He coughed twice at night and in the morning, but he was fine during the day. The fever was also not obvious. At first, the doctor diagnosed it as pneumonia. He even complained that they did not care about the child and should have sent him over. The three of them were ashamed. The three of them took care of Bao Bao, but they could still make Bao Bao sick. However, 3 days ago, Bao Bao was still very energetic. Thinking about it carefully, he only got sick in the past 2 days. His condition worsened quickly, probably because Chirp Chirp was weak and had poor immunity. This was not the first time Chirp Chirp had pneumonia. He was a premature baby. His heart and lungs were not well developed. He had pneumonia before, but he was cured. After Chirp Chirp was hospitalized, he did not get better after a few days of treatment. Chu Xun's mood fluctuated with Chirp Chirp's condition. Seeing that he was so distracted, his master gave him a leave to accompany his child in the hospital. I'm not the kind of boss who doesn't give employees a leave when their children are sick. Chu Xun did not stand on ceremony with his master. The doctor checked Chirp Chirp again. Based on previous cases, he corrected the cause. It should be an asthma attack, not pneumonia. When Chu Xun heard the doctor say that Chirp Chirp was suffering from infantile asthma, he almost could not hold back his tears. He could endure being sick and uncomfortable, but he could not accept Chirp Chirp suffering a little pain. Although the doctor said that Chirp Chirp's asthma was not serious, it was a long-term illness. Even if it could be slowly cured, Chirp Chirp would have to suffer for a long time. Chirp Chirp already had ventricular septal defect. The condition was not ideal during the re-examination. The doctor said that he would undergo surgery when he was 1 year old. The old illness was not cured, and now a new illness. Chu Xun's own had recovered. And now, chirp, 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 sleep. Chirp, 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 sleep. Chirp, chirp. Chirp was sleeping. With chirp, chirp to sleep. Calm. Calm, chirp, chirp, and chirp, chirp. Qiuqiu was silently enduring the pain. She had no appetite to eat these days. Chu Xun's tears were about to fall. Chu Xun sat by the bed and stared at Chirp Chirp without saying a word. He saw the spiral hair on Chirp Chirp's head. He remembered that when Lin Yanchen slept beside him, he also saw Lin Yanchen's head. It was the same as Chirp Chirp's. There were 2 spirals. Chu Xun sniffed. He suddenly missed Lin Yanchen very much. He wanted to find Lin Yanchen right now and tell him that he was not dead. He wanted to tell him that they had a child and that the child was always sick. But it was really difficult for him to find Lin Yanchen. Chu Xun was really afraid that Chirp Chirp would not grow up. He did not ask for anything else. Even if Chirp Chirp was a little fool and would not have a future, it was fine. He just wanted Chirp Chirp to live well and grow up well. Chu Xun murmured, Shaolin, what do you think I should do? It's my first time being a father. I'm so scared that I won't be able to take good care of her. After finding the right medicine, Chirp Chirp's condition improved. However, she still needed to be treated with aerosol inhalation and follow up with the hospital regularly. Rice ball reading. After she recovered, they brought Chirp Chirp home and took care of her even more carefully than before. Every morning, at noon, and at night, they would take her temperature and record her records. Every few days, Chirp Chirp would take medicine and undergo treatment. She could be said to be a small medicine jar. Chu Xun had a child to take care of, so he couldn't devote himself to work. But because he had strong working ability and was the disciple that President Liu had groomed, President Liu regarded him as his right-hand man. Many people were watching Liu Su establish his own sect. Slowly, people found out that he had brought Chu Xun over. Some people even said that when Chu Xun suddenly resigned, he might have been poached by his master. However, the timing was a bit off. Even if he wanted to jump ship, he wouldn't have been idle for so long. To be honest, Chu Xun was originally worried that Zhuang Hanxue, that blabbermouth, might have spread the news of his terminal illness. If many people found out, how embarrassing would that be? But he probably didn't. Look, even his master didn't know anything. This saved him a lot of trouble. It seemed that second young master Zhuang occasionally had good points. President Liu became independent from the Zhuang family, but he did not fall out with his former boss. On the contrary, their relationship was quite good. So, he still wanted to cooperate with second young master Zhuang. If he had money, he should let his acquaintances earn it. President Liu immediately thought of Chu Xun, who had disciplined Zhuang Hanxue for a year. He found Chu Xun and asked, You have a good relationship with Zhuang Hanxue, right? When I asked you to stay, it was because I wanted you to use his money. That Zhuang Hanxue looks stupid and easy to coax. Do you still keep in contact with him? Chu Xun cursed silently. Zhuang Hanxue should have thought that he was dead. Why would he keep in contact with him? Moreover, he thought he was going to die at that time. His SIM card was broken. When he thought about it again, his old number had been canceled and his phone had been lost. Fortunately, he was a cautious person. In this day and age, he still wrote a handwritten phone book with some important phone numbers. He wrote down so many phone numbers, but he couldn't remember Lin Yanchen's. Chu Xun said, I don't know if it's considered good or not. He used to be very impatient with me caring about him. President Liu pondered for a moment. Anyway, you should receive the people from that side. You should be familiar with them. Chu Xun only felt that it would be awkward to face Zhuang Hanxue. The other employees probably didn't know about his misdiagnosis. On the other side, Zhuang Hanxue knew that this was a good opportunity for cooperation. If this project was done well, his brother would definitely praise him. So, he handed over the task to his most trusted Miss Duan Xiaozhen. This girl was worthy of being Chu Xun's favorite student. She was hardworking and hardworking. After Chu Xun left, Zhuang Hanxue let Duan Xiaojun handle the project according to his instructions. There had been no mistakes. 2 years ago, she was still a naive and innocent girl. Now, she had become a shrewd and strong white-boned spirit. Zhuang Hanxue was too lazy to go to Y City. He handed over the task to Duan Xiaojun. Good luck. I'll take care of the house. What could Duan Xiaojun say? Her boss was just like that. When her master had just left, he was still trying to make a name for himself, but he quickly withered away. To put it bluntly, Zhuang Hanxue was just like a dog that couldn't change its habit. He probably wouldn't be able to make a name for himself in this lifetime. She took over the task, went on business trips, and talked about work. When they arrived at Y City, the people from the head office held a banquet to welcome them. Duan Xiaojun actually didn't have any direct contact with Boss Liu, but she was actually his disciple's disciple. She wanted to get close to him from this angle. When Duan Xiaojun arrived at the hotel, she pushed the door open and saw a familiar figure. At first, she thought that her eyes were playing tricks on her. The aura that she worked so hard to cultivate suddenly softened. She was overjoyed. Master. Chu Xun smiled. It's me, Xiaojun. They were very happy to reunite. After chatting for a while, they warmed up again. Duan Xiaojun felt wronged. You didn't even tell me that you were leaving. You even brought me along when you changed jobs. Can I go with you? I really don't want to work with Zhuang Hanxue anymore. He left everything to me. It's so tiring. I don't even have time to talk about boyfriends. Chu Xun smiled and said, if Zhuang Hanxue knew that you were poached when you came out to talk about business, he would vomit to death. Duan Xiaojun expressed her loyalty. I'm not poaching. I'm taking the initiative to change jobs. I still want to work with you, master. That's the only way to have a future. Chu Xun looked at her and said, actually, I think that you're already very outstanding now. There's nothing else for me to teach you. You're already qualified to be my disciple. These two people didn't do their jobs and were only chatting about trivial matters. As they spoke, Duan Xiaojun remembered something. Master, after you resigned, someone came to look for you. I have a very deep impression of him. I think that person likes you very much. Chu Xun's smile gradually disappeared. He vaguely realized who Duan Xiaojun was talking about. Duan Xiaojun said, he was mainly looking for Boss Zhuang. I don't know what he said, but Boss Zhuang even cried because of him. After that, he found your file and gave it to him. I remember that surname. After more than a year, she couldn't remember at all. Chu Xun said softly, his surname is Lin, right? Duan Xiaojun nodded. Yes. His surname is Lin. I remember now. I even saved his phone number. The author has something to say. See you at 7 p.m. Thank you for my little cutie. Look around. Cold dew, South Branch, little bamboo fox, pink cattail, cold leaves gracefully sprinkling over my face, buried, little swallow flying, tum falling, AAA, July hedge, pompous guagua, heard I'm cool, the seventh personality, Hachi-chan, Chistel, Ji, lemon mine. Thank you for Oo's grenade. Thank you for Akatsuki's bazooka. Chapter 50. Yes, his surname is Lin. I remember now. I even saved his phone number. Saying that, Duan Xiaojun took out her phone and looked through her contacts. Chu Xun was stunned and suddenly panicked. He wanted to look for Lin Yanqian, but this was different from what he had expected. Why did Lin Yanqian always mess up his plans? Every time, Chu Xun asked subconsciously, how did you get his phone number? Duan Xiaojun said, he was looking for you everywhere. He said that if he knew anything about you, I should contact him. She then remembered. Oh, I forgot to ask you. Do you want his phone number? You should want it, right? The phone was such a magical invention. It shortened the distance between worlds. Even if they were half a world apart, as long as you dialed a string of numbers, you could hear the voice of the person you missed the most. However, it was also very troublesome. If you didn't memorize the string of numbers and accidentally got separated, you would be helpless. Chu Xun's heart suddenly beat faster. To be honest, he was really happy. His old face was slightly hot. Duan Xiaojun didn't get an immediate response from him. She wondered if she had done something unnecessary and asked, you don't want it? Romance novels are free to read. Chu Xun came back to his senses and hurriedly replied, yes. He also took out his phone and lowered his head. Tell me the number. I'll save it. Chu Xun saved the phone number so easily that he felt it was unbelievable. He was even afraid that he might have remembered the wrong number. He worriedly confirmed it several times to make sure that he didn't remember it wrong. He immediately repeated the string of numbers in his heart several times. He couldn't wait and wanted to memorize it right now. He was anxious and fearful. Chu Xun had drunk a few cups of wine, and the alcohol had reached his head. His entire body felt light and airy. After the banquet, Chu Xun couldn't wait to go back to his car. He stayed alone and didn't turn on the lights. In the dark, he looked at Lin Yanxin's contact information. The blue light on the screen covered his face. Chu Xun wanted to call Lin Yanxin right now and threw all his plans to the back of his mind. He repeatedly lied to himself, but in reality, he was powerless to find Lin Yanxin in reality. He was also afraid that if he risked everything to find Lin Yanxin, what would he do if Lin Yanxin didn't accept him? He hadn't heard Lin Yanxin's voice for 14.5 months. Now he had her number. Should I make a phone call? Let's do it now. Is this a private number? Maybe it's an office number? What should he say if he called over? He would say, "Hello, I'm Chu Xun." Lin Yanxin must have thought that he was dead, right? Would it be mistaken as a supernatural call in the middle of the night? Then, she said, "Hey, I actually misdiagnosed Terminus. I didn't die, and I even had a child with you. Yes, I'm a man, but I can't have children. What kind of nonsense is this?" It was probably the alcohol that gave him courage. Chu Xun thought about it for a while and suddenly made up his mind. Forget it, I don't want to think so much. I'll just go for broke. I'll stick my head out, and I'll stick my head out. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. There will always be a solution. Chu Xun was drunk. He stared at the round exhalation symbol and was about to tap on it. Ding, ding, ding. Someone was knocking on his car window. Chu Xun was almost frightened. He turned around and saw Duan Xiaojun outside the car window. He put his phone away in embarrassment, rolled down the window, and asked, "Is there anything else?" Duan Xiaojun said, "Master, you drank so much. It's not good for you to drive, right? Get someone to drive for you." Ever since Chu Xun got Lin Yanxin's phone number, he had been thinking about Lin Yanxin and had forgotten about driving home. He felt like he was sitting on pins and needles at the banquet. He only wanted to be alone as soon as possible so that he could make this call. Chu Xun said politely, yes, I need to find someone." "Thank you." Duan Xiaojun asked, "Have you found someone already?" Chu Xun said, Not yet." Duan Xiaojun said, "Then I'll get little Wang to drive for you. He doesn't want money." Chu Xun couldn't reject her kindness. He comforted himself to calm down a little and not be so anxious. It wasn't like they were short of time. They could have a good reunion to talk about something. Chu Xun told her his address and sat in the back seat. He couldn't hold his liquor very well, and it had been a long time since he drank. Ever since he gave birth to Bao Bao, he felt that his body had become much weaker. There were other people sitting in front. Chu Xun didn't have the nerve to call Lin Yanxin in front of other people. He was afraid that he would embarrass himself. He might even want to cry when he heard Xiaolin's voice. He felt that he could do such a thing. He was a man. How embarrassing would that be? As Chu Xun thought about it, the alcohol came over him. He became more and more sleepy. He slumped in the back seat and slowly fell asleep. The hotel wasn't far from Chu Xun's house. It was a 10-minute drive. When they arrived, little Wang woke Chu Xun up. Chu Xun was very sleepy and smelled of alcohol. He was helped upstairs by little Wang and knocked on the door. Mr. Chu opened the door. As soon as he opened the door, he smelled the stench of alcohol. He saw Chu Xun drunk and was being supported by someone. It was obvious that he was drinking at a social event. He took Chu Xun and thanked the young man who brought Chu Xun back. The young man gave the key to Mr. Chu and left. Chu Xun returned home and heard Bao Bao's laughter. He shook off his father. "Chirp, chirp, Dad is back." Mr. Chu scolded him. "Chirp, chirp your head. You're so drunk. You're not allowed to watch Chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp will sleep with me today." Chu Xun didn't walk much before he collapsed on the sofa. He was dragged back by his father. He took off his jacket, shoes, and socks. He wiped his body and helped him to the bed to sleep. He closed the door. He couldn't let this drunkard out. He didn't notice that his phone had accidentally fallen on the sofa in the living room when he fell. Chirp Chirp didn't know why he was so energetic today. It was almost 9 o'clock, but he still didn't want to sleep. He listened to his grandfather tell him a story and chuckled in satisfaction. He waved his small hands and said, "Grandma, Grandma." This little Bao Bao was only thinking about eating. It was asking for milk, but it would usually want to sleep after drinking milk. Today, Grandma was not around. Only Grandpa was around. Grandpa carried Chirp Chirp to the living room and placed Chirp Chirp on the sofa, saying, "Be good and wait. Grandpa will make milk for you." He went to make milk and found that there was no water, so he boiled some water. Chirp Chirp crawled on the sofa and found his father's phone. He had seen his father make a call before. Chirp Chirp randomly pressed a button, and the camera shone on his face. He didn't know how it was unlocked, but the interface after unlocking was Lin Yanqin's contact page. Chirp Chirp reached out his chubby little hand and tapped on the screen. The phone was dialed. Lin Yanqin received a call from an unknown number. The caller ID indicated that the caller was from Y City. Because it was an unknown number, he immediately hung up. Then, the same number called again. Lin Yanqin hesitated for a moment before answering. "Hello? Who is this?" The other side of the phone replied with a string of crisp laughter. It sounded like a little Bao Bao laughing. Chirp Chirp thought that he was playing. When he heard the sound from the phone, he was very happy. He clapped his little hands and giggled. Then he said, "Yeah, Dad, Daddy." Chirp Chirp only knew a few words. Dad, Grandpa, Grandma. He used them indiscriminately. Lin Yanqin was stunned. A little Bao Bao that he didn't know called him Daddy in the middle of the night? It was really strange, but he didn't hate it. He smiled. This little Bao Bao's voice was very cute. His laughter was sweet, and his voice was childish and soft. He thought that he might have accidentally dialed the wrong number. At this moment, another person's voice sounded in the background. "Io, Chirp Chirp, what are you doing? You can't touch Daddy's phone." With that said, the call was hung up. Lin Yanqin felt that he had heard that voice before, but he couldn't remember where. Chu Xun had a nightmare. He dreamed that he had finally mustered the courage to call Lin Yanqin, but no one picked up. He kept calling, but there was no response. When Chu Xun woke up, it was already morning. His forehead and neck were covered in cold sweat from the nightmare. He didn't expect to be drunk the entire night. Where was his phone? He still wanted to call Shaolin. Should he call him now? Lin Yanqin might be overseas. Could he be sleeping over there? Chu Xun started to let his imagination run wild again. In the end, when he touched his pocket, his phone wasn't there. He went to the bedside to look for it, but it wasn't there. Where was his phone? Chu Xun found his phone in the living room. He was still hesitating about how to call Lin Yanqin, but when he saw the call history, he was instantly shocked awake. He had already called Shaolin. The call history was 17 seconds. Was he that drunk last night? Why didn't he remember it at all? What did he say? Why was it only 17 seconds? The author has something to say. See you at 12. There's an update today. Thank you Mochi, Mochi, Little Bamboo Fox, E-Cell, Cold Dew, L, Melancholy European, Pink Mango, Flower Leaf X2, Cuting Love 13X6, Goo 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 Goo, Goo 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 Goo, Unscrupulous Arrow, Little Peach, Hurricane in the City, Little Swallow Fly, Radish Meow, Still, Little Bunny Noisy, 243173208, Ji Ji, Uncle Shake Weird, 241762333, Erica Mine. Thank you The Witch in the Fairy Tale, LWH0827's Grenade. Thank you Don't Laugh Too Hard, Go She's Bazooka. Chapter 51. Chu Xun calmed down and thought about it. No, when he woke up, the door was closed, and his phone was on the sofa in the living room. He remembered that when he got home, his father helped him to his room to sleep. It couldn't be that he ran out to make a phone call and then went back to his room. It would be too difficult for him to forget everything, right? Mr. Chu walked out of the kitchen and saw him. He said, "Why are you standing there like an idiot? Go wash your face and brush your teeth for breakfast. I made bamboo shoots, pork shumai, and tofu pudding today. Make the sauce yourself." Chu Xun frowned, scratched his head, and said to himself, "Why is my phone outside?" Mr. Chu said in disdain, "You fell out when you fell on the sofa yesterday, right?" Chu Xun said again, "There's a call record that I don't remember. I can't remember it." Mr. Chu walked over and took a look. The call record was to a person named Lin Yanqin. He said, "Oh, this is from Chirp Chirp. This person's name is really strange." Chu Xun was stunned and shocked. Chirp Chirp? Chirp Chirp was sitting in his baby chair, holding a plastic spoon and scooping corn paste from his small bowl. He had just started learning, so he ate everywhere, and there was a circle of corn paste around his mouth. Chirp Chirp didn't know if he felt that his father was looking at him, but he looked up and smiled brightly at his father. Daddy, Mr. Chu didn't feel ashamed and said proudly, "Yes, is Chirp Chirp smart?" Chu Xun said, "He must have pressed it blindly." Mr. Chu said, "That's still very smart. Chirp Chirp can even play with his phone." Chirp Chirp was very happy to eat his favorite food. He raised his spoon and smiled like a flower. He even squatted down and said, "Yaya." It seemed like he was responding to his grandpa's praise. Chu Xun had mixed feelings. He did not know if he should say yes or no. Mr. Chu asked, "What's wrong? Did he accidentally call someone he shouldn't have?" At that time, I realized that I had hung up the phone. Chu Xun didn't know whether he should hang up the phone or not. "It's not that. It's fine. I'm just a little curious." Chirp Chirp had inadvertently helped him take the first step, and all of a sudden, he no longer felt conflicted. "Look, I've already done it." Then, he would have to talk to Lin Yanchen again. He hoped that Lin Yanchen would not think that this was a harassment call and blacklist him. He brushed his teeth and washed his face first. After a night, Lin Yanchen still remembered the strange call from last night. The voice of the man who spoke to that Bao Bao sounded really familiar. Where had he heard it before? He was a person who liked to get to the bottom of things. However, he really did not dare to go to Chu Xun's grave. After losing Chu Xun, Lin Yanchen could somewhat understand his father's feelings. In the 5 or 6 years after his mother's death, except for the burial, his father never went to his mother's grave to pay respects. He only carefully prepared offerings for him and urged him to sweep his mother's grave. At that time, he was very angry. He felt that his father was too much, so he hated his father even more. Later, he found out that on this day, every year, his father actually did not do anything else. On that day, he would specially leave some work to do. He would prune a loquat tree in a small, remote garden in their old house. He would patiently do it for the whole day, wishing that he could wipe every leaf clean. That tree was personally planted by his father the year his mother passed away. In the past 2 years, he could somewhat understand his father's feelings. When he was young, he read Xiang Ji Xianji. There was a sentence in it. "There is a loquat tree in the courtyard. It was planted by my wife the year she passed away. Now, it is as tall as a pavilion." It was not that he did not want to go, but that he did not dare to go. Lin Yanchen thought about that phone call as he fried the dumplings. The dumplings sizzled in the oil. In the past few years, he had learned how to cook when he was free, especially when it came to making dumplings. He had learned all the different types of dumplings that Chu Xun had made for him. As he thought about it, Lin Yanchen suddenly thought of something. "I didn't even know that he was sick." "How did you know that he was sick? Is Chu Xun sick?" It sounded like Chu Xun's father's voice. Chu Xun's father's voice was deep. Because he was a teacher, he had the unique accent of a teacher. Moreover, his pronunciation was very clear. It was very special. Immortal wood adventure. He remembered. But why did this unknown phone call have Chu Xun's father's voice and a little Bao Bao's voice? Lin Yanchen couldn't figure it out. He smelled a burnt smell. The dumplings were overcooked. He came back to his senses and hurriedly turned off the fire. At this moment, Lin Yanchen's phone suddenly rang. He took it out and saw that the caller ID was from Y City. It was the unknown number from last night. Lin Yanchen happened to pick it up, but the other side was about to turn off the fire again. He turned around and accidentally knocked over the box on the table. He subconsciously wanted to pick it up, but he felt that answering the phone was more important. He hurriedly picked up the phone. There was no sound from the other side of the phone. Lin Yanchen suddenly felt nervous and did not know what to do. "Hello? How are you?" He did not hear a response and felt inexplicably anxious. "Say something." A light voice drifted out from the listening hole. "Little Lin." Lin Yanchen felt that his heart was about to explode. It was as if someone had pressed the stop button. He stood there in a daze and moved his lips, but no sound came out. Chu Xun continued, "I know that you will be very angry. Don't be angry with me first. Let me explain, okay? If you don't say anything, I'll take it as a yes." At that time, I was really diagnosed with a terminal illness. I did not want to be a burden to you, so I left and destroyed my contact information. Later, the doctor said that I would not die. I wanted to look for you, but I was still sick and did not have your contact information. I have been recuperating for more than a year. Recently, I went back to work. Yesterday, I heard from the people in my previous company that you went to look for me, so I got your phone number and wanted to call you. I don't know if you still remember me. Maybe you have another lover now. I left without saying goodbye. I am sorry. That's what I wanted to say. If I've disturbed you, I'll apologize to you again. Xiaolin. Xiaolin. Lin Yanchen pinched himself hard. He felt the pain and confirmed that he was not dreaming. He was still a little worried that this was a supernatural call. But usually, it would not appear in the daytime, right? Lin Yanchen finally found his voice and said hoarsely, I didn't. Chu Xun asked, what did you not mean? Lin Yanchen said, I didn't fall in love with anyone else. I only like you. Chu Xun felt sad and blushed. He did not know what to say. I'm sorry. Lin Yanchen asked, where are you now? We're in Y City. Tell me where you live and where you work. Chu Xun told him in detail and asked doubtfully, you are going to look for me? When? In a few days? Lin Yanchen said without hesitation, now. I am going to look for you now. Wait for me. Chu Xun said, I have to go to work. You are in B City, right? It's so far away. Can you make it? Don't you have to go to work? Lin Yanchen said, I will ask for leave to look for you. Wait for me. I will contact you when I arrive. He seemed to have said a lot, but also seemed to have said nothing. Xiaolin was coming to look for him. Chu Xun's heart pounded, but when he went back, he saw his mother's dressing mirror in the living room. He felt that he had been really ugly recently. Could he really see Xiaolin when he was so ugly? He lifted the hem of his clothes and looked at the scar left by the cesarean section on his stomach. In fact, Director Chin's skills were already very good. He also used medicine to treat scars, but it still left a mark. How could he see Lin Yanchen? The weather was hot, and he was wearing thin clothes. It was still obvious if he wore light-colored clothes. He went to change into a dark-colored one. On the other side, Lin Yanchen almost rushed out of the door. He paced back and forth in the house excitedly. His mood seemed to explode. He immediately called his assistant. Arrange the earliest flight to Y City. The assistant reported a few times. How could they make it in time if they made a last-minute arrangement? Even if they bought the route, it would take time to apply for a domestic flight. Lin Yanchen frowned and asked again, what about the high-speed rail? The assistant checked again. There were several high-speed trains from B City to Y City in a day. The latest train was in less than half an hour, and it would take a total of 6 hours from the departure station to the destination station. Lin Yanchen said, let's settle on this. The assistant hesitated and said, we only have standing tickets. Lin Yanchen said, then I'll have standing tickets. Lin Yanchen was about to go out. When he passed by the wine cabinet, he stopped and looked at himself in the mirror. His hair was white. There was only one word to describe it. Could he see Chu Xun with this appearance? F***CK. Where was his hair dye? Did he buy hair dye? The author has something to say. Previously, someone asked Xiaolin why she didn't go to Chu Xun's grave. I felt that this matter required too much courage. After my grandfather passed away, my grandmother didn't visit his grave. I think that's probably how she felt. Good night. See you tomorrow at 7 a.m. Thank you for your daily life. Yuan loves to eat meat. Calg. Goo goo goo. 2417623. Luo E. Hanlu. Xiao Bao is not afraid. Jiri Ji. Azea. Old Poison X2. Drunkard. 243173208. Zhuxin. Pink Momo. Goo goo goo. Yazi regardless. 194104552. Asu X2. Xing. Hua Shui Shui Shui. 4981. Poison Mine. Thank you Machi, Mochi, Moot Song Zhong, Soy Sauce, White Night Mud, Local Melon, 249744494 for the grenade. Thank you Akatsuki X2, Hua Shui Shui Shui, Half Sugar for the rocket launcher. Thank you Hua Shui Shui for the shallow water bomb. Chapter 52. Chu Xun was restless. Mr. Chu had noticed that something was wrong with him since the morning, especially after he ran out to make a phone call. He asked curiously, who is this Lin Yanchen? Chu Xun thought about it and said tactfully, he's the friend of mine. He lied again. It's about work. Don't think too much. Mr. Chu said, oh, I don't know about work, but I think you're going to be late. Aren't you going to work yet? Chu Xun! Exclamation point. Because he told Lin Yanchen the company's address, Chu Xun was a little worried that Lin Yanchen would come to the company directly. What if he did? Fan Tuan visits the book. He was troubled the whole morning. After they contacted each other, Chu Xun sent him messages and added all kinds of social media accounts. Lin Yanchen kept sending him messages. Lin Yanchen, I'll take the high-speed rail to find you. I bought the ticket. Chu Xun, be careful on the way. Don't rush. Lin Yanchen, I'm on the high-speed rail. 6 hours and 40 minutes until I reach Y City. I hope I'm not late. Chu Xun. Okay. After you get off the train, if you're hungry, eat first. Lin Yanchen. 6 hours. Lin Yanchen. 5 hours and 30 minutes. Lin Yanchen. 5 hours. Chu Xun. Can you not broadcast every half an hour? Lin Yanchen. Oh, for hours. Lin Yanchen. I saw a beautiful rape field. Picture. Lin Yanchen. Look, there's a rainbow on the mountain. Picture. 3 hours. Chu Xun. I'm in a meeting. Lin Yanchen. 2 hours. Lin Yanchen. 1 hour. An hour later. Lin Yanchen. I'm late. I'll be 10 minutes late. Chu Xun didn't feel sad anymore because of his announcement, which was like a murderer's announcement in a horror movie. He was really curious about Lin Yanchen's brain circuit. Wasn't Lin Yanchen angry at him? Aren't you going to ask for more details? He was already prepared to be scolded by Lin Yanchen. At 5 o'clock, Lin Yanchen told him that they had arrived at the station. It was also time for Chu Xun's company to get off work, but he had never gotten off work on time. Therefore, he went to look for his master shamelessly. I have something to do today. Can I go back earlier? President Liu understood. Oh, your child is not feeling well again. His physique was too weak. It's hard to solve the problem of physique with Western medicine alone. I know a good old Chinese medicine doctor. I'll introduce him to you. You can take your child to see him and nurse his body. Chu Xun hurriedly wrote down the contact information and said gratefully, Thank you, master. President Liu waved his hand and said generously, You're welcome. You'll only have time to work for me when your child is well. Ha ha ha. Capitalism didn't care about the relationship between master and disciple. Chu Xun hurriedly went home. Mr. Chu had already prepared dinner and was waiting for him. Chu Xun was so anxious that he ate in a few mouthfuls. Mr. Chu asked, Are you tired from work today? Are you hungry? Chu Xun said, The weather is pretty good. I want to take Chirp Chirp out for a walk. Mr. Chu didn't think much of it and nodded. Make a bottle of milk and bring it along. Come back early. Chu Xun put Chirp Chirp in a jumpsuit with a panda hood. He picked him up and put him in the pram. He also brought a bottle of freshly brewed milk. He pushed the pram out of the door. Not long after, aunties and aunties who were enjoying the shade under the big trees in the neighborhood in the evening gathered around. Oh, Chirp Chirp is out. Chirp Chirp was a very beautiful little Bao Bao. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the most beautiful little Bao Bao in the neighborhood. The first time he was taken out, he attracted a lot of attention and had already gained a lot of aunties and aunties. He was not taken out often because he was weak. Every time he was taken out, he would be surrounded and photographed. Chu Xun laughed as he escaped the crowd. He finally reached the other side of the neighborhood. There was a small park that few people came to. There was a shabby stone pavilion in the remote southwest corner. There was no one there at the moment. Chu Xun and Lin Yanchen had agreed to meet here. He didn't know if Lin Yanchen would be able to find him. Chu Xun looked down and saw Chirp Chirp eating his finger. He took his little hand away. Don't eat. Chirp Chirp looked at him pitifully. Daddy, Daddy. Chu Xun could only give him the bottle. He held the bottle and drank happily. Lin Yanchen took the high-speed train for the first time in his life. When he got on the train, his assistant sent him, but he didn't let his assistant come with him. After getting off the train, he actually got lost in the high-speed train station. After being lost for half an hour, he found his way out and took a taxi to find Chu Xun. He sniffed himself and smelled of hair dye. He frowned. Sigh, but it was better than having gray hair. Actually, he had a lot of doubts, grievances, and anger. He wanted to ask Chu Xun and talk to Chu Xun. However, his desire to see Chu Xun overwhelmed everything else. He wanted to see Chu Xun first. He wanted to see Chu Xun alive and well. Everything else could be left for later. He arrived at the park that Chu Xun mentioned. Under Chu Xun's guidance, it took him a long time to find it. Lin Yanchen had been busy the whole day since morning. In fact, he wanted to make a handsome entrance. However, after sitting on the high-speed train for a few hours and traveling under the hot sun, he finally emerged with his face covered in dust. The stone pavilion was surrounded by lush trees. It was probably because it hadn't been built for a long time. The shrubs and weeds grew crazily and almost covered the original path. Chu Xun knew that it wasn't easy to find this place. However, this place was hidden and close to his house. He couldn't walk far with Chirp Chirp. Lin Yanchen was outside the small forest. He walked around for a long time and was burning with anxiety. Finally, he pushed aside the branches and saw a familiar figure. When he saw Chu Xun, his eyes were wet. He didn't dare to blink, afraid that this was just a dream. When he woke up, it was gone. In his eyes, other than Chu Xun, nothing else mattered. Lin Yanchen wanted to call out, "A son," but he was afraid. He walked over with light footsteps. Chu Xun didn't turn around, but he felt a gentle gaze. He seemed to have a premonition. He turned around and saw Lin Yanchen standing a few steps away with red eyes. Lin Yanchen looked exactly the same as when they parted. However, when he looked carefully, he seemed to have changed into a different person. Sigh, Lin Yanchen was still so handsome. Lin Yanchen was at the bottom of the steps. He raised his head slightly and looked at Chu Xun. He felt that he had lost weight, but he was still good-looking. Thousands of words converged into two soft and sour words. "A son." Chu Xun looked back at him and said softly, as if he was sighing, "Shaolin." Lin Yanchen really wanted to hug Chu Xun, but he was afraid that he would be too abrupt and scare Chu Xun. He only walked over step by step and held Chu Xun's hand. He said again, "A son." Before Chu Xun could say anything, Lin Yanchen lowered his head and looked at their hands. He suddenly smiled in satisfaction. "That's great. You're warm. You're alive." He smiled until tears almost came out. "I'm such a fool. After you left, I immediately returned to China to look for you. I found your company and the hospital you went to. I heard that a 30-year-old man surnamed Chu died of a terminal illness. I thought it was you, so I didn't dare to continue looking. How can there be someone as stupid as me in this world?" Chu Xun felt a lump in his throat. "It's my fault. It's my fault. I took the initiative to delete all your contact information and even left a letter telling you not to look for me. I wanted to look for you, but I could only fly to England. I really couldn't leave." Lin Yanchen said, "Didn't you immediately contact me when you found a way? You were still sick before." Chu Xun said, "You believe everything I say?" Lin Yanchen smiled. "I believe you. I'll believe you even if you say the sun rises from the west. It's good that I can see you alive. It's good that you're alive." Chu Xun saw Lin Yanchen's smiling face and suddenly felt extremely guilty. He was too guilty. He actually hesitated before. He doubted that even if he found Lin Yanchen wouldn't accept him. What a vile person he was. Chirp Chirp was in the pram next to them. He drank his milk while blinking his eyes and watching the whole process. He drank his beloved milk and even sucked for a while. He really couldn't suck out a single drop, so he reluctantly let go of the pacifier. Chirp Chirp raised the milk bottle. "Daddy, daddy milk." Lin Yanchen only then noticed that there was a cute baby here. He was stunned. When did this little thing come here? Lin Yanchen and Chirp Chirp met face to face. Lin Yanchen was crying. Chirp Chirp saw him and smiled. This little thing was strangely cute. It also seemed like déjà vu. Lin Yanchen asked, "Whose child is this?" Chu Xun's old face slowly turned red. He was a little embarrassed and said, "He likes you quite a lot. He only smiles like this when he sees someone he likes." Lin Yanchen was stunned. "Huh." Chu Xun said, "This is my son." Lin Yanchen. Chu Xun added, "He's also your son." Lin Yanchen. The author has something to say. I thought about it for a long time. Chu Xun is a little pretentious, but Shaolin really isn't the kind of person to be pretentious, so it still developed this way. Good morning. See you at 7 p.m. Thank you, Zhuxin. Joker, Su Day, Ah Su, WSXHBS. What can I use to warm you to 1,000 years? Traveler, Ben Blair. Ah Yuan loves to eat meat. Wu Xiao X3. Xiao Bao is not afraid. Shortcake Maya. Lilianin. Not time. Yazi regardless. Shiyu. Gentle breeze. Yiko. Gugugu. Young Master Shun. Pink Momo. Ji Ri Ji. Chistel's landmine. Thank you, Heavy Rain. Red Spider Lily's grenade. Thank you, Half Sugar. Akatsuki's rocket launcher. Chapter 53. Lin Yanchen couldn't think straight. He felt like his brain was burning. He's my son, and he's also your son. What did that mean? Chu Xun's son? Where did Chu Xun's son come from? He couldn't have jumped out from a rock, right? Then he could only be born, but it couldn't be Chu Xun and someone else's child, right? So he could only be picked up? Adopted? Chu Xun said that although he didn't have a terminal illness before, he was still sick, and he was finally cured. So he adopted a child after he was cured? He still didn't know why, but there should be some hidden reasons. Chu Xun was a very kind person. He donated all the money he won in Las Vegas, and he had always kept the donation letter Chu Xun gave him. Good. Chu Xun's son was his son. Anyway, they wouldn't have any children in this lifetime. They were going to adopt anyway. Now that they had a son, he would treat him as his own. In a flash, Lin Yanchen thought about a lot of things, and he was quite touched. He said, "You're so kind." Chu Xun was confused by Lin Yanchen. Chu Xun slowly realized that Lin Yanchen probably misunderstood something. He thought about it and explained, "You don't seem to understand. I said that Chirp Chirp is our child. Biologically, he inherited half of your chromosomes and the other half of mine. That's what I meant. Do you understand?" The two of them held hands and looked at each other. Lin Yanchen was still confused. He frowned. Chu Xun. Lin Yanchen. Chu Xun asked him, "Do you understand?" Lin Yanchen was dumbfounded. "If I say no, will you be angry?" Chu Xun couldn't help but laugh when he saw how dumb and confused he was. He relaxed a lot and explained in detail, "I didn't explain it to you on the phone earlier because I was afraid that you wouldn't be able to accept it. I didn't know that my body was special before. I always thought that I was an ordinary man, but in fact, I can get pregnant and have children. When I left, I felt uncomfortable. I thought it was the incurable disease that had been misdiagnosed before. Later, when I returned to China, my father took me to see a doctor again. Only then did I know that I wasn't sick. I was pregnant. My rejection was quite strong. For a while, I was lying in bed and couldn't walk." Now that the matter was over, Chu Xun could speak of it in a relaxed tone as if it wasn't a big deal. But as Lin Yanchen listened, tears welled up in his eyes. He said, "I'm sorry." Chu Xun smiled and touched his face gently. "It's not your fault. I didn't let you wear a condom. But at that time, I didn't know that I could get pregnant. I didn't get pregnant on purpose." Lin Yanchen's face turned red. Lin Yanchen believed everything Chu Xun said. He didn't doubt it at all. So what if a man could have children with another man? If Chu Xun said it was possible, then it was possible. Chu Xun said, "It is very unbelievable. If you don't believe me, I can take you to see the doctor who helped me deliver the child. Or, you can do a DNA test for the child." Lin Yanchen was angry. "I didn't. You can't suspect me of suspecting you." Chu Xun's mood brightened. Indeed, Lin Yanchen was still Lin Yanchen. He coaxed him. Okay. I'm sorry. It's my fault. Don't be angry, my Shaolin." Chirp Chirp saw the two of them talking and had nothing to eat. He could only hug his feet and eat. When he saw Lin Yanchen's angry look, he inexplicably laughed. He stopped eating his feet and giggled. Chu Xun looked at Lin Yanchen, then at Chirp Chirp, and then at Lin Yanchen. He asked, "Do you want to hug him?" Lin Yanchen suddenly panicked. To be honest, he believed what Chu Xun said, but he wasn't mentally prepared at all. A son suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and it was a grown-up little Bao Bao. Although he thought of himself as a father and already had Tu as a son, this time was different. Chirp Chirp was a living human Bao Bao. Moreover, he missed the whole process of Chu Xun being pregnant, giving birth, and taking care of the child. He felt very regretful and guilty. Chu Xun saw that he didn't dare to hug Chirp Chirp, so he reached out and picked him up, showing him to Lin Yanchen. "He looks a lot like you, doesn't he? Don't be afraid. He's not a little monster. He's just an ordinary little Bao Bao." Chirp Chirp smiled and squinted his eyes. He reached out his little hand to Lin Yanchen. Wah 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 wah. Chu Xun handed Chirp Chirp to him. Lin Yanchen took the child and was flustered. He didn't know how to hug him at all. He asked in a panic, "Can I hug him like this? Is this right? Will he feel uncomfortable? Will he cry?" Lin Yanchen really couldn't hug Chirp Chirp well. He put his hands under Chirp Chirp's armpits and raised Chirp Chirp. The back of Chirp Chirp's head was facing him and Chu Xun. Chirp Chirp quite liked being raised high. He clapped his hands and laughed too happily. Chu Xun was stunned for a moment. He laughed so hard that he almost fell. "Do you think you're acting as the Lion King?" Ha ha ha. After laughing, he said to Lin Yanchen, "Let Chirp Chirp face you. Let him take a good look at your face." Lin Yanchen listened in a daze. Oh. He turned Chirp Chirp over and faced him, still holding him up. Chirp Chirp and Lin Yanchen looked at each other. Chirp Chirp ate his fingers and looked at him curiously with a pair of smiling eyes. Lin Yanchen calmed down a little. His heart was about to melt. He really looked like him, but he also looked like Chu Xun. This was Chu Xun and his Bao Bao. But he was so light. He was so small and soft. He wasn't even as heavy as Big Head. He was like a cloud. Lin Yanchen was puzzled and asked, "Why is he so light?" Chu Xun said calmly, "He was born prematurely, 7 months old. When he was born, he weighed only 1.5 kilograms. He stayed in the incubator for 2 months. At that time, I was afraid that he wouldn't survive. Bao Bao was sick all the time, so I couldn't look for you. His health wasn't good, so I couldn't take him far." Lin Yanchen didn't expect this. I'm sorry." Chu Xun said, "It's not your fault." Chirp Chirp stared at Chu Xun for a long time. Actually, there was something he really wanted to do. At this time, he finally acted on it. He reached out his little hand and gently touched Lin Yanchen's face, just like how Chu Xun had touched Lin Yanchen's face. Lin Yanchen. Chu Xun. Ha ha ha. Chirp Chirp laughed with his father. The laughter traveled to Lin Yanchen's heart. He felt that he had never been happier in his life. Previously, fate had given him a misunderstanding. He wasn't angry anymore. How could he have the time to care about a misunderstanding? To care about the pain in the past? He only wanted to spend his precious time on his future happiness. His entire heart felt like it was flying in the sky. Today was too good to be true. Chu Xun corrected his actions. "Come, I'll teach you how to hug Bao Bao. You should hug Bao Bao like this. Put your hands like this, right? All right. Look, he's very comfortable like this." Lin Yanchen hugged Chirp Chirp and stared at Chu Xun. I know this isn't a formal occasion. At the small book pavilion. Chu Xun, what's wrong? Lin Yanchen said, "But I really can't take it anymore. Sun, let's get married." Chirp Chirp echoed in a strange tone. Yeah. Chu Xun didn't expect Lin Yanchen to propose directly. He was stunned and hesitated. "Oh, well, author has something to say. See you at 12. Thanks to Fu Chu Zhuozhua, Little Bamboo, Fox 2, Lemon, Jiang Amu, Baijio, 2431733208, Bronze X3, Each X3, Meow Meow, Towards Your Chrysanthemum, YYJ, Xiao 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 Lu Shui, Yu, Movie Fan, Cold Dew X2, Hurricane in the City, Ben Blair, Dark Mang, Foodie, Jieji Xia, Yunjia, Still, Don't Steal My Dried Fish, Asu, Little Swallow Fly X4, Become Bright Silver Bar X3, Bear Bao X3, Varroa, Wang Xiaobang, Cuting Love 13X3, Xiao Xiao, Colored Mine. Thanks to Kikiki, Bei Bei, LCY 1212, 24176-233, 24974-494 for the grenades. Thanks to Akatsuki, Half Sugar for the rocket launchers. Chapter 54. Lin Yanchen was hurt. So why was Chu Xun hesitating? Was there something about him that wasn't good enough? Then, he suddenly remembered something. He didn't seem to have officially told Chu Xun that he wasn't actually a virgin. Was it because of this? No wonder Chu Xun was hesitant about marriage. Before Chu Xun could say anything, Lin Yanchen spoke first. Son, I lied to you about something. I forgot to tell you. I wanted to tell you before, but before I could find a chance, you left. Don't be angry. Chu Xun roughly understood what he was going to say, but he didn't expose him. He waited for Lin Yanchen to speak first. Lin Yanchen said, "Actually, I was drunk that night and walked into the wrong room. I'm not a virgin. Also, my family is quite rich." Chu Xun thought to himself, "Your family has a private jet, a manor with a forest, and a man-made lake. That's quite rich." Lin Yanchen saw that Chu Xun didn't react, so he said, "Are you angry?" Chu Xun's face stiffened. Seeing that Lin Yanchen was very nervous, he smiled and said, "Well, although I'm not sure what your family does, I'm not stupid enough to not notice any flaws after being with you for a month. You've given yourself away quite a bit. I'm not angry at you. I know you're embarrassed to say it." He continued, "It's not that I don't want to marry you, but marriage isn't something that can be done so easily. I think this isn't just between the two of us. We haven't even met each other's parents. Are you sure your father will accept me? I'm not sure if my parents will allow us to get married." "Don't be so anxious, Xiaolin. There's still a long way to go. Let's think about it at length." Lin Yanchen thought about it. His father might not be able to accept Chu Xun. He prepared for the worst and said, "Even if he doesn't accept, I still want to be with you. I think this is our business. We're the ones getting married, not the other way around. Even without him, I can still feed you and Bao Bao." Chu Xun smiled. "Don't say that. I don't need you to support me. I can support myself and Bao Bao." After I got sick, I made up with my parents. Actually, I really don't think your father is a bad person. My parents are pretty nice too. Because I like you very much, I don't want you to have any grudges with your father because of me. I want you to be happier, not just in love, but also in family and friendship. Yes, I have to meet your friends too. Chu Xun held Lin Yanqin's hand and raised his head to kiss Lin Yanqin's lips. Okay. Lin Yanqin's hot head couldn't calm down. Once he met Chu Xun, his head wouldn't work well. But what Chu Xun said was very reasonable. Chu Xun didn't agree immediately, not because he didn't love him or anything, but because he loved him. In comparison, Lin Yanqin felt that he wasn't mature enough. Lin Yanqin nodded and said, "You're right. I was too impatient. I take back my proposal this time. It's not right to be so hasty. I'll find a good time to propose again next time." Chu Xun laughed and asked, "Do you want a fortune-telling to find an auspicious day?" Lin Yanqin also laughed. "Of course." Chu Xun asked, "Are you working in B City now?" Lin Yanqin said, "Yes." He told Chu Xun the company he worked for and his position. This was another problem. He was working hard now. It was fine if he got a day's work today, since he didn't have to make an appointment. But he couldn't be stationed in Y City every day. Life wasn't just about dating. Since he was in that position, he had to be responsible. It was a multinational company, one of the top 500 companies in the world. Chu Xun then remembered that the boss' surname was Lin. He was so stupid that he didn't even guess this. He was even more surprised that he wasn't surprised and was still in the mood to joke. "Oh, then I can't call you Shaolin anymore. I have to call you President Shaolin in the future?" Chu Xun said, "President Shaolin, I'm sorry. I can't settle down in B City for you for the time being. My master's kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain. It's now the beginning of his company, and it's very important. I can't just leave." Lin Yanqin was a little disappointed and said, "I understand." Chu Xun persuaded him, "Work hard. Don't do anything irrational for me." President Shaolin sounds so nice. Chu Xun's phone rang. It was his father. "Where did you go?" "I went downstairs but didn't see you. It's getting dark. Aren't you going home?" Chu Xun said, "Okay, I'm going back now." Chu Xun hung up the phone and looked at Lin Yanqin helplessly. "I have to go home." Lin Yanqin reluctantly put Chirp Chirp back into the stroller and looked at Chu Xun. Chu Xun couldn't stand seeing his dog-like eyes and hugged him. They hugged each other tightly. Chu Xun said, "I really have to go. Are you going to work tomorrow? Are you going to fly back?" Lin Yanqin nodded gloomily. Chu Xun said, "Let's plan it slowly. Don't be anxious." Lin Yanqin sometimes didn't understand why Chu Xun was always so calm and not anxious. Chu Xun's mother came back from playing with her old friends. When she came home, she didn't see Chu Xun and Chirp Chirp. Mr. Chu said that his son took his grandson out for a walk. That was good. Chu Xun wasn't around. They could discuss it. Mr. Chu asked, "How is it?" Chu Xun's mother said, "My old friend said that the young man she knows, although he's a little older than our Chu Xun, is really a good person. He graduated from XX University and came out of the closet a long time ago. He's now a foreigner. Men can get married there." Mr. Chu said, "I still want to see a few more. I want to find the best one for Junjun." He used to fly into a rage because Chu Xun was gay. Ever since he felt the pain of losing his son, he thought through many things. There was only one thing that still worried him about Chu Xun. He still hoped that Chu Xun could have a partner. It didn't matter if it was a man, but it had to be a good person and had a good income. In the future, when the two of them were no longer alive, the children could support each other. On the other side of the world, Lao Lin's president, Lin Xiaoyuan, was resting. He was alone in the room, sitting on the sofa with a table lamp. In his hand, he held a photo of his deceased wife. In the photo, his wife still looked like she was in her 30s. She was in her prime. His face was faintly reflected in the glass. He was already old. He said softly to the photo, "Ah Ping, Yin Yin is not rebellious now. He's promising. Occasionally, he even says thank you, Dad." He sighed. Sigh. He's reached the marriageable age. Many people have introduced girls to me as wives. They are all very outstanding girls. They all think that I want to find a girl with a good family background, good education, and beautiful and virtuous to be my daughter-in-law. But in fact, I just want him to find someone he likes. Ran one. He liked someone a few years ago, but that person fell ill and passed away. The men of the Lin family. Are they destined to have a dead wife? Yin Yin is still young. He's so sad that his hair is a lot whiter than mine. I think he must love that person very much, just like how I love you. I don't dare to force him. Actually, I don't care whether he gets married or not. But I don't want to see him die alone. How pitiful. Maybe he's different from me. He can still walk out of it. What should I do? Ping. The author has something to say. There's no big ending. There's still a lot to write. Are you guys going to give up on the novel after getting married? Just a bunch of people. Don't say such things again. I'm very scared _ winky face. It's easy to fall in love, but it's hard to stay in love all the time. It's not as simple as they'll live happily ever after. Thanks to Old Poison, Pink Tiani, Yin, Cold Dew, Yesterday East Flowing Water, Free Will, Xiang Xiao Xine, Little Bamboo Fox, Lemon, Yuan Loves to Eat Meat, Sexy Mini, 2431732208, Lily and Yuan Ming, Drunkard, Me, Pudgy, 4981, Ru Su, Shallow Summer G, AAA, Gigi, Little Rabbit, Dusty Case, 31038754, Xiao Dan, 241762333, Little Rabbit Shouts, Bushes, is HHHX2, Jiri Ji, E, Material Mechanics, Waiting Mine. Thanks to XYX for the grenade. Thanks to Akatsuki, Half Sugar, and Moxabustion for the rocket launcher. Chapter 55. How could he restrain himself after such a long separation? Lin Yanchen didn't want to leave at all. He just wanted to stay by Chu Xun's side right now. This kind of reminiscing wasn't passionate enough. It wasn't even 1/10,000th of the time when they first traveled together. It was too dull. Lin Yanchen sent Chu Xun home and even accompanied him for a short walk. Chu Xun inadvertently caught a glimpse of Lin Yanchen's sideburns. There seemed to be a few strands of white hair. The lighting wasn't good, so he couldn't see clearly. Or was it a reflection? Chu Xun heard a voice not far away and said, "Let's stop here. You can go back." Lin Yanchen. Okay. Lin Yanchen stayed where he was and watched Chu Xun leave. Chu Xun looked back 3 times with every step, but in the end, he still left. Lin Yanchen still remembered that day at the airport when Chu Xun turned back and threw himself into his arms. He had a feeling that Chu Xun might come back today too. He waited for a long time until the sky was dark, but there was still no sign of him. Logically speaking, they should return to Be City, but Lin Yanchen couldn't bear to leave. He secretly ran downstairs to Chu Xun's house and looked up. He saw the lights in Chu Xun's house and a shadow passing by behind the curtains. He really wanted to join in. Ever since he received that call in the morning, Lin Yanchen felt as if he had stepped into a dream. Until now, he was still in a state of absent-mindedness. After seeing Chu Xun, he was even more absent-minded. More importantly, he knew about the existence of Chirp Chirp. When Chu Xun left, they had just started dating again and had just reached the stage of holding hands. He thought that Chu Xun was dead, but Chu Xun was alive again. Not only was he alive, but he even gave birth to a Bao Bao with their blood flowing in their veins. It was like a series of bombs that blew him up. He still couldn't react. Lin Yanchen had heard of such a thing before. He knew a boy who played with a girl, and the girl gave birth to his child and went to his door to ask for responsibility. His situation seemed to be similar. He wanted to take responsibility immediately, but Chu Xun was not willing to do so. What was going on now? It's as though they're having an affair, and they're even having an underground meeting. But so far, the joy of his lover coming back from the dead had overshadowed his other thoughts. Lin Yanchen thought that a long-distance relationship like this was not a solution. If Chu Xun did not come over, then he could only go over. Chu Xun brought Chirp Chirp home. Chirp Chirp was very excited after going out for a walk today. It was a little tired when it came back. After coaxing it for 10 minutes, it was willing to go to sleep. He prepared to wash up and go to bed. He lowered his head and sent a message to Lin Yanchen. "Give me a reply when you arrive at the hotel safely." How could a grown man like Lin Yanchen get lost? He was just looking for an excuse to talk more. Jun Jun. Jun Jun. Chu Xun heard his father calling him in a low voice. He turned around and saw Mr. Chu poking his head out at the door. He waved at him. "Come here. I have something to tell you." Chu Xun walked over. His parents were sitting at the table in the living room. There was a folder on the table. Chu Xun asked, "What is this?" Mr. Chu coughed softly. "Take a look." Chu Xun frowned and opened the folder. It was a resume. In the resume was a 38-year-old man from a foreign country. His name was English. He looked gentle and elegant. His education was quite good. His annual salary was clearly written. What was this? Did he ask someone to find a job in their company? This person's resume was so beautiful. He could go anywhere. Mr. Chu, what do you think of this gentleman? Chu Xun said truthfully, very good. Mr. Chu, what about his appearance? Chu Xun, handsome and calm. As he spoke, he felt that something was wrong. Mr. Chu finally concluded and asked, he is also gay. Are you interested in knowing more? Chu Xun. Lin Yanqian's face immediately appeared in his mind. That guy was so jealous. When they weren't in a serious relationship, Xiaolin almost exploded with anger when he looked at the stripper. Before Chu Xun could say anything, his father continued. Mr. Chu listed the conditions. Actually, I showed you a few, but I think this person is the best. I also saw his social media account on the internet. He's not the kind of person who messes around. He's a foreigner. Men can marry men in their country. Chu Xun didn't know which angle to start with. He couldn't help but say, are you looking for a blind date for me? His father, who used to see gays as scourges, was actually introducing him to a blind date? Mr. Chu nodded. Yes. What's wrong? You have to find a partner sooner or later. Chu Xun. Chirp is still young. Mr. Chu. It's because he's still young that you have to find a partner. While he's still young, you should find a partner and raise the child well. Chu Xun couldn't refuse. I don't want to go. Mr. Chu didn't want to force him. He just didn't expect that Chu Xun would just say that he didn't want to go after so much effort. Mr. Chu wasn't very happy. What? You unlucky child. I didn't want you to be gay before, but you insisted. Now I accept it. I'm trying to find a partner for you, but you don't want to go. I didn't urge you, but you didn't even look at it. Do you know how hard it is to find a suitable man for you? It's 100 times harder than a normal blind date. Your mother and I asked a lot of people for help, and we only found a few. Chu Xun wasn't convinced. He interrupted his father. Ridiculous. I didn't ask you to find one for me. Why are you blaming me for making the decision? Mr. Chu, didn't I ask you before? Chu Xun couldn't remember at all. When did you ask me? Mr. Chu, last week, I asked you if you wanted to find a partner in the future. You said you wanted to. Chu Xun vaguely remembered that there seemed to be such a thing, but he was thinking about finding Lin Yanqian when the time came. Chu Xun simply said, you misunderstood. That's not what I meant. Mr. Chu asked, then what do you want? Chu Xun thought about it and said tactfully, I only like Chirp's father. Chirp's other father. Speaking of this, Mr. Chu became even angrier. Then I don't understand. Where is Chirp's other father? The child is already so big, but he hasn't even shown up. How did you two meet? Chu Xun choked. How did he meet Lin Yanqian? He spent money to buy a duck and then met him. How the F***ck could he say that? He thought about how he would have to talk to Lin Yanqian and make up a civilized and harmonious story to coax both parents. Otherwise, with one of them whoring and the other being whored, it didn't sound like a proper relationship between a man and a woman, right? Which parents in the world could accept that? Chu Xun thought about it and said, we met when we were traveling. He's a very good person. You'll know when you meet him in the future. Mr. Chu, we'll meet in the future? Chu Xun nodded. Yes. Mr. Chu was angry. Since you two are in contact, why didn't he come when you were pregnant, had a child, or Chirp was sick? Chu Xun hurriedly explained to Lin Yanqian. I couldn't contact him before. It's my fault. He was looking for me, but there was a misunderstanding. He thought I was dead. I really can't blame him. Teacher Chu flicked his sleeves and left. He said angrily, then find a time to bring her back for us to see. He didn't sound like a reliable person if he could make such a mistake. He didn't sound like he was going to see his son's boyfriend, but more like he was going to see an enemy. Downstairs, Lin Yanqian, who was staring at the window in a daze, suddenly sneezed for no reason. He rubbed his nose. His phone vibrated. Chu Xun sent him a message. Have you arrived at the hotel? My dad asked you to come over for a meal if you're free this weekend. Mr. Chu remembered something and came back. He asked Chu Xun angrily, what's that person's name? Chu Xun was embarrassed. Lin Yanqian. Mr. Chu felt that the name sounded familiar. He thought for a while and remembered. Isn't that the person you were talking about on your phone this morning? And you're telling me that he's just a normal friend? Chu Xun wanted to say something, but stopped. I'm shy. Mr. Chu, you're a child. Shy my ass. Chu Xun. The author has something to say. See you at 7 p.m. Thank you for Gentle Breeze X2, Yuzhu Town X2, Shui X2, Chase X2, Against the North X2, Traveler X2, Young Man on the Wall X2, Melancholy European X2, Spring Mud Hair Care X2 for the landmines. Thanks to LWH0827X2 for the grenade. Chapter 56. Lin Yanxin was very excited to see his father-in-law on the weekend. He was thinking about what gift to give him. Although he could afford anything, Chu Xun's father might not like it. He might even scare him. 156n.net. Lin Yanxin asked Chu Xun, "What is your father like?" Chu Xun reminded him, "Don't give him something too expensive. My father likes to write and draw. Just give him something that's not too expensive. He values the thought more." That was the difficult part. How should one measure the thought? Lin Yanxin went back to work with a frown. Moreover, he did not want to be separated from Chu Xun forever. Even if he could fly around, he could only see him once a week. It was definitely not enough. Y City was also a good place. There would be an international event next year. He went back to study it and came up with a plan to develop in Y City. He would open a branch there. That way, he would have an excuse to stay in Y City. Chu Xun went to work as usual. He was nervous. He felt that there was nothing wrong with Lin Yanxin. The only thing that could make his father unhappy was that he was too rich. Although it was realistic, family status and economic power were closely related. He had heard a senior executive complain to him. That person had been married for more than a year. His wife was his childhood sweetheart. They had a deep relationship. She quit her job to be a housewife for him. When they got married, he vowed that he would take care of her forever. He told Chu Xun, "I think I still love her, but she really can't understand me. I think about how she eats and drinks my food, and how she goes shopping every day. When she comes home, even if she tells me that you've worked hard, I can't help but think that you don't know how hard it is for me. Sometimes, I really can't help but look down on her." Later, he heard that that person had an affair and divorced. When he loved her, it was true love. However, people's hearts would change. He had to be prepared for the worst. However, he and Lin Yanxin were both men. The situation might be different. In any case, he did not want to revolve around Lin Yanxin. He had once wholeheartedly revolved around one person. What happened to him? He could not repeat the same mistake. On Thursday, there was a meeting. Chu Xun sat beside President Lu's assistant. After the meeting ended, Chu Xun looked at the time on his phone. President Lu inadvertently glanced at his phone and saw the screensaver. He was shocked and asked, "Is that your child?" Chu Xun, "Huh?" Manager Lu said curiously, "Let me see your phone." Chu Xun's screensaver and wallpaper were Bao Bao's photos. Mr. Lu looked at them and asked, "Is your child so good looking? Are there any other photos?" Chu Xun. A subtle sense of superiority rose in Chu Xun's heart. He didn't like to take photos. Other than the photos for work, he only took photos and videos of Bao Bao. After President Lu finished reading, he complained, "Xiao Chu, you're so unkind. Why didn't you say that your Bao Bao is so cute in the past? I don't see you posting on your WeChat moments." Chu Xun said modestly, "Actually, when he was born, he was quite ugly. Now he's good looking." President Lu said excitedly, "Bring your Bao Bao to my house to play someday. Recently, hairy crabs are in the market. My wife's crabs are very delicious." Chu Xun agreed. The next day, Chu Xun arrived at the company and found that his Bao Bao was very beautiful and cute. The news had already spread. Everyone came to look at the photos. Chu Xun, "I didn't know Master had such a big mouth." On Saturday, Mr. Chu woke up early in the morning as if he was preparing for war. He went to the market valiantly to buy groceries. He had already studied today's menu. There were cold dishes, hot dishes, snacks, fruits, and drinks. He and his wife thought, "This man, does this count as a wife visiting? Or a son-in-law? A son-in-law visiting? Should we give him a red packet? How much should we give?" I heard that old Li's wife gave a red packet of 5,000 yuan the first time she visited. I thought about it. Chirp Chirp has taken our family name. He should be considered a wife, right? Oh, I don't have that much cash. Do you? Otherwise, I'll have to withdraw money. Chu Xun saw that he was even carving flowers with radishes. He was speechless. "Dad, you don't have to do this. Just cook a table of food as usual." Mr. Chu didn't even turn his head. He said stubbornly, "No, I can't lose to him. I want to show him who's boss." Chu Xun. Mr. Chu usually liked to study how to cook. At home, His wife had barely entered the kitchen for decades. Today, Mr. Chu brought out his best skills. He even made Buddha jumps over the wall and carved a dragon on the outside of the winter melon. Chu Xun was shocked. He really had to hand it to him. Mr. Chu was ready. He was waiting for Lin Yanchen to visit at 5 or 6 o'clock. Past 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Chu Xun received a call from Lin Yanchen. Lin Yanchen said with difficulty, My company has made a mistake in the project they're working on. I can't go today. I'm already at the airport. I'm preparing to fly to Paris. Chu Xun comforted him considerately. It's okay. Work is more important. Let's change the time. You're not free tomorrow. Next weekend? Forget it. Let's see if you have time. Let me know when you're free. It would be a lie to say that Chu Xun didn't mind at all. But what else could he do other than understand? It wasn't Lin Yanchen who didn't come on purpose. Was he going to be unreasonable? He couldn't do such a thing. Also, why did Lin Yanchen call him when he arrived at the airport? It felt like what was done couldn't be undone. He had no choice but to agree. Chu Xun felt a little uncomfortable. Lin Yanchen was sad and guilty. I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. Chu Xun said hypocritically. I know you didn't do it on purpose. It's okay. I understand. Lin Yanchen said. I'll see if I can make it back tomorrow. Chu Xun said. Don't force yourself. You're tired from flying around. You're not in a hurry. You're about to board the plane, right? Be careful on the road. Don't worry about my parents. I'll explain it to them for you. Lin Yanchen asked, Are you angry with me? I'm sorry. Chu Xun said, I'm not angry with you. Although he said that, Chu Xun told Mr. Chu that his girlfriend didn't show up because of work. Mr. Chu's face darkened. After all, this was the first time they had agreed to meet. He was nervous for a few days. He woke up early in the morning and cooked a table full of dishes. But suddenly, he was told that she couldn't come? He couldn't help but doubt this person's sincerity. Mr. Chu said angrily, Why didn't you say so earlier? Chu Xun said, He had something to do today. He can't leave the company. Didn't he call us a few hours in advance? Mr. Chu was still angry. When will he change it? He's the one who came. We have to match his time. Chu Xun said, He's busy with work. He hasn't decided yet. I'll let you know when he's decided. Mr. Chu said, Don't stand us up again. Chu Xun didn't dare to make any promises. He wasn't sure if Lin Yanchen could be on time even if they changed the time. Lin Yanchen looked down from the window of the plane. The city was covered in a sea of lights until it was covered by the clouds. It was pitch black. He was very depressed. He hadn't even gone to Chu Xun's house, and he had already left a bad impression on his father-in-law. He had to buy a good gift and apologize to her when the time came. Chapter 57. Lin Yanchen was incomparably bright and handsome in a group of old foxes. He calmly chatted and laughed with several business tycoons. He was ordered to stay calm in the face of danger. After a day and night of more than 20 hours of negotiation, they finally reached an agreement. Lin Yanchen smiled slightly, got up, and shook hands with the person in charge of the cooperation. The reporters took photos. Tomorrow, this photo would be on the front page of all major newspapers. Lin Yanchen was still in high spirits. He waited until it was over and wanted to run away, but he was stopped by someone who didn't know what was good for him. He said, As expected of Lin Xiaoyuan's son, You're really young and promising, are you? Lin Yanchen feigned civility and said with a fake smile, Thank you. Please excuse me. He knew that the other party was trying to get close to him, but he didn't have time to talk. He smiled, took a step, and hurried away, wishing he could run. Lin Yanchen's secretary, Huai Hui, trotted to keep up with his footsteps. He saw Lin Yanchen's panicked face, as if he had peeled off his calm shell. His face was pale and his hands were trembling. He was completely different from before. He approached and heard Lin Yanchen muttering, It's over, it's over. I'm finished now. Secretary Huai was shocked. What's wrong? Is there a problem with the contract? Did something go wrong? Lin Yanchen urged, It's not the contract. It's more serious than that. Hurry, let's go to the airport. Huh? More serious than the contract? What could be more serious than a contract worth tens of billions? Secretary Huai couldn't think of it, but it was definitely a big deal. He hurried to follow Lin Yanchen and almost sped all the way to the airport. Lin Yanchen still couldn't calm down when he got on the plane. He asked Secretary Huai, Let me ask you a question. It's a friend of mine. He originally made an appointment to meet his in-laws on Saturday, and it was the first time they met. In the end, He stood up at the last minute because of a work problem. What should he do? Secretary Huai was stunned and thought, "Boss, you're no different from naming him." Secretary Huai thought for a moment and said, "Since it has already happened, it's impossible to turn back time. We can only show twice as much sincerity the second time we meet." Lin Yanchen felt a headache coming on. What would double the sincerity? Lin Yanchen said in distress, "After 10 years, I probably won't even remember what I talked about in this meeting, but I'll always remember the first time I went to see my in-laws and stood them up." "Oh, that's what my friend thought." Secretary Huai comforted him. "But if you don't do this, there won't be 10 years later. Please tell your friend this." bqgxsydw.com. The plane landed in Y City's airport. The weekend was over, and it was now 2 o'clock in the morning on Monday. Lin Yanchen chased the driver away and drove himself to Chu Xun's neighborhood. He paced back and forth in front of Chu Xun's house. He hadn't slept for 2 days and 2 nights. His heart was full of torment. He was so scared that he wasn't sleepy at all. He even irrationally felt that even if the project didn't succeed, it wouldn't make him so scared. Although Chu Xun said that he understood him and wasn't angry, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that Chu Xun must be very angry. He was definitely angry. He remembered the misunderstanding caused by speaking French when he met a female friend at the optician shop. At that time, Chu Xun was obviously very angry, but he pretended not to be angry and almost ran away. So he ran all the way here and couldn't wait for a second. But it was the middle of the night and Chu Xun was sleeping. He couldn't disturb Chu Xun, or he could wait downstairs all night. Standing was tiring. Lin Yanchen was wearing a suit that cost hundreds of thousands, a watch that cost millions, and leather shoes that cost hundreds of thousands stepped casually in the mud. He squatted under a big tree like a migrant worker, scratching his ears and cheeks anxiously. He looked at his phone. The last message he had with Chu Xun was on Saturday. Chu Xun asked him to be careful on the road. After that, there were no more messages. He focused on the negotiation. Halfway through, he went to the toilet and secretly sent a few messages to Chu Xun. Chu Xun didn't reply to any of them. Lin Yanchen's heart sank. He squatted down and wrote, "I'm back. I'm downstairs." But he didn't dare to send it. What should he do? What should he do? What should he do? Meow. A cat suddenly jumped out of the bushes beside him. Lin Yanchen was startled. When he came back to his senses, he realized that he had sent the message. Forget it. If I send it, then so be it. Chu Xun will know when he sees it tomorrow morning. Just as he was thinking, a reply popped up on the screen. "It's 2 o'clock in the morning, and you're downstairs." Lin Yanchen panicked even more. Chu Xun isn't asleep? Chu Xun couldn't sleep. It was fine if Lin Yanchen stood him up, but why did he only inform him when he arrived at the airport? He couldn't figure it out. He hadn't slept well for the past 2 days. He knew that he had to go to work tomorrow, but the more he tried to persuade himself to sleep, the harder it was for him to fall asleep. Suddenly, he heard a ding sound from his phone. He took a look and saw that it was a message from Lin Yanchen. "I'm back. I'm downstairs." Chu Xun immediately replied to him. Then, he got out of bed and tiptoed to the window in the living room. He didn't dare to turn on the main light. Instead, he used the flashlight to shine outside. He really saw Lin Yanchen standing by the tree like a big idiot. Chu Xun gently opened the door and went downstairs. Lin Yanchen saw Chu Xun's expression and his heart started to beat like a drum. "I'm sorry." Chu Xun asked him angrily. "What time did you come back?" Lin Yanchen, "I arrived at the airport half an hour ago. I rushed back as soon as I got off the plane." Chu Xun asked him, "Is the project done? You didn't screw it up, right?" Lin Yanchen nodded. It's done. It'll be published in the newspaper tomorrow." Chu Xun said, "Oh, that's good. Then why didn't you go and rest? Why did you come here in the middle of the night? Don't I need to sleep? You really don't know how to read the time." Lin Yanchen said carefully, "I thought that you were angry with me. I was too scared." Chu Xun said, "I'm not angry. Am I such a petty person?" Lin Yanchen was silent for a moment. He couldn't say, "I think you're quite petty, and you're also cold on the inside." He said, "When we came out of the optician shop, you had this expression on your face. If you want to scold me, go ahead. I'll let you scold me." Chu Xun. Lin Yanchen reached out to hug him, but Chu Xun pushed him away. Chu Xun looked away. "Okay, I admit that I'm angry. I understand other things, but why did you only call me when you arrived at the airport? Were you worried that I would unreasonably ask you to leave your work and come to my place? Am I that kind of person in your heart? Lin Yanchen was stunned. He hurriedly explained, I'm not. I was wondering if I could find someone to replace me. I looked for a long time and struggled until the last moment, but I really couldn't find anyone. When I arrived at the airport, I was still hoping that I wouldn't have to get on the plane. In the end, I really couldn't find anyone. If you don't believe me, I'll show you my call records and chat logs. Lin Yanchen immediately dug out the evidence to prove his innocence. Chu Xun slowly calmed down and said, "Then what do you plan to do now? My dad made a lot of dishes. Let me show you. He specially stewed Buddha jumps over the wall and prepared it for 2 days. He even carved a dragon on the winter melon." Chu Xun showed the photo to Lin Yanchen. Lin Yanchen felt his legs go weak after seeing it. He was done for. How the hell was he going to salvage this situation? Chu Xun said. He was very angry and fed it all to Chubby Chu. Lin Yanchen, who's Chubby Chu? Chu Xun, our family's dog. Lin Yanchen. Lin Yanchen was at a loss and frowned. Chu Xun saw him like this. Because the misunderstanding had been resolved, he laughed. Are you wearing this for business or to see my parents? Lin Yanchen. Of course it's to see my mother-in-law. Why would I wear this to see those old dogs? Chu Xun still laughed. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yanchen saw that Chu Xun was probably not angry anymore, so he boldly pulled his hand. Seeing that Chu Xun didn't reject him, Lin Yanchen hugged him. Sun, can I still be saved? Chu Xun hugged him back. Maybe God is making things difficult for you, but I think there's still so much time in the future. There's always a way. Next time you decide on a good time before visiting, we'll pick a good day. You can dress up more handsomely, bring a gift, and apologize properly. My parents aren't unreasonable people. When they see your sincerity, they'll definitely forgive you. Anyway, we already have a child, so he'll definitely accept it. Lin Yanchen. Okay. His confidence was rekindled. Failure wasn't scary. What was scary was being defeated by setbacks. Next time he had to seriously visit and strive to leave a positive impression on his first meeting with his father-in-law. Chu Xun sniffed him. Why do you stink? Lin Yanchen found an opportunity to act pitiful. That day I flew over to negotiate, and since then I haven't closed my eyes to sleep. Chu Xun. You haven't slept for almost 2 days. Are you stupid? Then why did you run over as soon as you got off the plane? Lin Yanchen said pitifully. I felt that if I didn't run over, my wife and son would run away. Chu Xun. Who's your wife? I'm a man, call me hubby. Lin Yanchen. The two of them were not sleepy at all in the middle of the night, flirting with each other. They didn't notice anyone approaching. The bright and dazzling flashlight shone on them, and this adulterous couple was caught red-handed. Police comrade, it's him. Chu Xun, no way. Is it illegal to have a relationship with your boyfriend in the middle of the night downstairs? They didn't do anything inappropriate in the open. I saw him loitering downstairs last week. He must be a thief who came to check out the area to steal things. Chu Xun. While he was puzzled, the neighbor pointed out Lin Yanchen. It's him. He's good-looking, has hands and feet, and looks like a decent man. Instead of working hard, he's a thief. Lin Yanchen was dumbfounded. Huh. Mr. Chu was a light sleeper. When he fell asleep just now, he vaguely heard the sound of the door being unlocked and woke up a little. Hearing the noise downstairs, he got up from the bed. He walked to the living room and found that the window was open. Mr. Chu was instantly startled awake. He clearly remembered that he closed the door and window before going to sleep. He was a very careful person. Could it be that a thief had come in? He walked to the window and looked downstairs. It was noisy downstairs, and the police were interrogating a young man. He also heard the word thief. Could it be that he was caught stealing things from them? Mr. Chu hurried downstairs. Before he walked out of the corridor, he saw that Chu Xun was also downstairs. Chu Xun was explaining to the police. Officer, he's not a thief. He's my boyfriend. Mr. Chu was horrified and looked at the young man who was caught by the police. What? This unkempt and disheveled pretty boy was Chirp Chirp's other father? The author has something to say. See you at 7 p.m. Explanation. 1. It takes time to get up and coordinate the flight route. It's impossible to take off when you want to. Therefore, during their vacation, Xiao Lin said that he would change planes, and he only took Chu Xun on the plane a day later. 2. Xiao Lin is a serious and responsible person. I think it's a violation of his character that he would leave his work behind. 3. Xiao Lin was standing downstairs of Chu Xuan's apartment before, so he was now mistaken as a thief. Foreshadowing. 4. He apologized when he arrived at the airport. Foreshadowing. Thank you to Little Swallow Fly X2, Cold Dew, Little Bamboo Fox, Ji, Glycerina, Plenty of Mulberry Flowers, Kowski Cow, Azia, Old Poisonous Landmine. Thank you to Akatsuki's Rocket Launcher. Chapter 58. Lin Yanchen sat on the left side of the dining table in Chu Xuan's house. Next to him was Chu Xun, and across from him was his father-in-law. Half a day ago, he wasn't afraid of so many big shots, but now, he was afraid of 2 people. Lin Yanchen wondered if he should really find a fortune teller. He seemed to be quite unlucky these 2 days. Or was it because he was so lucky that his wife and children came back last week, and because of the law of luck, he started to be unlucky now? Mr. Chu stared at him with a sharp gaze. What a joke. He had practiced for more than 20 years. Every day, he would stare at the students relentlessly. No matter how rebellious the students were in the past, they would be as obedient as a lamb when he stared at them. He looked Lin Yanchen up and down. First of all, his face was not bad. He was quite handsome, but the dark circles under his eyes were a bit heavy. He looked quite young, about 25 years old. Although his clothes looked expensive, they were a bit dull and not very well taken care of. At 2:30 in the morning, the whole family was sitting in the living room. It was as if they were interrogating a criminal. Mr. Chu asked him, "Why did you come in the middle of the night? Why did you come in the middle of the night? You were even mistaken for a thief." Lin Yanchen said in a trembling voice, "I finished my temporary work and rushed back to China. I came as soon as I got off the plane. I was thinking about a son." Mr. Chu picked on him. "You even called him a son? You gave him that name?" Lin Yanchen. Chu Xun clicked his tongue. "Mr. Chu, don't go too far. You're so picky. I'll buy you a fish tomorrow. You can choose as much as you want." Mr. Chu. Mr. Chu asked angrily, "How old are you?" Lin Yanchen sat up straight. 26 years old. Mr. Chu asked again, "What's your job?" Lin Yanchen. "Trade. I'm involved in many industries. It's kind of an investment." He took out his business card box and took out a business card. He held it with both hands and handed it to his father-in-law. "Take a look." Mr. Chu looked at the white, gold-stamped business card. The title written on it was CEO. It sounded very powerful. He asked, "You're a CEO? He became the president at such a young age?" Lin Yanchen suddenly felt a little embarrassed. His position as CEO was mainly because of his father. Mr. Chu continued, "Your company's address is in B City. It's quite far from here. If you guys are going to be together, do you want Chu Xun and Chirp Chirp to follow you?" Lin Yanchen tensed up. "I'll think of something." Mr. Chu thought for a while and asked another question. "What does your family do? How are your parents?" Lin Yanchen said, "My mother passed away when I was young. I grew up in a single-parent family. My father also owns a company." Mr. Chu roughly understood why he became the president at such a young age. He was a rich second-generation heir. The boss of the company where Junjun worked before was also a rich second-generation heir. His father put him in the company as the president as soon as he graduated. He was probably the same as that person. LuBaiChu.net. Thinking about it, their Junjun used to be the vice president of a small company. The social circle was like that. The people she knew wouldn't be too low class. That was probably how they got to know each other. Mr. Chu nodded. More or less. They were well matched in terms of social status. Mr. Chu never bought luxury goods and didn't know anything about social status. If he knew what brand Lin Yanchen's clothes, watches, and shoes were, he probably wouldn't think that Lin Yanchen was just a rich second-generation heir. Chu Xun saw that Lin Yanchen was quite nervous. Under the table, he held Lin Yanchen's hand, and their fingers interlocked. Mr. Chu finally asked, "Do you like Chu Xun very much? If you like him, why didn't you come to him before?" Lin Yanchen thought about the days when he thought that Chu Xun was dead. He couldn't help but tear up. Chu Xun defended him first. "Didn't I tell you? I thought I was going to die, so I left and destroyed my contact information. That's why he couldn't find me." Lin Yanchen said, "It's my fault. I didn't find him well. Uncle, I called you before. Do you remember? I asked you where Chu Xun was sick." Mr. Chu was stunned. Chu Xun was also stunned. He didn't know about this at all. Chu Xun looked at his father. Mr. Chu frowned and thought for a while. He slowly recalled. "Oh, that seemed to be the case." Chu Xun said, "Dad?" Mr. Chu said. "Then, Didn't you tell me not to let your friends know? That's how I've rejected everyone who came to ask. Chu Xun was speechless. Lin Yanchen stood up for his father-in-law without hesitation. Yes, it's not your fault. You did it for Sun's sake. It's my fault. I should have checked it more. Mr. Chu breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Lin Yanchen. This kid was still a little sensible. Okay. The atmosphere became awkward. What was even more awkward was that Chu Xun's stomach was growling. He was so anxious that he didn't feel hungry, but in fact, his stomach was already rumbling. Rumble. Mr. Chu asked, "You didn't eat?" Lin Yanchen's face was red. He had really embarrassed himself for a few years. He nodded in shame. Mr. Chu said, "I cooked some leftover rice today. I'll make you a bowl of fried rice. There's nothing else. If you don't like it, forget it." Lin Yanchen was stunned for a moment and quickly thanked him. Thank you. Mr. Chu said awkwardly. "I just can't bear to see other people starve. Don't think too much." Lin Yanchen said eagerly. "I'll help you." Mr. Chu said, "Why do you need to help me with fried rice? Aren't you tired after rushing back from work? Take a rest." Mr. Chu went to the fridge to get ingredients to cook. Lin Yanchen was in a dilemma. He asked Chu Xun for help. "Do I really not need to help in the kitchen?" Chu Xun whispered to Lin Yanchen, "It's okay. My dad has a bad temper. Don't take it to heart. His fried rice is delicious. It's better than mine. He doesn't hate you. I told you that he's not a bad person, right? He just has a bad personality." Mr. Chu quickly made a beef fried rice for Lin Yanchen. He also made a bowl of seaweed soup. Although it wasn't as sumptuous as the previous table, Lin Yanchen ate very well. He was really hungry. He wolfed down the food. "Uncle, you cooked really well. It's better than a professional chef." Mr. Chu was very comfortable with the compliment, but he didn't want to show it and let Lin Yanchen know. His expression was slightly twisted. "It's okay. It's just a simple fry." Lin Yanchen finished eating. Chu Xun said, "Dad, he's very tired. Let him sleep. He hasn't slept since Saturday." Lin Yanchen whispered. He took a nap on the plane back. It was because she had fallen asleep on the plane. She had wanted to take a shower, but she had forgotten about it. Mr. Chu said, "Oh, then go wash up and sleep." After a while, Chu Xun's mother brought a new quilt, new slippers, and a new toothbrush. She said, "Your dad told me not to tell you that he asked me to bring these to you." Chu Xun laughed. Ha ha ha. Mr. Chu heard the laughter and rushed to the door. He asked, "Are you talking bad about me?" Lin Yanchen said, No. He didn't dare to laugh. Lin Yanchen could finally sleep in the same room as Chu Xun. Chu Xun asked him, "Are you going to work tomorrow morning? Do you want me to wake you up?" Lin Yanchen said, "I'm not in a hurry now. I'll go back tomorrow afternoon." He was so tired that he fell asleep as soon as he lay in bed. In the morning, Chu Xun woke up and went to work without knowing. Mr. Chu and his wife talked about Lin Yanchen. Chu Xun's mother said, "Isn't he a good guy?" Mr. Chu said, "He's just like that." In fact, he had more or less accepted Lin Yanchen. He could still feel whether or not he was sincere. Lin Yanchen was not a bad person. At this moment, he opened the newspaper and saw a huge photo on the front page. XX and XX company discuss a 10 billion project. Mr. Chu blinked and looked at it again. Why did he feel that? The guy in the photo looked so much like Lin Yanchen. Chapter 59. Mr. Chu stared at the person in the newspaper for far too long. The older he got, the more confused he became. He took the newspaper and asked his wife, who was feeding Chirp Chirp, "Where did I put my reading glasses?" His wife said, "They're in the bedside table." Mr. Chu found his reading glasses and put them on. He even found a bright place to read the newspaper under the light. He frowned. "It still looks the same." His wife walked over. "What do you mean?" Mr. Chu said, "Look, doesn't this person look a little like Lin Yanchen?" Chirp Chirp was in his grandmother's arms. He saw the person in the newspaper and grew happy. He reached out his little hand and poked at Lin Yanchen in the newspaper. He smiled. Dad, Mr. Chu said, "Our Chirp Chirp also thinks they look alike." His wife rolled her eyes. "It can't be. If he's really that impressive, how did our Junjun meet him?" Mr. Chu read the specific news carefully and became even more panicked. "No, the person in this article is also called Lin Yanchen. Such an unusual name. There can't be a second one, right?" His wife said, "Didn't he give you a business card yesterday? Take it out and compare." Mr. Chu slapped his forehead. Yes. He took out the business card Lin Yanchen had given him and looked at it. The name, the company name, the position, all matched. He felt like he was going to have a heart attack. Mr. Chu clutched his chest and said, "It's the same person." Mr. Chu asked, That Lin guy, did he wake up yet?" His wife said, "Not yet." "Hey, Mr. Chu, where are you going?" Mr. Chu was frantic. "I'm going to look him up online." Mr. Chu could barely use the internet. He had barely learned how to use the education network when he was working. He only knew how to watch shows on video websites and play cards and mahjong in the online game hall. He still typed slowly with 2 fingers. He opened the search engine and typed, Lin Yanchen. Enter. A moment later, a flood of relevant information appeared. Mr. Chu read through each one carefully. His heart trembled with fear and trepidation. "Mr. Chu, come and look at this." His wife called out to him. Mr. Chu went over to the balcony. His wife was preparing to do the laundry. She said, "Look, Xiao Lin's clothes are exactly the same as in the photo." Mr. Chu was speechless. What did it mean to have irrefutable evidence? This was what they called irrefutable evidence. Lin Yanchen had a good night's sleep. It had been a long time since he had slept so comfortably. At first, he couldn't wrap his head around the fact that the bed was narrow and hard. It was different from the bed he usually slept in. Then he realized he was in Chu Xun's house. He was sleeping in Chu Xun's bed. Lin Yanchen felt a little reluctant to leave. He felt that his bitter days had finally come to an end. His work was settled, and his father-in-law approved of him. The fried rice was so delicious. Lin Yanchen had rushed over alone yesterday. He hadn't brought anything extra, not even a change of clothes. Chu Xun's size was smaller than his, so he couldn't fit into his clothes. In the end, he had to make do with his father-in-law Mr. Chu's old man clothes. Mr. Chu liked to wear cotton and linen, Chinese-style traditional garments with toggle and loop buttons. They were loose and scholarly. Even when Lin Yanchen wore such old-fashioned clothes, he looked like a model straight out of a fashion spread. His clothes were neat and smooth, and he looked extraordinarily handsome. Lin Yanchen got up and came out. When he realized his father-in-law was looking at him with an unfriendly gaze, he was given a terrible fright. Thinking about it, he realized he had been far too careless. This was his first time at Chu Xun's house, and he had only cared about sleeping soundly until noon. Especially now that Chu Xun wasn't by his side. He had lost his support and couldn't handle his father-in-law. What should he do? Mr. Chu directly opened the newspaper in front of him. "Is this you?" Lin Yanchen walked over to look. He was completely different from the confident, commanding person in the photo. He said shyly, "It's me. I went over on Saturday to handle this project. I was supposed to talk to someone else, but he suddenly fell ill and was hospitalized. I was one of the people in charge, so I was the only one who could go. Fortunately, we still managed to negotiate it." Mr. Chu. That wasn't the point. Lin Yanchen realized the atmosphere was not right. Mr. Chu asked with a heavy heart, "Does Chu Xun know about this?" Lin Yanchen. "Yes." Mr. Chu. "I did some research online. He didn't tell us you're this wealthy. You didn't tell us last night either." Lin Yanchen. "I didn't deliberately hide it. I thought that wasn't the point." Mr. Chu. "Then what do you think is the point?" Lin Yanchen. "What's between Chu Xun and me isn't about money. He loves me, and I love him too." Mr. Chu sneered. "You're truly young." Lin Yanchen was extremely nervous. It was as if he were awaiting a trial and knew the judge was biased. Chirp Chirp was playing on his little cradle in the living room. He grabbed the railing and squatted down to play. He curiously watched Mr. Chu and Lin Yanchen face off. Mr. Chu said cautiously, "Mr. Lin, your family is too rich. I have to reconsider. I'm afraid this small temple of mine can't house a great Buddha like you. It'll be crushed. Chu Xun is still young. He doesn't understand the power of wealth." He knew his son looked cold to outsiders, but in fact, he was the easiest to be driven by emotions. He was always too emotional. If Lin Yanchen were an ordinary rich second-generation heir, it would be fine. If he had just a little more money than their family, they could still find a balance. After all, when two families discussed marriage, they couldn't weigh their conditions on the exact same scale. There was bound to be a difference. And if it came down to it, they could still bring in Chu Xun's grandmother's family to back them up. But the gap between the Lin family and their family was like heaven and earth. Realistically speaking, they shouldn't have any connection to the Lin family in their entire lives. Lin Yanchen was truly depressed. "You can't discriminate against me just because I'm rich." Mr. Chu corrected him. Your family isn't just rich. It's exceedingly wealthy. Lin Yanchen. Mr. Chu said, I've sent your clothes to the dry cleaners. They wouldn't dare wash them. They'll bring them back this afternoon. You can leave after you change. For now, let's eat. We only have simple tea and plain food at home. Lin Yanchen was helpless. His family was rich. What could he do? He couldn't just go bankrupt. The two of them were speechless. Mr. Chu inadvertently glanced to the side. Suddenly, his whole body trembled and his face was full of surprise. Hey! Even Lin Yanchen was startled. What's wrong? Mr. Chu jumped up and nearly ran over. My little baby. Lin Yanchen turned around and saw Chirp Chirp standing against the wooden railing of the crib. He couldn't stand steadily and giggled. After a moment, he sat back down. Mr. Chu was overjoyed. Chirp Chirp can stand on his own. That's amazing. Chirp Chirp raised his little head, showed his tiny teeth, and clapped his small hands. Lin Yanchen felt a strange sensation. He suddenly had such a big son, and this was only the second time he had seen him. In truth, it still didn't feel real. He knew he was Chirp Chirp's father and Chirp Chirp was his son, but they had missed out on too much. He wanted to get closer, but didn't dare to. Chirp Chirp looked at him and crawled toward him. Then he grabbed the railing and tried to stand up. His big eyes sparkled as if full of anticipation. He started babbling nonsense. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Lin Yanchen was at a loss. Without Chu Xun around, what should he do? Should he pick up the baby? Shouldn't he go over and hold him? Just as he was about to walk over and pick the child up, Chirp Chirp was swept into his grandfather's arms. Chirp Chirp's grandmother also returned with Lin Yanchen's clothes from the laundry. Mr. Chu called out to him, Mr. Lin, come and eat. Lin Yanchen was crying in his heart. He struggled with the thought, this is my last meal. Chapter 60. As soon as Chu Xun got home from work, he was immediately nagged by his father. Why didn't you say Lin Yanchen was that rich? Chu Xun said, I told you he was quite wealthy. Mr. Chu was beside himself. You used the wrong adverb. Is that called quite wealthy? You call a fortune like that quite wealthy? Then our family is destitute. And his family might have even more than that. Chu Xun said, why are you so worked up? I'm not worked up. Mr. Chu said, you're not worked up, and you're blaming me for being worked up? Am I not thinking of you? You're nothing like me. Chu Xun clapped his hands and smiled. Haha, there it is. I knew you would say that. Mr. Chu was speechless. He really expected better from this unlucky child. He was already 30 years old, and his love life was a mess. He had a child out of wedlock, but he was not in a hurry at all. The more Chu Xun laughed, the worse Mr. Chu's expression became. Mr. Chu said, laugh? You're still laughing. Someone as rich as him could crush us with just a pinky. How can you be so sure he loves you to death? The richer a person is, the more calculating they can be. That big boss was caught cheating recently. He kept saying how much he loved his wife, but in fact, he had already taken his entire salary in advance for 10 years, leaving only 1 yuan a year in name. According to the new marriage law, if his wife divorces him, she'll only get a few yuan a year. Chu Xun didn't dare laugh anymore. He adjusted his attitude slightly. Dad, I know your concerns, so I don't plan to get married so soon. Let's wait and see. Also, I'm not marrying him for his money. You see, if he didn't have money, it would actually be better than the current situation. Mr. Chu frowned. You already have a child. What else can you do? If it doesn't work out, will they come and snatch Chirp Chirp's custody? If that happens, we definitely won't be able to win. Chu Xun said, Lin Yanchen is a very good person. I think the worst-case scenario won't come to that. Lin Yanchen was chased back to B City. Lin Yanchen urgently contacted Chu Xun. Your father seems to be very dissatisfied with me. Can I still be saved? Chu Xun said, with me protecting you, what are you afraid of? He's worried that you're too rich and will abandon me. Lin Yanchen complained. When I found out you weren't dead, I was the one afraid you had abandoned me. How can you say that? Is it my fault I'm handsome and wealthy? Chu Xun. Ha ha ha. Lin Yanchen complained. You're still laughing. I'm talking to you very seriously. Chu Xun didn't dare laugh again. Okay. Aren't you busy? You still have time to talk to me. Lin Yanchen said. I'm busy. There's a celebration party tonight, and I still have to socialize. I'm in the car now. I called you on the way. Lin Yanchen wanted to seize every moment and listen to Chu Xun's voice more. In the last few seconds before he got out of the car, Chu Xun suddenly said, Chirp Chirp is crying. I have to go check. Travel safe. I'm hanging up. Lin Yanchen was stunned. Okay, see. Before he could say see, Chu Xun hung up. Lin Yanchen looked at his phone and felt even more depressed. When Lin Yanchen arrived at the party, there were already many people present. He truly didn't enjoy this kind of socializing, but he was quite skilled at putting on an act. It didn't even require much skill. At his position, he didn't need to cater to others. Others catered to him. Zhang Hongyu also came. He wasn't the only one from the entertainment industry. At this kind of event, there were always some pretty faces to warm up the atmosphere. Lin Yanchen went over to talk to his friend. As expected of an old friend, Zhang Hongyu was good at reading people's expressions. He asked, "What's wrong? Are you in a bad mood?" Lin Yanchen, "You can even tell I'm in a bad mood?" Zhang Hongyu laughed. "You're underestimating me. We've known each other since we were young. Of course I can tell. Didn't you complete your mission perfectly? You gave orders in the face of danger and turned the tide. You're amazing. What's there to be unhappy about?" The two of them hid on the balcony to talk. There was no one else around. Lin Yanchen had been holding it in for a long time. Finally, there was someone he could spill his heart to. "Actually, I'm planning to get married." Zhang Hongyu was stunned. The smile on his face went slightly stiff. Is that so? I've never heard you mention it before. It's too sudden. Wait, didn't you have someone you liked very much? But that person passed away? You fell in love with someone else. He said, "That's right. It's been so long. You should start to move on. You can't stay alone for the rest of your life." Lin Yanchen said honestly, "No, it's that same person. I thought he was dead. Actually, he's not dead. He even gave birth to a child for me. I have to take responsibility." Zhang Hongyu, "Wait, what's going on? So the person you've been so torn up about is still alive and gave birth to a child for you. You only found out recently, so you're planning to marry him?" Lin Yanchen nodded. "Yes." He was a little melancholy. "But the problem now is that because I'm rich, his father isn't happy about our relationship. I still have to win over my father-in-law." Zhang Hongyu saw the happiness on his face and frowned. He wanted to say something, but hesitated. After thinking for a while, he said, "I'm telling you this because we're old friends. Don't think I'm deliberately trying to sow discord. I know you like that person very much. But secretly having your child and then coming back to tell you about it, doesn't this seem familiar? Are you sure he's a good person? You haven't been in love many times. You're too naive in this regard." Lin Yanchen felt a little uncomfortable. Sun didn't get pregnant on purpose. He didn't lie to me. I'm not that stupid. Also, he's not a woman. He's a man. Zhang Hongyu didn't know whether to be shocked or baffled. "A man? You like a man? And he can even give birth to a child?" Lin Yanchen said. "I knew you wouldn't believe me." Zhang Hongyu pressed his forehead. "I need a moment to process this." Lin Yanchen felt that Zhang Hongyu seemed to be subconsciously biased against Chu Xun. He didn't want to hear such words. Although the two didn't quarrel, they parted on awkward terms. Lin Yanchen left. After turning a corner, a figure suddenly rushed out and threw herself into his arms. Lin Yanchen was caught off guard and dodged. The other party missed and fell to the ground. He saw that it was an unfamiliar woman who had accidentally sprained her ankle. He asked, "Are you okay?" The woman said, "Sir, can you help me?" Lin Yanchen didn't think much of it and reached out to help her up. The woman was like a snake that nearly wrapped herself around him. He hadn't been back long and had never encountered such a scene. He suddenly understood and flung her off. He scolded, "Do you have some kind of bone disease?" The next day, Lin Yanchen saw in the news that the unfamiliar woman was a minor celebrity. She had taken a photo and posted it, bragging that she was his girlfriend. Whether it was true or not, the hype achieved its purpose. Lin Yanchen was truly suffocating with rage. He was so angry he laughed. He treated everyone equally. Regardless of gender, whoever dared to scheme against him had better be prepared. Chapter 61. Lin Yanchen learned his lesson. Instead of hiding the truth until it was too late, it was better to be honest so there wouldn't be any misunderstandings. The airport incident last time was a painful lesson, so he turned himself in. Chu Xun heard about this scandal from Shaolin himself. Lin Yanchen said bitterly, "It's my fault for not being vigilant enough and accidentally letting a photo be taken. This morning, she even called my secretary, pretending to apologize, saying she never meant to drag me into it. I asked around. The news agency said it was her own team that distributed the money and press releases. I've already had the PR team refute the rumors. Don't believe any of it. He had also ordered the removal of that female star's advertisements, endorsements, and film contracts, and warned her company to freeze her for at least a year. But telling Chu Xun all that seemed inconvenient. It might make him seem ruthless and unrestrained. Did your father see it again? I'm done for. Chu Xun had mixed feelings. I'm not the kind of person who is unreasonable and jealous. Are you afraid I'll wrongly accuse you? It was still early, and Chu Xun hadn't left for work yet. He flipped through the newspaper his father subscribed to and said, he subscribes to the local paper, and there's only one entertainment page. That female star's profile is probably too low. There's nothing about you two in here. Lin Yanchen. Chu Xun asked him, do you want me to tell my father? I don't think so. Lin Yanchen was in a dilemma. Maybe it's better to take the initiative and confess. Chu Xun said, you should focus on work first. It's a shame to waste your time on this. Although Chu Xun wasn't angry at him, Lin Yanchen was inexplicably disappointed. He didn't want to cause trouble, but was this really how Chu Xun reacted? Was this really how lovers acted? Why was Chu Xun always so rational and calm? Shouldn't he scold him, or even tell him not to get close to other women in the future? He would be willing to hear that. Chu Xun's response was too calm. Though he knew Chu Xun was that kind of person, in the month they had been together, he had tried to please Chu Xun in every possible way. But Chu Xun had only turned back once. Was it because they had been apart for a year and a half? Too long. He could not forget Chu Xun. But had Chu Xun long since stopped caring about him? Maybe. He had never truly been in Chu Xun's heart for more than a few days. Had Chu Xun contacted him only because of the child? If there had been no child, would Chu Xun still have looked for him? Lin Yanchen didn't dare to think too deeply about it. On the other side, Mr. Chu reflected on himself. He shouldn't jump to conclusions about Lin Yanchen's moral character. He shouldn't discriminate against Lin Yanchen just because he was rich. Maybe he was a good man. Mr. Chu went to a great deal of trouble to look up wealthy people on the internet. Not many of them seemed like decent human beings. It was normal for them to have multiple partners. Mr. Chu comforted himself. Not necessarily. Maybe Lin Yanchen's family is strict and different from those people. So, Mr. Chu looked up Lin Yanchen's father. He discovered his name was Lin Xiaoyuan. He discovered there were many scandals about Lin Yanchen's father. There were no scandals in recent years, but 4 or 5 years ago, he had several girlfriends. He would change girlfriends every few months. They were all just girlfriends, not wives. It seemed he was thinking too much. Lin Yanchen's father appeared to be a playboy. Could the son he raised truly be good? Mr. Chu's heart sank as he read the article. Mr. Chu showed the information he had gathered to Chu Xun. See, Lin Yanchen's father is always changing girlfriends. If the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam will follow. Chu Xun looked and said, I know about this. He told me before. Some of it is true, but some isn't. Also, the girlfriends he had after his mother passed away weren't against any moral bottom line. He added casually, just like how Lin Yanchen also has scandals, but he doesn't provoke them on purpose. Sometimes, trouble just finds him. Mr. Chu's eyes nearly bulged out. He blew on his mustache. What? He has scandals? He dares to have scandals. You are far too careless. Chu Xun also felt he was being a hypocrite. He pretended as if nothing had happened and said, I just don't want you to overthink things. He reported it to me. Those tabloids love to attract attention. They make up nonsense. They can't be trusted. In truth, Chu Xun was very angry. But on second thought, he was a man in his 30s. Why was he still so stubborn? He should be more mature. Because he was brimming with anger, Chu Xun's pressure in the company ran lower than usual. The employees trembled in fear, afraid of being scolded by him. Mr. Liu said, there are people from your old company in X city. They're officially signing the contract this time. You should go and receive them. Chu Xun handled it as business. All right, I understand. Mr. Liu asked, what's wrong with you today? Why are you in such a foul mood? Chu Xun said, it's nothing. I'm just troubled by some personal matters. You know I don't bring personal emotions into work. Don't worry. Mr. Liu sighed. I'm still your master. If I'm not worried about your work, I'm worried about you. You are a good person, but you just like to sulk and don't like to communicate with others. Chu Xun was stubborn. I have communicated with them in a timely manner. There has been no delay. Mr. Liu clicked his tongue a few times. Listen to your tone. It's full of gunpowder. I have good instincts. When you first entered the company, You were still a university student who had just walked out of the ivory tower. Many people thought that, although your work was good, you were a dull stick in the mud. But I felt there was light in your eyes. In fact, you were the most stubborn and least willing to admit defeat. But sometimes, you are too competitive. If you shouldn't be competitive, then don't be. Chu Xun was depressed. Even if he tried to calm himself down, his face was still dark. He went to receive the guest from X City with a gloomy expression. He met an unexpected but reasonable guest. Zhuang Hanxue saw Chu Xun, especially Chu Xun's dark face. He was so scared he sucked in a sharp breath and nearly fell. You really didn't die? Chu Xun looked at him coolly and said, each word measured. Didn't your parents teach you not to point your finger at others casually? It's rude. Zhuang Hanxue recalled the terror of being under Chu Xun's control and withdrew his hand. He carefully circled around Chu Xun, keeping Chu Xun at the center. He looked from all sides, confirming he was a living person. He turned back to face him. Chu Xun smiled and asked, didn't you say I was a bodhisattva? Why do I look like a demon to you? Zhuang Hanxue said, No, you are a bodhisattva. I just don't understand. Why are you still fine? Chu Xun said only 2 words. Misdiagnosis. Chu Xun took Zhuang Hanxue out to eat and drink. After downing a few bottles of wine, Zhuang Hanxue spilled everything. With snot and tears, he cried about the hell his life had become since Chu Xun left. He was trapped in an abyss of misery, living a fate worse than death. Chu Xun not only didn't sympathize, but laughed heartily. Zhuang Hanxue was even sadder. He muttered, what a bad person. Chu Xun asked, who are you talking about? Zhuang Hanxue immediately surrendered. I'm talking about myself. I'm a bad person. Brother Chu, can you do me a favor and come back to save me from this suffering? I'll never make you angry again. How much do you earn at this company? I'll give you double, triple. Name your price. I can afford it. I'll give you everything. I'll give you half of my monthly allowance. That's true loyalty. I'm a loyal brother. Chu Xun was unmoved. You should keep it for yourself. Zhuang Hanxue was drunk and was led away by Chu Xun. He rambled about everything under the sun. Oh, by the way, Brother Chu, there was a man surnamed Lin who came looking for you. Is he your boyfriend? Do you want to contact him? I feel like he loves you very much. Chu Xun was stunned. He asked, with a hint of jealousy, what about him? Chapter 62. Zhuang Hanxue scratched his head and giggled. Actually, I don't really remember. Chu Xun. Zhuang Hanxue vaguely recalled. He came to me asking for your contact information, but you know I'm a righteous person. You specifically told me not to tell anyone about your illness, so of course I couldn't. He said he was your boyfriend, so I told him to show me proof. He didn't even have a photo, so I was about to chase him off. But then he spoke so earnestly, and it was so touching. He talked about all the things you like to eat and what you don't like. I was so moved I cried. I can't handle that kind of thing. Even though I'm stupid, I can still tell what's sincere and what's fake. He added, you should be able to tell too. Brother Chu, I didn't cause any trouble, did I? Chu Xun forced a smile. No, thank you. Zhuang Hanxue was flattered. I haven't heard the word thank you from your mouth in a very long time. Lin Yanxin's point of view. Lin Yanxin knocked on the door and entered the study. Dad, why did you call me in here? Old Lin saw him and hid his nervousness. Oh, you're here. Lin Yanxin had been looking for his father. Chu Xun had already introduced him to his parents, so he also wanted to introduce Chu Xun to his father. His father hadn't been home before, but now he finally had the chance. Lin Yanxin thought his father would talk to him about work. His father frowned and handed him a book with a serious expression. Take a look. Lin Yanxin didn't understand and took the book. He opened it. The first page was a photo of a girl. He flipped through. After a few photos, there was a girl's information. He kept flipping. It was all girls' profiles. Their ages were similar to his, and their family backgrounds were all impressive. Lin Yanxin wasn't stupid. He understood immediately. His father was probably urging him to go on blind dates, or to get married. He looked at the backgrounds of these girls. All of them were either wealthy or influential. His heart slowly turned cold. This was probably his father's standard for choosing a partner. He should have expected it. In the past, his father hadn't allowed him to start his own business. This was just his father's style. Lin Yanxin had heard about a classmate who had fallen in love with a girl from an ordinary family. Her parents had looked down on the girl's background and forbidden them from marrying, causing a huge uproar. Forget it. He would introduce Chu Xun to his father another time. Old Lin watched Lin Yanqian's changing expression. He was nervous, but because he was too tense, his expression hardened. Is there anyone you like? Lin Yanqian especially disliked his father's tone. It sounded like he was arranging breeding stock. What was this? Lin Yanqian refused directly. That's inappropriate. Dad, don't try to set me up. I'm not interested in them. Old Lin's heart skipped a beat. He knew he might have overstepped this time, so he didn't push. All right, you're still young. No need to rush. Since he couldn't directly introduce Chu Xun, he would take a roundabout approach. Lin Yanqian had already considered the possibility that his father wouldn't easily accept Chu Xun. He pulled out a project proposal he had stayed up late to write. He wanted to enter the electronic information technology sector, which his company hadn't yet developed. He wanted to establish a new company in City Y. City Y was now one of the top high-tech industrial zones in the country. This didn't raise Old Lin's suspicions. Electronic information technology was indeed the market trend. It was only that he was old and his current disposition was more conservative. Still, he would let Lin Yanqian give it a try. In the past, he hadn't agreed to Lin Yanqian starting his own business because he felt Lin Yanqian was immature and impulsive. He had rushed forward purely on enthusiasm. Back then, several companies had wanted to take over Lin Yanqian's company. He had thought it better to acquire it himself than let others take advantage. Old Lin read his son's proposal seriously and nodded in agreement. I think it's feasible. Give it a try. I'll provide the capital. Lin Yanqian said. I want to move on this as soon as possible. Information technology changes too fast. Old Lin sensed something was off and asked, is it that urgent? Lin Yanqian didn't even blink. This industry is like that. It can't wait. If you approve, I'll start recruiting. I'll fly to City Y a few more times in the near future. Old Lin studied Lin Yanqian. His intuition told him the child was hiding something. He would wait and see. At least the plan to go to City Y was half successful. Lin Yanqian felt encouraged. Chu Xun's point of view. Lin Yanqian was openly using his position for personal gain. He had a clear conscience and felt there was nothing wrong with it. He could manage both business and personal matters. There was no need to worry about not having the best of both worlds. He thought about it and decided not to tell Chu Xun the good news in advance. He planned to surprise Chu Xun in a couple of days. There was a branch of their company in City Y, but it wasn't large. He heard there was a charity gala on the weekend. Chu Xun's company would be attending. Chu Xun would most likely be there. He would make his appearance then and tell Chu Xun the good news. Lin Yanqian felt that Chu Xun had been so indifferent toward him since they reunited. He wanted to do something romantic to rekindle the spark between them. Lin Yanqian told the branch office not to add his name to the guest list. He could also enter directly under the branch company's name. President Liu naturally brought along his prized disciple for such an important occasion, to introduce him to people. He told Chu Xun to research the attendees. This was the secretary's job. He also wanted to use this opportunity to help Chu Xun understand the circles here. Chu Xun checked each one carefully and did a thorough job. The task wasn't difficult, but it wasn't easy either. He could delegate to his subordinates, but he still had to memorize it himself. Besides his normal work, he had to memorize faces, names, and companies after hours. He also had to memorize family backgrounds. He couldn't mix them up. Otherwise, instead of making connections, he'd be making enemies. There wasn't much skill involved in this. Chu Xun was confident. When the day arrived, his master told him to change into better attire. Chu Xun didn't dress up too much. He was only a secretary and shouldn't steal the spotlight. Chu Xun had attended this kind of event many times. He wasn't flustered and stayed half a step behind his master. His master occasionally asked if he knew who someone was. Chu Xun would glance over and provide detailed information. President Liu nodded with satisfaction. There were a few people he hadn't met yet, but Chu Xun could still supply appropriate details so he wouldn't be at a loss for conversation. At that moment, President Liu spotted an unfamiliar face appear out of nowhere. It was a young man. He was so strikingly handsome, he seemed out of place among the group of middle-aged men around him. He stood out like a crane among chickens. He looked a little familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. He thought for a moment and quickly remembered. Chu Xun probably didn't know this person. He shouldn't be on the list. President Liu felt a little proud and asked Chu Xun, Do you know who he is? Chu Xun said. He shouldn't be on the list. President Liu told him. Yes, I don't know why he's here, but you can't afford to ignore him. He was the one who closed the XX project a few days ago. He's the successor of the Lin Group. There must be a reason he's here. Maybe they've been making moves in City Y recently. No matter what, we need to build a good relationship with him. Let's go over and speak with him. If I remember correctly, his name is Lin Yanchen. Remember that. Chu Xun was silent for a moment and then said, Master, I need to use the restroom. President Liu said, Oh, go ahead. I'll wait for you. There was no one in the men's restroom. Not long after Chu Xun came in, Lin Yanchen followed him in. Lin Yanchen was elated and wanted to hug him. Sun? Chu Xun asked, thoroughly annoyed. What are you doing in Y City? Chapter 63. Lin Yanchen was stunned. He thought that Chu Xun would be more or less happy, but he didn't expect that Chu Xun was not only unhappy, but also angry. Why? He was confused. Chu Xun asked him, Did you come here for a business trip to see me, or do you plan to expand your business in Y City? Lin Yanchen confessed. Our group plans to enter the electronic information technology industry. We plan to open a new company in Y City, and I'm the person in charge. Chu Xun understood. You're the one who suggested it, right? Do you have to go to this extent? Didn't I tell you not to come here? Work is work, and life is life. I don't like to mix them. You're doing well at the headquarters in B City, and your development is going so smoothly. Why did you suddenly put down your previous work and come here to start all over again? Is there something wrong with your brain? It was bad enough that Chu Xun was unhappy, but he even scolded him. Lin Yanchen's dissatisfaction accumulated. I'm considering my family first, and then I'm choosing a way that won't affect my work. What's wrong with that? I'm doing it for you. This was simply adding fuel to the fire. Chu Xun was even angrier. Did you discuss it with me in advance? You came here for me. Lin Yanchen was very confident. I told you. Chu Xun replied. I said I don't agree. You told me not to come. Lin Yanchen's face was cold, and he didn't give in. That's not a clear rejection. I want to come and stay with you, and you're still unhappy. He had given in enough, and this time he wouldn't yield. Chu Xun. Lin Yanchen exploded and said with conviction. Chu Xun, you can't be like this. Do you even care about me? I know you don't love me that much, so I'll love you more. I won't be calculative, and I'm willing to do anything for you. You said you don't want to come to B City, and I understand. Okay, I won't force you. Then I come here, and you still don't agree. You still despise me and say I'm wrong. Do you have a conscience? Do you really like me? Is this your attitude of wanting to be with me? Chu Xun felt a little guilty, but he was still not convinced. I'm thinking about your job and your future. Lin Yanchen said. My dad used to always put work before me and my mom. At that time, I thought that I would definitely become a man who took care of the family better than him. It's not like I stopped working for you. I just wanted to spend more time with you. Am I wrong here? Chu Xun was about to say something when someone came in from outside. Lin Yanchen pulled him into the innermost cubicle of the men's washroom and locked the door. The two of them immediately stopped quarreling and looked at each other angrily. The people outside finally left. Chu Xun lowered his voice. Go back. Don't abandon yourself. Lin Yanchen was so angry that his liver hurt. How can you say that I'm abandoning myself to be by your side? Chu Xun said. If you don't work hard, you're abandoning yourself. Be rational. Lin Yanchen was furious when he heard the word rational. 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 You're rational every time. You're the most rational, you're the calmest. You're even rational when it comes to feelings. Chu Xun, do you like me or not? Lin Yanchen was full of anger. He had tolerated Chu Xun for a long time, and he really couldn't tolerate it anymore. He pressed Chu Xun against the wall and leaned over to kiss him fiercely, as if he wanted to swallow Chu Xun into his stomach. There was only a fine line between lust and anger. Lin Yanchen whispered in his ear, Are you still rational? Mr. Chu. Chu Xun's face turned red. You brat. Lin Yanchen didn't argue with him and directly took off his glasses. Chu Xun suddenly became weak after losing his glasses. He wanted to snatch them back, but Lin Yanchen's big hands clasped both of his wrists and pressed them above his head. Lin Yanchen put his glasses into his pocket with his other hand and took off his tie with one hand to bind Chu Xun's wrists. Lin Yanchen covered Chu Xun with his body and trapped him in his arms. Lin Yanchen said, You used to say that you liked it when I did this. You don't like it anymore? You don't like me anymore? Why are you so bad to me? Do you like me or not? Or do you just like my body? Chu Xun sobbed and said, if I don't like you, why did I give birth to Chirp Chirp? I almost died. Chirp Chirp also almost died. Bastard. I just didn't want to be your burden. If your family knew that you gave up your job in B City and came to Y City because of me, what kind of person would I be? Didn't I hurt you? What are you doing to me? Lin Yanxin's heart softened when he cried. He kissed the tears on his face. Don't cry. Can't you talk to me nicely like this? Then we won't quarrel. What am I doing to you? I put you on the top of my heart. Chu Xun said stubbornly. I'm just like this. I'm so annoying. It's up to you whether you like me or not. If you don't like me, then forget it. If you don't like me, then I won't be in so much pain. Lin Yanxin asked in a muffled voice. How did I make you feel pain? Chu Xun also held it in for a long time and said, I know we're not a good match. My family background is not good, my job is average, my looks are average, and I'm 6 years older than you. I'm not good enough for you. We were together for more than a month by accident. How much can you like me? I even gave birth to Chirp Chirp without discussing it with you, and suddenly made you a father. I want to look decent and dignified. Compared to you, I only have these things. You can't even let me keep them. Lin Yanxin didn't expect Chu Xun to think this way. He asked, what are you thinking? I've said it before. It's fine if you doubt other things, but you can't doubt that I don't like you enough. Don't I like you enough? How do you want me to express it? Tell me. I really want to dig out my heart and show it to you. Why didn't you think about these things when we were together before? Chu Xun had tears in the corners of his eyes. He frowned and looked at Lin Yanxin in confusion. He said righteously, marriage and dating are different. Marriage is for a lifetime. Dating is not. Lin Yanxin was stunned and laughed angrily. So you were ready to run away at any time. You never thought about spending the rest of your life with me. Huh? You were ready to run away after sleeping with me? You still said you didn't want to abandon me. You still have the face to call me a bastard? You're the most heartless person. Chu Xun was a bit angry. I told you not to get it in there. He was indeed in the wrong. Lin Yanxin's tone softened, and he said anxiously, I'll go buy you some birth control pills. The corners of Chu Xun's eyes were still red and teardrops hung from them. He stared at him and blinked his eyes. His eyeballs slid down his face, making him look adorable. After he was done enjoying himself, he turned hostile and said fiercely, You did it on purpose. Lin Yanxin hugged him and planted a few kisses on his cheeks. He didn't argue with him. I really didn't do it on purpose. Don't be angry with me, okay? Sun, your Shaolin really didn't do it on purpose. Chu Xun blamed him. You took off my pants on purpose. Lin Yanxin kissed him on the lips. Okay. I did take off your pants on purpose. Chu Xun was angry. How do you want me to go out and meet people now? Lin Yanxin. Then why don't I secretly send you out from the back door? You can tell your master that you suddenly had a stomachache or something. Chu Xun thought about it. He was in such a mess that he really couldn't go back to the banquet. He could only call his master and tell him that he wasn't feeling well. His master didn't ask much and even told him to go see a doctor. The adulterous couple pulled up their pants. Their clothes were messy and they practically covered their faces as they sneaked out from the back door. Chu Xun got into Lin Yanxin's car and asked him, I can drive back myself. Do you want to go back to the banquet? Lin Yanxin said, I'm here to see you. Why should I go back? I'll send you home. Chu Xun's face turned red. He had left in a hurry just now and felt that his body was still sticky. He hadn't even had time to clean up. That wasn't the main point. The main point was that he had been seduced by Lin Yanxin just now, but it was over before he could taste it. Now his heart was still itching. Chu Xun hesitated for a long time. He looked at Lin Yanxin. He was really handsome today. In the end, his desire took over and he suddenly overcame his rationality. He blurted out, Don't go to my house. I'm not going home tonight. Lin Yanxin didn't react. Then where are you going? Don't tell me you're going to work overtime at the company. You're not in good health. You don't want to, right? Chu Xun's heart was beating fast. He said vaguely, There's a hotel ahead. Do you see it? Stop there. I want to stay in a hotel. Lin Yanxin still didn't understand. You're not going home to stay in a hotel? What? Did this brat really not understand, or was he pretending not to? Did he have to be so clear? Chu Xun blushed and said, Stay with me. If you don't want to, then forget it. Lin Yanxin was stunned. He understood. He was so excited that his eyes lit up. He also felt that he hadn't had enough. Okay. I want. Chu Xun was annoyed and said, Anyway, I have to take the medicine. Let's do it a few more times. Chu Xun called home. Dad, I have work tonight. I can't go back. I'll sleep at the company. You take care of Chirp Chirp. Okay, I'll take care of my body. Chu Xun felt guilty. Chirp Chirp, Daddy is sorry. Lin Yanchen listened to him and laughed. Take care of your body. Chu Xun looked at him and was furious. He sneered. Yeah, then I'm not going. I'll tell my dad right now that I'm not working overtime. I'm going home. Lin Yanchen snatched his phone. Hey, Sun, I was wrong. I was wrong, okay?